two mischievous kids, using stones to kill a young mother. Afterwards, they actually said they just wanted to test how hard the stones were. In court, the judge actually released the mischievous kids on the grounds of being minors. Let their parents take them home for verbal education. The entire trial process lasted less than 10 minutes. The psychological defense of the deceased's family completely collapsed. A 6-month-old baby lost their mother. A husband who deeply loved his wife lost his beloved. 2 elderly people with white hair lost their only daughter. A simple and perfunctory verdict, followed by superficial verbal education. This behavior undoubtedly caused a second injury to them. I instantly became angry and activated the system on the spot. Since the judge is unwilling to educate you, I will take matters into my own hands. However, when I walked out of the courtroom, I saw those 2 mischievous kids who harmed others, actually chatting and laughing with their parents outside the court. Celebrating and cheering, "Your children have killed someone, how can you be so shameless?" Behind you are 2 families of victims in tears, feeling worse than death. What a stark contrast. At this moment, I not only want to discipline those 2 kids, but I even want to give their parents a good lesson. Let me take justice into my own hands next. For the case of the 2 10-year-old children who caused death by throwing objects from a height, I immediately set up a global live trial system, creating a live image for myself as a hacker capable of breaching global firewalls, appearing as a mysterious young man wearing a hat. Wearing a mask on my face, with a serious expression, I sit in front of the computer, all set, and the live broadcast is starting. The next second, all electronic devices in the world are compromised at this moment, surprising all the people using phones, computers, and other devices. Are shocked to find that the screen in front of them uncontrollably pops up a new window. Why can't the mouse drag? And the keyboard is also malfunctioning. Is it a system crash or a virus? Just as people are puzzled, the avatar in the newly popped up window rapidly changes, and a mysterious man appears on the screen, saying, "Hello, everyone. Residents of the world." A man's electronic voice emanates from under the mask. As people look at the strange man on the screen, they all ask, "Who is this? Rapper, game streamer?" As people's curiosity is piqued, I continue with the electronic voice, saying, "Welcome to the trial live room. I am an electronic hacker streamer. Today, you will join me in judging those responsible for a murder case." As soon as these words are spoken, people around the world furrow their brows, full of confusion. What does this mean? Trial live room, judging people? Could it be like those suspenseful horror movie plots, live-streamed murders? I continue to explain that all viewers need not be doubtful or worried. The whole process is very simple. Just watch the live stream and follow my guidance step by step. As the live broadcast began, many adults were still at work and had no time to deal with a sudden lunatic appearing on the internet. "Stop messing around, I still have to go to work. I won't entertain you. I need to force restart the office computer, it won't take long." They were astonished to find that no matter how long they held down the power button, the electronic device in front of them remained unresponsive. Even cutting off the power source didn't turn off the screen. At this moment, people were filled with infinite fear. Sensing the right moment, I spoke to all the viewers. "You must be curious. What kind of murder case are we going to judge today?" Upon hearing this, more than half of the viewers in front of the screen nodded in agreement. They really wanted to know. After all the fuss and fanfare of this live broadcast, what kind of secret was it for? Under the gaze of the public, the screen finally changed, and the figure of the electronic hacker anchor gradually faded away. In its place, on the empty space in front of a certain courthouse, were 6 people cheering and jumping for joy. Observant individuals could tell that the 6 people in the center of the screen were 2 couples and 2 young boys. Did those 2 couples do something outrageous? Why were they so happy? People were puzzled and discussing, while the 6 people being monitored by this mysterious force remained oblivious. Still immersed in the joy of escaping legal consequences, I then abandoned the slides and listed all the criminal evidence of the 2 young boys one by one. At the same time, vividly narrating the path they paved, yet the immature children committed a crime. This is a controversial topic globally, sparking intense debates among people worldwide. Barrages are flooding the live stream room. They are only 10-year-old kids after all. It must have been an accident caused by playful negligence. They surely didn't intend for this to happen. Let it go. There's no need to be so harsh on 10-year-old kids, let alone publicly judge them. It's excessive. There are quite a few sanctimonious remarks like the above. Roughly estimated, at least 30%, and some others take a more moderate stance. The sins they committed are a fact, causing irreparable harm to the families of the deceased, yet they are indeed too young. Mistakes made accidentally should be handled leniently, while the last group is at the opposite extreme of the sanctimonious ones. Look at them celebrating and cheering. Not a trace of remorse, the kind of parents who raise such children. Both families are cut from the same cloth, lacking moral sense, making it hard to reach a consensus. Everyone has different thoughts and viewpoints. What crime should be determined in this trial, what punishment to mete out, the audience has no say. All power within the live stream room rests solely in my hands. If that's the case, about half of the global population will definitely be dissatisfied, and they will certainly consider the Judgement live stream room as extreme terrorists, leading to outrage and insults. People's impression of the live broadcast isn't just fear, but also insults and hatred. My ultimate goal is to bring justice through fear, so the judgments in the live broadcast had better be well-founded. The debate revolves around 2 points: 1, the age is too young, and 2, whether it was intentional. I immediately had the system broadcast the scene of the incident, where 2 10-year-old boys were playing on the rooftop. They occasionally threw stones into the distance, attempting to hit some birds in the trees, but as humans started throwing again, the speed of the stones made it impossible to hit the agile birds. Gradually, the 2 boys, feeling a little defeated, gave up attacking the birds, and they looked around, trying to find some easier targets to hit, so the humans walking on the ground became their next target. Unfortunately, at that moment, a young mother was pushing a baby carriage, slowly approaching from a distance, and it seemed she was heading towards the building. The wife had a smile on her face, often stopping to look down at the baby in the carriage. Seeing the golden sunlight sprinkled on the baby's smooth skin, she was filled with happiness. The baby's doctor said to get more sun exposure to help absorb vitamin D, in order to grow up healthy. The slow movement of the woman caught the boy's attention. One of the boy's eyes lit up and he pointed at the woman, suggesting something. They competed to see who could hit her. The second boy smirked mischievously and added that hitting the baby in the carriage would also count. Such an evil game was thus born in the hearts of the 2 boys. What's terrifying is that throughout the entire process, the 2 of them showed no hesitation or fear at all, as if in their minds, other people's lives are not even worth mentioning. The following scene doesn't need to be seen to understand the whole picture. A stone fell from high above and killed the woman. Fortunately, the baby escaped unharmed. After all this, the 2 little devils laughed loudly, as if declaring victory. My eyes gradually turned cold. In danger, the determination to punish the 2 criminals was as solid as a rock. At this moment, there were many new comments in the barrage. Since you, as a hacker, can infiltrate the world so carefully, creating a surveillance video should be a piece of cake. I truly didn't expect it to arouse so much suspicion, making me careless. What should I do? If we don't address those doubts now and carry out the punishment, the live broadcast effect will be greatly reduced, and even because of the punished individual, children will bear the eternal blame. Just as I furrowed my brow thinking of a strategy, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the 2 families rejoicing at the courthouse entrance, suddenly remembering the criminal psychology knowledge I had once studied. Some antisocial criminals lacking basic humanity, if they escape punishment after their first offense, they will feel a high level of excitement from head to toe, like a drug, and will eagerly proceed to the next action. In that case, catch them in the act, leaving people worldwide speechless. This is a gamble, betting that those 2 little devils will commit another offense in the near future. If I am blocked, then no matter what uncontrollable factors, they cannot stop the arrival of divine punishment. Inside the Judgement live broadcast room, my voice echoes all over the world. Since many people doubt the authenticity of the video in front of the screen, today I will temporarily not disclose the date. Goodbye for now, people of the world. As the eerie electronic sound fades away, the Judgement live broadcast room instantly closes, and everything returns to normal. People's computers and phones return to normal, and there is no trace of the Judgement live broadcast room and browsing history or the background. It disappeared suddenly. However, nearly 10 billion people worldwide are fervently discussing the content of the Judgement live broadcast room, attracting the attention of military and high-ranking officials from various countries. The existence of the Judgement live broadcast room keeps people on edge at all times. Despite using various detection methods, countries cannot find any information about the Judgement live broadcast room. 7 days later, 2 little troublemakers couldn't resist their greedy hearts, sneaked out, and tried to find something more exciting than smashing prey. This time, the Judgement live broadcast room suddenly reappeared without warning. Hello, viewers from around the world. The familiar eerie electronic sound resounds in the live broadcast room once again, and the cyberpunk-like sentiment reappears in the visuals. People around the world have various reactions to this. Some cheer that it has finally arrived, as if they have been waiting for a century. Some are terrified that it has come back so quickly. Wasn't it just a short week ago? And a small group of people are thinking rationally, remembering last time when many doubted the authenticity of the video. The live broadcast was shut down, and reopening it indicates there is sufficient evidence to prove the authenticity of the video. Today's broadcast will continue. The judgment from the previous broadcast is still pending. The camera shifts to an outdoor location. There is a large lawn. There are 1-meter-high bushes, belonging to the common and ubiquitous greenery. People gradually see clearly those two figures. It is the children who appeared in the previous live broadcast. As the camera zooms in, people's view becomes clearer, capturing every move of the two children. They are seen carrying 2 buckets of cement towards the bushes. What is Tang Jiao doing? Global audiences can't help but feel puzzled, as if they have deciphered their thoughts. In the next moment, the camera in the live broadcast room turns back to the depths of the bushes. I couldn't believe my eyes, shocked at the sight of a cardboard box in the bushes, housing 5 small kittens. The kittens at this moment are completely covered in cement. Their feet are stuck, their eyes are stuck, even their noses for breathing are not spared. They cry out in pain, struggling desperately. Being so small, they cannot escape this cement-made hell. But as the cement gradually dries, their lives will also be entwined with the cement in the box. Not at that moment. Heart-wrenching cat cries, broadcasted through the live stream to the ears of people worldwide. Those with even a hint of compassion displayed expressions of unbearable sorrow, and many kind-hearted individuals were moved. Some burst into tears on the spot, pleading, "Heavens, please stop, no more cruel acts. It's too cruel, utterly inhumane. Can't bear to watch, how could such a thing happen?" Crying out for justice, the live stream cannot be shut down. And every corner of the world is witnessing this. Even if one covers their eyes or ears, the agonizing cries of the kittens still penetrate. As time passes, the sounds of the suffocating cats quickly diminish, unable to escape the sight, until complete silence sets in. Just when everyone's heart sank to the lowest point in front of the screen, a few sudden laughs jarringly break in. "Ha, so weak, they only lasted for 1 minute. Look, they look frozen in cement. Don't they look like sculpted art pieces? Ha, it seems like we both have artistic talent." In the live stream, the 2 little devils are laughing loudly, proudly praising their own art creations. Seeing this, everyone in front of the screen couldn't help but clench their fists, grit their teeth, filled with anger towards the 2 little troublemakers, itching to jump into the screen and give them a good beating. But it's not over yet. Following that, the 2 little troublemakers picked up an adult female cat from the nearby bushes, her body bleeding and battered. Observing the color of her fur, it was the mother cat of that litter of kittens. One of the little troublemakers glared fiercely at the unconscious mother cat, saying spitefully, "The scratch you gave me just now hurts. You'll pay for it later." Upon closer inspection, there were some superficial scratches on his arm. Next, they took the mother cat to a tree and hung her upside down with a rope. Then, they pushed her 3 meters away, took out a folding knife, swished it, and threw it at the mother cat. The knife hit the tree and missed me. At that moment, another little troublemaker walked up, picked up the fallen knife, stepped back 3 meters, aimed, and shot. Once again, he missed. As the knife was not as easy to control as a stone, the 2 took turns, throwing knives at the mother cat. While most of the time they missed, there were still lucky hits. As a result, in addition to the previous blunt injuries, the mother cat now had many varied knife wounds. Fresh red blood dripped from above, staining the grass below a vivid red. Such a shocking scene completely enraged people with conscience worldwide. In the next moment, on the screen of the live Judgement room, countless barrage messages full of anger floated by, infuriating me. Blood for blood, this is simply inhuman. They have turned into demons, taking on the appearance of children. To cleanse evil, I smirked disdainfully at the scene, muttering, "Those who sow the wind shall reap the whirlwind." Originally, the 2 of you might have been able to escape this disaster with the shield of age. With a wave of my hand, the scene in the live courtroom suddenly changes, refocusing on the rooftop of a residential building. 2 children are throwing stones up there, a young woman is pushing a stroller past. The entire incident of the fatal high-altitude projectile is fully displayed, due to the foreshadowing of the earlier cat abuse incident. This has led to the video I am releasing now. No one doubts anymore. The 2 incidents, 100% match the style of those 2 little rascals. Moreover, I must add that the net of heaven is wide and tight. Thorough and flawless, no one should think they can escape judgment. The sanctions in the live courtroom, the originally eerie film in the live courtroom. At this moment, it sounds particularly domineering, convincing from the bottom of one's heart. Once these words are spoken, everyone needs to think a bit about the cost of future crimes. Now that everything is clear, it's time for conviction. I would like you in front of the screen to help with the conviction. Next, I will provide 3 options. Please click on the screen to make your choice. The next second, everyone around the world discovers that 3 buttons have popped up on the screen in front of them, labeled as serious crime, minor crime, and innocent. The global audience eagerly clicks on the screen, some even go crazy and gamble on the screen, using it as an outlet for their anger. After 30 seconds, I have the answer. As soon as the result is announced, cheers erupt around the world unanimously. It's like celebrating when your favorite team scores in the World Cup. The whole world celebrates together. The result is very fair. It seems that the vast majority of people still have a conscience. At this moment, a very interesting comment floated across the barrage. Will the 3% dare to come out and meet offline? I really don't know what you're thinking. This kind of antisocial and psychologically twisted criminal is still a minor offense. It's not your family members who were emotionally killed, right? Keeping them around to continue harming society, I'm speechless. Although people's voting results cannot influence the severity of my punishment, but seeing so many people supporting, I am also very pleased. This shows that the effect of this live broadcast is very good. So, the reward I can get after the live broadcast ends will definitely not be high. With a very pleased mood, I am thinking about how to punish these two little devils. During my contemplation, many questions floated across the barrage. As a streamer and a hacker, how should you punish the criminals? Should you rush to the scene for a quiet physical confrontation, or just expose everything and let law enforcement agencies arrest the criminals? People only know that in the trial live broadcast, there is some indescribable unknown power, but they do not know the boundaries of this power, and do not know what it can really achieve. This time, it intervened to punish the criminals. It must be able to glimpse some of the mysteries. The originally empty live broadcast screen suddenly had many symphonic sounds at the edge. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be group after group of stray cats. Roughly counted, there were at least 40 to 50. The stray cats seemed to have smelled the bloody scent in the air, and they all bristled at this moment, leaning forward. Raising their tails, gritting their teeth, they made aggressive movements, and in the next second, 40 to 50 wild cats all sprinted forward. The two little troublemakers chosen as targets by the wild cat group. Still immersed in the sickening pleasure of abusing cats, they didn't notice the danger approaching until 4 or 5 wild cats pounced first, knocking one down while the other was guarded by a steel reinforcement. What's going on? Before they could finish speaking, the wild cats that followed swiftly knocked them down. Before the two could even get up, more wild cats arrived. All joined the attacking camp, tearing, scratching, and biting. For a moment, the deafening screams of humans and the meowing and howling of cats echoed throughout this area. Although humans have a size advantage, at their age, this advantage is not significant for the two of them. The African savanna's wild dogs can hunt down animals much larger in size with the power of their pack. The current group of wild cats. It seems that they have also gained this kind of cohesive strength. In their lifetime, where in the world have humans ever seen such a sight? Cats actually uniting like wolves, hunting in packs. Unbelievable. What exactly happened here? There are some speculations floating on the barrage. Could it be a biochemical method? The host may have spread some kind of pheromone that can guide the cats to attack on those two little troublemakers. The scene of the fierce battle in the east is extremely chaotic, blood splattering everywhere. The blood staining the grass is no longer just from the poor cat mother, the cruel culprit who killed her whole family. They are also paying the price with blood and tears. As audiences around the world witness this scene, many are exclaiming that retribution has finally come, at a time when people worldwide are filled with excitement and indignation. In this world, only 4 individuals, originally the parents who were worried and scared for the two little troublemakers, noticed their disappearance shortly after the two quietly left home. They discovered the disappearance of the two and quickly went out to search for them. But to their surprise, as soon as they stepped out, they saw large screens all over the street playing the legendary Judgement live room, where the screen showed their son enjoying his demise. At that moment, their sixth sense alerted them that if things continued to unfold, it would definitely not end well. So they quickened their pace, running towards the location shown on the live broadcast screen. It was a nearby development zone, not far from here, about half an hour's walk, or 10 minutes if running. Oh, please don't let anything happen, they prayed with hearts full of worry. And at this moment, the human-cat battle at the scene has come to an end. The wild cats, with a desperate fighting spirit and numerical advantage, gained the absolute upper hand. Eventually, when the two little troublemakers were almost motionless, the cat group scattered and gradually disappeared from people's sight, at which point the camera zoomed in. The two little demons lying on the ground are covered in wounds, covered in blood. Even on the nearby lawn, there are a few indistinct pieces bitten off. Whether it's a piece of flesh or an ear, it's hard to tell. It's not difficult to describe it as shocking, but upon closer observation, their chests are still slowly rising and falling, indicating they're still alive. When the global audience sees this scene, they all exclaim with relief. Retribution has finally arrived, even encouraging the Wildcat group to continue the attack. And at that moment, 4 figures suddenly rush into the scene. It turns out their parents have arrived, and with a thud, they kneel down, crying out in anguish, "Of course, you mustn't die. Hold on at this moment." On the screen in the live broadcast room, many sarcastic bullet comments float by. If a child isn't taught well, it's the father's fault. You will eventually pay a painful price, now you regret it. Your child intentionally caused someone's death before, don't you know repentance? Yet you still cheer and celebrate. Ha, it's karma at work. Your child has become like this, the responsibility lies entirely with you. As parents, you can't blame anyone else. Amidst the audience's relieved scolding, the scene in the Judgement live broadcast suddenly comes to a halt and refocuses on me. Well, this live broadcast ends here. People of the world, you mustn't relax your guard now. The next person to be judged might be you in front of the screen. Until next time, goodbye, remember these words. Those who have done wrong are all nervously swallowing, their hearts suddenly tightening. But those with a clear conscience hear that I am leaving, hastily trying to keep me from leaving. What happened to those two little devils in the end? Did they die or not? Hey, don't keep us in suspense. Unfortunately, as soon as I finished speaking, the Judgement live broadcast disappeared without a trace, just like last time. Global electronic devices have returned to normal again. At that moment, there was a collective sigh around the world, leaving a somewhat unsatisfied feeling. As for what happens next, those two little devils were lucky to survive. Are they really lucky to become vegetative? Regarding my judgment, people have different speculations. Some think I showed mercy, intentionally making the criminals experience the taste of living hell. Some also think that I lacked the ability and had to use certain biochemical methods to force the Wildcat group to target but not control their attacks. I ignored the speculations online, smiled slightly at my phone, and at that moment, the system's voice sounded, congratulating the host for successfully completing the first task, rewarding the host with all hacking abilities and an electronic body. Just by touching electronic products, they can conduct hacking. As soon as the words were spoken, I felt a warm stream pouring down from the top of my head and flowing through my body. Suddenly, a large amount of new computer-related knowledge appeared in my brain, as if I had been transformed. There was an indescribable, wonderful feeling. As long as the live broadcast is good, I can gain any form of superpower. Just thinking about this, I couldn't control my excitement. With joy in my heart, I decided to go out and test my newly acquired ability. I arrived at an internet cafe, where I smirked at the young people playing games, and an interesting idea formed in my mind. I turned on a computer, sat normally on a chair, and placed my fingers tightly on the computer mainframe, mentally trembling with the ability. The next second, it was as if my mind had entered the world of code. The once complex codes became incredibly simple in my mind. In just 1 minute, I had control over all the computers in the internet cafe. The fun part was next. Computer number 1 was playing League of Legends, computer number 2 was playing Dungeon Fighter Online, and computer number 3 was also playing League of Legends. Most of the players in this internet cafe were playing these two games. They say that pie doesn't fall from the sky, but today I will make this proverb invalid. Feel lucky, fellow online game players who are sharing the room with me. Once again, I activated my hacking ability to tamper with the data. After a moment, a player suddenly stood up from the chair, eyes wide open, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my god, how did I suddenly get all the heroes and skins, even the limited editions?" Upon hearing him say this, the others in the internet cafe, at first, they just glanced at him with confusion and didn't pay much attention. Some even scolded loudly, "Stop shouting, play quietly on your own." But gradually, more and more people discovered that a miraculously large number of heroes and skins had appeared in their game accounts. Excitedly, they couldn't help but shout, "Really, all heroes and skins? What's going on?" And the players of Dungeon and Fighter were pleasantly surprised to find that their accounts had several million coupons and billions of gold coins. What's going on? So happy. Laughter echoed in the internet cafe, and at that moment, everyone was happily immersed in the game. Only one person quietly left the computer. I walked out of the internet cafe and confidently said, "That was just a warm-up. The game has only just begun." I hailed a cab and arrived at the courthouse. This time, I am going to rid the people of harm. In the case of death by falling objects, aside from the plaintiff and defendant, there is also a negligent judge. Although he is not deserving of death, he also doesn't deserve to continue sitting in that position. This case should have been severely judged, but the judge ruled lightly, even releasing the accused without guilt. There's definitely something fishy going on. I used my hacking skills to instantly obtain all of the judge's information, including address, email, and phone number. And when I accessed his personal computer, I discovered a large amount of bank transfer and receipt information. On the 23rd of month 7, received a transfer of 5 million from someone, and on the 23rd of month 9, received a transfer of 10 million from someone else. There were so many similar pieces of information, it was impossible to count them all. The amount involved exceeded 9 digits. No wonder he was able to buy a standalone mansion in such an expensive area. It really opened my eyes. The next morning, a piece of news surged to the top of the hot search. The content contained all the evidence of that judge's crimes, logically structured, with ample evidence that is irrefutable. The enormous amount of ill-gotten gains caused an uproar nationwide, with people commenting below, expressing how terrifying it was. The collusion between officials and businessmen is too rampant, and at this moment, the judge wants to use superpowers to remove the hot search news from this platform. But no matter what means they use, they cannot control that hot search. It's obviously software developed by their own company, yet it is beyond their control. The engineers have been busy for most of the day, but still haven't solved it. Only I know that if I don't take action, they won't be able to take down the hot search. With the increasing voices of the people, the relevant law enforcement agencies can only take action. The judge who resigned that day was arrested and set a precedent. The case was publicly tried on the same day, and due to irrefutable evidence, the culprit had no room for defense. Only able to plead guilty, he was locked up in jail that day. After reading about the corrupt officials being arrested, I lay on the sofa stretching and couldn't help but sigh. The hackers' abilities are truly powerful. Describing them as omnipotent is not an exaggeration. At this moment, the system's voice rings out again, preparing the host for the second task. Please wait a moment patiently. On this vast earth, with nearly 10 billion people, someone dies every second, while others commit crimes. Evil and crime are constantly happening. At this very moment, in a remote mountainous area, an unusual evil is unfolding. A farmer toiling in the field suddenly feels a sharp pain in his foot. As he cries out in shock, he looks down and sees a terrifying cobra raising its head. Assuming an offensive and provocative stance, the farmer brandishes the hoe in his hand, attempting to drive away the cobra, but he had just been accidentally bitten. The venom had entered his bloodstream, causing dizziness and weakness in his limbs. He soon passed out, and when other villagers found him, he was already a corpse. At the same time, in the mountains next to this village, there was also a snakebite incident. A girl in her teens was bitten while mushroom picking in the mountains with her grandmother. After the bite, the grandmother immediately carried her granddaughter back to the village. She sought help and drove the girl to the nearest town hospital. The girl's skin turned black, the bitten area swelled terribly, and multiple organ failure occurred. As confirmed by the doctor, the girl was bitten by a many-banded kite. It's just unclear how the many-banded kite appeared here, as it is absolutely impossible under natural conditions. The only possibility is human intervention. Because this province does not have many-banded kites, the hospital did not have antivenom prepared. After struggling to save her for 20 minutes, the girl's heart stopped beating. Her death was pronounced. In the following days, several strange snakebite incidents occurred in the village. All snakebite incidents had one thing in common. That is, the snakes that bit people were not supposed to appear in this area. All snakebite incidents near the village were presented before me with the help of the system, even though separated by 10,000 and 8,000 miles. I can still see it clearly, more than 10 shocking snakebite cases, causing many innocent villagers to teeter on the brink of life and death, shattering many families, with the culprit seemingly being a snake. But in reality, there is another person, the system. How did these poisonous snakes appear here? I asked. Snakes can't fly. They also don't have migratory habits. Under natural conditions, it's impossible for them to leave their habitat. At this point, the system replied, there is a clip here, the host will understand once they see it. Immediately after, a terrifying image appeared in my mind, making people shudder involuntarily. This is too frightening. It's a couple, buying snakes from the snake catcher. The snake catcher asked, what kind of snake do you want to buy? The couple quickly replied, poisonous snakes. The snake catcher asked again, you need to specify the species, which specific type of poisonous snake. I have them here. Cobras, king cobras, rattlesnakes, ring-necked snakes. If you don't specify, how can I sell them to you? The couple furrowed their brows, seeming to have never heard of so many types of poisonous snakes. After a moment of silence, the husband said, any type of poisonous snake will do. How many poisonous snakes do you have here? I'll take them all. Upon hearing this, the snake catcher didn't feel delighted, but instead grew suspicious. He thought to himself, could it be the law enforcement department coming to investigate me? Catching wild animals, trying to find out how much inventory I have. The snake catcher looked at the couple again, scrutinizing them carefully, and he found out. Both in their 50s, they looked like wealthy individuals, dressed in gold and silver, not resembling law enforcement. The snake catcher was sizing them up. The couple asked in confusion, "Is there a problem? Are we still doing business?" The snake catcher, not wanting to be caught or lose such a big deal, asked again, "What are you buying these venomous snakes for? If you don't tell me, I won't sell them." The couple seemed in urgent need of the snakes, so the snake catcher quickly advised them not to. After hesitating, the couple reluctantly said, "We're buying them to release them. We have a belief in our hometown. Releasing venomous snakes symbolizes driving away bad luck and accumulating more merit. Don't ask any further. In the whole process of releasing them, the worst thing is for hunters to know the release location." Hearing this, the snake catcher suddenly realized, looking wealthy. The jade rabbit buys snakes to release them, it's almost certain. It must be on the path to wealth. Done anything shady before? No problem. I have over 100 venomous snakes here. We have various types, cobras, banded krites, rattlesnakes. Are you sure you want them all? The couple quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes." After that, over 100 venomous snakes. The couple then took them back to the village and quietly released them in the fields and mountains when no one was around. As they released the snakes, the couple clasped their hands together, continuously praying for blessings from Buddha and heaven, wishing for peace and to erase past mistakes. Yuan Chen seems to have completely understood the cause of the snakebite incident. It turns out that someone was secretly releasing them. Yuan Chen is a bit puzzled. In this day and age, why engage in such futile superstitions? It's extremely ignorant, but this matter seems to be more than meets the eye. The couple mentioned past mistakes while releasing the animals. What mistake could have driven them to release over 100 poisonous snakes in such a hurry? Seeking accumulation, hoping merits will offset wrongdoings, but what is the reason behind this? Under the system's guidance, everything became clear one by one. He chuckled, understanding the true cause and effect, his eyes gradually turning cold. It's time to publicly judge them. System, open the Judgement live room. It's time for the evildoers to pay the price. Yuan Chen shouted indignantly, "Please confirm the live image and the broadcast range, host." At this moment, Yuan Chen was impatient to punish the sinners. Therefore, without thinking of a new live image, he blurted out and continued to use the electronic hacker persona, broadcasting to everyone worldwide. Received. Opening the Judgement live room worldwide. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, the world fell silent once again at the same time, all people globally. Watching the mysterious live room reappear before them, their hearts raced with nervousness. They didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that this time, they might be the ones facing judgment. And the first to break the global silence was the electronic hacker host, with familiar yet eerie electronic music. The viewers around the world reunited with the electronic hacker host, whose tone sounded somewhat excited. It's like he's looking forward to meeting the global audience, but for at least half of the world, they don't want to see him greet anymore. Please, quickly reveal who will be judged today, otherwise it's impossible to sit still. This is the voice of many people, just not daring to say it, including the subject of this upcoming live trial. They also sit on the sofa at home, bodies stiff, trembling all over, hearts about to jump out of their throats. After all, guilty consciences, even if people don't say it out loud. Yuan Chen can still read their inner thoughts through the trial livestream. They are already scared before it starts. Yuan Chen silently mocks in his mind, but today Yuan Chen also wants to get to the point. Let's not tease the audience anymore. I'm sure everyone in front of the screen is very curious. Who will be judged today? Intense responses coming from all over the world. As for the host, you know the answer, the electronic hacker. The host deliberately raises his tone. It's these three. As the words fall, the live stream camera suddenly turns, showing a family of three sitting on the sofa. As it appears in everyone's eyes, when they see that the people on the screen are not themselves, many people around the world suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. Patting their chests, thankfully it's fine, narrowly escaped disaster. Then the schadenfreude human nature emerges. So who are these three people? What crime did they commit? All looking like curious babies. At the same time, Loran discovers that the people on the screen are actually themselves. The family of three instantly collapses, as if struck by lightning, their gazes vacant. With a fearful expression, shaking violently all over, as if seeing a ghost in the flesh. How could this not be the result of accumulating great merits? How could this be? It's impossible. The couple murmured as if they had lost their souls, while their son in his 20s suddenly ran away, rushing out of the living room, down the stairs, running all the way. Attempting to escape the lockdown of the Judgement live room. How can mere mortals contend with the power of the Judgement live room? He had just run to the door, only to see hundreds of venomous snakes blocking the way ahead, densely packed. Like a den of 10,000 snakes. There's simply no way out. Unless he wants to die, he could rush in and feed the snakes, but he's clearly afraid of death. Suddenly all the venomous snakes crawled into the house, gradually approaching him, with venomous snakes all around. With no place to stand, he could only step back step by step, and so he was forced back upstairs step by step, eventually surrounded in the living room, together with his parents. At this moment, viewers worldwide keenly discovered the new ability displayed by the anchor, discussing on the barrage. Previously it was controlling wildcats. Now it's controlling snakes. How many more surprises are there? How on earth did they make these venomous snakes obedient? It's so amazing. Some people feel frightened and scared. I'm most afraid of snakes. Why are there so many snakes? Crowded with snakes. Is this a horror movie or a disaster movie? Oh, don't let the snake get too close to the camera. Please zoom out a bit. At this moment, a couple is seen surrounded by numerous venomous snakes. As if suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "No way, could it be that you've messed up by being too clever?" The son who heard this suddenly turned around and questioned his parents. "What's going on? What have you done? Speak up, what foolish thing have you two done again?" Seeing the couple looking dazed and silent, he even angrily moved to rush forward to hit someone. Just then, a crisp sound came from the living room TV. The clapping sounds are from the electronic hacker broadcaster. What a display of filial piety. Attracted by the sound, the son's movement to hit someone was abruptly halted. Although he dared to hit his own parents, he definitely wouldn't dare here. Acting recklessly in front of the electronic hacker broadcaster, using an idiom to describe it would be very appropriate: bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I see your parents have been scared out of their wits. Let me tell you instead. What exactly have they done foolishly? After a pause of 1 second, the electronic hacker broadcaster added, "I almost forgot, there are also the dirty things you've done." Upon hearing this, the son's face suddenly darkened. He sneakily glanced to the side, where the densely packed snakes were spitting out a fishy scent and red apricot-like color. It was impossible for him to pass through, but if staying in place meant certain death, then he might as well take a gamble, betting that the snakes wouldn't bite him or that their venom wouldn't be lethal. He was calculating in his mind that in the last live broadcast of the trial, there were a total of 6 people in the frame, but only those 2 children and their parents actually suffered physical injuries. Apart from the mental anguish of losing a child, there were no major physical injuries, and it's possible that I may not deserve death, just accompanying the parents. If the parents were unfortunately sentenced to death, and I had a chance to escape, I would definitely be overjoyed. Absolutely not like the parents in the high-altitude throwing case, crying like fools. He doesn't understand. No matter what little schemes he has in mind, nothing can be hidden from Yuan Chen. Still thinking of a desperate escape, laughing about it, do you think it's possible? Truly overestimating himself. Yuan Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him, just an ordinary person, fantasizing about escaping from the clutches of the trial live broadcast. Next, Yuan Chen began to explain the whole story in the live broadcast room, and thoughtfully attached some video evidence, starting from the moment the couple bought hundreds of poisonous snakes for release, until the poisonous snakes killed 8 people in the village, causing 6 amputations and disabilities, and leaving 10 people bedridden and not yet recovered. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast intentionally showed no shock. Appalling. Isn't this equivalent to poisoning the village's well water? What kind of ignorant beliefs led them to commit such foolish acts? My goodness, hundreds of highly poisonous snakes randomly spread in the living area. Put yourself in their shoes, it's terrifying. Feudal superstitions have caused great harm. Why not bite themselves instead? They ended up killing innocent villagers. It infuriates me. What did the villagers do wrong? They have indeed made remarkable achievements. Even if taken individually, it is comparable to the achievements of serial killers. Not to mention the historical issues of the family of 3. Let's not get angry too quickly. The electronic hacker host had malicious intentions, smiling slyly, and said, "There's even more anger to come." Then, Yuan Chen revealed the past sins of this family of 3, with the father being the highest village official. He had embezzled poverty alleviation funds issued by the state multiple times, including aid for needy households. He embezzled without a change in expression, even leading to a 60-year-old man not having money for treatment. Departing early from the world, the mother abetted wrongdoing. The joint sins of the parents, being pampered, nurtured a village bully son. As a village bully, the son committed almost every evil deed. He burned fruit trees, poisoned farmland with chemicals, bullied and beat fellow villagers, causing several to have their legs broken by him, repeatedly harassing women in the village, even escalating to assault. 3 years ago, a girl who had just finished her college entrance exam and performed well hanged herself at home. It all started because of him. Of course, all his wrongdoings were meticulously concealed by his parents, protected very well. Suddenly, the electronic hacker host slammed the table, a loud noise reverberating in the live trial room. Do you recognize these pieces of evidence? The voice of the electronic hacker anchor suddenly turns serious, questioning the family of three. Hearing the anchor's stern questioning, the originally dazed couple suddenly collapsed. Kneeling towards the television, we recognize. We beg for leniency from the gods. We know we were wrong. We will change, we will definitely change, gods. Yuan Chen found it somewhat ridiculous, yet also a bit flattered. Indeed, for such a superstitious couple, treating the all-powerful Judgement livestream as gods was not surprising. It's just that the speed of confession was a bit too fast. Even Yuan Chen almost didn't react in time. Yang Hao thought they would at least argue a bit, but now he had to once again use the power of the system to present more video evidence. But now it seems everything is resolved. Confessing in person is much simpler. I don't admit it, a sudden voice interrupted from the side, their village bully son, just before I presented more video evidence. Do you have anything else to argue? Yuan Chen looked at him jokingly, with a mocking attitude, hoping to hear some absurd excuses from his mouth. The village bully's son deliberately raised his voice, but still lacking confidence, said, "Then show the evidence." "Without evidence, it's just slander. I'm stubborn like a dead duck." Yuan Chen planned to ask the system to cross time to retrieve the video evidence from the past, but on the barrage in the live stream room. Suddenly, many angry bullet comments appeared. "I am a villager in this village, my name is XXX, and I am willing to testify for the anchor. All the evidence mentioned by the anchor is true. I am also a villager here, my name is XXX. I swear on my life that all of this is true. My daughter was driven to suicide by her. Please, anchor, help us seek justice. I am also a villager, my name is XXX. He broke my left leg, and the doctor said it will never fully recover. Please, anchor, help us seek justice. I am also a villager, and he left my son deaf in one ear. Please, anchor, help us seek justice." All the villagers in the entire village have spontaneously come forward at this moment, accusing the wrongdoer. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The electronic hacker, the anchor, laughed loudly and said, "With so many witnesses, it seems I don't need to present any extra evidence. No matter how tough you talk, you can't argue against the multitude. Look at the TV screen." Wave after wave of villagers' names floated by, along with the villagers' indignant expressions. The village bully's son's face turned extremely ugly. Those familiar names, those familiar faces, it's different from before. They wouldn't dare say a word against me before, but now they all stand up and boss me around. He clenched his angry fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh, feeling like he was about to explode in the next second. Sure enough, the next second, he glared angrily at his parents, rushing up to kick and hit them, all while insulting, "You two idiots. What's the point of releasing those animals? Are you out of your mind? If you hadn't released them, our family wouldn't be in this mess. I can't believe I have parents like you. This is really bad luck." Although the scolding was harsh, it makes sense. If it weren't for releasing those animals, there wouldn't have been so many incidents of snake bites. The Judgement live room may not necessarily target their family. Hearing the son's angry scolding, the mother tearfully says, "Son, we are also thinking of you. The sudden appearance of the deity a few days ago made us eager to make amends. The mistakes we made in the past cannot be undone. That so-called deity is just a broken live room." The son of the village bully curses harshly. At this moment, the father couldn't bear it anymore. As a man, he also has moments of hot-headedness. He angrily says, "It's all because of you, you wretched boy, causing the girl's death and injuring someone's leg. If you didn't do those immoral things, would your mother and I think about accumulating merits for you? Ungrateful brat, we raised you to this age. The village bully's son accumulating merits for me, what a joke. The things you've done aren't any better than mine." A ridiculous family drama where the accumulated grievances between parents and son over the years erupt at the final moment of life. Manhwa culture emphasizes not airing dirty laundry in public. At this moment, their family's dirty laundry is exposed to the world. But then again, when one is close to death, what does it matter if family secrets are revealed or not? At this moment, the electronic hacker anchor who was watching the joke on the side stepped forward and spoke a fair word. "All along, if it weren't for your parents cleaning up after you. Long ago, the villagers who had long been harboring resentment have been devoured alive, and you two as a couple, the reason why your son turned out like this, isn't at all because of your own upbringing, I'd say it serves you right. Blood is thicker than water, you are truly a perfect match as a family, the three of you bound by karmic ties, are destined to perish in mutual torment." After the reckless laughter, the electronic hacker anchor's voice suddenly turned cold. He coldly said, "There's no time to waste, the punishment begins. This is not a controversial case, so there's no need for a global vote, haphazardly releasing them would bring huge potential harm to the ecosystem, not to mention the many lives at stake. Today this family of 3 won't escape. And just as the voice of the electronic hacker anchor fell, the son of the village bully who had long been scheming, suddenly rushed out from the side, attempting to fight to the death. Escaping from the snakes all over the ground, of course, he couldn't escape unscathed. The speed of many snakes' movements is hard for the human eye to catch. It would even need to be slowed down many times in slow motion to see the entire process of a snake biting a person. To be able to see the entire process of a snake biting a person clearly, so during his escape, it was no surprise that multiple bite marks appeared on his legs, with layers of venom from the snakes accumulating. Intense physical activity accelerated his blood circulation. He collapsed in the yard just after running out of the house, his legs numb, the bitten area already turning black and swollen. The intense pain caused by neurotoxins permeated his entire body. He, who was once extremely domineering, shed tears of weakness now. The venom spread throughout his body with his blood. He is close to complete death. It won't take long now. Finally, after he is completely abandoned, the audience in front of the screen clapped and cheered for his death. You've avenged your daughter. May your soul rest in peace. At the same time, on the second floor in the living room, the snakes gradually closed in, entangling the couple tightly. Such a large number of poisonous snakes. Each snake only needs to contribute a drop of venom to send them to their deaths. Even as they approached death, the superstitious couple kept their hands clasped together, closed their eyes, and continuously recited prayers, clutching onto the last bit of hope, praying to escape disaster. Yet, even if there were truly a bodhisattva in this world, as described by devout followers, that bodhisattva would not spare them. Because if the bodhisattva spared them, how could they explain to the innocent people suffering? After a brief 3 minutes, both bodies were declared dead. Yuan Chen could clearly hear, at this moment, the deafening cheers from the villagers in the village. Their emotions could be described as a true celebration, tears of joy. The haze that has lingered in the hearts of all villagers for many years has finally dissipated completely, but the courtroom live broadcast did not stop here. Hold on, there is another hidden culprit to come. Waiting for us to find him, the electronic hacker anchor suddenly played a trick, cryptically saying. The audience speculates in confusion, who else could be the hidden culprit? Could it be a relative of this family, or someone who has colluded with this family before? The words of the electronic hacker anchor, causing some people in front of the screen to suddenly become nervous. Some of them are relatives of this family who have benefited from their connections, while others are subordinates who have worked diligently for this family, having committed several illegal acts, and some have even accepted bribes. At this moment, they are already sweating profusely, panicking, thinking, what should I do? What should I do? I was wrong. I really was. I won't dare again. Please spare me. The fearful emotions they have, transmitted through the courtroom live broadcast into Yuan Chen's mind, were accurately caught by Yuan Chen. Originally the hidden culprits Yuan Chen mentioned were not them. But if they walk into the trap themselves, then don't blame me for being impolite. The system has found and displayed all the names and basic personal information of these people just now on the live broadcast screen. Yuan Chen ordered. As per your orders, the investigation is complete. Their personal information has been exposed in the live stream room. At this moment, in the courtroom live stream, suddenly, the frontal photos of dozens of people's IDs appeared. Moreover, the addresses on the IDs are all within the county to which this village belongs. Over 60% of the people share the same surname. A clan-like influence has subtly emerged. The electronic hacker host then explained that these people all have beneficial dealings with the village official's family. I hope the local law enforcement can conduct a thorough investigation and handle it according to the law. If they fail to do so, they will bear the consequences. The consequences are theirs to bear. All the local officials and law enforcement personnel were frightened, causing their hearts to tremble. They quickly responded, saying, we will definitely comply, we will definitely comply. You can rest assured, host. We will strictly enforce it. After all, they do not want to end up like the village official's family, being publicly executed in front of the whole world, losing not only their lives but also their dignity. Next, the camera in the courtroom livestream switched again, arriving at a deep mountain and old forest. At this moment, in this desolate and uninhabited place, there was actually a human male holding a long metal rod. He was rummaging through the bushes, and soon, a 1-meter-long snake was caught by him from the foliage. The snake's 7-inch head was firmly clamped by the clamp at the front end of the metal rod. No matter how the tail flailed, it couldn't break free. A silver ring snake like this could fetch a few $1,000. The man smirked and said lewdly. This man was none other than the snake catcher who sold over 100 venomous snakes to the village official's family, from the last big order. He made a fortune happily, but in just a few days, he came back to the mountains to restock. It turns out the hidden culprit is him. At this moment, people all over the world suddenly realized. At this moment, the audience suddenly noticed that the electronic hacker anchor in the Judgement live broadcast room disappeared without a trace. The one who had been sitting with his legs crossed, commanding everything. For the first time, he left his original position, even disappearing directly. Where did the anchor go? Disconnected, network failure, what's going on? Global viewers were momentarily confused. If you don't want to broadcast, just turn off the live button. By keeping the live broadcast room open like this, all electronic devices cannot be used properly. How can human society continue? Some people joked, if the Judgement live broadcast room continues like this, the human world will definitely come to a standstill, taking a step back by hundreds of years. Wait, someone suddenly noticed something and said in the barrage, look, on the mountain path, is there a black figure heading towards the snake catcher? As soon as this barrage appeared, everyone in front of the screen focused their attention, carefully looking into the picture. After a moment, a barrage covered the screen, indeed, and that figure. It looks similar to the black clothes worn by the electronic hacker anchor. Moreover, the black figure is wearing a helmet, just like the anchor. Almost everyone guessed that the figure walking in the mountains is the electronic hacker anchor. When did the anchor go over there? Weren't they just in another province? How did they suddenly arrive at a place tens of thousands of miles away? How did they do it? Incredible speed. Could it be that the anchor was already lying in ambush here? People can't understand this instant spatial shift, but they are also extremely excited, always inside the live broadcast room. The electronic hacker anchor who has never moved, actually appeared in the real world for the first time. Previously, some people speculated that the electronic hacker anchor was a special effects synthesis, and the entire live broadcast room was a virtual image. Now it seems that this argument is self-defeating. The electronic hacker anchor is a real living being, which has created a kind of inexplicable expectation among the audience in the online world. The influential electronic hacker anchor, now in the real world, what kind of performance will he have? What will he do to that snake hunter? If his true identity is human, then he is unarmed. Can he defeat the snake hunter who is armed with strength in a one-on-one fight? Various doubts turn into expectations, filling the hearts of the audience. The pace of the electronic hacker anchor seems to be much faster than that of ordinary people. Soon, without realizing it, he had already arrived behind the snake hunter. At a distance of about 20 meters, hearing the rustling sound of footsteps behind him, the snake hunter immediately turned back cautiously and saw the figure of the electronic hacker, who was not in line with contemporary mainstream aesthetics. The cyberpunk-style clothing and helmet had already been deeply imprinted in everyone's memory during the last live broadcast, and the snake hunter was not primitive. Naturally, he also guessed his identity, judging the electronic hacker anchor in the live broadcast room. The snake hunter exclaimed half in disbelief, "How did you come here? It's really suspicious." The snake catcher even suspects an electronic hacker anchor in his heart. Why would he come to this remote deep mountain forest to find me? I haven't done anything outrageous. I'm not after money, nor do I harm lives. I have a clear conscience. Because the prey around me doesn't have electronic devices, Yuan Shen can't use the trial live broadcast room to read his thoughts. But the prey's face full of doubt has already exposed what he's thinking. You must be wondering if I'm a real electronic hacker, and why I came all the way to this secluded deep mountain forest to find you. Coming to find you in this isolated deep mountain forest, electronic hacker anchor, with a chilling smile, the snake catcher discovered that the voice of the electronic hacker anchor in reality is exactly the same as in the live room. That eerie electronic sound lingers in people's minds like a nightmare, seemingly having a hypnotic effect, making them unconsciously fearful. Knowing this, the snake catcher looks at the masked person in front of him. It's very likely that he's the electronic hacker himself, but he's not giving up yet, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Don't play tricks and follow me around. I won't be polite to you, the snake catcher, lacking confidence, exclaimed. The electronic hacker anchor chuckled lightly and kindly reminded, if you flee in fear of punishment, the crime will be compounded. Hearing this, the snake catcher seemed to be somewhat afraid. He turned his head to a large tree 20 meters away, where a full backpack hung. He carefully asked the electronic hacker anchor, is my phone in the bag? Can I go over and take a look to confirm your identity? The electronic hacker nodded, allowing his actions. Yuan Shen felt that it would be too pointless if the other party died under unclear circumstances. We need to make it clear to him who took away his life. The snake catcher ran off, occasionally looking back to check the situation. He saw that the electronic hacker did not follow, and as the distance between them grew, he felt more at ease. When he got the backpack, he didn't take out the phone from inside. He heard a hurried panting sound coming from inside the backpack, sounding tense and exhausted. And this panting sound, he always felt inexplicably familiar. Before leaving, the phone was clearly locked, but now it was playing something unknown on its own, so it was very likely caused by the Judgement live room. At this moment, the snake catcher became more flustered and more certain about the identity of the electronic hacker behind him. And when he hurriedly took out the phone, the screen's display scared him so much that he immediately threw the phone away. He screamed, scared, and fell to the ground, then crawled back several steps. When he saw the image on the phone screen, it turned out to be his own red face in a panic. He instantly understood that the hurried panting he heard was from himself. At that moment, the snake catcher was 100% sure that the person behind him was the electronic hacker. It was the electronic hacker himself, coming here to judge himself. At this moment, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably be paralyzed with fear, waiting obediently for death, or perhaps a symbolic struggle, ultimately waiting for death in despair. But the snake catcher is different. He has been battling venomous snakes year-round, with reflexes, physical and mental qualities far surpassing ordinary people. He is also familiar with the terrain of this mountain forest. Immediately, he plans an escape route in his mind. Attempting to utilize the complex mountain forest terrain and dense vegetation to escape the lockdown of the Judgement live broadcast room, he swiftly pushes himself up from the ground. Then, he doesn't even need the bag. He quickly runs off. Just a few seconds. His figure is soon covered by the dense vegetation. Apart from the faint rustling in the woods, and the crisp sounds, no other traces can be seen. Yet even so, the electronic hacker anchor in the back shows no intention of pursuit, still motionless, watching the prey escape. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all become anxious. The barrage is flying wildly. What does this barrage mean? Let him escape. Why not chase after him? It's easy to lose track in the deep mountain forests. Among them, only a very few barrage users have guessed. The host doesn't seem careless. Could it be intentional? A few minutes later, in the live stream room, the predator's figure was completely gone, leaving only the electronic hacker host lazily standing in place. He even stretched and yawned. Don't be impatient, dear viewers. Suddenly, he spoke, don't compare me to you humans. If it were you, you definitely wouldn't be able to catch him in the deep mountains and forests. But who am I? As soon as these words were spoken, more than half of the global population seemed to be hypnotized, involuntarily uttering the answer. You are the electronic hacker of the live stream room, right? Hearing the answer, the electronic hacker host smirked, even though it was just the light on the mask, forming a curved line. But it looked vivid, like a real body. Now, please keep your eyes wide open to see how I caught him. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the electronic hacker anchor suddenly burst into incredibly bright colored lights. The light spread out in a fan shape, even able to penetrate through trees and flowers. It extended to thousands of meters away without stopping. In the end, the colorful light exaggeratedly covered half of the mountain. Such a huge appearance, like an immensely huge infrared scanner, enveloped the entire mountain. This scene shocked the audience in front of the screen. In the tiny body of the electronic hacker anchor, such a huge amount of light energy could erupt. Although people also knew that those colored lights were definitely not just ordinary light energy, as they could penetrate objects. But based on human current knowledge, they could only be called light energy. Oh my god. Small body, huge energy. Are these colored lights similar to what I'm thinking? Like an infrared scanner used to scan objects? Among the nearly 10 billion humans, there were also many intelligent people who immediately guessed the purpose of these lights. Indeed, as they said, these colored lights, similar to infrared scanners and X-rays, could penetrate objects and discern what was hidden within. But it was not limited to this. The system had said that anything was possible during the live broadcast initiation process, and the rewards after the broadcast depended on the content of the broadcast. Therefore, in order to obtain powerful superpowers, Yuan Shen requested the system to create such an extraordinary and colorful ray. In addition to the basic scanning function, it could also analyze all the information of the target being irradiated. For example, if a human was irradiated, then the person's height, weight, number of hairs, health status, diseases, brain hormones, neurotransmitters, even the number of cells in the body, detailed DNA data. All of the above were under control. Although, in reality, only the basic scanning function was needed. But why not take advantage of this opportunity to get a little extra from the system? Isn't it a big win? The overwhelming colorful rays left nothing hidden from their irradiation. Ha! He's not in front? Yuan Shan was somewhat surprised. Just a few minutes ago, he clearly saw the snake catcher running forward. But after a scan, he did not find his figure. There were only flowers, grass, trees, snakes, insects, birds, and beasts all over the mountains. Could he be playing smart and sneaking around to the back? Yuan Shan pondered in his heart. Clearly, the front was the way out of the mountains, back to the foot of the mountain to escape by car. The back, on the other hand, was the direction deeper into the mountains, becoming increasingly difficult for humans to navigate. No matter where the snake catcher cleverly escaped to, for Yuan Shan, it was just a little more effort. The electronic hacker anchor slowly turned around, and the brilliant colored light bursting from his eyes also turned accordingly. Everywhere it passed, every corner of the mountain forest was exposed without reservation in his eyes. In this way, the electronic hacker anchor turned a full circle, 360 degrees, and the hidden figure of the snake catcher was also discovered. So he hid in a hole behind. At this time, the system asked, "Host, how do you want to punish this criminal?" This system can provide 4 random options for reference. Yuan Shan smiled and said, "No need. The purpose of the punishment in today's live broadcast is to do unto others as they have done unto you." Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. There was no time to lose, it was time to set off to arrest the criminal. Seeing the electronic hacker anchor stepping into the depths of the mountain forest, the audience in the live broadcast room speculated, "Oh, found the snake catcher?" The snake catcher created an illusion of running forward, but actually ran in the opposite direction? Quite clever. Wow. Such a powerful search and capture ability. This person is equivalent to tens of thousands of search teams. Meanwhile, inside the hole, the snake catcher was curled up. The weather was clearly hot, but he was sweating profusely, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Namo Amitba Buddha, no matter which deity, please protect me from being discovered." His lips trembled as he prayed in despair. In the dark cave, even the passage of time seemed to slow down. After a while, suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from above. It sounded like some kind of creature swiftly moving through the bushes, and this unique sound was all too familiar to a snake catcher. It was a snake. That was the sound of snakes crawling in the grass. At first, the snake catcher didn't pay much attention. After all, there were many snakes here, why else would he come here? But gradually, he noticed something was amiss. The rustling sound was not just one, but more and more. Gradually hundreds and thousands were gathering above. What's going on? The snake catcher had missed the scene where a village official's family was surrounded by a group of snakes, so he didn't know that an electronic hacker anchor could command a group of snakes to launch an attack. At this moment, as the noise from above became more and more pronounced, his fearful mood was infinitely magnified by the dark and cramped environment, so much so that in his imagination, outside the cave above, it seemed as if a large army was rushing in. His body trembled more and more frequently, cold sweat had soaked his whole body, his face turned pale with fear. Until a piercing scream broke the silence of the moment. Ah! It seemed like something had just fallen from the cave entrance, icy cold, touching the snake catcher's extremely tense skin, instantly scaring him out of his wits. Then, more scares came. Large pieces of long, snake-like objects fell from the cave entrance, hitting the snake catcher with a crackling sound. Ah 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 ah! The snake catcher screamed frantically. Of course, the snake catcher knew what those falling objects were. Having been with snakes for more than 20 years, how could he not know that they were all venomous snakes? Wrapped in venomous snakes, he felt as if he had fallen into a den of 10,000 snakes, with no safe place on his body. Reflexively, he stood up and frantically used his hands to push aside the soft bodies above his head. Despite being bitten all over, he had to escape from this hell full of venomous snakes. But as his head was about to reach the mouth of the cave, the eerie masked face of the electronic hacker suddenly appeared above. "Hello there!" A greeting, accompanied by a low, terrifying electronic sound, scared the snake catcher back into the cave just as he was about to climb out. Ah ah ah! Another scream of terror. From the moment he saw the electronic hacker anchor, the snake catcher finally understood. The reason why hundreds and thousands of venomous snakes gathered here against all logic was all because of the electronic hacker's mischief. "Why are you hunting me like this? I haven't committed any crime. Why are you treating me like this?" Woo woo! The venom of the snakes began to take effect, his voice becoming weaker and weaker, even crying seemed so feeble. To his surprise, Yuan Shan felt puzzled. "You haven't committed any crime? Ha, that's funny, is there such self-deception? Weren't you afraid of the law enforcement coming to arrest you when you were selling snakes to others before? How come you now say you haven't committed a crime?" Yuan Shan questioned under the guise of the electronic hacker. Hearing this, the snake catcher painfully complained, "How can that be counted? I have caught and killed many snakes, that's true, but I have never harmed a human being." Yuan Shan found the words coming out of his mouth even more amusing. "Who told you that only hurting people is considered a crime? Who gave you the misconception that in our Judgment live broadcast room, we only punish those who harm others? 2 consecutive questions left the snake catcher speechless. Especially the latter sentence, it is equivalent to indirectly declaring to the world, in our trial live broadcast room, whether you harm people, animals, or engage in other behaviors, as long as it is defined as guilty, then all will face ruthless judgment. And who defines it? Goes without saying. The electronic hacker anchor looked down from a high position at the snake catcher in the hole, and pronounced in a low and powerful voice, "Defendant, snake catcher. Crime, hunting snakes and other wild animals for many years, including several national protected animals in the Dragon Kingdom. Cobra, pit viper, king cobra, mountain pit viper, causing serious ecological damage, even exacerbating species endangerment. Therefore, sentenced to death." After hearing this series of judgments, the snake catcher in the snake pit finally understood the real reason why he was targeted by the trial live broadcast room. It was because of some animals. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but what could he do? When the snake venom brought him to his death, he could only hold resentment in the afterlife. And after his death, there were many differences and disputes on the barrage of the trial live broadcast room. Is it necessary? Just killed some snakes. Is it worth a human life? Are you sure it's just some snakes? He has been hunting for over 20 years, how many must there be? I also think it's unnecessary. Just handle it according to the Dragon Kingdom's wildlife protection law, no need to kill people, right? It seems that many people don't understand. Do you know why we need to protect the ecology and wildlife? Isn't it for humans themselves? Do you really think you are being charitable to these animals? Young people. In short, due to people's different experiences and perceptions, they each stick to their own opinions and argue fiercely on the barrage. But this does not affect Yuan Chen's decision. In this trial live broadcast room, everything is up to him. He has absolute decision-making power. However, in order to make some viewers convinced, Yuan Chen still announced in the live broadcast room, "I see many of you are not convinced. In that case, wait for an opportunity, I will show you what the consequences of ecological destruction will be for humans. Stay tuned." After that, the trial live broadcast room was abruptly closed, coming to a halt. However, the 2 sentences spoken by the anchor before the closure of the live broadcast room were like a dangerous time bomb, quietly taking root in the hearts of all mankind. People recalled the words of the electronic hacker anchor just now, carefully pondering each word. A chill gradually swept over them. What does this mean? Are they going to bring down natural disasters? Will all of humanity suffer? Could it be creating a major disaster in nature? Will all of humanity be affected? No way. Why involve me? I just supported you, anchor. It's not my business. If there's punishment, punish those who opposed just now. People helplessly shouted, but the mysterious trial live broadcast room would not listen to their small pleas. At the same time, the words of the electronic hacker anchor made countries around the world nervous. Many countries have started stockpiling supplies to prepare for the unknown disaster that may come at any time. They do not know what the trial live broadcast room can really do, whether it has the ability to bring disaster to the world. The unknown is the most terrifying. Prevention is always the right choice. And while the whole world is in a state of tension, our backstage manipulator Yuan Chen is enjoying his leisure. Seeing the news of countries preparing supplies, he couldn't help but laugh and sarcastically say, "Why so serious? I just said it casually, I have no idea when it will be executed." Yuan Chen can now be sure that the 2 appearances of the trial live broadcast room have made people all over the world fearful. Mysterious power, cruel means, cold-blooded attitude. Every frame in the live broadcast room is stimulating people's nerves. Since you are all taking it so seriously, if I don't respond, wouldn't it be a waste of your hard work? Yuan Chen smirked mischievously, starting to plan the arrival of a natural disaster in his mind in advance, waiting for the right moment to execute. But before that, Yuan Chen must first obtain the reward for this live broadcast. Congratulations, host, mission successfully completed. Currently evaluating the host's mission completion status, please wait. The host's judgment in this live broadcast has given the villains the punishment they deserve, once again planting the seed of fear in the hearts of all human beings worldwide. Truly a great success. Hearing this, Yuan Chen nodded proudly and self-satisfied, praising himself, of course. It's just a small matter. But the system suddenly changed its tone. However, there is a flaw. Many people worldwide do not accept the death of the snake catcher. Therefore, the evaluation result is relatively satisfactory. Compared to the previous great satisfaction, it seems to be a few levels lower. Yuan Chen was a bit dissatisfied with this. Those people are not enlightened themselves. Their level of cognition is not enough. What does it have to do with me? The system said, how to make all kinds of human beings worldwide submit is the moment to test the host's live broadcast ability. Looking forward to the host learning from it and making future Judgement broadcasts more perfect. Alright, it's just a small mistake. Yuan Chen made it once, he won't make it a second time. How will the reward be given? Yuan Chen was afraid that the colorful ray ability he came up with by racking his brains would be confiscated by the system. Reward being implemented, please wait. Congratulations, host. Acquired ability 1, Colorful Ray. A brilliant colored light emitted from the eyes, capable of penetrating through all materials in front and analyzing all information within. Maximum range limit, straight line distance of 100 meters. So that's it. Just weaken the range, the essence of the ability remains unchanged. Yuan Chen now understood, although the completion of the mission did not reach the highest level, it was still relatively satisfactory. So the ability obtained, the core remains the same, only the range is reduced. But it's not over yet, the system then announced, congratulations, host, acquired ability 2, Snake Summoning Technique. Capable of controlling snake-like creatures within a certain range. Ability coverage range, similar to controlling mammals, approximately the size of 10 playgrounds. Similar to the last time the reward was implemented, like a sudden enlightenment, a mysterious power descended from the sky and infused into Yuan Chen's body. Cool. Yuan Chen felt refreshed, as if every cell in his body had been strengthened. Not bad, although the evaluation result is not the best, I am quite satisfied with the reward. Yuan Chen smiled smugly. A 100-meter range for the colorful ray is already quite long. Any current human infrared scanner or X-ray instrument is far from this range. The only regret is that he can't exaggerate and cover most of a mountain like he did during the live broadcast. Let's give it a try first. Yuan Chen placed a spoon in front of him, then with a thought, a dazzling light burst from his eyes. Then, Yuan Chen's mind received all the information about this spoon. Human kitchen utensil, steel spoon. Steel, iron carbon alloy. Length, 10 centimeters. Width, 2 centimeters. Curvature, 25 degrees. Molecular structure. Atom. Atomic nucleus. Yuan Chen was a bit speechless. The molecular structure turned out to be a complex and huge three-dimensional molecular structure diagram. The atomic-related things were like a celestial book. Some of them even surpassed current human research. I can't understand this either. Yuan Chen suddenly regretted designing the ability's function so powerful. After the second live trial, Yuan Chen used the ability of electronic hackers to shuttle through the world of the global internet, trying to find larger criminal events, and then, personally participate in it. He imagined himself as a superhero like Spider-Man, experiencing the feeling of being a social vigilante, but he has not been able to find a suitable event. And 7 days later, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Host, a new task has appeared. Great! After playing with the computer for 7 days, Yuan Chen was already feeling a bit bored. System, you came just in time. What task? Tell me about it. Task objective, punish the perpetrators of workplace violence. Task intelligence, in a certain company in Sakura country, workplace violence and oppression are frequent and serious. Within half a year, a man and a woman have committed suicide by jumping off a building because of this. The specific scene video has been presented in the host's mind. Next, Yuan Chen saw with his own eyes 2 young workers in their prime crying on the rooftop. The various injuries they suffered had made them completely desperate with this world. To the point where there was no hesitation, they decisively jumped off the rooftop. With a crisp sound, their limbs twisted, in a deformed manner, blood flowing all over the floor. The various injuries they suffered also appeared in Yuan Chen's mind. It was a dual injury to the body and soul. Even a seasoned workplace veteran with strong psychological resilience would not be able to withstand it. Even Yuan Chen, who faced death calmly like water, frowned when he saw these violent methods, almost unable to bear looking at it. Some injuries are so great that death would be a relief. After seeing this intelligence, Yuan Chen's expression gradually turned cold. A hint of anger gathered between his eyebrows. Damn it! I really want to slap those scumbags to death. Yuan Chen couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth in anger. System, initiate the trial. It's time to make them pay. Please plan the live broadcast distribution range for the host. Everyone in the world. Yuan Chen exclaimed indignantly. Please set the live broadcast image for the host, or use the previous live broadcast image. The image of the electronic hacker has been used twice already. People all over the world have accepted the existence of the trial live broadcast room. It's time for a change. Create a new live broadcast image. Yuan Chen said, System, do you have any suggestions? The system said, For the case that needs to be judged in this live broadcast, for live broadcast images have been randomly generated. Please choose freely, or come up with your own. As soon as the words fell, for new live broadcast images appeared in Yuan Chen's mind. The first one, building ghost. Nothing special, just a terrifying ghost commonly seen in horror movies. It's just in the form of a white-collar worker. Sunken cheeks, sunken skull, pale skin, twisted limbs, covered in blood. Yuan Chen's evaluation was, it's okay. Although it looks very scary and makes people dare not look directly, after 2 live trials, the audience should be able to accept even scarier scenes. However, Yuan Chen may have overestimated the human capacity to accept. After all, not everyone is as reckless as he is. Next, the second one, vengeful demon. A huge spherical organism with a huge mouth in front that can swallow an adult in one bite. Behind it is a long, flexible tail like a hand. The system also provided a basic introduction to the abilities of the vengeful demon, feeds on human resentment. After devouring someone's resentment, it will be influenced by the resentment and then retaliate against enemies. Seeing this, Yuan Chen was full of confusion. Why is it getting more and more fantastical? Also, why is it so ugly? Not only ugly, but also not domineering at all, except for being funny. Eliminate, eliminate. Yuan Chen dared not imagine himself transformed into a monstrously ugly round ball monster, performing comically in front of the whole world. The third one, evil clown. Also a frequent visitor in horror movies. Red nose, colorful clothes, scary smile, eerie laughter, terrifying behavior. Crazy and mad, not too scary but scary enough. Not bad, also an alternative. The fourth one, bloody magician. Dressed in all black magician's tailcoat, black magician's hat. The only exception is the bright red gloves on both hands. The system also has a basic introduction to him, skilled in body magic. Also skilled in torturing the human body during magic tricks. His gloves were originally pure black, but turned red from too much bloodstains. Wow! This setting is quite sensational. Moreover, the appearance of the bloody magician is not terrifying. Even on closer inspection, there is a hint of gentlemanly demeanor. If the facial features are modified a bit more, just based on this appearance, he could probably captivate thousands of girls. Handsome gentlemanly appearance, coupled with bloody cruelty. What a wonderful contrast it is. Immediately, Yuan Chen decided, system, go with the image of the bloody magician. But I want to make some small modifications. Received. The image of the bloody magician has been selected, please feel free to make modifications, host. Next, according to his own ideas, Yuan Chen made some modifications to the bloody magician. And after a while, success! Yuan Chen looked at the finished product in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. All set, just waiting for the right moment. System. Start the live broadcast. The live broadcast range has been determined. The live broadcast image has been determined. Currently broadcasting the Judgement live room worldwide, please wait a moment. After a moment, the whole world once again fell into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at their electronic devices that suddenly stopped working, their eyes filled with shock, various emotions swirling in their pupils. Some were afraid. What? Again? It's only been a few days. What's going to happen this time? Who's being targeted now? Oh my god, please don't let it be me. Please. Some were excited. Wow. Another good show to watch. Ha ha. Exciting. Just when I was getting bored. Charge. Eliminate all evil people. Amidst the fearful and expectant gazes of the masses, the Judgement live room once again unexpectedly descended upon the world. Hello, audience of the Judgement live room. Nice to meet you, you can call me the Bloody Magician. A new unfamiliar voice unexpectedly appeared in the live room. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice coming from the Judgement live room, people all over the world became alert. Who is this? Is it an electronic hacker broadcaster? The already dangerous Judgement live room suddenly had an unknown incident, which would surely make people more anxious and confused. Has the live room been taken over? Or is there a change in personnel? The newcomer, the Bloody Magician. What kind of person is he? Amidst the dense fog of doubt, finally, after a while, the person claiming to be the Bloody Magician showed up. With a tall and straight figure, dressed in an all-black gentleman's tailcoat, wearing the same black magician's hat, he slowly walked into the frame of the live room. The pair of bright red gloves on his hands were particularly eye-catching. And when the Bloody Magician slightly lifted the front brim of his hat, people all over the world saw his true face. A handsome and charming face appeared in everyone's sight. Instantly, exclamations resounded all over the world. Oh my god, so handsome. So handsome I'm going to faint. Heavens, with such looks, is he a celestial being? The deep and charming eyes seem to be tempting me into the abyss of desire. Among them, it's not just women who exclaim in amazement. Even men can't help but admire this flawless face. Hearing praises from people all over the world, Yuan Shen nodded in satisfaction. Although this face is not his real appearance, the one standing in front of the screen accepting compliments is himself. People, more or less, have a bit of vanity. Feeling the overwhelming admiration, Yuan Shen smiled sincerely, and the faint smile of the bloody magician he disguised naturally appeared. And this charming smile captured even more hearts. Master Magician, I want to have a monkey for you. I declare, I have completely fallen. Seeing this scene, Yuan Shen chuckled in his heart, have a monkey? Interesting. I wonder, when you see the true face of the bloody magician later, will you dare to say this again? Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. Let me introduce myself formally again. The bloody magician took off his hat, elegantly bowed to the audience around the world, and said, my name is the bloody magician, as you already know. As many people are curious about my identity, curious about why I appear in the Judgement live room, well, he deliberately paused, I am a new anchor in the Judgement live room, and will accompany you for some time. The treatment was completely different from that of electronic hackers. After the bloody magician finished introducing himself, there was a warm applause from all over the world. Clap, clap, clap. People showed an extremely enthusiastic welcome to him, although most of them were female viewers. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. The male viewers, however, were not blinded by hormones and keenly noticed the strangeness in the name of the bloody magician. Bloody? Why is there such an ominous title before the three words magician? Could it represent something bad? Although some clues had been guessed by some people, Yuan Shen did not intend to respond now. The actions later will naturally make people all over the world recognize the true face of the bloody magician. Under this harmless and handsome face, what kind of soul is hidden? Now that you all know me, let's get to the point. I am a magician, here to perform magic for all of you in front of the screen. Hearing this, the audience's nervousness instantly relaxed a lot. Scared me, turns out he's here to perform magic. I thought he was going to kill someone again. Then I can rest assured. Great. I love watching magic. People were still laughing and joking, unaware that someone was about to face a great disaster. Good. The bloody magician shouted vigorously, took out a black wand from his pocket, and announced, the first magic trick. Spatial transfer magic. In the focused eyes of the global audience, the bloody magician gently waved his wand. The next moment, the scene in the live room suddenly changed drastically. The originally living room-sized live room suddenly became very spacious, and the surrounding scenery clearly indicated that this was a circus. The audience seats surrounding the stage in the center, as well as some strange magic props. Undoubtedly, this was a circus stage. In this way, the bloody magician's first magic trick, spatial transfer magic, was a great success. Clap, clap, clap. Applause from all over the world rang out again. At the same time, some questions arose, is this magic or sorcery? Magic should be an illusion, but no matter how you look at it, it seems like it instantly moved to another place. The bloody magician did not answer, but continued with the performance. Next, the second magic trick. With that, the bloody magician faced the camera in the live broadcast room, revealing a charming smile, and asked, in this segment, I need some volunteers to assist me. Everyone in front of the screen, who wants to join my magic trick? With this question, most people were stunned and asked in confusion, join? What does that mean? Do we have to go to the scene? The bloody magician smiled and replied, exactly. The audience asked again, but where is the location of this circus? How do we get there? By plane? By train? That would take several hours to get there, right? To this, the bloody magician replied, no need to be so troublesome. Do you remember the first magic trick I performed? I will use spatial teleportation to transport the volunteers to the scene. After the performance, they will be sent back. The whole process is guaranteed to be safe and worry-free. Although the bloody magician verbally assured safety, most people in front of the screen still hesitated. After all, the psychological shadow from before still lingered, and the judgment of the live broadcast room gave a sense of extreme danger. Even if the host was replaced by a polite and handsome gentleman, this deep-rooted sense of fear was hard to completely dispel. However, the purpose of this live broadcast was not to select volunteers in the first place. The three words volunteers were just a facade. What Yuan Shen wanted was those few specific people. The bloody magician looked regretful and slowly said, it's a pity. Since no one volunteered, I will have to randomly select. At this moment, he finally showed his true colors. Random selection? Didn't you just say it was all voluntary? Why is it like this? Saying it's voluntary, but it's actually forced? People only realized belatedly that this seemingly decent magician host might not be as approachable as he appeared on the surface. At the same time, in the country of Sakura, 3 greasy middle-aged men and 3 heavily made-up middle-aged women were sitting with their legs crossed in their respective offices, watching the live broadcast room on their phones with great interest. Ha ha, I knew it, this new host is not a good person. Wow, interesting. Random selection, and once chosen, it's mandatory to go, domineering, I like it. Let me see which poor soul will be chosen, let's all watch the joke together, huh? The 6 of them had been doing the same monotonous work for decades, and they could see the end of their lives at a glance. The sudden appearance of the live broadcast room undoubtedly brought a very fresh amusement to them. They couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited and anticipatory about its content. However, all this joy was premised on that they were not the ones chosen. Watching others' misfortunes, gloating, was often the easiest. But what if, when disaster struck them personally, would they still find it amusing? The answer to this question was about to be revealed. The bloody magician host took out his wand and pointed it at the camera. Immediately, the names filled the screen in the live broadcast room, quickly floating like barrage comments. Among them were Chinese names, English names, Korean, Japanese, Spanish, Russian, German. All kinds of languages and scripts, encompassing all the varieties in the world. At this moment, the bloody magician host said again, I need 6 people to assist me in the performance. So, I will randomly select 6 names. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the wand to tap 6 times on the names filling the screen. In the end, 6 names stood out, displayed in large fonts in front of everyone. Surprisingly, all of them were Japanese names. Seeing this, the global audience was shocked. All are people from the Sakura country? This is too much of a coincidence. You know, Sakura country has just over 1 billion people, a very low percentage among the world's population of billions, and all of them are selected from Sakura country. What a miraculous probability. Is there a probability of 0.0000001%? This is impossible. Although many people suspect that this is not a random result, but rather involves some element of manipulation. But they dare not speak up, fearing to attract trouble. However, even if they question it, they are powerless to change anything, and can only let it be. So, why bother with this extra step? At this moment, the system suddenly sounded an alert, friendly reminder. Please host, be aware that some viewers are questioning the random results, credibility is decreasing. Hearing this, Yuan Shen remained unchanged and indifferent, saying, I know, I also sense the thoughts of the audience. But this is not a problem, it will naturally be resolved later. And when the 6 people who were about to watch the joke saw the names appearing on the screen, the smiles on their faces all instantly froze. Ha! Is it me? I didn't read it wrong, did I? Rubbing their eyes, looking again carefully. That's right. Their names are on the list. At that moment, they were thunderstruck. All 6 of them felt their minds go blank, unable to make any expression. Just stupidly lying on the genuine leather chair, letting their expensive phones fall heavily to the ground, not bothering to pick them up. They also completely ignored who the other 5 names were. Then, in the live broadcast room, 6 video chat windows appeared, each corresponding to one of the individuals involved. In these windows, every move they made was clearly visible. At this point, the audience keenly noticed that the 6 Sakura country people selected were all dressed in suits, looking like typical corporate executives. Another coincidence emerged, making more people realize the suspicious nature of it all. It seemed like everything was planned. But at the same time, it aroused people's curiosity. Why specifically choose 6 middle-aged men and women from Sakura country? It's baffling. And when the 6 individuals came back to their senses from the shock, they were astonished to find out that they were being broadcast live on the spot. What? How did this happen? Where is the camera? Where is the camera? They thought the Judgement live room was capturing their images through the room's camera. So they quickly got up from their chairs, ran to the computer desk, yanked off the camera connected to the mainframe, smashed it fiercely, and even kicked it hard a few times. But it was useless. So, they quickly ran to the window to look around, thinking that there might be a drone or something secretly filming. But there was absolutely nothing at all. Right, the phone. The phone also has a camera. When they realized this, they picked up the phone from the ground and covered the camera. More aggressively, they smashed the camera along with the phone. But a terrifying thing happened. Even when the phone was broken into pieces, shattered to bits. Among those fragments, the image of the Judgement live room was still playing, and the sound from the live room was still coming out. They were so scared on the spot, screaming in fear, even crying uncontrollably. Yuan Shen coldly smiled at this, sneering inwardly, hee hee, you guys are afraid too? Don't worry, there will be something even scarier later. Inside the live room, the bloody magician said again, "Since the candidates have been determined, let's continue to the next process." He waved his wand upwards and chanted with a smile, "Spatial transfer spell." The moment the wand fell, all the middle-aged people in the 6 small windows disappeared at the same time. On the stage of the circus, 6 brand new figures suddenly appeared. "Welcome 6 assistants to my magic stage," the bloody magician said with a smile. Hearing the voice, the 6 people looked towards the direction of the bloody magician, who stood nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a strong sense of oppression, approaching them. "You, don't come any closer." One girl was so scared that she immediately fell backwards, landing on the ground. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the other 2 girls looked puzzled, wondering why the voice sounded so familiar. Then they turned their heads and exclaimed in unison, "Lily? How come it's you?" The 2 girls then turned their heads, looking at each other in surprise. "Afong? Xiaoyun?" they exclaimed again. Obviously, these 3 women knew each other, and they were very familiar with each other, able to recognize each other's voices even in fearful situations. The same scenario unfolded among the 3 men. They were also shocked to find out that they were all old acquaintances. At this moment, the audience realized that something was amiss. The 3 women know each other, and the 3 men know each other too. There's definitely something fishy going on. The host really planned this. I actually guessed it right. I told you, the probability is so low, almost impossible. While the audience leisurely discussed, the 6 people in the live broadcast room were already in a state of collapse. Because upon seeing their companions, they suddenly realized, or rather remembered, why the misfortune was happening to them. Could it be because of that incident 3 months ago? The 3 women glanced at each other and whispered softly. They could read the fear in each other's eyes. They all realized that this was not a random selection. It was deliberate. Bringing their 3 people over was probably for that incident. Similarly, the 3 men were in the same situation. "You all stay put and don't move. When I need your assistance in performing magic, I will call you," the bloody magician host said with a smile to the 6 of them. His smile was still charming, but for the 6 people in the terrifying scene, they couldn't bring themselves to like it. So, next, the second magic trick begins. "Everyone, please look over here." The bloody magician host directed the audience's attention to a huge mirror 3 meters high. At the top of the mirror, there was a plaque with the words "Gateway to the Underworld." "Alright, now let's reveal the name of this magic trick. Summoning spirits." As the name suggests, it is to summon spirits and communicate with them. I'm sure many of you have seen some supernatural movies, where the main characters use summoning spirits to communicate with their deceased loved ones and get important clues. This leads to an important feature of summoning spirits: it can only summon spirits deeply connected to the participants. Of course, as the host of the Judgement live room, I can't let you in front of the screen know who is connected to me. So, I specially invited 6 assistants to help me complete this magic trick. Let's give them a round of applause as they shine on stage. As soon as the words fell, applause erupted from all over the world. Clap, clap, clap. The atmosphere in the live room gradually became more intense, resembling a magic performance. And the applause of the people even reached the stage of the circus, clearly heard by the 6 people on stage. It seemed that the seemingly empty audience seats were actually fully occupied. But the more so, the more terrifying it seemed to the 6 people. In their view, the audience seats were filled with invisible ghosts applauding. It was particularly frightening. Seeing the 6 of them motionless, audiences from all over the world encouraged them, "Come on. It's just magic. What's there to be afraid of? Summoning spirits is quite interesting. Don't be afraid." Some people were just talking without taking any responsibility. These encouraging voices also reached the stage from the circus audience seats, heard by the 6 of them. The 4 words "just magic" slightly moved them, reducing the fear in their hearts. They comforted themselves, "That's right. Just magic, all illusions, all fake." Then, there were more voices from the audience seats. "Why don't you 3 big men set an example? Be a man. Don't act all timid like a woman. What kind of man are you? You guys are so cowardly. I look down on you 3 men." This kind of provocation was much more effective than the 4 words "just magic." Which man could stay calm when spoken to like that? Suddenly, the bravest man stood up, shouting aggressively, "Then let me take the lead." After shouting, he took a step forward, waiting for the magician's next instruction. But unexpectedly, the bloody magician host shook his head and said, "One person is not enough. At least 3 people together can complete this magic. Please find 2 more assistants to join you." Hearing this, the man had to look back, signaling to his 2 companions and saying, "Come on." But the 2 companions were still too scared, shaking their heads vigorously, rejecting the invitation. They even pointed to 3 women nearby and said, "Why don't you ask them?" Seeing this, the man was instantly furious. He walked over to his two companions with angry steps and kicked one of them. "You two cowards, get over here now," he shouted fiercely. Surprisingly, his outburst was quite effective. The two companions immediately followed him. At this moment, discerning people could see that their relationship was not that of equal friends, but more like a superior-subordinate relationship. "Magician host, I've brought the people, what's next?" He, who had just lost his temper, seemed to have an inexplicable confidence, even his voice became louder. The bloody magician host said, "I will give you three a number. You are number 1, he is number 2, and he is number 3. The one who had just lost his temper was number 1. Number 2 was standing to his left, and number 3 was standing to his right. Please walk to the mirror and stand still. The rest, leave it to me." The three men followed the instructions and walked to the mirror, standing there anxiously. Because the mirror was large enough, the entire bodies of the three men were reflected in it. "Next, it's time to witness the miracle." The bloody magician host slowly waved his wand, gently touching the mirror. In the next moment, the mirror began to ripple, like a whirlpool in the sea, with a cold mist added. The three men standing in front of the mirror felt a strong sense of gloom, a chill running down their spines. They couldn't help but shiver, their teeth chattering. "The passage to the underworld is open." The bloody magician pretended to shout, "I, the bloody magician, call upon the spirits related to these three people. Respond to my call, appear now." As soon as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent soul slowly emerged from the mirror and walked out. And as the three men in front of the mirror gradually saw the appearance of this soul, "Ah!" The three men all screamed, then fell backward, landing on the ground with a thud. To their astonishment, they found that the soul was actually their colleague, Zhang, who had jumped off a building some time ago. And the reason he jumped off, they dare not to think back. Zhang, is it you?" The man with the most courage was the first to speak, tentatively asking. But the look of horror on his face was no less than the other two. Faced with his question, the spirit called Zhang also looked confused. He looked down at his whole body, with a surprised expression, obviously not expecting to reappear in this world in this way. Your feeling is correct, you have descended as a spirit." The bloody magician anchor answered his question. And when the audience around the world saw this scene, they all felt deeply shocked. The spirit of the dead? Is it real? Such a realistic spirit. Wait, could it be a real spirit? Is it an illusion or a real spirit? It's too realistic. It's hard to tell. I don't believe in ghosts, I am a firm materialist. It must be an illusion, a special effect made by computer technology. Ghosts, this kind of thing, really breaks human cognition. With the development of modern science to this extent, few people still believe in the existence of ghosts. Although there is still a saying among the people, "You may not believe, but do not blaspheme." But at most, it is just fear of touching mold. Very few people truly believe in the existence of ghosts. And what is happening in the Judgement live broadcast room now is somewhat unbelievable. If it's a computer effect, it's okay. After all, there is a possibility of alien technology in the Judgement live broadcast room. But if it's a real ghost, then the scientific tower that humanity has built up over thousands of years will collapse on the spot. Many people, especially scientists, are relentlessly asking, "Anchor, can you tell us the truth? Is this a false illusion, or a real soul? Anchor, I beg you to make it clear. This is a major event that could overturn the future direction of science." In response, the bloody magician Anchor did not give a direct answer, but said a vague statement, "Magic is a thing. Believe it if you want, disbelieve it if you want." With one sentence, all the global scientific workers were left restless, unable to sleep at night. It's hard to distinguish between true and false, that's the effect they want. It maintains a sense of mystery while maintaining anticipation. It makes people look forward to the unknown truth, makes people want to find out. And the only way to know the truth is to pay full attention to the Judgement live broadcast room. Good. The first group of guests, the spirit descent ritual was successful. The bloody magician said with a smile, "Next, please welcome the second group of guests on stage." After that, he glanced at the remaining three women. The magician Anchor said, "At least 3 people in a group." The only ones left were these 3 women, with no other choice. But the 3 women dared not go up. Although they did not know the spirit that had just come out of the mirror, they saw the terrified look of the other 3 men. They had never seen a human show such a frightened expression, so that spirit must be a very terrifying thing. Seeing the 3 women hesitating, Yuan Chan also lost patience. "I will count down 3 numbers. If anyone has not stood in front of the mirror before I finish counting, then I will send her to the underworld to see the king of hell." The bloody magician suddenly said sternly. That kind of momentum was not just empty talk. What is the underworld? That is where the dead gather. It is a place where people go after they die. Choosing between death and participating in the spirit descent ritual, any normal person knows how to choose. 3. When the bloody magician started counting the first number, the three women quickly ran over and stood obediently in front of the mirror. Although they were extremely fearful and uneasy inside, they had no other choice. Similarly, the bloody magician first numbered the three people. Woman 1 in the middle, woman 2 on the left, woman 3 on the right. Afterwards, the bloody magician recited the same set of words again, and the mirror once again became turbulent. The gate to the underworld is open. I, the bloody magician, call upon the spirits related to these three people. Answer my call, appear. In the eerie atmosphere, the figure of a female spirit slowly appeared in the mirror. And when the three women saw its appearance clearly, they were also scared and retreated in fear. Even woman 3 was so frightened that she broke down on the spot, crying out loudly, "Woo woo woo. Xiaomei, don't come over, it's all our fault. Please have mercy on us. Woo woo woo." Faced with the desperate plea of woman 3, the female spirit known as Xiaomei did not hear it. At this moment, she was also in a state of confusion, apparently still puzzled by her current spiritual form. Seeing this, the audience in front of the screen were all dumbfounded, asking, "What's going on? Why are all 6 of them so scared? This spirit doesn't even look scary. Isn't it just a normal human turning into a semi-transparent form? It's not like those evil spirits in horror movies." Indeed, both groups of people, after seeing the non-threatening spirit, had extremely fearful reactions. This was not normal, but rather suspicious. Could it be because they are on site? Is it different from what we see on the screen? Someone speculated. It's possible. After all, facing a spirit face to face without any barriers is definitely more terrifying than watching through a screen. But thinking back to the words woman 3 blurted out when she was scared, "It's all our fault, please have mercy on us," many viewers speculated, did the three women do something bad to the spirit before it passed away, so now they are so scared? Afraid of the restless spirit seeking revenge. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Only those with guilty conscience would be so scared. Since some viewers had already guessed it, there was no need for Yuan Chan to keep them in suspense. Good. The second magic trick, spirit summoning, complete success. There's no time to lose, let's seamlessly move on to the third magic trick. With that, the bloody magician went to a large water tank and gently stirred the clear water inside with a wand, announcing, "This magic trick is called soft water romance." As we all know, the condition for the success of spirit summoning is a deep connection between the spirit and the summoner. Let's see how deep and touching the feelings between the 6 of them and the 2 summoned spirits are, connecting them so closely. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his wand. The water in the tank flowed out like a babbling brook, swirling around the 6 people and the 2 spirits, never stopping. The crystal clear flowing water formed beautiful curves like silk, creating a very aesthetic scene. Many viewers were immersed in the beauty of the scene, while marveling, "So beautiful. But is this magic or sorcery?" On the other hand, the 6 people surrounded by the flowing water, who should have been enjoying it, all had troubled expressions and looked shocked. Because they heard the magician's words. The magic trick soft water romance would reveal the story between the people and the spirits. And they knew very well that it was not a shallow love story, forcibly separated by life and death. It was a despicable deed that couldn't see the light of day. After a while, the water flowed back into the tank and slowly condensed into 2 large water curtains in midair. In the 2 water curtains on the left and right, scenes of their past time together began to play. At this moment, both water curtains displayed scenes full of youthful exuberance. The sound of exercise, laughter, reading aloud. But soon, the scene in the water curtain began to change. In the vibrant environment of sunlight, some dark signs gradually emerged. And at this moment, the water curtain on the left suddenly closed, leaving only the one on the right still playing. The bloody magician anchor explained, "It's difficult to do 2 things at once. So, let's take a look one by one." In the water curtain on the right, the story of the undead Xiaomei and the 3 women was playing. Ah! A soft cry rang out. Xiaomei accidentally bumped into woman 1 in the toilet. I'm sorry. Xiaomei immediately lowered her head and apologized repeatedly. Woman 1, after being bumped into, clearly looked very displeased. She angrily pushed Xiaomei and insulted her, "Are you blind?" Following behind woman 1, the 2 little followers, woman 2 and woman 3, also stepped forward, pushing and insulting Xiaomei. "Stinky girl, did you wash your hands after using the toilet? You're so dirty, dare to rub against our sister Fong? Do you know the famous name of our sister Fong? Don't you kneel down and apologize." Just accidentally bumping into someone made them kneel down and apologize. It's really going too far. Most people wouldn't do it, but Xiaomei, due to her upbringing, had a weak personality, while the trio of Sister Fong were much senior in this company. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Xiaomei actually knelt down on the spot, kept bowing, and apologized sincerely. "If you don't mind, give me your clothes, I'll take them home and wash them for you." She even humbly offered to do anything. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the common trait of such people. Seeing that Xiaomei was easy to bully, the three women became interested. "TSK. I heard your family is very poor. Who would give you clothes? Isn't it getting dirtier at home?" Hearing this, Xiaomei anxiously asked, "Then what should I do?" Seeing Xiaomei not resisting, the three women laughed out loud. "Ha ha, you're quite interesting." Sister Fong said, "How about this, since you're already kneeling, lower your head and lick my shoes clean, and we'll call it even." This was even more serious and insulting than kneeling down to apologize. Xiaomei hesitated. Seeing this, the three women continued to threaten, even grabbing Xiaomei's hair. "Don't want to? Then let me tell you, you'll have a hard time in the days to come." When Xiaomei came to this company, she had heard that someone who had offended Sister Fong not only got fired, but also had a stain on their personal reputation, leading to many other companies in the same industry blacklisting that person. Although she didn't know how Sister Fong managed to do it, where there's smoke, there's fire, so it's better not to provoke them. Xiaomei couldn't afford to lose this job, her family depended on her. "Let's end this farce as soon as possible." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomei nodded. Next, she lowered her already humble head even further. Finally, the moment her tongue touched Sister Fong's shoe. "Yuck! Disgusting! Get out!" Sister Fong quickly pulled back her shoe and let Xiaomei leave. And so, Xiaomei ran away in tears with a dirty face. But the three women were still mocking behind her. "Did you see that? She's so cowardly. Ha ha, she's really a little slut. Relying on her looks, she's flirting in the office, isn't she ashamed? Dressing up beautifully every day, who knows who she's trying to seduce?" Fortunately, we taught this vixen a lesson for the male colleagues in the company. Seeing this, viewers around the world were angry. They all cursed, "This is too much. How can there be such people? Everyone has the desire to be beautiful. Xiaomei is just dressed nicely, but not revealing at all. These three ugly women are obviously jealous of others being good-looking. How much psychological harm has been done to the victims? I really feel sorry for Xiaomei. How can these three middle-aged women look so glamorous on the surface but actually have such malicious hearts? It serves them right to be caught in the live broadcast of the trial. It's the retribution they deserve." The system's prompt sounded again. "Congratulations, host. Audience credibility is continuously rising." And the three women standing on the circus stage also heard a lot of criticism and insults from the audience. Although their faces were as thick as city walls, they were facing insults from billions of people around the world. No matter how thick the city wall is, it will be crushed by such a massive scale of verbal attacks. Just like online bullying, many people may collapse psychologically and even suffer from severe depression as a result. The three women are now bowing their heads, looking ashamed, and it is unclear if they are reflecting on their actions. The scene in the water curtain did not end there. The previous events were just the beginning of the tragedy. Xiaomei thought that by doing what the other party asked, the minor conflicts between them could be resolved. But she was obviously too naive. The more submissive and obedient she was, the more it aroused the other party's pathological desire for domination. A few days later, the three women found Xiaomei again and threatened her to do things. At first, it was just running errands to print materials and buy coffee and lunch, and so on. But as time went on, the three women did not change their attitude towards Xiaomei. Instead, the more they saw her, the more jealous they became of her beautiful face, and the more they wanted to destroy her. So, the demands of the three women on Xiaomei became more and more unreasonable. They often made Xiaomei work overtime for no reason, and found various reasons to deduct her salary. Xiaomei kept begging for mercy and asking them to let her go. But her pleas were never granted. Until one day, a male colleague with good looks in the office threw an olive branch to Xiaomei, expressing his admiration for her. And this male colleague happened to be one of the targets that one of the three women had been pursuing for a long time without success. This became the catalyst. Suddenly one day, to everyone's surprise, the three women took the initiative to reconcile with Xiaomei. After work, they invited Xiaomei to a secluded izakaya for dinner, saying they wanted to settle their past grievances. At this moment, looking at the remote location of this izakaya, many viewers in the live broadcast room vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The sudden reconciliation without any reasonable motive. And why choose such a remote location for the dinner? Why come all the way here? Don't go. I feel something is wrong. The audience felt anxious for Xiaomei, but it was already a done deal and could not be changed. In the water curtain scene, inside the izakaya, The three women drank their drinks boldly, then handed a cup to Xiaomei, saying, "Come on, bottoms up." At this moment, Xiaomei still held the mentality of the end of hardship as the beginning of happiness, thinking that everything would return to normal after this dinner. But after drinking this cup, she immediately felt uncomfortable, dizzy, weak all over, and about to faint. Crack! And a few seconds later, she fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Seeing this, one of the three women beside her was not surprised, but instead came to Xiaomei's side with a smile, kicked her twice, and made sure she wouldn't wake up easily. Woman 2 flattered, "Fang Jia, your move is really clever," luring her over with the promise of reconciliation, and she came foolishly. Fang Jia smiled proudly and said, "Hurry up and take her over. A group of people are waiting eagerly like wolves." Hearing this, the other two women's eyes gleamed with lewdness, and they said with a smile, "This little beauty will have a good time tonight." Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room became nervous again. Xiaomei was drugged and passed out, and the three women were saying inexplicable things. "Take her over? Where are you going to send it? A group of people waiting like wolves and tigers? Could it be?" Everyone's mind was filled with a very bad idea. Some people said, "It shouldn't be what I think. Even if the three of them are bad, as women, they shouldn't be that bad." But have people's hearts really become that bad? The next scene is about to reveal the answer. Under the nervous and uneasy mood of the global audience, the scene in the water curtain continues to play. Three women carried the unconscious Xiaomei to a secluded market alley and stopped in front of a shop. The decoration and atmosphere of this shop clearly indicated that it was a place of pleasure. The audience's worst fear came true. Fangjia took a large stack of banknotes from the old lady at the door and handed Xiaomei over to her. Then, she happily left the place, taking a car to the nearby commercial street to enjoy shopping and eating. Even on the way, the three women expressed without guilt, "I didn't expect that stinky girl to be so valuable. This money is enough for us to buy a lot of luxury goods." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with insults. "Three scumbags. Three condemned playthings. I'm so angry." At the same time, while the three women were enjoying themselves outside, the unconscious Xiaomei was taken to a dimly lit red room. Subsequently, middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s entered the room one after another. They were all attracted by the label "First Time." If the audience counted carefully, they would find that there were a total of 10 people entering and leaving the room that night. The faces of these 10 greasy uncles were not blurred at all, clearly presented to the eyes of everyone worldwide. As a result, some family tragedies occurred at this moment. At this moment, in some residences in the country of Sakura, the wife angrily scolded, "You scum! Pervert! How could you do such a thing? Divorce! I will divorce you after this live broadcast ends. I don't want to live with a beast like you anymore. I feel disgusted." The children also looked fearful, saying, "Dad, how could you be this kind of person?" In the country of Sakura, several families were experiencing the above scenes. At this time, the bloody magician suddenly interjected, reminding the law enforcement agencies in the country of Sakura, "Remember the faces of these 10 people and deal with them according to the law afterwards. Oh, almost forgot, there is also the old lady of the shop. If there is any favoritism and lawlessness, you will bear the consequences." Another "you will bear the consequences" made the relevant personnel shudder. In this way, even if some of those 10 people were powerful and influential, they could not escape accountability. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the Judgement live broadcast room. Between the Judgement live broadcast room that brought fear to the world and some royal and wealthy individuals, anyone could weigh the balance, right? Just when the audience thought the event was about to end, the scene in the water curtain continued. The next morning, Xiaomei woke up groggy, with a headache and extreme pain in another part of her body below. The old lady from the pleasure establishment, seeing her pitiful state, gave her 2 painkillers to drink and then sent her away. However, the pain in her body did not ease much, and from the surrounding environment and her own situation, she vaguely guessed what had happened to her. She took 2 days off on sick leave, but she dared not tell her parents the truth. After 2 days, her parents urged her to go back. For their poor family, if no one worked to earn money, they would have to go hungry. In 2 days, her physical condition improved slightly, her emotions stabilized a bit, and she could barely walk. However, little did she know that a more terrifying hell was waiting for her here. As soon as she entered the office, she was inexplicably stared at by everyone. Some whispered, "Look at her. She's limping when she walks. She must have had a great time before. Ugh, doesn't she find it dirty herself? Disgusting. It's really unlucky for us to share an office with her. I heard that such places are easy to get sick. Don't infect us with diseases." They say that a person may be poor but not lacking in ambition. There's no need to degrade oneself for money and vanity, right? She looks quite innocent, but who would have thought she's like this deep down, TSK TSK. The words of her uninformed colleagues were like sharp thorns, piercing Little May's heart deeply. These malicious words made Little May blush on the spot, feeling utterly ashamed. She endured the pain, dragged her inconvenient legs, and ran desperately to the restroom, crying silently. At that moment, she realized that the Fong sisters not only set her up but also spread rumors about her everywhere. From now on, everyone would look at her with colored glasses. Amid the rumors and disdainful glances, Little May had considered ending it all. She had stood on the rooftop several times but couldn't muster the courage. She cried while persuading herself, "My hard-working parents who run a stall at home are waiting for me to support them in the future. They worked hard to earn money for my education, and now it's time for me to repay them. Even if I'm suffering, I can't let them down. Yes, endure this period, look for a new job in private, prepare to switch jobs." She kept comforting herself. Seeing her successfully convince herself and leave the rooftop, the audience in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she didn't take drastic measures. But their hearts were still hanging in the balance, because they knew that Little May was now a lost soul. So something even more devastating must have happened next. Later, like carrying a plague, Little May was shunned by everyone, avoided by everyone. But she endured it, thinking she could leave here in a while. Little did she know that the physical pain never fully recovered. And when she couldn't bear it anymore and spent money to go to the hospital for a checkup, the test results were like a bolt from the blue, shattering her vision of the future completely. AIDS. It is well known that with current medical technology, AIDS is incurable. Although long-term medication can suppress the virus and prolong life, once infected with this disease, one will be labeled as unclean and can never shake it off. Forget about getting married and having children, even living alone will be plagued by various illnesses and pains. Thinking about the gossip of people around her, thinking about the endless torment she would face in the future. In the end, Little May jumped from the rooftop she had visited many times, putting an end to all the pain. And the mood of the global audience plummeted. The live broadcast fell silent for 3 seconds, a 3-second silence of mourning. Then, an unstoppable rage erupted worldwide. "Ah, those 3 beasts. I'm so angry, I wish I could personally kill those 3 scumbags. Please punish them severely, broadcaster. They must not get away with it. Death would be too easy for them, they should suffer and not be allowed to die." Viewers from all over the world were furious. They all roared in anger. Yuan Shen had never seen people so angry before. It seems that the actions of these 3 women have truly outraged many people, although they only caused the death of one life. But it was in an extremely cruel and insulting way, causing the victim to suffer both mentally and physically before death. Seizing the opportunity, the bloody magician immediately smiled and said, "Since the audience in front of the screen is so excited, let's put aside the past lives of the male group for now and perform the 4th magic trick in advance." As soon as the words fell, the camera in the live broadcast room turned to the direction where the undead Xiaomei was located. At the same time, the voice of the bloody magician continued to sound, "For the 4th magic trick, I choose the undead Xiaomei as my assistant. Let's see how well Xiaomei is prepared." By observing Xiaomei's expression, the audience slowly discovered that Xiaomei's previous confusion had completely disappeared. Her eyes were firm, her teeth clenched, her fists clenched, and even a hint of crimson fierceness in her eyes. It seems that the images displayed on the water curtain have reminded her of all the past events, especially the entire process of her own persecution. "Xiaomei, are you ready?" asked the bloody magician gently. "Ready!" Xiaomei almost shouted this sentence in a roaring form, with endless anger waiting to be vented in her heart. Hearing this, the bloody magician laughed and also shouted excitedly, "All right, the 4th magic trick is officially beginning. The magic trick is called Witchcraft Puppet." After that, the bloody magician waved his hand, and 3 palm-sized witchcraft puppets appeared on the table in the center of the stage. Each witchcraft puppet was numbered 1, 2, 3. Upon closer inspection, the appearance of witchcraft puppet number 1 was at least 5 points similar to female 1. It was simply the animated version of female 1. Similarly, witchcraft puppet number 2 and 3 were also similar to female 2 and female 3 respectively. Long hair, short hair, clothing color, facial mole. Every feature matched. Seeing this, some audience members who were more familiar with supernatural elements had already guessed some clues. "I remember that witchcraft puppets, voodoo dolls, and curses like these transfer events happening to the puppet to the real person. Could it be that the magic trick being performed now is this kind of magic?" Next, the bloody magician waved his wand again, and a toolbox appeared out of thin air next to the table where the witchcraft puppets were placed. It contained all kinds of gadgets: scalpels, screwdrivers, pliers, tweezers, needles, scissors, ropes. All kinds of tools were available. Xiaomei, listen carefully to what I'm about to say, the bloody magician said. Next, I want you to walk to the table in the center of the stage, take out any tool from the toolbox on the side. Then take any action you want on the witchcraft puppets on the table. Understood? Xiaomei nodded, her eyes staring fiercely at the witchcraft puppets on the table in front, looking like she was about to devour someone. When the three women saw this scene and heard these words, they vaguely anticipated what kind of terrifying punishment was about to befall them. No, Anchor, I beg you, please don't. Please, Anchor, have mercy on us. We will definitely turn over a new leaf. Female 3 knelt on the ground, crying and pleading with the bloody magician Anchor. Then, Female 2 also knelt down, begging. All of this was led by Sister Fong. We didn't dare to resist her. Please let us off lightly. Upon hearing this, Female 3 quickly changed her tune and said, yes. It was all Sister Fong's idea, we were just forced to assist her, really. Hearing this, Sister Fong, Female 1, immediately flew into a rage, reaching out to grab the two women's hair, wanting to give them a good beating. You two bitches, playing betrayal with me at this point? Look, I won't kill you. This is the magician's stage, don't be presumptuous. The bloody magician suddenly made a move, waving his wand, and Woman 1 was instantly pressed to the ground by a large magic hat that appeared out of thin air, unable to move. After suppressing the riot, the bloody magician sneered again, looking contemptuously at Woman 2 and Woman 3, questioning, are you both blind to the eyes of the world audience? When you two bullied Xiaomei with Fangjia, I saw that you both enjoyed it. When you two ate, drank, and played with the money you got from betraying Xiaomei, I saw that you were very happy, without a trace of guilt. Now, you still want to lie and argue. Indeed, the nature is hard to change. This impassioned speech by the bloody magician left Woman 2 and Woman 3 completely speechless. But when Woman 1 heard these words, she laughed heartily, ha ha. Even though her body was suppressed, she continued to curse mercilessly, you two bitches still want leniency? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. The crimes I committed, you both committed together. If one dies, we all die, no one can escape. With that said, Woman 2 shamelessly continued to plead, I admit it. I admit it all. But it's also a fact, Fang Jia is the mastermind, we are just accomplices. So we should receive lighter punishment than Fang Jia. At least don't let her punish us. After speaking, she raised her hand, pointing to the already eager undead Xiaomei. Yuan Shen turned to look at Xiaomei, only to see her gasping for breath, looking like she was about to lose control, giving a sense of imminent transformation into an evil spirit. It's no wonder Woman 2 is so afraid of her. He. Seeing this, the bloody magician chuckled, and ordered the eager undead Xiaomei, go. The next moment, Xiaomei rushed out like a hungry wolf, heading straight for the toolbox. She grabbed a bunch of tools with both hands and placed them all on the table, ready to start her performance. The bloody magician, as the host, passionately commented on the side, audience, don't blink, watch carefully. The fourth magic trick, the exciting part is about to begin. The excited undead Xiaomei picked up a large number of sharp tools, held them in her hands, and was about to stab the three witchcraft dolls on the table. Xiaomei. But before she could do it, she was suddenly stopped by a voice. It was the bloody magician host. Xiaomei, wait a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you want to repay the pain you've suffered, right? Xiaomei turned to look at the bloody magician, nodding seriously. The bloody magician continued to tempt her with words, in that case, you can't be impatient. The pain of the human body needs to deepen step by step to be interesting. Oh no. Sorry for the slip of the tongue. It needs to deepen step by step to be effective. Think about it, if the most intense pain comes right away, it's likely that you'll die immediately, then what will happen next? So, it needs to progress gradually, step by step deepening the pain, giving the body a process of adaptation. A word to the wise is enough. Xiaomei's eyes lit up, she suddenly understood, and said, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master Bloody Magician. The bloody magician nodded in satisfaction, praising, the young can be taught. And the global audience, listening to this conversation, were all shocked, unable to speak. After a moment, the barrage of comments on the screen floated by. Host, you just wanted to say interesting, right? Ha ha, accidentally revealed your true feelings. Well, it turns out that you, the host, are such a person, someone who takes pleasure in torturing others. I used to like you so much before, I guess I was wrong about you. Anchor, why do you understand the pain of the human body so well? Could it be that you? This magic performance has reached the current stage, and the true face of the bloody magician is gradually being revealed. Ling Xiaomei, who has received the true teachings of the bloody magician, first took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Even though she really wanted to rush up and dismember those three bitches, in order to make them taste deeper pain, she had to endure it for now. Then, Xiaomei's gaze locked onto a piece of thread. Let's start with the least lethal one, Xiaomei muttered to herself, and wrapped the thread around the right wrist of Puppet No. 1. Xiaomei held the two ends of the thread in her hands. Then, she raised her head and stared intently at Sister Fong not far away. At the same time, the bloody magician saw Xiaomei's intentions and quickly waved his wand, making the magic hat pressing down on Sister Fong disappear. The nearly 100 billion viewers around the world also focused on the screen, eagerly anticipating what would happen when Xiaomei pulled the thread. And what kind of magic is the witchcraft puppet? In the moment when Sister Fong regained her freedom and climbed up from the ground, Ling Xiaomei's hands pulled the two ends of the thread with force. Ah! A cry of pain immediately rang out. Sister Fong's wrist seemed to be tied up by an invisible rope, leaving a large circle of marks out of nowhere. Xiaomei gradually increased the force, and the marks on Sister Fong's wrist deepened accordingly. Gradually, due to the lack of blood circulation for a long time, Sister Fong's wrist began to show signs of blackening. Sister Fong could endure the pain, but this was just the beginning. Xiaomei continued to increase the force, and soon blood oozed from Sister Fong's skin and flesh. Hiss! Finally, Sister Fong couldn't help but let out a second cry. Hearing the long-awaited cry of pain, Xiaomei suddenly became excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She pulled the rope harder, and the wound on Sister Fong's wrist deepened gradually, cutting into the skin, cutting the blood vessels. Blood began to seep out. Ah ah ah! Sister Fong's painful cries continued to echo on the circus stage, echoing the cries of her companions, witnessing the eerie and cruel punishment. Sister 2 and Sister 3 all stood stiff in place, staring in disbelief at everything that was happening before them. And for the nearly 100 billion viewers around the world, the shock they experienced was no less. This isn't magic, right? This is real witchcraft. Oh my god, there really is witchcraft in the world. I want to learn too. Where did this mysterious Judgement live broadcast find these strange people? Besides being shocked, people were also thrilled. Awesome. Yes, that's right. This is how she should be tortured, making her wish she were dead. Well done. She must not be let off lightly. Hearing the indignant voices coming from the audience, the three women felt as if they were being pointed at by thousands of people, knowing deep down that no one could save them, and no one was willing to save them. Until this moment, when death was imminent, they regretted their actions and blamed themselves for what they had done. Woman 1, after experiencing true pain, put away her previous arrogant attitude, knelt down, and humbly apologized to Xiaomei, begging for forgiveness. Xiaomei, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have treated you that way, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. After I get out, I will support your parents and ensure they live the rest of their lives in peace. Please, forgive me. Finally, from her hoarse cries, some genuine feelings could be heard. Xiaomei listened to these words, tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. These were the apologies she had never received while she was alive, while she was trapped in the hell of the mortal world. And now, it was all too late. Xiaomei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, closed her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, and when she opened her eyes again, her gaze had once again become resolute. The moment of emotion and tenderness had passed, disappearing with it. She let out a cold laugh and said to the three women, if apologies were effective, why continue the trial in the live broadcast room? With these words, the bloody magician smirked, the three women were stunned, and Xiaomei herself shifted her gaze back to the three witchcraft dolls. Then, the undead Xiaomei picked up a needle and fiercely stabbed the left palm of doll number 1. Ah! Woman 1's painful scream rang out once again. A chopstick-thick blood hole appeared in the palm of her left hand. But it wasn't over yet. Xiaomei then raised the needle and frenziedly stabbed the left hand of the doll at a high frequency. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh erupted from Xiaomei's mouth. The speed of the stabs was so fast that the iron needle and the material of the doll itself produced a series of friction sounds. Buzz. The fabric of the doll quickly became riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. A sharp scream and pleas for mercy came from behind Xiaomei. Please, stop. Don't stab anymore. But Xiaomei was already in a frenzy. She couldn't hear those pleas for mercy. Or perhaps, she ignored those pleas for mercy. Waves of intense pain hit one after another, and soon, there was no movement behind Xiaomei. It was unclear whether she had passed out or died. Wake up! Xiaomei directly slapped the doll's head. Slap slap slap. Woman 1, lying on the ground unconscious, her head still swayed left and right following the frequency of Xiaomei's slaps. The violent impact on her brain finally woke up Woman 1 as she had hoped. Xiaomei smirked evilly and greeted, "You're finally awake? The show isn't over yet." The next moment, Xiaomei suddenly picked up a hammer, followed by various props. The entire process was exceptionally bloody and terrifying, leaving the few people at the circus scene and the billions of viewers in front of the screen speechless. It was simply the most brutal torture they had ever seen since birth. Some swallowed nervously, murmuring with lingering fear, "So cruel. I think Xiaomei has completely turned into an evil spirit." Such bloody scenes also ignited the bloodthirst and darkness in some people's hearts. They applauded one after another, their emotions unusually excited. Exciting. Awesome. Serves them right. They deserve it. At this moment, the table where the witchcraft dolls were placed was already in a mess. Cotton fibers flew everywhere, fabric scattered all over the table. Judging from the condition of the table, one could tell how crazy Xiaomei had just been. But this was not the end. The woman who endured severe torture is still alive. There is still a breath left. I don't know if it's because the bloody magician anchor secretly tampered with it. A person who suffered this degree of trauma is still alive. It is really admirable, the tenacity of life. Just like those in the news who, after amputation due to a car accident, only have their bodies and heads left, they still live tenaciously. Life always has some miracles, doesn't it? But at the same time, life is fragile enough that it can be destroyed by just a flick of someone else's finger. In the end, the fate of the woman is naturally self-evident. Seeing this scene on the spot, Woman 2 and Woman 3 were immediately scared to death. They were already full of snot and tears, and now they crawled to Xiaomei's side, knelt at Xiaomei's feet, and kept kowtowing and begging, "Xiaomei, please have mercy on us. Please, I beg you. We can do anything you want, just don't do this to us. Xiaomei, I have always thought that you are a very kind person, deep down inside. You don't really want to do this, right? Now that you have vented your anger and taken revenge, please let us go." The human desire to survive is really strong. Even if hope is slim, one must desperately grasp the last chance to escape the fate of death. But for Xiaomei, every time she sees the faces of these three people, she uncontrollably recalls the hellish time in the past, completely shattering her sanity. Just seeing the faces of the three of them is disgusting enough. Faced with the earnest pleas of the two women, Xiaomei just gave them a cold glance and said disdainfully, "You are wrong. I actually want to do this," she said, her face gradually becoming fierce, and continued through gritted teeth, "Even when I was alive, I wanted to kill the three of you with my own hands. It's just that I lacked the power to fight against you. But now, everything is different. The scales of justice have finally tilted in my favor. None of you can escape today." With that, Xiaomei's fierce eyes locked onto the remaining two witch puppets. Just as she was about to reach out, Woman 2 kneeling at her feet suddenly made a move. Woman 2 quickly took out a knife from the toolbox and desperately stabbed Xiaomei. "Then you can die again. Stinky puppet." Woman 2, seeing that no amount of soft words were of any use, finally revealed her true self, attempting to kill Xiaomei and end it all. However, how can Xiaomei, who was already dead, die again? The blade cut open Xiaomei's waist, creating a not too big nor too small gap in her spiritual body. But soon, the scattered soul returned to its original form, quickly healing the gap. What? Woman 2 obviously did not expect this, and in her panic, she immediately retreated. "Since you are looking for death, then I'll start with you." At this point, Xiaomei had firmly grasped witch puppet number 2. She looked mockingly in the direction where Woman 2 was fleeing, with an evil smile, and then gently twisted the puppet in her hand. Crack! The Woman 2, who was desperately trying to escape, was suddenly folded in half. Blood gushed out from her waist like a fountain. She didn't even have time to scream before she died on the spot. Or maybe she just passed out, no one knows. To ensure that Woman 2 was killed 100%, Xiaomei folded the puppet in her hand multiple times again. Crack! Crack! The horrifying sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. Such a scene was truly unbearable. Although Woman 2 did not have time to scream, Woman 3, who saw this scene with her own eyes, screamed for her. Ah! Woman 3 had a mental breakdown and screamed loudly, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. Escaping is human instinct. But no matter how far she runs, as long as the witchcraft puppet connected to her is still here, she can never escape from Xiaomei's grasp. Xiaomei watched as the woman ran farther and farther away, not in a hurry, but instead shouted with a smile, "Lily, I heard that you were also a victim of Fang Jie's workplace bullying in the past. But in the end, you joined the evil camp, aiding the tyrant, bullying those who were once like you. It's really ridiculous." With that, Xiaomei grabbed the witchcraft puppet number 3, pinched the puppet's head with her index finger and thumb, and gently twisted it. The next second, only 2 bang-bang sounds were heard. A head rolled to the ground. Ha ha ha! After doing all this, Xiaomei, as if her soul had been sublimated, laughed wildly. Looking at her fanatical appearance at this moment, there was no trace of a little girl, completely like an evil spirit. In response, the audience sighed, "Good riddance. Those 3 beasts finally received their just punishment." Heaven's justice prevails, who can escape the heavenly law? At the same time, some people lamented, alas, poor Xiaomei, tormented in life, and even after death, she is being used to become an evil ghost for revenge. Some viewers retorted to this view, how do you know that Xiaomei doesn't want revenge? How do you know that everything happening now is not the true thoughts deep in Xiaomei's heart? Look at how happy Xiaomei is smiling now. With her revenge fulfilled, her spirit can finally rest in peace under the netherworld. Seeing that this segment was almost over, the Bloody Magician host came out again to host the show. He first gave a warm round of applause for the previous performance. Clap clap clap. Wonderful. What a wonderful magic show. To all of you in front of the screen, do you feel as wonderful about the performance just now as I do? When asked, viewers from around the world shook their heads, nodded, and some commented, although the outcome is satisfying, the bloody and terrifying scenes are not wonderful. Not to mention, host, you are a bit mentally disturbed. Yuan Chen smiled at this. Then, he asked Xiaomei, Xiaomei, are you done? If you have no other wishes, shall I send you back to the underworld? Hearing this, Xiaomei looked back at the mirror leading to the underworld, reflecting her current evil spirit-like figure. Xiaomei sighed, hesitated for a moment, then turned back to the Bloody Magician host and requested, Master Magician, can I say a few words to my parents? Hearing this, the Bloody Magician host nodded and said, since you have contributed a wonderful performance, I will grant you this request. The camera is on you, speak freely, your parents will surely hear you. Xiaomei, with tears in her eyes, said, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Your daughter is incompetent, unable to fulfill her filial duty, and even after death, you have seen my crazy and unbearable side. But to be honest, I have no regrets. Being able to execute those three scumbags, I can finally rest in peace. I hope you both can live out your old age in peace, farewell. After speaking, Xiaomei turned around, bowed sincerely to the Bloody Magician host. Master Magician, it's time now. Thank you for everything you have done for me. The Bloody Magician responded softly, then waved his wand, and the spirit of Xiaomei turned into a mist, drilling back into the mirror leading to the underworld. Seeing this, some of the audience in front of the screen felt a strong sense of goodwill towards the Bloody Magician host. Although the Bloody Magician host has a twisted sense of humor, he has a good heart after all. Not only did he help Xiaomei clear up the injustice and rumors, but he also let Xiaomei take revenge on the evildoers with her own hands, and finally let her soul rest in peace. Some infatuated audience members went crazy again. The anchor is so handsome, both righteous and evil, using magical magic to uphold justice, so lovable. Just as the audience was still immersed in the witchcraft puppet magic just now, the Bloody Magician anchor announced the next process of the stage performance. Alright, everyone, calm down first. Do you still remember our group of men? The past love between them has not been revealed yet. As soon as the words fell, the camera in the live broadcast room suddenly focused on the three men and the undead Ajeng. The three men in the camera were all pale, obviously they were not lightly scared by the previous scene. And Ajeng, as an undead, was still in a state of confusion. Without the baptism of the magical tender feelings, he has not yet recalled the past. There is no time to lose, let's continue. With that, the Bloody Magician clapped his hands, and the water in the tank rose again, condensing into a water curtain in midair. In the water curtain, some images slowly appeared. Newcomer, today's PPT is also up to you. It's best to get it done before work tomorrow. After work, Man 1 brought Man 2 and Man 3 to Ajeng, throwing several documents on Ajeng's desk with a cheerful tone. After speaking, he smiled and left, leaving Ajeng to silently tidy up the documents on the table, feeling desolate. Similar to many workplace bullying patterns, starting from small incidents, escalating step by step, and finally developing into an unstoppable situation. The turning point between them was a year later. The cowardly Ajeng, after serving the three men as a slave without resistance for a whole year, they were finally not satisfied with just that. By chance, the three men discovered Ajeng's thoughts. He actually had a crush on a cute and gentle female colleague. How could a slave have his own love life? So, the three men devised a plan to spice up the boring life. The person Ajeng secretly admired was named Sharoa, a girl who was as obedient as a little girl. Her personality was somewhat similar to Ajeng's, both being shy and introverted. Just like bullying Ajeng, bullying Sharoa was an easy task. The three men lured Sharoa to a secluded place, and then two henchmen appeared and started to harass Sharoa. Seeing this scene, the audience began to worry, and words like scum and beast were already being cursed in their mouths. Oh my god, isn't this the unspoken rule of the workplace? It seems that there are quite a few similar incidents in Sakura country. But strange things happened. The three men did not act as expected by all humanity, succumbing to primal desires and committing misconduct. They did not take further violations against Sharoa, just tore her clothes, took some indecent photos, stored them in their phones as blackmail chips. If you don't do as we say, I will publish these indecent photos online, and everyone will see them. Not only your friends, but also your parents and relatives will see them. For anyone, this consequence is unbearable. Moreover, Xiaorua's upbringing and family environment are more conservative than ordinary families. Therefore, for Xiaorua, she would rather die than let these photos be posted online. As Xiaorua put on her clothes, she tearfully asked, "What do you want me to do to let me go?" The three men smirked obscenely and explained to Xiaorua what she needed to do. "You have to do it like this. Like this." Hearing this, Xiaorua looked embarrassed and timidly asked, "Do I really have to do this? Ajing is innocent. Why are you treating him like this?" The third man smirked evilly and said to Xiaorua, "Then you choose for yourself. Either it's you, or it's him, make your choice." With that, he even opened the indecent photos on his phone and deliberately waved them in front of Xiaorua. After a difficult mental struggle, Xiaorua, like the vast majority of people, chose to sacrifice others to save herself. "Fine, I agree with you." Regarding Xiaorua's decision, many words of blame floated across the barrage in the live broadcast room. "Ha, now you're just like the third man, part of the mob. So selfish. Disgusting." At the same time, many barrages defended Xiaorua. "Isn't this an unavoidable situation? Xiaorua is also a victim. If Xiaorua doesn't agree, then when the third man exposes the photos to the public, it might be Xiaorua who seeks death. You don't go blame those three abusers, but instead blame another victim. It's really absurd." At this moment, Yuan Chen clearly felt that there was a girl in front of the screen, crying heartbreakingly. It was Xiaorua. Since Zhang jumped off the building and committed suicide, she had been in a state of guilt and self-blame. And now that the matter had been exposed again, her actions were all made public. Faced with the accusations, she naturally felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. Even a hint of the thought of seeking death to atone for her sins crossed her mind. And at that moment, the bloody magician suddenly spoke, asking the people of the world, everyone in front of the screen, ask yourselves, if you were in this situation, what choice would you make? Would you, with your weak strength, confront three scumbags and take away that phone? Or bravely sacrifice yourself, unwilling to involve innocent people in any way? Or, like Xiaorua, sacrifice others to save yourself? Faced with the soulful question from the broadcaster, the whole world fell silent. Although there were still a few people typing, of course, I wouldn't involve innocent people in the barrage. But as the judge in the live broadcast room, Yuan Chen could read their minds. He could see through their true thoughts deep inside. Those who had just said such things, more than 90% of them were deceiving themselves. Those who could truly selflessly dedicate themselves and sacrifice themselves were few. Yuan Chen thought to himself, since some people were stubbornly lying, let's play big. The bloody magician broadcaster spoke again, it seems like some people are not honest enough. Let's have a real name vote. Option A, stand up to 3. Option B, sacrifice yourself. Option C, save yourself. Click the screen and make your choice. Remember, this time the vote is real name. After speaking, on the electronic device screens in front of everyone, appeared 3 options, A, B, C. As soon as they heard it was a real name vote, some people who wanted to play it safe or had mischievous thoughts immediately hesitated. Soon, the voting ended, and the results were presented to everyone worldwide. A, 20%. B, 10%. C, 70%. It seemed that most people honestly chose C. But this data was not precise enough. There were still people being stubborn, still being defiant. The bloody magician broadcaster spoke again, those who chose A, remember, you are a weak woman facing 3 shameless scumbags. Even in such a disparate situation, if you still insist on sacrificing yourself, then in the future, if there are similar opportunities in the live broadcast room, you must be the first to step up. Those who chose B, I have all your names firmly remembered. If there is a need to sacrifice you next, to fulfill others, I will use all means to single you out, supervise you to fulfill your promise. I will do as I say. As soon as he finished speaking, those 30% of people were all in a panic. They didn't know what the Judgement live broadcast room could really do, whether they could carry out those threats. But through the various performances of the bloody magician today, they are more certain of the magical power of the Judgement live broadcast room. Like witchcraft in magic. It has come to this point, grabbing a few people to fulfill their promises, it should not be a problem. So, they suddenly felt regretful, panicked and shouted, no. I just thought about it carefully again, I don't want to choose A. Can I change my choice? I just thought about it again, I decided not to choose B, I want to choose C. Host, the choice just now was made without careful consideration, can I choose again? Such pleas were heard from all over the world. In response, Yuan Chen smiled faintly and muttered, I knew it. What are you pretending for? Each and every one of you, Are you so afraid to face your true selves? Then, Yuan Shen still gave them a chance to repent and change. He said, for those who regret or choose wrongly, everyone has 5 seconds to make changes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. New statistical results appear. A. 1 against 3. 3%. B. Self-sacrifice. 0. 1%. C. Self-preservation. 96. 9%. Seeing the dramatic rise and fall of the data, the 70% of people who originally chose C began to mock, oh, so many people are insincere. Ha, ridiculous. What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? Everyone is just the same. People are selfish, and this is human nature. It's a normal phenomenon, there's nothing to feel guilty about. The host's vote mercilessly exposes the true nature of all human beings in the world. Nowhere to hide. As for the 3% of people who still insist on choosing A, Yuan Shen peeked into their hearts and was surprised to find that most of them were neither brave nor overconfident. They just didn't want to choose B or C, so they had to choose A. In their minds, even if they couldn't win, they could still run away. Some didn't resist from the beginning. Let the other party release the indecent photos. Most of them are Western men, open-minded. Coupled with their male identity, these photos have little impact on them. Maybe they can even turn the situation around and help them become popular on the internet. From then on, they became internet celebrities overnight. Yuan Shen felt a bit speechless. I was careless. When creating the options, I didn't think it through. But who could have thought that there would be so many people who simply didn't care about the exposure of so-called indecent photos? Cultural differences. Yuan Shen couldn't help but sigh. And when Xiao Ruo, who had suicidal thoughts, saw the 96.9% data on the screen, she felt much relieved. So many people would make the same choice as me. Most of the insults she received in the barrage before had almost disappeared. After all, after the vote just now, they all realized that they were just ordinary people. They were not worthy of demanding others to be saints. Although Xiao Ruo's behavior was understandable, she was still aiding and abetting. Therefore, the exposure of the incident and the condemnation of people around the world can be considered as punishment for her. As for the plan of the 3 men, the scene in the water curtain is still ongoing. One night, Zhang was working overtime as usual, but for some reason, Xiao Ruo, who usually left work on time, stayed overtime today. Zhang didn't think much about it and focused on his work. Little did he know that at this moment, Xiao Ruo's face was streaming with tears, constantly shouting in her mind, Zhang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The next day, rumors spread that Zhang took advantage of Xiao Ruo while they were alone. When someone asked Xiao Ruo with concern, she tacitly agreed. Moreover, the boss among the 3 men also falsely portrayed himself as an eyewitness. He told many people, luckily, I also worked overtime last night, so I was able to rush to the scene of the incident in time. Otherwise, Xiao Ruo would have been insulted by that beast. As a result, the despicable behavior of Zhang was confirmed. Although unsuccessful, his character was revealed. Zhang molested the girl. Zhang actually wanted to do some dirty things when no one was around. The rumors spread quickly. Soon, the matter reached the ears of the company's top boss. What the 3 men did not expect was that the top boss immediately called the police. At first, the 3 men did not intend to make a big deal out of it, but since it had escalated, they didn't care. It even became more interesting. When the law enforcement officers arrived, they began their investigation. Of course, the most crucial witnesses were the victim Xiao Ruo and the eyewitness among the 3 scoundrels. As long as the 2 of them insisted, the matter would likely be settled. So, following the initial request of the 3 men, Xiao Ruo firmly stated that Zhang had ulterior motives. However, to a few colleagues who knew Zhang, this matter seemed too absurd, and there must be some hidden truth. When they were making statements, they firmly stated that Zhang was not that kind of person. There must be a misunderstanding. Zhang himself also refused to admit it. The law enforcement officers observed his reaction. A timid man who kept crying, indeed did not seem like someone with the courage to do such a thing. And during the most critical questioning of the victim, they discovered, when facing the law enforcement officers, Xiao Ruo appeared timid, avoiding eye contact, and seemed off. Furthermore, Xiao Ruo quietly asked the law enforcement officers not to arrest Zhang. What did that mean? The law enforcement officers suspected Xiao Ruo was being threatened, but she refused to speak when asked. Unfortunately, the law enforcement officers could not help her. Finally, after much consideration, the law enforcement officers concluded that there was insufficient evidence, and the charges were not substantiated, and closed the case. Although the investigation had somewhat proven Zhang's innocence, the gossip among colleagues continued to spread like wildfire, overwhelming Zhang. The matter quickly spread and escalated. Now, whether a Zhang was walking in the corridor or sitting at his desk, he could hear people gossiping about him. Hey, have you heard? That guy attempted rape and was caught by many people on the spot. Ugh, so disgusting. Why hasn't he been fired yet? Are we supposed to stay in the same space as a rapist? Are they crazy? Stay away from him, who knows when he might suddenly be overcome by lust and target us. Why didn't the law enforcement officers arrest him? So many people saw it with their own eyes, and the victim Xiao Ruo was crying so much. I really don't understand. Do you think it was just verbal attacks? When a Zhang was eating in the cafeteria, passers-by would often pour their leftover food and soup on a Zhang's head. While walking in the corridor, someone would deliberately trip him and mock his clumsy fall. No one sympathized with him. All colleagues believed he was a rapist and deserved it. For a Zhang himself, it was as if the whole world was against him. The entire world was making things difficult for him, persecuting him. It was far more terrifying than online bullying. When everyone around you becomes a perpetrator, the hellish scene is something that no one can bear. Not to mention a Zhang, who was already weak. Finally, the last straw that broke the camel's back was when the company casually found a reason to dismiss a Zhang. The words of the top boss were, "Even if you really didn't do these things, the current office environment in the company is already very bad, with men gossiping and women feeling scared. I have to consider the company's interests, so I can only take this last resort. I'm sorry." Afterwards, under the gaze of the audience from all over the world, Ah Zhang stood on the rooftop and jumped without hesitation. With a loud bang, all of Ah Zhang's pain came to an end here. Woo woo woo. Seeing this, cries could be heard from people all over the world. Heavens! It's so heartbreaking. If my son were treated like this, I would never let anyone get away with it. Why would such a tragedy happen to such a well-behaved young man? The world is so unfair. The perpetrators must be severely punished. I want them to suffer. This is infuriating. 2 incidents today have made me so angry. The host should pay for medical expenses. Although audiences around the world were extremely angry, looking at the deceased Ah Zhang, there was not much anger on his face. Only deep sorrow. What's going on? Why isn't Ah Zhang's spirit angry? Did the magic of tender feelings fail? Or is there some other reason? People noticed Ah Zhang's abnormality and expressed their doubts. Not only were they puzzled, but Yuan Chen was also a bit confused. What does this mean? Magic can't fail. As the practitioner, Yuan Chen knew well that a spirit only needed to recall past events to awaken its consciousness. There was no such thing as failure or success. And at this moment, the spirit of Ah Zhang, with a sad expression on his face, clearly had regained consciousness. But there wasn't much anger in it. Something was off. Yuan Chen tentatively asked, "Ah Zhang, seeing all this from the past, do you have anything to say?" The spirit of Ah Zhang shook his head, sighed deeply, and helplessly said, "Alas, it's all set in stone, what else is there to say? There's nothing bad about being dead, at least you can't feel any pain in the world." Yuan Chen inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no." He had unexpectedly touched upon the rarest of saints. Yuan Chen continued to try to awaken the anger deep within him. "So you have no concerns in the world? What about your family?" Ah Zhang thought of his only family member and replied, "I rely on my grandmother for everything. She has been tormented by various illnesses for years, and last year she was diagnosed with terminal cancer. The doctor said she only has a year left to live." At this point, his emotions finally fluctuated a bit, but soon after, he calmed down again. "I've already died once, so I know that death is a release. I believe my grandmother will understand." At this moment, he seemed to be radiating a bright light, especially dazzling. Hearing this, Yuan Chen was speechless and had a black line on his face. He couldn't tell if Ah Zhang had truly understood the true meaning of Buddhism or if he had been brainwashed by some cult. His current attitude made it difficult to continue the live broadcast. The 3 men who had been terrified on the side, seeing Ah Zhang in this state, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had been saved. At least they wouldn't end up like the 3 women, tortured beyond recognition by the spirits. At the same time, Ah Zhang's words touched a small part of people worldwide. These people, who had also endured various hardships and were being tormented by diseases and pain, said, "I seem to understand his words. I'm having a hard time holding on. Everyone around me is urging me to be strong, encouraging me to live bravely, but I really can't fight the disease. I just want to relax a bit. Living a mediocre life, perhaps it's really not as good as just dying and being completely free?" As a spirit, a dead person, Ah Zhang, who had truly experienced death, was the most qualified to say these words. Naturally, it resonated with people. Suddenly, the system's warning sound rang out again, warning. A part of people's sense of fear and anger is rapidly decreasing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen's eyes narrowed. it seemed that he had to use some tough measures and take it seriously. Ahem. The bloody magician anchor cleared his throat, smiled calmly, and said, Ajeng, do you know how devastated your grandmother was when she heard the news of your death? Upon hearing this, Ajeng was stunned. The bloody magician waved his wand, and the water curtain beside him began to play a new scene. An elderly grandmother, leaning on a cane, hunched over selling flowers. Even though it was hard, she still wanted to save some money for her grandson who was still studying before she passed away. But then, bad news came. Her grandson jumped off a building and died despite the rescue efforts. The grandmother fainted on the spot and was taken to the hospital by nearby merchants. When the grandmother woke up, the news of her grandson's death still felt like 1,000 sharp knives cutting into her heart. Ah! The grandmother cried out hoarsely, her only pillar in life collapsed. My grandson! You are still so young, you still have a bright future ahead of you, why did you leave your grandmother behind? White-haired people sending off black-haired people, why is our family always so miserable? The old woman's heart-wrenching cries echoed on the circus stage and in the live broadcast of the trial. It moved countless people. I can't bear to see the elderly suffer, so pitiful, my heart aches. Damn it! Why is the world always like this? Misfortune always finds those in misery. Unforgivable. 3 men cannot be let off, for the grandmother, and for Ajeng, no mercy. Ajeng, open your eyes and look at your suffering grandmother. Can you still talk about liberation now? Without a doubt. Yuan Shen's move with the old woman had a very obvious effect. Once again, it stirred up the anger of people all over the world. Even Ajeng's expression became complicated. The bloody magician anchor asked again, Ajeng, do you have any change in your thoughts now? Upon hearing this, Ajeng took a deep breath. Then, he looked towards where the 3 men were, and a hint of anger finally rose in his eyes. Feeling Ajeng's gaze, the 3 men felt uneasy, as if a knife was hanging over their heads. They quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Ajeng, we're sorry. It was our fault before. Please spare us, we don't want to die. We were wrong, but we will definitely repent and never make the same mistake again. Please spare us, please. Sob. As they spoke, the 3 big men started crying on the spot. Seeing the tears of the 3 men and their humble appearance, Ajeng sighed heavily and said, I hope they get the punishment they deserve. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shen immediately smiled with joy. Just as Yuan Shen was about to provide tools to torture the 3 men, Ajeng added, but I don't want them to be tortured to the point of wishing for death like the 3 girls before. Alas! When will this cycle of revenge end? Let's not have any more deaths. I believe that according to human laws, they should be dealt with legally. The bloody magician waved his wand, and his hand froze in midair. Yuan Shen shouted in his heart, unable to help the incompetent. At the same time, viewers around the world, upon seeing Ajeng's unexpected reaction, were also dumbfounded like Yuan Shen. Damn! Where did this saint come from? Are you okay? Your enemies who caused your death are right in front of you, and you still want to let them go? Can't understand. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, good people are always bullied. No wonder you were bullied for a whole year without resisting. The 3 men present at the scene heard Ajeng say these words with their own ears, and they were immediately moved to tears. At the same time, they felt extremely fortunate. Ajeng, you are actually so kind. We shouldn't have treated you like that before. I sincerely apologize. From now on, we will definitely go to burn incense and offer sacrifices to your spirit tablet. I don't know if he is too weak or too kind, but Yuan Shen is not as soft-hearted as him. Yuan Shen thought to himself, since that's the case, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Poof! The bloody magician broadcaster smiled coldly. Even though the undead Ajeng made him at a loss, as a magician performer on stage, his emotional management was still in place. You 3, why are you suddenly so happy? Who said that it was Ajeng's turn to execute the punishment in this segment? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. As soon as the bloody magician broadcaster finished speaking, the 3 men who were originally crying with joy felt as if thunder had struck them. Their expressions instantly froze, their bodies stiffened in place, completely unable to believe what they had just heard. It seemed as if they were complaining, wasn't it the undead Xiaomei who executed the punishment before? How come it completely changed when it came to the boys group? Come on, don't play like this. The global audience was also shocked by the sudden change of heart by the broadcaster. But upon careful consideration, isn't this what everyone expected? If the undead Ajeng wants to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot, then kick him out. Let the bloody magician broadcaster personally execute the punishment. Everyone was delighted. Yeah, good job, broadcaster. Broadcaster, well done. I almost got fooled too. Facing the praise of the people, the handsome bloody magician smiled and said, everyone,
Next, let this magician present to you my most skilled performance. Human body magic. When they heard the words human body magic, many viewers became excited. Human body magic is the most visually stimulating type of magic, and most of them come with high risks. There was once a magician's assistant who, in the water tank escape magic trick, due to a prop malfunction, was tied to the bottom of the water tank and tragically drowned. Since human body magic is the type of magic that the bloody magician is best at, it was even more anticipated. Under the gaze of the audience, the confident bloody magician said, "The first item of human body magic, human body cutting technique." After speaking, he walked to a box-shaped prop on the stage and asked in the direction of the three men, "I need an assistant. Which one of you three will come first?" The three men were all hesitant and dared not step forward. "Shall I just pick someone at random then? Man 1, you come." The bloody magician pointed at Man 1. Man 1 looked at his two companions in horror, then took trembling steps forward slowly. "Coward!" The bloody magician muttered impatiently, his impatience evident in his eyes, which startled Man 1. Immediately, Man 1 was forced to quicken his pace and arrived at the box-shaped prop 1 minute later. He walked about 20 meters in a minute. Really slow. The bloody magician broadcaster glared at him fiercely, then opened the box-shaped prop and had Man 1 lie down inside. "Lie down properly, don't move around." This prop seemed to be a large wooden box. When the bloody magician opened it, people could see that the inside of the wooden box was very simple, with no traces of mechanisms, secret doors, or compartments. If the secrets of the magic were so easily discovered by the audience, then the magician would be out of a job on the spot. After Man 1 lay down, his head and ankles were still exposed. His heart was pounding non-stop, and he was extremely anxious. He didn't know what kind of torture was waiting for him ahead. After closing the wooden box, the bloody magician smiled and looked at the camera in the live broadcast room, announcing excitedly, "Human dissection, ready. Next, it's time to witness the miracle." With that, he waved his hand, and a large chopper resembling a guillotine hung silently above the wooden box. The back of the chopper was securely tied with a rope. The other end of the rope passed through a gear and was held by the bloody magician. Judging by the appearance, as long as the bloody magician let go, the chopper would swiftly fall and chop down on the wooden box. "What are you trying to do?" The man's terrified eyes reflected the sharp chopper. He struggled and twisted, trying to break free. But having fallen into the tiger's den, he was firmly trapped by the wooden box and couldn't escape at all. So far, everything seemed normal for the human dissection magic act. Even the assistant's panic and confusion were considered part of the performance, to add a sense of horror and suspense to the magic show. Typically, the chopper would then fall, cutting straight through the wooden box, seemingly splitting it in half. And visually, the person inside would also appear to be split in half. However, there were hidden compartments and secret doors inside the wooden box, and before the chopper fell, the person inside had already hidden their legs inside. Later, what the audience saw as severed legs were actually prepared prosthetics. This is the truth behind the human dissection act. Some magic-loving audience members were well aware of this. But is there anything different about the magic performed in the Judgement live broadcast room? This is what everyone is eagerly anticipating. Next, the bloody magician loosened his grip. The large chopper above the wooden box swiftly fell in the terrified gaze of the man, cutting through the wooden box. The box and the human inside were both cut in half by the blade. A scream of unbearable pain rang out at the same time. "Ah!" The heart-wrenching sound pierced through everyone's hearts. Initially, the audience joked, "Wow, that was quite realistic. Very professional." But a few seconds later, everyone saw a bright red liquid oozing out from the cross-section of the wooden box. Some thought it was blood and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this for real?" Others thought it was still part of the act and laughed, "Ha, must be paint. Even with layers of deception, you can't fool my sharp eyes." They thought this way because the man was still shouting and screaming vigorously. "It hurts so much. Why is it so painful? I can't feel my lower body. I'm numb. Ah, what have you done, host? It hurts so much." He shouted a bunch of words in a row, clearly still alive and well. A normal person who was truly cut in half wouldn't have the strength to scream like that. Instant death or shock would be the norm. At most, they would shout once or twice and then lose consciousness, referring back to the previous magic act where Woman 2 was broken in half. Apart from the sound of bones breaking, she couldn't make any other sound and died on the spot. But the current Man 1 seemed to have an unusually high level of energy. Clearly, there was a difference. "Host, don't think a little paint or tomato sauce can fool us. Today's audience is very smart," they said smugly. Yuan Chen chuckled to himself, thinking, "Indeed, you've analyzed it well. It can be considered clever. But the premise of this analysis is based on normal physical and spatial laws.
And now, in the Judgement live broadcast room, on the stage of the Bloody Magician, everything could be turned upside down.
Host, quickly open the wooden box and let us see. If you don't open it, are you feeling guilty? Are you indirectly admitting that our reasoning is correct?
Facing the active interaction of billions of viewers, the Bloody Magician smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, don't be impatient.
The magic isn't over yet, should we respect the performers on stage?" Hearing this, the audience thought he was feeling guilty.
Someone smugly said, "Hee hee."
Then let's continue. I want to see what tricks you can still pull off, host. A confident look of holding the winning ticket. However, Yuan Chen was not feeling guilty, but wanted to use the next magic segment to prove with tangible evidence who was the truly clever one. Next, let's try using a chainsaw again.
The Bloody Magician snapped his fingers, and he was enveloped in protective gear that appeared out of thin air, holding a fierce chainsaw in his hand.
Are you ready? I'm going to start sawing. The Bloody Magician started the chainsaw, raising it high. The intense buzzing vibration instantly echoed on the stage. No, please, don't saw it down.
Just hearing this terrifying buzzing sound, Manhwa was scared out of his wits. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he would rather die than experience the pain of being sawed open. Seeing this, some audience members mocked, "Still pretending here."
Stop pretending. We won't be fooled. And a moment later, the chainsaw in the hands of the Bloody Magician quickly descended. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw first cut through the wooden box, stirring up a flurry of debris. Then, the chainsaw continued downwards.
Accompanied by a series of screams, the following scene would need to be pixelated in many regions, or even banned from broadcast. But the Judgement live room boldly presented it in front of everyone.
People gasped in shock, finding it quite realistic.
Not knowing the truth, the audience felt like the scene was a fruit processing factory, with the wooden box filled with tomatoes being crazily juiced by the chainsaw. And Manhwa continued to plead vigorously, "Woo woo woo.
Please spare me. Just kill me directly, let me be free. Please, kill me."
After the chainsaw segment just now, he no longer hoped to survive, only wanting to die quickly and be relieved. Seeing Manhwa still alive and well, the audience continued to speculate, "This can't fool us. The wooden box must be filled with tomatoes,
or paint or something."
After all, the Bloody Magician can conjure up all sorts of things out of thin air, so it's reasonable to have some items in the wooden box that weren't there before. The stage must be filled with a tomato flavor.
Ha ha. Glancing at Manhwa, who was desperate for death, Yuan Chen coldly smiled, bent down, and whispered in Manhwa's ear, "Want to die? It's not that easy." Next, Yuan Chen once again used a large machete suspended by ropes. This time, the target was Manhwa's exposed neck. Seeing this, the smug smiles on the audience's faces gradually disappeared, realizing something was amiss. The neck? But the neck is exposed outside the wooden box, right?
There's no way to tamper with it, no way to use misdirection.
Is this going to kill someone? What's going on? Is the host, after we exposed the magic secrets, now desperate and planning to kill to silence us? No way.
If it really falls from here, someone will definitely die on the spot.
What kind of magic is this? This is a guillotine.
Faced with a screen full of questioning barrage, the Bloody Magician did not change his mind.
The machete was still aimed at Manhwa's neck.
The audience could not control the actions of the host in the live room, so they nervously stared at the screen, not knowing what terrifying event was about to happen. After adjusting the position, the Bloody Magician turned around, facing the camera in the live room, smirked devilishly, and said, "Next is the final cut of the human body cutting magic. Please don't blink, everyone watch carefully."
Exciting, about to begin.
With that, the rope in his hand suddenly loosened, and the large cleaver in the air also fell immediately.
Swish!
Like a transparent white light, without the wooden box blocking, the large cleaver cut through the air in an instant, penetrating everything in its path.
Thud thud. The sound of the ball landing echoed eerily, and rolling on the ground was a head. Oh my god? Is this for real? Damn, that scared me.
The audience did not expect that the execution of Manhwa would come so suddenly.
1 second he was performing magic, the next second he was suddenly beheaded.
At this moment, suddenly,
a wailing voice came faintly from below. "Ah, please, kill me. Let me die."
Although the voice was weak, the audience was all too familiar with this tone. It belonged to Manhwa, who had been begging for mercy just a moment ago.
Wasn't he beheaded? Who is imitating his voice? Following people's confusion, the camera in the live courtroom slowly moved down. The next scene became everyone's nightmare today. A grotesque head was speaking alone. "Ah, ghost!"
Screams of fright erupted around the world. When people came to their senses, they slowly realized that the terrifying head still speaking was none other than Manhwa.
Oh my god, what's going on? How can a head speak after being cut off? What happened? Am I dreaming? What did the host do? What kind of magic is this? People recalled the previous spirit summoning magic. If even spirits could be summoned, then having a head speak was not impossible. Many people curiously asked in the barrage, Host, you have explained the previous magic tricks in detail. Can you also explain the current situation? The bloody magician smiled faintly and said, since you are all curious, let me explain it to you. In my human body magic, there is a unique secret, that is, no matter how much harm the participants and assistants suffer, they will not die. Just like what you are seeing now. As soon as these words were spoken, some people instantly realized, and exclaimed, could it be? The previous 2 cuts on Manhwa were real? No wonder he can still shout so lively now. Is this the reason? The previous howls of Manhwa seemed to still linger in people's ears. His continuous screams, continuous cries of pain, and even continuous pleas for the host to kill him. Initially, they thought he was acting, but it turned out to be all real reactions? Terrifying. A person enduring 3 cuts in a conscious state without dying. This, unimaginable. The whole world fell into silence at this moment. Such cruel methods were truly shocking to hear. It seemed to prove his point. The bloody magician host lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing everything inside. Inside the wooden box filled with red liquid was indeed a severely mutilated body. And it was clear to see the rough cross-section mutilated by the chainsaw, too unbearable to look at. People sighed one after another. No wonder he's called the bloody magician. The word bloody is truly embodied in him. Is this the human body magic that the host is best at? It's truly amazing. Is this worse than the previous 3 grandmas? At least they were tortured in a normal state. Sometimes he just passed out directly and couldn't feel the subsequent pain. But for Manhwa, he felt the excruciating pain of being torn apart throughout the whole process. It's so terrifying, I dare not even think about it. Although everyone looked terrified, no one felt sorry for him. The actions of Manhwa and his group had once caused mental pain to others, which might not be less than physical mutilation. Serves him right. He deserves it. Divine retribution. Seeing Manhwa end up like this, people felt relieved and comfortable. At this moment, someone asked, Anchor, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to let Manhwa continue living in the form of a head? The bloody magician Anchor smiled and replied, don't worry. I'll decide after the other 2 perform their magic. Hearing this, the audience clenched their fists in support, saying, good. We'll follow your lead, Anchor. It seemed that at this moment, they were also upholding justice. Although they didn't contribute anything, at least they were spiritually invested. Next, the bloody magician Anchor turned his gaze to the remaining 2. With just one look, the 2 were so scared that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. They didn't even try to escape. The girls before had at least tried desperately, although the outcome of their escape attempt was not much better. Man 2, come here. The bloody magician Anchor called out. Man 2's legs were trembling violently, making it difficult for him to even stand up, let alone walk to the magic props. Why are you so weak? Weren't you tough when bullying others? The bloody magician's gaze turned cold, looking at him impatiently. Then let me give you a ride. With that, the bloody magician snapped his fingers again. In the blink of an eye, Man 2 was teleported to the bottom of a huge transparent glass water tank. At the same time, black iron chains tightly wrapped around Man 2's legs. The bloody magician then explained, Human Body Magic Act 2, escaping from the water tank. As the name suggests, it's about finding ways to break free from the iron chains and escape from the water tank to avoid drowning. As soon as he finished speaking, water began to gush up from the bottom of the tank. Seeing this, Man 2 quickly took a deep breath in preparation to hold his breath. The water level rose higher and higher, soon covering Man 2's body and continuing to rise. A few seconds later, the entire tank was filled with water, and Man 2 began to challenge the iron chains. If this were a normal magic act, the iron chains would be easily undone, and the participant could swim out of the tank. But so far, nothing that had happened in the Judgement live room was normal. Therefore, the iron chains designed by the bloody magician were impossible for ordinary people to break free from. First of all, it was impossible to unlock them. The iron chains clung to the prey like leeches. Secondly, it would take at least several tons of pulling force to forcefully break the iron chains and escape. Or, one could sever their own legs, like a gecko shedding its tail to escape. Unfortunately, humans do not have the ability to sever their own organs. And even if Man 2 tried his best, he could not tear his own legs off. Just as a person cannot hold their breath to death. When a person is close to suffocation, the brain will send out a compulsory command to stop the breath-holding behavior. It's all about the instinct for survival.
Next, everyone in the world witnessed Man 2 suffocating and drowning repeatedly in the water tank, only to wake up again. Then suffocate, wake up, suffocate, wake up.
This cycle continued endlessly, like a terrifying cycle of hell.
Moreover, in the water, Man 2 couldn't make any sound, only silently drowning and reviving alone, looking particularly tragic. The audience clicked their tongues inside, saying, "He can't even say a word for help or mercy, just like Ah Zheng before, any self-proclaimed innocence sounds pale and weak.
Ha ha, serves him right. Deserves to drown.
Must repeat it 99 times. At this moment, the bloody magician anchor said again, "Let's put Man 2 aside to fend for himself."
Next, it's the last person's turn. As the words fell, everyone's gaze locked onto Man 3.
At this moment, Man 3, sitting paralyzed on the ground, tears of regret and fear kept flowing from the corners of his eyes.
He knew that his fate would definitely not be better than the first two. There was no way out ahead.
This time, the bloody magician anchor did not ask him to walk to the magic props himself.
Instead, he personally used instant teleportation to send him to the gallows.
Too lazy to watch them crawl slowly, no patience for that.
Human Body Magic Item 3, Human Body Compression Technique.
The bloody magician anchor introduced excitedly.
The magic prop for human body compression is an upright iron box.
There are two mechanisms on the top and bottom of the iron box that can compress the iron box towards the center. At this moment, Man 3 is locked inside the iron box, only his head leaning forward, exposed on the outside, like an ancient prisoner being escorted. If this were a normal magic trick, when the iron box is compressed later, Man 3's body would quietly hide in the compartments inside, creating the illusion of the body being compressed visually. But it has been said before, there is nothing normal in the Judgement live room. Therefore, Man 3 will experience real human body compression. Watch closely.
I'm starting. The bloody magician anchor shouted excitedly, then activated the mechanism, and the iron box gradually began to compress.
At first, Man 3 only felt some pressure on his neck and soles, but nothing serious. But as time passed, the iron box shrank more and more. The pressure on Man 3 suddenly increased.
Ah!
His brows furrowed, and he groaned in pain. Then the cries became louder and more ferocious.
Ah ah ah! It hurts so much. Please, stop! The miserable cries echoed once again on the stage.
Although Man 3 knew he would not be spared, these pleas were futile. But the intense pain made him instinctively shout these words. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, there were also a series of bone-crushing sounds, sounding particularly harsh and horrifying.
Gurgle.
The audience around the world, seeing this scene, swallowed nervously, their eyes revealing a strong sense of fear.
Oh my God! Being flattened alive, like a meat grinder, I can't imagine how painful it must be.
Every bone and organ in the body being crushed bit by bit, this is too terrifying. As the iron box shrank, there were already blood-red liquids and some viscous mixtures seeping out from the seams of the iron box, continuously dripping down. And when the iron box was compressed to the extreme, the bloody magician anchor opened it in front of everyone.
And then everyone saw a head with only a neck left.
The scene was particularly horrifying. At this point, all three men had tasted unparalleled pain.
At the same time, all three men were still alive.
The audience speculated that with the bloody magician's ability, he might be able to restore the three men. After all, even the characteristic of immortality had been used by him. But according to the rules of the Judgement live room, most likely these three men would not be spared. Just as the audience speculated how the bloody magician anchor would deal with the three men, he suddenly announced, "This magic live broadcast still has one final segment."
Another one? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Have not all 6 sinners been punished? Are there still hidden sinners, like the snake release incident last time? Many people became nervous again,
especially those who had dealings with the deceased Xiao Mei and deceased Ah Zheng. Xiao Ruo, the immediate boss, and others associated with these two incidents suddenly became nervous.
They kept muttering, "We shouldn't be punished to death."
The old madam and the 10 uncles who entered and exited Xiao Mei's room that night also anxiously murmured, "Didn't we agree to let the law enforcement handle us?
Please don't change your mind at the last minute."
Those who had previously assaulted Ah Zheng due to rumors of rapist also suddenly became afraid.
They won't punish us, will they? We were also misled.
Even the person involved, Xiao Ruo, cried like that, and there are even witnesses. Under the worried expressions of many people, after a moment, the bloody magician finally announced the content of the final segment. The final segment involves the life and death of 3 men, and whether they live or die is in the hands of the following people. Colleagues who have verbally or physically assaulted Ah Zheng in the past. As soon as the words fell, dozens of Sakuragwa workers in front of the screen froze in place.
Their worries had become a reality. The Judgement live broadcast had actually come knocking on their doors. What do you want us to do? We didn't mean it, we were really misled. Ignoring their explanations, the bloody magician waved his wand, and these dozens of people instantly disappeared from their homes. The next moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the audience seats of the circus. Welcome to the Judgement live broadcast, the exclusive stage of this magician. The bloody magician warmly welcomed everyone, but none of these people appreciated it. Help! They immediately started screaming, some ran around holding their heads, some were so scared they wet their pants. The scene turned into chaos. Until a sentence from the bloody magician entered their ears. Don't worry, you won't be in danger of losing your life, nor will you suffer any physical torture. Upon hearing this, everyone gradually calmed down, sitting quietly in the audience seats, nervously observing the situation. The bloody magician then explained, "Today, I have brought you here to judge the 3 men in place of Zhang. Later, I will let you take turns on stage. Press the button for life or death, and it will count as a vote. The option with more than half the votes will determine the final outcome for the 3 men. Do you understand?" Everyone quickly nodded. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were called here for this matter, thinking a disaster was about to befall them. But they were a bit too happy too soon. The perfectly arranged punishment set up by Yuan Chen was waiting for them ahead. At this moment, 3 machines appeared on the stage, placed next to men 1, 2, and 3, like arcade machines from the last century. On the 2 red buttons on the left and right, life and death were written respectively. On the screen of the machines was a bar graph. The initial values of the graph: life 0, death 0. A simple and clear device, easy to operate at a glance. According to your seats in the audience, come up on stage from left to right, top to bottom. The bloody magician waved his hand, signaling them to act. Then, the first person nervously walked up on stage. In the order of men 1, 2, 3, make your choice on the 3 machines in sequence. The bloody magician continued to command. The first person first approached man 1. As soon as he got close, he immediately smelled a strong, pungent smell of blood, making him want to vomit. As soon as his feet stepped into the pool of blood on the ground, the scene before his eyes made his stomach churn, and he vomited on the spot. The broken body of man 1, and that head, looked even more terrifying in person than through the screen. In the center of the blood pool, enveloped in the stench of blood, he only had one thought at this moment: quickly cast the vote and leave. And when he approached the machine, before pressing the button, the head of man 1 beside him kept pleading, "Please, let me die. Please don't vote for alive. I just want to die, please end it for me." He glanced at the terrifying head from the corner of his eye, quickly pressed the death button, and ran away with a look of disgust. It felt like being chased by a ghost, his movements were so fast. Next, he came to the side of man 2 drowning in the tank. The environment here was quite clean, no blood on the floor, and the air relatively normal. The only discomfort was that man 2 in the tank kept staring at him, staring in a way that made his whole body hair stand on end, as if man 2 had something urgent to say. At this moment, the bloody magician waved his wand again, and the water level in the tank suddenly dropped by half. Man 2 finally got a moment to catch his breath. He breathed heavily, while also leaning on the transparent glass, staring pitifully at the people coming to vote, and pleading, "Please, don't vote for my death. I want to live. Please, my life is in your hands." The suffering of man 2 seemed to be the least among the 3. Unlike man 1 who only wanted to die, man 2 should be able to start a healthy life again as long as he could survive. He wouldn't be missing limbs, so his will to survive was still very strong. Faced with the sincere plea of man 2, the first person to vote hesitated. He was conflicted, not sure which button to press. It was completely different from being an audience watching through a screen. At that time, it was just as a spectator, watching everything happening in the live broadcast room with a mindset of watching a show, without much psychological pressure. But now, he had become a participant in the live broadcast. A precious vote determined the life and death of a person. And this person was his colleague. He didn't have the resolute courage to judge someone's death. What to do? He said anxiously, murmuring in confusion. At this point, viewers from around the world couldn't bear it anymore, shouting, "What's there to hesitate about? Quickly press the death button. Do you sympathize with them? Empathize with criminals? Do you want to become a criminal too? Stop dilly-dallying. I really don't know what there is to consider. If it were me, I would press the death button for all 3. The voices of the audience continued to come from the circus stands, greatly influencing him. Encouraged by many people, or rather incited, he finally struggled to press the death button. Then he ran away without looking back, not daring to meet the desperate gaze of man 2 in the glass tank. Afterwards, he came to the side of Man 3. The ground was covered with thick red matter, mixed with white bone fragments, the scene even more terrifying than Man 1. Stepping on the ground, feeling the soft and disgusting touch, he was scared to tears on the spot. And he was a grown man. How fragile his mind was. Similarly, Man 3 weakly pleaded with him, "Kill me. Kill me." His voice sounded like a wronged soul, faintly entering his ears. Ah! He quickly pressed the death button, then shouted and ran back to the audience stands. When he sat back in his seat, he still looked visibly shaken, apparently very frightened. The next dozens of people were almost in the same situation. Apart from the detectives and forensic experts who are always present at crime scenes, few people can withstand such a terrifying scene. The crowd was not only scared by the bloody scenes, screaming repeatedly, crying, vomiting, but also felt guilty for casting a vote for death. It is worth noting that among the dozens of voters, the figure of Xiao Ruo was found. Wow, the look in her eyes when she voted was so determined. Death! 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 The action of pressing the button was so quick. The steps under her feet were not dragging at all. It seems that she truly hates these three people. In the end, the voting results are out. Man 1, death, 47 votes. Alive, 3 votes. Man 2, death, 33 votes. Alive, 17 votes. Man 3, death, 45 votes. Alive, 5 votes. Seeing this, the global audience finally relaxed and commented, "Thank goodness. The result is what I hoped for. I thought this group of people would soften and cause trouble." But surprisingly, 17 people softened for Man 2. I really don't know what they were thinking. Is their brain filled with paste? Even though the result was good, they couldn't escape criticism. However, their basic sense of right and wrong is still intact. So, the expected voting results appeared, and all three men met the same end. Death. All right. The bloody magician host stepped forward again to take charge. Since the result is out, the execution will take place immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly snapped his fingers. Ding! The mysterious force protecting the three men from death suddenly disappeared. The three men instantly lost all signs of life. Good riddance. Finally, their evil lives have come to an end. Celebratory voices came from viewers around the world. However, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely different. Looking at the two heads on stage that fell into silence, and the body immersed in water, the atmosphere in the audience seats became heavy. Everyone's faces were grim, and their emotions were low. It seems that with the death of the three men, their sense of guilt has escalated into a strong sense of guilt. After all, they conspired and killed the three men with their own hands. Seeing their strange reactions, viewers around the world suddenly understood. The host's intention in arranging the final segment was to make them bear the guilt of murder. Previously, they may not have felt much about indirectly causing Ah Zheng's death, but now, all the tragedies happened right in front of them. They could truly empathize. Now, viewers around the world once again respected the host. I didn't expect the host to carefully arrange such a segment, so that those who are not deeply involved in sin also receive appropriate punishment. As the saying goes, you can't eat your cake and have it too. This is the price. It seems that the principle of not blaming the masses does not apply in the Judgement live room. Don't talk about these 50 people. I feel that if it were a cyberbullying incident, millions of people could be identified. Do not do evil just because it is small. Do not refrain from doing good just because it is small. These people may have just said a few harsh words, but perhaps those few words became the last straw that broke the camel's back, leading to Ah Zheng's suicide. Peeking into people's thoughts, Yuan Shen secretly rejoiced, thinking, great. It seems that this live broadcast had a great effect. The rewards will be good too. Then, the blood magician host disguised as Yuan Shen smiled handsomely at the camera in the live room and said, "Dear viewers, this magic broadcast ends here. We will meet again if fate allows." With that, he slightly bowed again, took off the magic hat on his head, and made a gentlemanly gesture. At the same time, the scene in the Judgement live room slowly faded away, gradually leaving only darkness. Watching the bloody magician gradually disappear from view, the infatuated viewers were reluctant to part, while the hardcore viewers were still not satisfied. It seems that some people are already looking forward to the next live broadcast. With the closure of the Judgement live room, electronic devices around the world have returned to normal. Representing the end of this double case, many people are still immersed in that thrilling and terrifying atmosphere, finding it hard to break free. After all, presenting 6 shocking tortures at once is indeed difficult for the human brain to digest all at once. The debut of the new anchor Bloody Magician has naturally attracted greater attention worldwide. Every country and region's social media, the hottest topic is undoubtedly the Bloody Magician anchor in the Judgement live room. With a handsome face and magical skills, it's hard not to become popular. But discussions about him are not limited to the surface. There are deeper thoughts. Who is the bloody magician? He knows magic like the back of his hand. Could it be that among the vast sea of people, there really are descendants of wizards? If he is an alien, it's a bit scary. Aliens using supernatural magic and witchcraft? What incredible racial talents! In less than a month, two extraordinary figures appeared in the mysterious Judgement live room, the electronic hacker and the bloody magician. How many more secrets does it hold? With so many questions, nearly 10 billion people worldwide are clueless. In order to uncover the truth of the Judgement live room, the media and security agencies of the Sakura country have found those selected by the bloody magician anchor, trying to extract useful information from them. Reporter: what does it feel like to be instantly moved? Interviewee: not much feeling. It just goes black in front of my eyes, and the next second my vision is restored. Reporter: what does the Judgement live room look like? Interviewee: very real. It looks exactly the same as on the screen. Reporter: do you think the bloody magician anchor is human? Interviewee: although I was very close to him, I couldn't bear to look at him. Personally, I think he is human. Reporter: are there any obvious features of the circus you stayed at? Please think carefully, maybe we can find the location based on the clues you provide. Interviewee: the audience seats are brown chairs. The ceiling is like a kaleidoscope of colors. The stage floor seems to be made of marble. Based on the clues provided by 50 eyewitnesses, media and security agencies around the world are trying to find similar circuses globally. However, they cannot find a location that matches 100%. This time, although there are many eyewitnesses who have come out alive from the Judgement live room, human efforts are still doomed to fail again. The mysterious Judgement live room remains untraceable. Humans never imagined that the circus was not on Earth, but in an independent cosmic space. A special space that only Yuan Chen is qualified to visit. In addition, the appearance of the bloody magician has given security agencies around the world another headache. The already difficult to track electronic hacker is now joined by a bloody magician who can teleport and use witchcraft? The difficulties and problems have multiplied exponentially. Although so far the Judgement live room has only been killing evil people, who can guarantee 100% that one day it will not go crazy and turn against all humanity? Moreover, after the last incident of releasing poisonous snakes, the electronic hacker anchor said a sentence, wanting humanity to taste the taste of destroying the environment. This sentence, no matter how you think about it, is directed at everyone. For this reason, countries are still actively stockpiling supplies, building shelters, and taking other actions. While they are all in a frenzy, the mastermind behind the scenes, Yuan Chen, appears to be extremely relaxed in comparison. He is comfortably lying on the sofa, waiting for the system to issue rewards. Congratulations, host, the live broadcast has ended successfully. Currently evaluating the situation of this live broadcast, please wait. After a while, the system spoke again. Host, in this live broadcast, you have punished many people in one go, and in various different forms. Each punishment has made the global audience convinced and delighted. Therefore, congratulations, host. Evaluation result, perfect success. Humph, as expected, Yuan Chen said smugly. Currently implementing corresponding rewards for the host, please wait. Reward 1, the host gains all the abilities of the bloody magician. Bloody magician's ability 1, magic space. Ability description, it is the circus space that appeared in the live broadcast room this time. In the magic space, any magical tricks can be reproduced. Bloody magician's ability 2, instant transfer. Ability description, transfer the target to the magic space, and the ability to transfer out. Restrictions, when transferring over a long distance, detailed personal information of the target must be known. When transferring over a short distance, the target's appearance must be clearly seen, and eye contact must be maintained for more than 3 seconds, or any physical contact with the target. When the host is in the magic space, these restrictions are invalid. Bloody magician's ability 3, witchcraft puppet. Ability description, obtain a part of the target's body, such as hair, dandruff, etc. Then fuse it with doll-like items to create a witchcraft puppet. The damage inflicted on the witchcraft puppet will be transferred to the target's body. Bloody magician's ability 4, softness like water. Ability description, can use water to probe into the target's past experiences. Bloody magician's ability 5, spirit summoning. Ability description, in a place of death, using a mirror can communicate with the deceased spirit. Ability restriction, unable to summon physical spirits. When the host is in the magic space, this restriction is invalid. Bloody magician's ability 6, body magic. Ability description, perform body cutting, body compression, and drowning in a water tank on the target.
Ability restriction. To activate this ability, the host must have items such as iron boxes, wooden boxes, glass jars, knives, chainsaws, etc. When the host is in the magic space, this restriction is invalid. As soon as the words fell, a feeling of enlightenment swept through his body again. 6 abilities in total, all mastered by Yuan Shen in one go. And these 6 powers, although based on magic, their actual effects are comparable to magical witchcraft and sorcery. Yuan Shen felt a mysterious power filling his body, a power that transcended logic in the natural world. The system did not deceive me, it really can make any fantastical imagination come true, Yuan Shen exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, with these abilities, he even felt invincible. Why not try out these skills at the right opportunity? Yuan Shen's eyes lit up, eager to give it a try. At this stage, Yuan Shen already possessed all the abilities of an electronic hacker and a bloody magician. Even in a world of superhumans, he was definitely one of the top superhumans. In this situation, if Yuan Shen wanted to test his skills, he would need to find a major event. Petty mischief was beneath his status and could not reveal the strength of his abilities. Therefore, Yuan Shen activated his super hacker ability, stealthily entering the world's internet, trying to find a major event. Hard work pays off. An hour later, Yuan Shen found a rather interesting event. Why is it said to be interesting? Because from the intelligence Yuan Shen has obtained so far, the other party actually wants to hold a live broadcast of a folk trial, a bootleg version of a trial live broadcast. As the true owner of the trial broadcast room, Yuan Shen was naturally greatly interested in this group of people. In the email sent to his subordinates by the organizer, it was mentioned, looking for cases within the country that should have been sentenced to death or life imprisonment, but escaped heavy sentences through power and money, or even impunity. Then, by some covert means, arrest the parties involved in the case and escort them to the venue for the final trial. It is well known that those who can escape with power and money definitely have powerful backers. And this organizer actually has the ability and courage to kidnap these people? It can be seen that this person's power is even more overwhelming. Interesting. The more intelligence he obtained, the more intense Yuan Shen's interest became. He continued to use his super hacker abilities to dig up more intelligence. With more intelligence flooding his mind, Yuan Shen gradually figured out the full picture of this bootleg trial live broadcast. This is not a public broadcast facing the entire population. It is a perverse gathering only invited by some high-ranking and wealthy individuals, nobles, and tycoons. In the emails of these nobles and tycoons, Yuan Shen also learned the exact location of this bootleg broadcast. A private estate on the outskirts of a border city in the silver-plated country. Yuan Shen has almost found out the personal information of the invited individuals. Many of them are local tycoons or officials. Not only are there people from the silver-plated country, but even foreigners who are on the global rich list are also on the guest list. However, after searching through all the personal email addresses and private phones of the invited individuals, he still could not find any information related to the identity of the organizer. Following the senders and the email addresses, he could only find a shell company. It seems that the organizer is very cautious, intentionally guarding against online tracking. It is estimated that they have committed many illegal activities. Various covert methods have long been mastered. However, the more challenging it is, the more challenging it is. Yuan Shen happens to be able to show off his skills. After resting for a night and taking a lazy nap, Yuan Shen boarded a plane to the silver-plated country the next day at noon. Then, he transferred from the airport to the border city. In order to prevent the journey from being too far and spending too much time in the car, Yuan Shen boldly bought a luxurious car, spacious enough to sleep comfortably in the back seat with it open. Then he had the hired driver drive while he rested comfortably in the back seat. Although the price was extremely expensive, it was simply exorbitant for ordinary people. But who is Yuan Shen? A world-famous electronic hacker. As long as he touches his phone, the digits in his bank account can skyrocket. Becoming the world's richest person is not a dream, let alone buying a small luxury car? Finally, after a day's journey by car, Yuan Shen arrived at his destination. Compared to the city he landed in, the border city was visibly much more backward. In the Dragon Country, even some counties have built airports, but this border city has not yet. However, upon closer inspection, it is precisely this backward environment that has created the perfect hiding space for the organizer. The unnoticed border town, while not too backward, has most of the necessary resources readily available. It is indeed a kind of utopia in a sense. The scheduled time for the bootleg trial live broadcast is tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Then I have to prepare during this time, and also have the driver catch up on some sleep. After all, there is still a long way to go to the private estate in the suburbs, and it will take a whole day to return.
Yuan Chen planned in his mind. Mr. Driver, I have booked the best 4-star hotel in the city for you. You go and take a nap first. There are a few more stretches of road to trouble you with later. You must keep your spirits up. This is today's designated driver fee. I've transferred it to your card. Please check. Yuan Chenhao said confidently. Every move and gesture exuded the aura of a wealthy person.
Upon hearing this, the driver quickly opened his phone and indeed received a text message from the bank.
Received 200,000 in the account. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother.
I will do my best to drive well for you, ensuring you are comfortable and safe. The driver repeatedly expressed his gratitude. His mouth couldn't stop smiling.
Yuan Chen currently does not have any life-saving superpowers.
Furthermore, Yuan Chen is not sure if the system would intervene to save him if he were in danger, such as in a car accident. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the luxury car he chose is already the highest configuration. This part with the driver must also be flawless. In addition, if one wants to mix with the upper class at a gathering, one's shabby sportswear is definitely not acceptable. Moreover, the invitation email from the organizer specifically stated that this is a masquerade party where everyone must wear masks to conceal their identities. Therefore, Yuan Chen had to go shopping. The next day, Yuan Chen put on his newly bought designer suit, wore a sparkling diamond ring on his finger, and had the Pikachu-style cartoon mask ready. He officially set off for the private estate in the outskirts. In the afternoon, they arrived outside the estate. There were more than a dozen luxury cars lined up in front, taking turns going through security checks. While waiting, Yuan Chen looked out the window and saw an endless network of electric fences surrounding the entire estate. With the naked eye, one couldn't even see the end. This area covered at least tens of thousands of acres. Damn! Is it this terrifying? Yuan Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Without first-hand contact with the lifestyle of the upper class, one could never imagine the extent of their wealth. But soon, Yuan Chen calmed down. After all, if it came down to wealth, who among them could surpass him? In fact, Yuan Chen could make the entire world's banking system collapse and malfunction in just a few minutes. Overnight, he could turn all the people here from top billionaires into paupers. Soon, it was Yuan Chen's turn for the security check. Driver, please pull the car closer to the security booth, Yuan Chen instructed deliberately. The two security personnel in camouflage outfits, each carrying a real gun on their backs, looked quite robust. They seemed to be skilled. Please show the invitation. One of them demanded authoritatively. The invitation was the attachment in the email. Each invitee had a unique attachment with a distinctive identification code. But for Yuan Chen, as long as it was virtual, he could easily forge it to deceive others. With full confidence, Yuan Chen opened the attachment, raised his phone, and handed it to the security personnel. At the same time, while handing over the phone, Yuan Chen deliberately extended his hand and inadvertently touched the scanning device held by the security personnel. Suddenly, his electronic hacking ability was activated. Within that split second of touching the scanning device, there wasn't much Yuan Chen could do. But there was one way to overcome the time limit: implant a Trojan virus into the device. And that's exactly what Yuan Chen did. By implanting the computer virus, he then invaded the internal LAN of the entire private estate through the network connected to the scanning device. Okay, you may proceed. The security personnel waved their hands to signal. Yuan Chen took back his phone and rolled up the car window. On the phone screen, a skull icon had already appeared, indicating that the computer virus had successfully infiltrated and connected the internal LAN to this phone. From now on, all devices connected to the internal network within the private estate fell under Yuan Chen's control. The layout of all surveillance cameras within the private estate. The locations where all security personnel were stationed. The cells where kidnapped prisoners were held. Even the information from the organizers, Yuan Chen obtained it all. It turned out to be a member of parliament. Yuan Chen immediately searched for news about this member of parliament on the internet. He found that he was one of the most likely candidates to win the next election. However, his views touched the interests of many people, making numerous enemies. As Yuan Chen continued to investigate, he also discovered that this person, despite having numerous enemies, had managed to survive to this day through extremely ruthless means. He had committed many murders and arson. No wonder he's so bold. Yuan Chen muttered thoughtfully. He seemed to be staging this today to demonstrate his courage and determination to society, by rallying some friends and issuing a warning to his enemies. Unfortunately, his plans were likely to fall through. Later, gradually entering deep into private territory, a magnificent mansion resembling a palace came into view. According to the information Yuan Chen obtained, the first floor hall was the venue for a masquerade ball.
The kidnapped victims were being held in the storage room on the third floor.
The current surveillance footage showed that there were 2 armed guards at the entrance and inside the storage room. If he wanted to break in directly, with a little strategy, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Some might ask, aren't those who were captured cunning criminals who escaped? Why bother with them? Isn't it better to let them face the consequences they deserve?
That's true, but the security here was tight, and all security personnel were armed, and Yuan Shen didn't want to be caught in a hail of bullets.
So, he needed help.
And within this vast private estate, besides Yuan Shen himself, the only ones openly hostile to the organizers were these kidnapped criminals.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
If he could release them from captivity, it would surely divert a significant amount of security forces. By then, the pressure on Yuan Shen would naturally be greatly reduced.
With a plan forming in his mind, Yuan Shen immediately took action.
Wearing a cute Pikachu mask, he underwent a second security check at the entrance of the first floor hall, ensuring he wasn't carrying any weapons before smoothly entering. As he entered the hall, the beautiful sound of a piano echoed in his ears. Before the bootleg version of the trial broadcast began, everyone wore masks and danced elegantly to the music. It seemed to be such an elegant and beautiful masquerade ball, but beneath each mask lay a filthy and despicable heart. Yuan Shen casually took a glass of wine, ignored these so-called upper-class people, passed through the crowd, and went straight to the third floor.
Hey, no approaching here.
If you're looking for the restroom, go to your rear. The security personnel guarding the storage room saw a wealthy gentleman approaching and quickly reminded him.
The visitor was Yuan Shen.
Pretending to be drunk, Yuan Shen ignored their warnings and continued to stagger towards the storage room.
Hey, can you hear me? No approaching here.
Seeing the wealthy gentleman not responding, the security personnel raised their voices and shouted again.
Yuan Shen knew they wouldn't dare shoot the guests, because the guests invited here today were all influential figures. They were not to be trifled with by the likes of them. When Yuan Shen was halfway there, he suddenly collapsed as if he had passed out. Seeing the 2 security personnel witnessing the noble guest falling down, they became nervous. The 2 of them looked at each other in confusion and then discussed, what should we do? What if he dies of alcohol poisoning here? Will it be blamed on us?
Technically, this is not within our scope of duties.
But if he dies in front of us and we remain indifferent, we might lose our jobs at least.
They looked up at the surveillance camera above, knowing that everything in the mansion would be recorded.
It would be fine if the guests didn't have any accidents.
However, if something really happens, it will be troublesome to be held accountable in the future. So, the 2 of them decided, anyway, there are still 2 people guarding the storage room.
We will leave for a minute, quickly carry the guests to the first floor, and then return.
Then, the 2 of them ran to the fallen Yuan Shen. One lifted the shoulders, the other lifted the legs.
The moment their hands touched Yuan Shen's body, a male voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Goodbye. Magic ability, instant transfer, activate. The next moment, the 2 bodies suddenly disappeared.
In the empty corridor, there was no trace left of them, as if they had never appeared. The whole process was silent, without any sound of fighting. Naturally, it did not alert the other 2 people in the house.
Humph, simple and easy, done. Yuan Shen stood up, smiling triumphantly.
Then, he swaggered towards the storage room door.
Surveillance above?
Completely disregarded. All electronic devices in the mansion had been compromised. Standing at the entrance of the storage room, Yuan Shen did not rush to open the door. He had to be prepared, in case the 2 security guards inside would shoot immediately upon seeing a stranger enter. So, the best way at the moment was to lure them out. Yuan Shen took out his phone, used the implanted computer virus to control the core system of the security room, and sent instructions to the phones of the 2 people inside the house. An accident has occurred at the staircase on the 3rd floor, urgent support needed. Upon receiving the instructions, the 2 hurriedly opened the door, ready to rush out. Little did they know, as soon as the door opened, 2 arms swiftly grabbed them. Magic ability activated, instant transfer technique.
The next moment, the 2 disappeared again.
They were placed in the magic space first, and then they would consider how to deal with them later. After all, they were just humans. Even if they had guns, they couldn't stir up any trouble in the magic space. Easily dealing with 4 fully armed security guards, Yuan Shen couldn't help but hum a tune, and happily entered the storage room where the prisoners were held. Inside the storage room, there were more than 10 iron cages. However, the cages did not contain wild beasts, but living humans.
Hello, everyone.
Yuan Shen stood proudly at the door, shouting loudly. His shout immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Are you the mastermind behind this? Why did you bring us here?
They questioned excitedly. It seemed they were still in the dark.
Don't worry, I am not with those who kidnapped you. On the contrary, I am their enemy. Yuan Shen was wearing a Pikachu mask, so he wasn't afraid of being seen by everyone. I have already taken care of the 4 guards at the door. If you want to survive, you need to escape now. Otherwise, you will be sent to the gallows and publicly executed later. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the iron cages became nervous. Although they didn't know if the public execution he mentioned was real, it sounded particularly frightening. After all, having experienced 3 live trials, everyone was especially sensitive to the words public execution. Yuan Shen then planned to open the locks of the iron cages. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be high-tech electronic locks. These were locks that even a regular person would find extremely troublesome to pick, let alone with an electric saw. For ordinary people, these locks were indeed exceptionally troublesome. But in front of Yuan Shen, the more high-tech they were, the more child's play they seemed. With a light touch of his hand, the lock opened. Soon, more than 10 people were freed, and they asked Yuan Shen, "Where should we escape to?" Yuan Shen smiled faintly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes under the mask. "If you want to survive, run around the house or hide. Remember not to gather together, otherwise you will easily be caught in one fell swoop. Spread out and escape on your own. Some of you lucky ones will have a chance to survive." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and panicked, asking, "Aren't you here to save us? I thought my dad sent someone to save me. I thought my boss sent someone too." They all had powerful backers, so it wasn't surprising for them to think that way. But Yuan Shen just shook his head and said regretfully, "Do as you please. Either run and have a chance to live, or stay put and die for sure." With that, he ran off first. Seeing Yuan Shen escape, everyone suddenly panicked. Someone started moving their feet, and within 30 seconds, everyone was running out. Yuan Shen's goal was achieved. After everyone had scattered everywhere, Yuan Shen smirked evilly, took out his phone again, and controlled the core system of the security room, issuing instructions to each security personnel. "All 15 prisoners have escaped. Please mobilize personnel from all sides to make arrests." At the same time, through the surveillance cameras, they could see some of the fleeing prisoners. So, all security personnel sprang into action. Only a few people remained to guard the crucial positions. Yuan Shen's timing was just right. By then, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The ball was over, and the live broadcast of the makeshift trial was about to begin. Yuan Shen stood in the lobby on the first floor, blending in with the crowd. Not far away, a huge red curtain was pulled back, revealing a performance stage. On the stage, various types of torture devices were displayed. The most prominent ones were guillotine, gallows, iron chair, pig cage. At the sight of these torture devices, the crowd below erupted in cheers. "Wow! Let's get started! Exciting!" It seemed that these people who came out of curiosity were eager for it. Then, a figure wearing a tiger mask slowly walked onto the stage. Most of the people present, including Yuan Shen, knew his true identity. The host, Lord Senator. After the senator took the stage, there was an instant silence below. He picked up the microphone and slowly said, "Today, you are all invited here, presumably to watch a trial broadcast that we control ourselves. As we all know, in a real trial broadcast, no one can control it. No matter how powerful or influential you are, you cannot influence the actions of the trial broadcast. Most of us here are already accustomed to controlling everything, controlling the life and death of others, controlling every move of others. So, to satisfy everyone's desire, today everyone has the opportunity to take the stage as the superior and pass judgment on the criminals. Rest assured, you don't need to feel any psychological pressure. I assure you all that the people we are going to judge today are scum who have escaped legal punishment and are unforgivable." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a round of applause from the audience. But Yuan Shen, upon hearing this, sneered in his heart. Unable to control the real trial broadcast, they created a fake one to satisfy their strong desire for control? And in the small details, they deliberately made it very tight, trying hard to make it look real. Instead of capturing the criminals who had already been sentenced to death in prison, they kidnapped those who had escaped punishment. This was indeed imitated very realistically. But fake is fake after all. No matter how deliberately they try to make it look real, they cannot change its poor nature. Moreover, the host himself was not a good person. Why didn't he lead by example and judge himself? Seeing everyone enthusiastic and excited, the host continued, "It's time for the agreed upon time. Time is of the essence, let's get started." With that, he snapped his fingers towards the microphone. It was probably a signal for his men to bring the first prisoner up. The bloody magician had snapped his fingers several times during the previous live broadcast. Each time was extremely cool and handsome. The feeling of being able to control the situation without saying a word was very refreshing. And this person even wanted to imitate that. Did he really think of himself as the host controlling everything in the Judgement live broadcast room? Have some shame. Seeing this, Yuan Chen's impulse was almost uncontrollable. As the true owner of the Judgement live broadcast room, Yuan Chen now just wanted to rush up and tie him to the gallows. But it was not the time yet. Right now, there were still 3 security personnel stationed in the hall. After the host snapped his fingers, the scene fell silent. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the prisoner to come on stage. But 10 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Some murmurs arose in the crowd. What's going on? Is he playing with us? If you're not ready, don't make a big fuss about inviting us. Isn't this embarrassing yourself? Seeing the restless crowd below the stage, the embarrassed host blushed and quickly reassured, please be patient, there was a little incident, it will be resolved soon. After that, he put down the microphone, went backstage, and angrily greeted through the intercom, you useless bunch. What are you doing? Intentionally embarrassing me? I pay you such high salaries so that you can work well and take care of every detail. And what are you doing now? Then a voice came from the intercom, sir, I'm very sorry. The prisoners somehow all escaped. They are currently scattered throughout the territory, and we are doing our best to capture them. Rest assured, they cannot escape. It's just a matter of time before we catch them like fish in a barrel. Upon hearing this, the host became even more furious. Escaped? All of them escaped? How did they escape from the cage? A bunch of idiots. He also knew that getting angry now would be of no help in turning the situation around. After venting his anger, he quickly ordered, now, everyone. I don't care what you're doing, what duties you must adhere to. All of you, go and bring back the prisoners. You have 15 minutes to get it done. Then he returned to the stage, full of apologies, saying, please enjoy some wine and music for a while. The Judgement live broadcast will be slightly delayed. After that, the beautiful sound of the piano rang out in the hall again. However, to everyone present, this piano sound, no matter how pleasant, was filled with thick embarrassment. Now, under Yuan Chen's ingenious plan, all the security personnel had been dispersed. Now was the best time to act. Yuan Chen took off the mobile phone charm hanging a small cloth doll, ready to use it as material for the voodoo puppet. And then, he needed a part of the host. He went directly to the backstage, pulled out a strand of hair from the host's head, the simplest and quickest way. With just a small strand of hair, this farce could end. With a plan in mind, Yuan Chen casually approached the backstage. When he reached the host, he raised his glass as if engaging in social chat, and greeted, honorable member, I've heard of your great reputation. The host was feeling annoyed and was about to brush it off casually and find an excuse to leave. But unexpectedly, the other party said, I have 30 billion. Intended to support your election. Can we discuss a cooperation? 30 billion? Upon hearing this figure, even though he was wealthy, he couldn't help but be tempted. Oh, he immediately became interested, approached Yuan Chen, and asked, could you reveal your name? There are too many guests here, forgive me for not recognizing whose voice you belong to. Yuan Chen chuckled and said, the walls have ears. My identity is quite sensitive. Let me tell you quietly. After that, he leaned close to the man's ear, intending to whisper. But the next moment, hiss, the host cried out in pain. Reflexively, he stepped back 2 steps from Yuan Chen, covering his slightly stinging scalp, and angrily asked, what are you doing? Are you sick? As a prominent figure in the silver-plated country, who is above 10,000 people, where has he ever experienced such mockery and insult? Dare to mock me? I think you are looking for death. With that, he picked up the walkie-talkie, intending to call security. But Yuan Chen would not give him that chance. The hair pulled from his head was already entwined around the voodoo doll in his hand. Voodoo doll, completed. Yuan Chen grabbed the right wrist of the voodoo doll and gently twisted it. Immediately, the host's right wrist snapped with a crack. The walkie-talkie in his hand also fell to the ground with a clatter. Following that, there was his painful scream. Ah! A person like him, who has countless enemies, has naturally experienced some assassination attempts. Therefore, he did not panic and run away on the spot but first crouched down to pick up the walkie-talkie on the ground. He knew that only well-trained and fully armed security personnel could deal with trained assassins. But as his remaining left hand was about to touch the walkie-talkie, his left wrist also suddenly snapped. Ah! The intense pain struck again, knocking him down directly. For an ordinary person, in such a situation, they would have been rolling on the ground in pain long ago. But he was not an ordinary person. He quickly focused his attention, endured the pain in his hands, raised his head, and scanned upwards. Where did the gunshot come from? He thought there was a sniper aiming at him in the open field. But the other party only aimed at his hand,
obviously wanting to leave him alive, wanting to capture him alive. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the head long ago. However, after scanning around, he did not find any trace of a sniper at all. Could it be? He suddenly turned his gaze to Yuan Shen, who had just talked to him, thinking that this person was shooting. But it was not. This person was just looking at him indifferently, playing with a small toy in his hand. He did not connect that small toy with the voodoo doll in the Judgement live room. After all, when the Judgement live room is activated, all electronic devices in the world will be compromised. But now, such absurd things have not happened. So he did not associate it with the bloody magician anchor at all. Help! Help! Then, he tried to call for help. But the scene was filled with music, and his cries for help were naturally drowned out. In the end, he was left with only one choice: escape. He propped himself up with his elbow, struggled to stand up, and then ran. But moments later, an unparalleled pain came from his legs again. Crack! His legs also snapped. Ah! In his heart-wrenching screams, a figure wearing a Pikachu mask slowly approached and lifted him up. Under that cute mask, however, came out chilling words. Let's start the Judgement live immediately. You will be the guest performer. With that, he moved towards the stage. The host immediately realized that the other party wanted to lift him onto the stage and execute him in public. No, no, please, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Money? Status? Anything. Are you a killer sent by my competitors? How much did they pay you? I'll pay 10 times the price. If you want me to withdraw from the election, that's completely fine too. Just say something. What do you want? How can you spare me? He kept begging, generously offering everything he had. But even if he shouted until he was hoarse, the other party turned a blind eye to him. From Yuan Chen's perspective, he only felt that this person was noisy to death. His ears were almost deafened. If it weren't for both hands dragging him, there would be no time. Otherwise, he would definitely use witchcraft dolls to seal his mouth. And when Yuan Chen dragged him onto the stage, Yuan Chen picked up the microphone on the side, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem. Everyone, please look at me. Pianist, please stop for a moment." Unlike the weak plea of the organizer, the microphone sound echoing throughout the entire hall finally caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned their gaze to the stage, but the scene that caught their eyes made them scream in shock. Ah! The person covered in blood is the congressman? How did he end up like this? Who is the person carrying him? So bold. What's going on? Is there an assassin sneaking in? The security is so tight. Various discussions arose, and the entire hall suddenly became noisy. Yuan Chen raised his voice again and shouted into the microphone, "Quiet." The ear-piercing sound made many people at the scene cover their ears. The situation also quieted down. Yuan Chen continued, "Don't you want to watch the live trial? It's happening now." With these words, combined with the current scene on stage, a bad thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be? He's going to. Then, in front of everyone, Yuan Chen tied the organizer to the gallows. Due to time constraints, security personnel would return soon, so a quick decision was necessary. Instruments of execution, such as the gallows, were the best choice. After tying him up, Yuan Chen picked up the microphone again and asked everyone, "Should I activate the mechanism under his feet and let him face the judgment of justice?" Originally, the victim's feet were just right to step on the wooden board. But once the mechanism was activated, the board would scatter downwards, leaving the victim's feet hanging. As a result, the rope around the neck would tighten, suffocating the victim to death. In simple terms, it's two words, hanging. Faced with the question from the person in the Pikachu mask, at first, there was complete silence in the audience. After all, the person tied to the gallows was the influential congressman. No one could provoke him. No one dared to provoke him. But gradually, people belatedly noticed. The once high and mighty congressman had lost all his aura. He was now being held by an unknown person, teetering on the brink of life and death. At this point, there was no distinction between high and low status, power and influence. Suddenly, some people in the audience no longer pretended and showed their true colors. Yes, activate the switch. Kill him. Such voices occasionally rang out from various corners of the crowd. These people had grievances with the congressman, but due to his power, they had to submit on the surface. And today, an opportunity presented itself, so they all burst out at once. As the saying goes, a tiger fallen to Pingyang is bullied by dogs. Now, they just wanted to seize the opportunity and bring down the congressman. There is a term called group effect. It means that when people are in a group, they unconsciously succumb to the behavior of the group and blend in. At this moment, this so-called group effect was at play. As someone took the lead and shouted, "Kill him!" more and more people joined in. They may have no grudges against the congressman, but why not blend into the group at this moment and enjoy the moment of killing and pleasure?
Moreover, bringing down those in power is a manifestation of envy in human nature. Activate the mechanism. Activate the mechanism.
As more and more people shouted like this, the noise in the crowd became more and more alarming.
The expression on the congressman's face became more and more desperate.
At this moment, Yuan Chen turned around and sneered coldly, "It seems like you don't have real friends." With that, he stepped on the mechanism, and the legislator's legs suddenly dangled in the air. His neck was tightly choked, and the feeling of suffocation quickly enveloped him. Seeing this, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience.
He actually took action. Wow! Exciting!
Before coming here, no one had anticipated that the situation would develop in such an unexpected direction. The organizer of this public trial broadcast unexpectedly became the first object of trial. Such a reversal was truly astonishing, and as the legislator on the gallows gradually stopped struggling and breathed his last, the atmosphere on the scene finally escalated to the hottest stage. The tyrant falls, cheers. This trip not only satisfied the curiosity and morbid taste of the crowd but also turned into a frenzy witnessing the fall of the supreme power. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen quietly retreated amidst the revelry. At the same time, he opened his phone, manipulated the security system, and issued an alert to the entire hall. Red alert! Red alert! Unknown enemies invading. Everyone is in danger. All guests, please leave the premises immediately. The alarm continued to echo in the hall, drowning out the cheers of the people and pushing everyone's emotions to a tense peak. Could it be that the mysterious person wearing a Pikachu mask just now is one of the unknown invaders? Does he have other accomplices? My goodness! If even the esteemed legislator dares to act, let alone a small fries, we better escape for our lives. The richer and more powerful one is, the more they value their lives. Unlike the poor, they have too much to lose. So, the crowd in the hall swarmed out in a panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yuan Chen fled, got into his luxury car, and instructed the driver to leave this troubled place. Seeing the crowds fleeing in panic and the luxury cars speeding regardless of the road conditions, the driver curiously asked, "Sir, may I ask what happened inside?" Yuan Chen smiled faintly and said, "Just a ridiculous farce. If you don't want to get involved, I suggest you pretend you didn't see anything." With that said, the driver didn't dare to ask further questions. He quickly shut his mouth and focused on driving. However, in the driver's mind, a layer of fear was cast over the legendary upper-class society. Several days later, during this period, Yuan Chen had been following the news from the silver-plated kingdom. But this incident seemed to have disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking in the ocean. It was only said that a certain well-known legislator suddenly fell ill and tragically passed away. Humph, how boring. Although this outcome was already expected, Yuan Chen still found it a bit uninteresting. However, how could the silver-plated kingdom possibly disclose the truth to the public? Could it be that many well-known upper-class individuals gathered together to engage in such illegal and terrifying activities? And the organizer, who was also a legislator, ultimately met a tragic end, being assassinated by an unidentified killer. His identity has yet to be uncovered? It's unimaginable. Just as Yuan Chen thought that this incident had come to an end, the system's third task suddenly arrived, and it was related to the counterfeit trial broadcast. Ding! Host, a new task has appeared. The system has detected that since the Bloody Magician's magic broadcast, there has been a proliferation of imitators worldwide. Similar to the counterfeit trial broadcast event that the host personally resolved, these imitators use live streaming on the internet or in the form of clubs to publicly administer vigilante justice. Among them, over 80% of the cases are not punishing wrongdoers. Instead, they involve seeking revenge or targeting innocent people for kidnapping. Therefore, the host is needed to step in again and rectify such behavior. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen already understood the core content of this mission. "No problem, leave it to me," Yuan Chen said confidently. Last time, in the real world, there were too many things to worry about. This caused Yuan Chen to be at a loss throughout the whole process. But this time, the Judgement live room is opening. The invincible Yuan Chen will return. Please confirm the broadcasting range of the host. Yuan Chen, the whole world. Please confirm the broadcasting image. Use the previous broadcasting image or create a new one. Yuan Chen thought for a moment, since these people are imitating the cruel methods of the Bloody Magician, then the Bloody Magician himself must come forward. Yuan Chen replied, "Continue to use the image of the Bloody Magician." Received. The broadcasting range and broadcasting image have been confirmed. The Judgement live room is opening. Please wait. After a moment, all electronic devices in the world malfunctioned again. Following that, uncontrollable images appeared on the screens.
In a closed space, there were audience seats, a stage, and many strange props. A very familiar scene. Without a doubt, it was the stage of the Bloody Magician's circus. The Judgement live room unexpectedly returned just a few days later. Oh no! I was in the middle of a team fight. My phone suddenly malfunctioned. I thought we were going to lose the team fight. But it's okay.
If it's the Judgement live room, the phones of the other 5 people on the opposite side will also malfunction, and even the game company's servers will crash.
Won't lose points. Why is it happening again? It's only been a few days? Oh my, what's going to happen now?
I've been keeping a low profile these days. They shouldn't come looking for me, right? Faced with the return of the Judgement live room, people from all over the world had various thoughts. Soon, the handsome and upright figure of the Bloody Magician walked onto the stage slowly. Instantly, cheers erupted from all over the world.
Wow dash! The host is so handsome. I love you, host.
From some infatuated viewers and fervent admirers of the Bloody Magician.
Everyone, it's been a few days. Are you all doing well?
Welcome back to my magic live room. The Bloody Magician still politely bowed, took off his magic hat and placed it in front of his chest, and gave a gentleman's salute to all the audience. Then, with a smile on his face, he continued, without further ado, today's live content, as you might expect, is once again the punishment of sinners. At this point, billions of viewers in front of the screen became nervous again, because each time the sinner to be judged was only known after the live broadcast started. So currently, no one in the world knows who the lucky one selected is. This suspense deepened the fear in people's hearts. I know you are all wondering in your hearts, who will be the one judged today? The Bloody Magician seemed to understand people's thoughts and slowly said, let's watch a few clips together to understand. These are videos collected by my good friend, the electronic hacker host. Please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, new video content appeared on the screen of the Judgement live room. It was also a live broadcast, but not in real time, it was a recording. The barrage of comments during the live broadcast was also included. In addition, the number of viewers at that time showed over 500 people. The content of the recorded live broadcast was a dark cellar illuminated by dim yellow light. An adult woman was tightly bound to a chair with ropes, struggling hard but to no avail. Her mouth was also taped shut, unable to speak, only making buzzing sounds. Then, a man wearing a black headgear appeared from the blind spot of the video. He held a bright red soldering iron stick in his hand, with white smoke still rising from it, obviously just heated, still warm. He was sweating profusely, his head covering already half wet, his breathing very rapid, showing how nervous he was. He came to the woman's side, grabbed her hair, and muttered, "This bitch, named Triple X, living in Triple X, is my ex-wife."
Ex-wife? Upon hearing these 2 words, the audience in front of the screen immediately guessed some of the inside story: emotional entanglement? Infidelity? Obviously, for some reason, this man was going to live broadcast violence against the woman.
At this point, some of the audience thought to themselves, if it's the woman's fault, then she deserves it.
Some people also thought, no matter what, it shouldn't come to this.
In the recorded screen, there were comments trying to dissuade the man, as well as comments fueling the fire.
Then, after introducing the woman's identity, the man added, "This bitch, because I disciplined my own son, trying to raise my son as a real man, she called the police and had me arrested?"
And in court, this woman even made wild claims, saying I had been abusing her for a long time, not only hitting her but also hitting our son.
I find it funny, as the head of the family, shouldn't I correct inappropriate behavior at home?
In the end, the court sentenced me to 5 years in prison, we divorced, and the custody of our son was taken away from me.
It's ridiculous. Is there no justice left? At this point, he was even more angry. He forcibly pulled out a small tuft of the woman's hair. Despite being gagged, the woman screamed in pain.
Hearing this, most of the audience in front of the screen were extremely speechless.
They commented, "Are you okay? Do you think domestic violence is normal? Is it right? I think you're the ridiculous one. Talking about justice, I think justice should continue to lock you up."
A small number of people said, "A filial son is raised under the rod. Without beating, one cannot succeed."
This is the truth passed down by our ancestors. Disciplining a son, even with a little violence, is not inappropriate, right? Yuan Chen knew that some people would think this way. This is the generation gap, the different educational concepts of 2 generations.
Therefore, Yuan Chen prepared more evidence. At this moment, the voice of the Bloody Magician suddenly interrupted, saying, "My good friend, the electronic hacker, also helped me obtain some evidence presented in court at that time. You can take a look."
Then, on the live screen, dozens of photos were displayed. Bruises on the neck, scratches on the arms, belt marks on the back.
The mother and son, almost all over their bodies, had a large number of scars. There were even hospital injury assessment reports. The woman had suffered a mild concussion from being beaten, as well as a rib fracture, etc. The son was forcibly held in the bathtub, said to be for swimming and breath-holding training, resulting in severe lung water accumulation. Seeing this, the anger of all humanity was ignited once again. Damn, beast. This is not discipline, this is abuse. Is this father crazy? Too violent. I can't imagine how much the mother and son have suffered. Seeing this, those who had just advocated a filial son is raised under the rod all voluntarily shut up. Although their deep-rooted beliefs did not change as a result, they also saw it very clearly. This is not discipline, but completely violence, abuse. Therefore, they also stood without hesitation on the side of the bloody magician. After explaining the so-called discipline in the man's mouth, the screen of the trial live broadcast was cut back to the recorded screen. After introducing the crimes of his ex-wife, the man planned to implement punishment. He raised the soldering iron stick and went straight to burn it. Sizzle. The sound of human flesh being burned at high temperature was piercing. The woman struggled violently, wailing in pain. Seeing the woman's reaction, the man laughed madly. Ha ha ha. Even through the mask, you could clearly see the curve of his lips lifting. The smile in his eyes was unmistakable. Many people confirmed, yes, he's a sadist. He's a pervert. Has a serious violent tendency. Obviously, in the process of abusing others, the man felt great pleasure. However, he seemed completely unaware of this, instead using the term discipline to justify his actions. Then, the man used a branding iron to burn the woman many times. The woman's body was covered in severe burns. It was simply unbearable to look at. I can't watch anymore. Oh my god, it's hard to imagine this pain. It's heartbreaking. Until the branding iron naturally cooled down and the man saw it was no longer effective, he finally stopped. By this time, the woman had already fainted. But the torture did not end there. The man brought a bucket of ice-cold water and poured it over the woman's head, trying to wake her up. This behavior seems familiar. In the last live broadcast of The Bloody Magician, Undead Xiaomei dealt with Sister Fong in the same way. Fainted from pain? No problem, find a way to wake you up. And then continue the torture. And that's what the man did. After pouring several buckets of ice water, the woman finally regained some consciousness. The man couldn't wait to take out a small knife and cut the woman's skin. Blood kept flowing down, as the man continued to cut, laughing uncontrollably. The whole scene can be described with one word: madness. It even had a taste similar to the last trial broadcast. Undead Xiaomei, or rather Evil Xiaomei, was no less than this man. But in the last trial broadcast, those tortured were all heinous criminals. Xiaomei was seeking revenge for a grudge. But now, in front of all the audience suffering, was an innocent person. A pitiful victim. Woo-woo. I can't watch anymore, it's too heartbreaking. Worse than a beast. I want to kill him. In the end, without suspense, this woman who had already suffered so much was tortured to death. The global audience couldn't help but curse the man madly. Die, die, die. Bloody magician broadcaster, don't let him off easy. Some were worried, she has a child. What about the child who depends on her? Is this beast going to take the son away too? Or has he already taken the son? Next, is he going to torture the son to death too? At this point, the Bloody Magician broadcaster reassured, audience, please rest assured. Although the son and the woman were kidnapped together. But because this man insisted on broadcasting his death, the audience at the time called the police. He has been arrested, and the woman's son has escaped from his clutches. Upon hearing this, people felt somewhat relieved. That's good. That's good. I can't imagine what would happen if the child fell into his hands again. At this moment, the audience thought that the target of punishment today was this beast. But they didn't expect the Bloody Magician broadcaster to say, alright, now please watch the second segment. Ha! There's more? The audience was stunned. Then, other videos started playing on the live screen. They were all similar live recordings. Some imitated the trial broadcast, live streaming torture on others. Some didn't even explain the reasons, just brought out the torture tools. They had no idea about the identity of the victim. Are they guilty? Or innocent? Some went even further. Organized crime. At night, under the streetlights, the person in charge of filming stood on the street corner, holding a camera or a phone. The rest of the accomplices randomly kidnapped passers-by they had never met before. Then, they were lifted into the back of a car, taken to abandoned factories or forests, and subjected to a makeshift trial broadcast live. The entire process was recorded, uploaded to the dark web for viewing by some people with special fetishes. It's simply insane. What is this all about? These passers-by are really unlucky.
After watching these videos, I dare not go out at night. Heavens! You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, exclaimed the audience in terror. In addition to the recordings, there were some contents that were not published online. For example, in the form of clubs, gathering some friends, accomplices, like-minded people, to participate in the makeshift trial live broadcast together. However, the scale of these clubs was relatively small, far from the kind of event Yuan Shen had personally participated in. Some of these clubs even had a cult-like shadow. They placed the victims on the altar, stabbed them in the heart with a knife, letting the blood flow over the altar. Then, others gathered around the altar to chant spells and perform rituals. It's unclear what they were chanting. At this point, all the video evidence has been played. Most of the instigators were well aware of their actions and were likely to face sanctions one day, whether it's law enforcement agencies or the legendary trial live broadcast room. After all, daring to broadcast live on the internet, sooner or later, they will be caught. When they were engaged in these illegal and disorderly activities, they were already mentally prepared. So now being targeted by the trial live broadcast room, they were not very surprised. But for that group of cultists, at this moment, they knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing to the empty air. Great evil God, haven't we already offered sacrifices to you? Why are you still coming after us? Great evil God, save us. It seems that they thought the trial live broadcast room was the embodiment of evil. Since it was evil, it should be under the control of the evil God, or related to the evil God. So they committed crimes openly, offering sacrifices to the evil God, praying for the evil God's protection. Yuan Shen saw their actions and felt quite speechless. Do you have brains? Come on. If there really is an evil God, it definitely wouldn't bless people with safety. Just think about it, the evil God can only be asked to do evil, not to pray for peace. If someone counted carefully, they would know that the segment just played lasted a full 20, and 2 of the videos involved group crimes. In other words, the number of criminals involved had reached the highest in the history of the trial live broadcast room, starting with 20 people. Only more, not less. Alright, I believe all of you in front of the screen understand the ins and outs. The camera in the live broadcast room switched back to the bloody magician. So without further ado, it's time for my magic performance. At this, viewers from around the world all brightened up, full of anticipation. Are we going to see magical and miraculous magic again? Exciting! Quickly punish these unforgivable villains. Even in a certain prison, a prison guard, holding a phone, came to a cell and said triumphantly to the man inside, "Look, you're about to be judged. Ha ha ha, celebrate. For your cruel actions, I personally would like to send you to the Western Heaven. But unfortunately, our country does not have the death penalty, so I can only sentence you to life imprisonment. But now, you've been targeted by the bloody magician broadcaster, you're as good as dead. Ha ha ha, justice served." The man detained in the cell was the one who had tortured his ex-wife to death in a live broadcast. Inside the trial live broadcast room, the bloody magician broadcaster took out his magic wand, waved it gently, and chanted, "Instant teleportation." The next moment, 30 people disappeared from the earth in an instant. Some are sitting at home. Some are hiding in desolate places. Some are driving away from the metropolis. And some are even locked up in prison. But no matter where they are, once targeted by the Judgement live room, they cannot escape the pursuit. They first feel everything go black in front of their eyes, losing all senses. Then, when they come to their senses again, they are shocked to find themselves in the legendary Judgement live room. On the circus stage, 30 people are standing densely packed. Damn, so many people. Oh my, with so many people, how many different punishments will be used? If punishments are carried out one after another like last time, won't it last until tomorrow? Are they not letting people sleep? Many people still have to work or go to school. People are amazed at the large number of sinners. At the same time, they worry that this live broadcast will take too long. Indeed, upon careful thought, if many people fall asleep in the middle of the night, in the Judgement live room that cannot be closed, deafening screams occasionally echo, waking people up. But these concerns are not within Yuan Shen's consideration. After all, there are time differences globally. It's daytime on your side, nighttime on his side. It's impossible to cater to everyone's situation. However, Yuan Shen does intend to simplify the process. Judging 30 people is exhausting even for him. When he was a prosecutor before, studying 2 or 3 cases a day was exhausting. Not to mention 30 people now. System, do you have less time-consuming punishment methods? Provide me with some ideas? Yuan Shen still plans to draw inspiration from the options provided by the system, so he asks. The system responds, if punishments are carried out one after another, with a total of 30 people,
No matter what method, it will be time-consuming and laborious.
Therefore, this system suggests a group punishment approach. Makes sense. Yuan Chen nods thoughtfully. Approved. Then provides several options for group punishment. The system then says, Option 1, weight-bearing bridge and spike trap. Let 30 people, one by one, stand on the weight-bearing bridge. Once it exceeds the weight limit, the bridge will collapse, and everyone on the bridge will fall into the spike trap below, being pierced haphazardly to death. Several weight-bearing bridges of different specifications can be designed, each capable of bearing different weights. This way, the sinners will not know at which point the bridge will collapse. Oh, I understand. Yuan Chen eagerly responds, since they don't know when it will collapse, it will bring immense psychological pressure before death. Including, when they lift their legs to step on the weight-bearing bridge, they won't know if that step will lead to their demise. It's a great test of their heart endurance. Well done, this plan is excellent. Let's see if there are even better ones. Yuan Chen nods in satisfaction, praising generously. The system continues, Option 2, shooting range. An enclosed venue with automatic firearms from all directions. Each time, one or more guns will randomly fire until all 30 people are killed. It's also okay, testing their random reaction ability and luck, keeping them in a state of high tension throughout until they are killed by stray bullets. Yuan Chen's evaluation is simple and brutal. It's like treating them purely as toys. Option 3, cultivating goo. Place 30 people in a closed area and let them kill each other, deceive them that only the last survivor can live, to motivate their fighting spirit. Wow! Yuan Chen can't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the system to deceive people too. Well done. The system promptly responds, it's just a simple motivational method using human nature, nothing to be ashamed of. However, if this method is used, the initiative will be completely in the hands of the 30 sinners. If they fight slowly, wouldn't it take a long time? So, giving everyone a weapon to prevent bare-handed situations is a better solution. But what if? What if they unite and resist fighting each other? If everyone sits quietly on the ground, without fighting or making noise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the live broadcast room? The trial live broadcast room that even sinners cannot control, the once glorious reputation will be ruined, becoming a laughingstock. Although the possibility of the above situations is very small, it cannot be ruled out. After all, no one can be sure what these daring criminals can do. Yuan Chen shook his head and vetoed this plan. Upon careful consideration, it is still inappropriate, there are risks. The system then presented the final option, Option 4, host. Do you remember the 4 security personnel who were locked in the magic space with instant teleportation technique a few days ago? Hearing this, Yuan Chen widened his eyes and exclaimed, damn, I almost forgot. He then asked, why do you mention them? They are instructed by that senator, committing all sorts of crimes, it doesn't matter if they rot in the magic space. The system then explained, the 4th option is related to those 4 individuals. Or, it requires the assistance of those 4 individuals. Requires the assistance of those 4 individuals? Yuan Chen suddenly became interested and curiously asked, continue. The system then explained, let's have a game of hide and seek, where the 30 people choose their own hiding spots, and the 4 security personnel are responsible for catching them. Since they have guns, they can shoot when they see someone. Yuan Chen couldn't help but ask, what if those 4 individuals go on strike or work slowly? The system replied, those 4 individuals are essentially cold-blooded mercenaries. Previously, they worked for the senator for money, now they listen to our commands to stay alive. Fundamentally, there is no difference. Afterward, the host can release them or take any action against them. Understood. Yuan Chen nodded thoughtfully, considering this plan as well. Now, all 4 options have been provided, and the final decision must be made by Yuan Chen himself. Let me think. Yuan Chen's gaze shifted to the 30 people on the stage. They all had different expressions. Some had a curious look in their eyes, like curious babies, observing everything. It seemed that there was not much fear in their hearts. These crazy imitators were also fervent followers of the Trial Live broadcast room. For them, being able to come to the legendary Trial Live broadcast room was probably a dream come true. Seeing this, Yuan Chen snorted coldly and muttered, the pain and fear later will make you regret it. In addition, more than half of the 30 people had a normal look of fear. After all, the psychological pressure between imitating the Trial Live broadcast room and actually being there was not on the same level. Alright, I have figured out how to punish them. Yuan Chen smiled faintly, already having a detailed plan in mind. Since he was now in the role of a bloody magician, he had to use magic-related things to execute the punishment. So, let's start the first magic performance. The bloody magician smiled handsomely and said. Hearing this, the audience noticed the 3 words first magic. Does this mean there is more than one magic trick?
Great! We can enjoy various magical performances again. 30 people, won't it be 30 magic tricks? The bloody magician took off the black magic hat on his head and said, "This is a series of magic tricks, each related to this hat. And its name is Hat Trick." With that, he threw the magic hat into the air. The small magic hat unexpectedly split into dozens of large magic hats in mid-air. Their size is probably as big as a double-door refrigerator. Then, the large magic hats fell from the sky and were neatly arranged in a rectangular formation on the stage. It looks pretty good now. Length times width, 6 times 10, a total of 60 large magic hats. They occupy almost half of the stage area. What's going on? Just as the audience was puzzled, the bloody magician host explained, 30 sinners, choose a hat and hide inside it. Then, our gunmen will come out and randomly shoot according to their preferences. Those who are lucky enough to survive the gunfire will proceed to the next round of magic performance. With that, the bloody magician snapped his fingers, and 4 strong men with guns suddenly appeared on the stage. These 4 men had lifeless eyes, haggard faces, and heavy dark circles under their eyes. They looked like they had suffered great mental trauma. It's no wonder they had been locked in the magic space for several days, although they wouldn't starve or die of thirst due to the special nature of this space. But there was no day or night, no sense of time passing, as if time had stopped. Spending a few days here felt like living through a century. The mental torture was unimaginable. Who are these 4? Why do they look like they're half dead? The audience asked in confusion. The bloody magician didn't elaborate on the origins of the 4 men, brushing it off. These 4 are just ordinary mercenaries. They used to work for the upper class, and now I've borrowed them for a bit. Among the nearly 10 billion people in the world, only a few dozen suddenly realized, aren't those 4 our teammates? So, they were taken by the Judgement live room during these days they disappeared? Could it be that the chaos before was also caused by the Judgement live room? In the end, they came to a shocking conclusion. The Judgement live room doesn't only act when the live broadcast is on. The Judgement live room sent out its minions, lurking among the crowd, waiting for the right moment to strike? My goodness, what is the origin of the Judgement live room? Could it be some unknown powerful force on Earth playing tricks behind the scenes? Or have aliens infiltrated among humans? Could there be humans disguised as aliens around me? Discovering their missing teammates in the Judgement live room truly frightened them. They were already starting to have wild thoughts. Alright, the first act of the hat trick, hide and seek, begins now. After the bloody magician host announced, he turned to the 30 sinners and ordered, choose a hat and hide inside it. Life and death are up to fate. After that, the sinners hurried to choose their hats. Although it seemed like life and death were indeed up to fate, the ones responsible for shooting the guns were human. Humans follow certain patterns, such as personal habits, personal preferences, and so on. According to common sense, the hats in the middle circle would definitely be shot at. Additionally, the hats at the 4 corners of the rectangle had a lower chance of being shot. The hats at the edges of the rectangle were similar, although the probability was not much lower, and there were many uncertainties. But for them, even if there was only a 1% chance of survival, they had to seize it tightly. Therefore, the sinners were eager to choose the hats they considered safer. Some ran away in panic, while others ran away with joy on their faces. As they ran, they excitedly shouted, "Finally, we can participate in the punishment segment of the Judgement live room. It's so thrilling, just like a game." Upon hearing these words, the vast majority of global viewers frowned and commented in confusion, "Are you guys okay? If you're sick, go to a mental hospital for treatment." Another group of lunatics. A very small number of people nodded in understanding, saying, "I get you, but I dare not risk my own life. I just think watching the host punish people is enough. I would never dare to experience it myself. You are all truly fearless warriors." At this moment, the system's warning sound rang out again. Warning! Warning! Among the audience, a very small number of people have developed admiration for the sinners. Please host, pay more attention. Yuan Shen did not care about this, but instead sneered and confidently said, "Don't worry, this is only the first stage. The tension and horror that follow will definitely be unbearable for them." As most sinners found hats and hid them, the audience discovered that there were still 2 sinners standing still, unmoved. What are they up to? Oh, so brave, so bold, daring to defy the host's words? They must be tired of living. The bloody magician host also noticed their strange behavior and questioned, "Why aren't you going over? Do you want me to personally escort you over?" In front of the bloody magician who could use instant teleportation at will, all these actions were futile. Under the unfriendly gaze of the bloody magician, the 2 immediately became timid. Their legs trembling, they suppressed their fear and shouted, "We will not willingly become pawns to be played by you." "Ha!
so they have a rebellious mindset. They plan to resist. Hearing this, the bloody magician chuckled mockingly, "Oh, quite courageous. Well then, I'll just have to send you on your way directly." With that, he took out 2 voodoo dolls and placed them in front of them. As soon as the two saw this terrifying thing, they were immediately scared out of their wits. The horrifying sounds of body dismemberment and bone shattering seemed to echo in their ears. The image of being tortured in pain and ending up in pieces was vivid in their minds. The two quickly changed their tune and shouted, we're going. I was wrong. I'll go now." With that, they ran to the area with the large magic hat in a flash. Then, they randomly picked a hat and hid inside. In the end, they still became pawns played by the bloody magician. Their earlier foolish actions were simply unnecessary. It would have been better if they had done this earlier, really. Yuan Chen sighed helplessly in his heart. He thought they were tough nuts, but when their facade was torn apart, they turned out to be cowards. Alright, the farce ends here. Now it's time for the 4 gunmen to take the stage. The bloody magician promised them, if you perform very actively and excellently, then I will let you go afterwards. But if you perform passively and lazily, then only the one among you 4 with the highest kill count will go back alone. By giving the 4 a good goal and using competition to motivate them to act actively. Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately became highly spirited. As if in the endless darkness, they had grasped the only ray of light. Their previous despair vanished, and their bodies stood upright. Like 4 well-trained soldiers, they shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." Seeing this, the bloody magician nodded in satisfaction and explained the magic rules to them. Pay attention. You 4 gunmen, from left to right, are numbered as Gunman 1, Gunman 2, Gunman 3, Gunman 4, each with only 5 bullets. Choose any of the 60 magic hats to shoot at. Time limit, 10 minutes. The gunslinger with the highest number of final kills is the most outstanding in this segment. Do you understand? At these words, the 4 individuals responded once again with full vigor, understood. Full of enthusiasm. Full of hot blood. Then, the bloody magician host waved his hand grandly and suddenly announced, the countdown begins. As soon as the words fell, everyone's mood suddenly became tense. The sinners hiding in the magician's hat trembled, not daring to move or make any sound, afraid of exposing their positions. Some closed their eyes, covered their ears, trying to make the moment of impending death less terrifying. The cultists clasped their hands together, praying incessantly. Since the evil god ignores them, they turn to another god for prayers. As for those who just felt excited, the camera in the Judgement live room, obstructed by the magician's hat, locked onto them all. They were all sweating profusely, looking nervous, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The fearless attitude they had just shown had vanished into thin air. Seeing this, many viewers were immediately amused, mocking them one after another. Huh? So funny. Weren't you just talking big? I thought you were tough. But turns out you're weak. Seems like you're afraid of death. Fear of death is human nature, engraved in our DNA. Even those who are in despair and decide to jump off a building will hesitate for a long time before doing so. So don't pretend to be strong. Admit your cowardice and fear. Yuan Chen, who had studied psychology, naturally observed more meticulously. He could tell that for these people, the excitement they felt before was real, and now the uncontrollable fear was also real. After all, staying in a narrow area where you can't see your hand in front of your face puts a lot of psychological pressure on a person. At the same time, they don't know if death will come to them. There's a chance to live, but also a possibility of death. As a result, subconsciously, they start to hope for survival. In addition, during the long 10 minutes, death could come at any moment. This sense of unknown adds to the horror. With various complex emotions intertwined, they found themselves in this state of being ridiculed. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot broke the tense atmosphere. Gunman number 1 was the first to shoot. Did he hit the target? As the camera in the live room quickly moved towards the hit magician's hat, everyone's gaze also suddenly focused. The magician's hat was hit and the light and shadow slowly dissipated. And the answer was revealed. Empty. There was no one inside, completely empty. Ah! Gunman number 1 patted his thigh in frustration inside. The other 3 gunmen, seeing him miss, were all delighted. From their relieved expressions, it was clear that they were thinking, great, he missed a shot, lost 1 kill. If he misses a few more shots, my chances of becoming the best will skyrocket. It seems that the words of the bloody magician had a great impact on them. The spirit of competition had been completely ignited. Feeling the mocking glances from the side, gunman number 1 turned around angrily and provocatively said, "What? The 3 of you cowards dare not shoot? Are you waiting for me to eliminate 5 wrong options for you?" The atmosphere suddenly became confrontational.
Former comrades in arms, now turned against each other so quickly in order to escape from this place. However, even though gunman number 1 tried to provoke the others with his words, they were not affected. They continued to observe the situation, waiting for the right moment. Or rather, they were hesitating and conflicted. After all, there were only 5 bullets in total, each one extremely precious. As former mercenaries, they could lie in the wilderness for hours, so they still had that patience. Yuan Shen saw that they were too cautious and hesitated to shoot, causing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to be somewhat quiet. He reminded them, 3 minutes have passed. 7 minutes left. 1/3 of the time has passed, it's time to take action. Next, gunman no. 2, no. 3, and no. For all fired their first shots. Bang! 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 3 consecutive gunshots hit 3 different magic hats. Immediately, the 3 magic hats turned into light and slowly dissipated, revealing the scenes inside. Gunman no. 2 hit 1 person. Gunman no. 3 also hit 1 person. Gunman no. 4 missed. The person hit by the bullet fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Help! I don't want to die. Although the bullets did not kill instantly, if not treated quickly, they would surely die from excessive bleeding. Therefore, leaving them alone is fine. Let these sinners also experience pain in the final moments of their lives. Yes. Gunman no. 2 and gunman no. 3 jumped with excitement. A perfect start. The first bullet hit the target. They are already ahead of the starting line. 2 deaths. 28 people left. A total of 60 magic hats, 56 left. Seeing this, gunman no. 1 and gunman no. 4 looked very dissatisfied. They gritted their teeth, raised their guns again, randomly aimed at a magic hat, and decisively fired. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, 2 more magic hats dissipated, revealing their inner scenes. Gunman no. 1 missed again. Gunman no. 4 hit 1 person. Missing 2 shots in a row, gunman no. 1 became irritable. He grabbed his hair with both hands, showing signs of losing control of his emotions. Facing the only chance to survive, he repeatedly failed, letting it slip through his fingers. Moreover, the contrast with others around him increased the psychological pressure. Hoo! He gasped heavily, trying to calm himself down. Otherwise, if he panics later and can't even hit the huge magic hat, it would be embarrassing. Meanwhile, the other 3 gunmen continued to shoot. Bang! 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 Almost all the sinners hit by the bullets did not die on the spot, unless they were unlucky enough to be shot in the head while hiding in the magic hat. They fell weakly to the ground, their painful groans spreading around, causing even more fear to those still hiding in the magic hats. Those who found it exciting before now completely changed their minds. They were afraid of becoming the next one lying on the ground, groaning in pain and helplessness. Seeing this, the audience sneered, as the saying goes, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Now you know fear. After a while, 7 minutes have passed. 3 minutes left until the deadline. The bloody magician reminded them again. At this point, each of the 4 gunmen had only 1 bullet left. Their records were as follows. Gunman no. 1, hit 1 person. Gunman no. 2, hit 3 people. Gunman no. 3, hit 2 people. Gunman no. 4, hit 2 people. Gunman no. 2 at this moment was literally beaming with joy. The smile on his face was so obvious that no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, it kept rising. In his view, now that everyone has only 1 shot left, even if others hit their targets, at most, they would tie with his record. It can be said that he is already unbeatable. On the other hand, for the unlucky gunman no. 1, no matter how hard he tried, he was bound to lose this round. He couldn't surpass the first place, not even match their record. At this point, with the last shot, he casually aimed at the magic hat in the corner. Surprisingly, this shot hit the target. The magic hat dissipated, there was someone inside. But he couldn't be happy either. Gunner no. 1 score was set, hitting 2 people. There's still 1 minute left. With the final reminder from the bloody magician, the remaining 3 quickly used up their last bullet. Bang! In the end, the results are as follows. Gunner no. 2, hit 3 people. Gunner no. 3, hit 3 people. Gunner no. 4, hit 2 people. Seeing this, the smile on Gunner no. 2's face suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, damn, this guy actually got lucky at the last moment, tying my record. Gunner no. 3 showed the same expression as no. 2 before, full of joy and pride. Ha ha ha, not bad luck. He laughed. Gunner no. 4, like no. 1, was low-spirited, with a gloomy face. In Yuan Chen's view, in the first round, all 4 gunmen performed well. Open competition, secret fighting, focusing on the target with full attention, and so on.
The program's effect was full. But this is not the end, there are other rounds to come.
So, they can't be allowed to sink into despair.
The bloody magician spoke up, remember, the outcome is not yet decided, there are other rounds to come. With these words, Gunner No. 1 and No.
4 clenched their fists secretly, trying to cheer themselves up.
It's not over yet. There's still hope.
Next, the bloody magician host announced, the first round of hat magic, hide and seek, ends here.
Deaths, 10 people. Survivors, 20 people.
Please let the remaining 20 people rest in place for a minute, and then start the second round.
With that, the magic wand waved, and all the large magic hats disappeared, revealing the remaining 20 figures.
Each of them looked like they had just brushed past the Grim Reaper, still with a lingering fear. At the same time, the bloodstains on the ground and the 10 barely alive bodies also disappeared. It's unknown where they went. Perhaps they have vanished into the vast universe. Currently, the situation on the scene is, some people were scared to tears on the spot, sitting paralyzed on the ground, their legs too weak to stand up. Whether it was due to claustrophobia or unbearable psychological pressure, they completely collapsed. In short, there was only a short minute of respite if they couldn't recover. Then they would just wait to die in the second round.
The minute is up. Time's up. Please everyone gather around.
With that, the bloody magician once again took off the magic hat and placed it on the stage floor. Then, the magic hat expanded again, becoming the size of a person. Next, it split into 2 hats and placed side by side. The bloody magician host explained, the second round of hat magic, guess true or false. Magic rules, 20 sinners take turns to come forward, freely choose a magic hat to hide in.
After hiding, the 2 magic hats start to rotate alternately, disrupting the order and position.
What the 4 gunmen have to do is to closely watch the trajectory of the magic hat, find the one hiding the sinner, and shoot to confirm. The rules were simple and clear, like a small magic trick of hiding objects in cups. The magician shook multiple cups vigorously, making you dizzy, and finally asked you to guess which cup the object was hidden in.
Next, the 20 sinners took turns to come forward one by one.
The 4 gunmen also came forward to identify in order of their numbers. After the first sinner hid, the 2 magic hats began to rotate slowly.
Gunner No. 1 pinched his thigh hard, using pain to keep himself alert. He concentrated, his gaze firmly locked on the magic hat hiding the sinner.
1 minute passed, his gaze still sharp, never losing sight of the target. Even during this time, his eyes never blinked, becoming very dry and gritty.
But in order to survive, regain freedom, it was worth risking his life. Good. Very good.
The situation looked great, he murmured with relief.
But who knew, the next second? Suddenly, the speed at which the 2 magic hats alternated spinning increased tenfold. Gunman No. 1's head even followed the magic hat in rapid left and right movements. Left right left right left right left right. Even so, he seemed to still lock onto the target, not letting go. Wow! So intense! Impressive! What eyesight! Was he a sniper before? The audience also exclaimed in amazement.
But this was just the beginning. Soon, the speed of the magic hats spinning increased tenfold again. 10 times 10 times, that's 100 times the initial speed. At this moment, the 2 magic hats even alternated spinning out after images. The speed was astonishing, like a high-speed electric fan. This time, gunman No. 1 immediately lost the target and collapsed on the spot. He put his hands on his head again, scratching wildly, looking like he was having a manic episode.
Ah!
He shouted in despair, sounding like he had given up treatment completely.
Global audiences were also stunned, commenting, so fast? Who can see clearly at that speed? Even high-precision instruments can't capture it, right? Isn't this just teasing people? Poor gunman No. 1, he tried so hard. In the end, is it just random guessing based on luck? Some even mocked, haha, look at gunman No. 1's desperate look, eyes bulging out. All in vain.
I feel like the bloody magician broadcaster is playing with them for a reason. These mercenaries probably did a lot of bad things. And moments later, the 2 magic hats gradually stopped, standing quietly on the ground.
Next, gunman No. 1 had to make a choice. A 50-50 chance, not high but not low. It's up to fate again.
From the first round, it was clear that luck was not the same for everyone. If there really was such a thing as fate, then gunman No.
1 must be the unluckiest of the 4. Indeed. When gunman No.
1 fired at one of the magic hats, it turned into an illusion and disappeared, revealing an empty interior. At the same time, the other magic hat also disappeared, revealing the lucky sinner who had escaped. The sinner pounded his fluctuating chest vigorously, gasping for breath, tears in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I almost cried from fright just now.
I was so nervous. My heart almost jumped out of my throat. Thank goodness. I escaped a disaster. Thank God for blessing me. Thank you, thank you.
Seeing him lucky to escape, the other sinners looked at him with envy.
And seeing Gunman No. 1 fail again, the other 3 gunmen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, you're really unlucky. What kind of luck is this? Bad luck incarnate. Such a big jinx. Hearing this, Gunman No. 1 glared angrily at them, cursing, you won't have it easy either. Just wait. If I go to hell, you'll go with me.
Seeing this, Yuan Chen chuckled to himself, finding the former comrades turning against each other amusing no matter how many times he saw it.
Next, Gunman No. 2, 3, and 4 took turns, relying on good luck to successfully hit 2 sinners. Gunman No. 1 o'clock hits. Gunman No. 2 o'clock hits. Gunman No. 3, 1 hit. Gunman No. 4, 1 hit. This time, luck turned, with No. 2 failing and No. 4 succeeding. Next, it was Gunman No. 1's turn to make a choice. But at this moment, the situation on the scene suddenly spiraled out of control. The remaining 18 sinners all rushed forward in a frenzy, eager to hide in the magic hats. Just moments ago, they were so afraid, wishing to stay as far away as possible. And now the attitude has made a 180-degree turn, rushing to the cafeteria like grabbing food. What's going on? What's the situation? The audience all stared at the screen in confusion, rubbing their eyes, trying to see clearly these 18 people. Are they really the same group as before? Until someone in the barrage said, could it be that they all think Gunman No. 1 is unlucky? If it falls into his hands, the chances of survival will greatly increase? With this statement, the whole world suddenly became clear. Damn! It really is like this. Oh my God, I never expected this. Can such a situation really happen?
At the same time, people felt both amused and helpless.
Ha ha ha. Gunman No. 1's fate is really a bit tragic. As an executioner, being loved by a group of sinners is truly precious. From a certain perspective, this is not unlucky, but rather a blessing from a past life. As for Gunman No. 1 on the scene. At first, he saw the sinners so active and thought he was very popular. He even showed a long-lost smile, looking pleasantly surprised. He thought, although very unlucky, my personal charm has been proven. Is this considered a pleasant surprise? He. But he is not a fool after all. How could sinners love their executioner? Gradually, he realized belatedly and understood the truth. This is completely because they think I am more unlucky and want to increase their survival rate by finding me. It makes me so angry. Gunman No. 1, in anger, fired 3 shots into the air. Bang! 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 The harsh sound scared off all 18 sinners gathered here. Ha! You think I'm unlucky, right? Come on! I'll kill you all now! He shouted in frustration. However, he did not hit anyone with the shots, showing that he still had some sanity. At this point, the bloody magician anchor stepped forward to maintain order, saying, if you insist on rushing up, then draw lots. With that, he waved his hand, and 18 pieces of paper appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Choose one for yourself. After opening it, if there are words inside, that person is the chosen one. Then, all 18 sinners randomly picked a piece of paper. After opening it, the only lucky one was born. Yes! He exclaimed excitedly. Then, amidst the envious eyes of the crowd, he swaggered forward and hid in one of the 2 magic hats. Although Gunman No. 1 was indeed unlucky. But that doesn't mean every shot he takes will miss. This sinner also understood this principle, so when he hid in the magic hat, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He kept silently praying in his heart, may the god of luck be with me. May the god of misfortune be with Gunman No. 1. The 2 magic hats began to rotate alternately again, and the speed increased layer by layer, gradually becoming so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Finally, when the 2 magic hats slowly stopped, Gunman No. 1 had to make a choice again. Afraid that this shot would miss again, completely confirming his title as an unlucky guy. He hesitated for a long time. Left? Right? He even tried to observe if there were any differences between the 2 magic hats to determine the sinner's hiding place. But the 2 magic hats were exactly the same, with no discernible differences. In the end, he still had to rely on luck. Then let's go left. Then, he fired the gun, and with a bang, everyone's gaze focused on that spot. The magic hat turned into light and shadow, revealing a person lying on the ground bleeding. Yes! Finally hit! Gunman No. 1 wiped away his previous shame, instantly cheering and celebrating. Seeing this, the audience in front of the screen mocked, ha ha ha, you thought you were clever. Still rushing up to die. I told you, there is no such thing as fate, it's purely a probability event.
At the same time, the other 17 sinners suddenly realized that relying on this elusive luck to survive was simply a fantasy. Whether alive or dead, it was a 50-50 chance, they could only leave it to fate. Next, the second part of the hat trick, guess true or false, entered into a high-speed operation. No one tried to take shortcuts, no one tried to be cunning. Everyone followed the rules of magic and behaved obediently. In the end, after all 20 sinners had experienced a round of life and death gambling, the guess true or false segment also came to an end. Final results: Gunman 1 hit 3 people. Gunman 2 hit 2 people. Gunman 3 hit 2 people. Gunman 4 hit 3 people. 10 more casualties. 10 survivors. Fortunes change. The previous round's joint top performers, Gunman 2 and 3, were now at the bottom. So, as they say, probabilities are unpredictable. 10 sinners once again narrowly escaped death, as if they had exhausted all their strength, all lying limp on the ground, completely drained. Even though they hadn't moved much, almost standing still in one place the whole time. The immense psychological pressure had left them exhausted, unable to continue. But the Judgement live broadcast room wouldn't let them off so easily. Immediately, a new punishment segment followed. The bloody magician smiled slightly and said, "Finally, we come to the last segment of this live broadcast. This time, in addition to the hat trick, I've decided to add a new magic trick. Card magic." With that, the bloody magician waved his magic wand again. Rustle, rustle. Countless poker cards fell from the sky like stars, landing on the ground, gradually piling up, as if building something like stacking blocks. 1 minute later, 5 arched bridges made of playing cards were placed on the stage. In addition, the magician's magic hat also changed. It expanded and grew larger, sprouting a large single eye. The eyeball spun wildly, scanning the nearby humans as if they were prey. Then, saliva flowed from the bottom of the magic hat, lifting the brim slightly, revealing a mouth full of serrated teeth, right below the hat. It had transformed into a man-eating monster. Seeing this huge and ferocious-looking monster, the sinners who had just been lying weak on the ground suddenly sprang up as if injected with chicken blood. They gathered in fear, huddling together, their eyes nervously fixed on the monster, afraid of its approach. But apart from greedily staring at them and drooling incessantly, the hat monster didn't make any further moves. It was showing restraint, because its owner, the bloody magician, had not given the command yet. Everyone believed that as soon as the bloody magician allowed it, the monster would immediately rush over and devour them all. Seeing this, the audience thought that the so-called final segment was about to make the sinners fight the hat monster. Are they supposed to escape from the monster's mouth? Is it time to test their physical strength and agility? However, the 5 paper card bridges on the scene remained impossible to ignore. What are these 5 complex bridges made of playing cards for? But the changes on the scene didn't stop there. Below the 5 paper card bridges, the stage floor began to collapse, gradually forming 5 pits. Inside the pits were densely packed sharp spikes, large and small, thick and thin. The only common point was, they were all very sharp. At this point, the global audience finally caught a glimpse of what was happening. Could it be that they have to fall off the bridge and get pierced by the spikes? Some science geniuses analyzed, look closely, the construction of these 5 paper card bridges is very different. Some are triangular, some are quadrilateral, pentagonal. Perhaps the load-bearing structures of each bridge are different. It has to be said that as intelligent beings, humans indeed have their ways. At this moment, the bloody magician explained, yes. As some of the audience may have guessed, in this segment, the sinners will step onto 5 paper bridges with different load-bearing capacities. If it's overweight, they will fall into the chaotic pit and die a tragic death. The 4 gunmen will not participate in this segment. The bloody magician continued to explain the rules of this segment. 10 sinners, you will take turns to come forward and freely choose a bridge to step on. The paper bridges only have entrances and no exits. After all 10 people have made their choices, then they are allowed to come down. Each person is limited to 30 seconds of thinking time. When the 30 seconds are up, the hat monster will come into play. There is no public timer, everyone will keep track of time in their minds. Finally, the load-bearing capacity of the 5 paper bridges will be revealed. They are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, the order of the 5 paper bridges has been shuffled, so don't blame me for not mentioning it earlier. The rules are explained. Only the last 10 sinners are left in front of the paper bridges. Accompanying them is a terrifying monster that eats people. However, it is 10 meters away from the crowd. To avoid a situation of rushing forward again, you 10, line up in a queue first, commanded the bloody magician. However, there were still some funny incidents during the lining up process. I don't want to take the risk first. I want to go last. Why? I also want to go last. So annoying, why are you pushing? Do you believe I will punch you? As a result, Their queue kept moving further back, getting farther and farther away from the paper bridges.
Stop, stop, stop. Yuan Chen couldn't bear to watch anymore. I will randomly arrange your order. With that, he waved his magic wand, and instant teleportation was activated. The positions of the 10 people returned to the front of the paper bridges, and they were already in order. From beginning to end, they are numbered 1, 2, 3, 9, 10.
Even the person at the front had no intention of going first. But this was the arrangement of the bloody magician, and they dared not disobey. Then, the bloody magician host announced, "Listen to my command, begin."
As soon as the command was given, the 30-second countdown began.
The first person in the queue quickly ran out and started choosing from the 5 paper bridges. As the first person to step forward, the probability of him choosing the bridge with a load-bearing capacity of 0 was 1 in 5. In other words, there was a 1 in 5 chance that he would fall and be pierced by the chaotic spikes.
I shouldn't be that unlucky,
he comforted himself, while silently counting in his mind. After about 15 seconds had passed, he had to make a decision quickly. In the end, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped onto the leftmost paper bridge.
Moments later, there was no movement at all.
The bridge did not collapse.
Phew! Phew! He gasped heavily, looking terrified.
It's okay, my life is temporarily saved," he exclaimed. Since he didn't fall, it meant that the bridge he stood on had a load-bearing capacity of at least 1 or higher. But from this moment on, his fate was in the hands of the 9 people behind him. The people behind him could even choose not to step forward and run directly behind him to stand on the same bridge. In this scenario, only the bridge with a load-bearing capacity of 1 among the 5 paper bridges would cause both of them to fall to their deaths on the spot. Therefore, the probability of death was still about 1 in 5. Although the chances of life and death were close, the later people had a significant advantage that could not be ignored.
They didn't have to be constantly worried and afraid.
Take the example of the first person to step on the bridge, number 1. After feeling relieved, he started to worry again. At this moment, he is standing on the bridge, his legs trembling, his heart filled with panic. He is very worried that the people behind him will step onto this house of cards bridge, causing it to collapse, and both of them will fall into the abyss of spikes below. The feeling of life and death being in the hands of others is truly unbearable.
And it's not just one person, it's a total of 9 people.
Unfortunately, as number 1, there is nothing he can do. Next, he will be shrouded in this fear all the way.
Next, the second person enters. The choice before him is to choose the other 4 paper bridges that no one has stepped on, or the paper bridge that already has 1 person on it.
The former, the probability of falling directly is undoubtedly 1/4.
And the latter, the probability of falling is around 1/5. Obviously, the latter is better. Driven by the will to survive, even if there is only a tiny chance of survival, he will treasure it.
Then, in full view of everyone, he goes straight to the paper bridge where number 1 is standing.
Wow! Is it so exciting as soon as you come up? The audience is also intrigued, their eyes firmly fixed on number 2 in the picture. If he chooses wrong, then both will die.
Even though he has already made a decision in his heart, when it comes to actually lifting his leg, he cannot help but feel nervous and weak in the legs. Number 2's right leg is raised in mid-air, hesitating to come down, as if in the final struggle.
It's just 1 step away from the door. Are you hesitating again? Oh my! There's no time left.
If you change now, it might be too late. I say, be decisive, stop hesitating. Seeing his appearance, the audience also feels anxious for him. Number 1 also turns around, seeing him still hesitating, and quickly advises, "Don't come up.
Please don't come up. It's possible that we both will die. Go to the other 4 bridges. I'm begging you." Unbeknownst to them, 30 seconds have passed.
The hat monster 10 meters behind suddenly springs into action.
Sizzle! It makes a hungry sound and leaps into the air for dozens of meters. Then, it opens its huge mouth downwards. If its saw-toothed fangs bite into a human body, it would probably be 100 times more painful than the spike trap below the paper bridge. The position where the monster is about to land is where number 2 is standing. Looking at the situation, there is less than a second left, and it will crash to the ground. And number 2, who is still hesitating, is frightened by the sound of the monster's sizzle. His mind goes blank. There is no more thought about which paper bridge is better, only the desire to escape the monster's hunt. So, the right foot that was already halfway up suddenly comes down, and then the whole person rushes onto the bridge. Thud! The hat monster lands heavily, but misses its target. Although its movement speed is already very fast, from the start to the landing, the whole process does not exceed 2 seconds. But unfortunately, the target, human number 2, already has half a foot on the bridge. Wow! So thrilling! Actually escaped a disaster. The action was quite fast. Just as everyone was attracted by this chase, suddenly, there was a huge sound from the side. Boom! The leftmost paper bridge where numbers 1 and 2 were standing collapsed. The two on the bridge also fell from the air into the trap, pierced by the spikes, blood splattering, a gruesome death. It collapsed? So fast? What kind of luck is this? No one had expected that only 2 people had gone up, and 1 paper bridge had collapsed. Just at the beginning, 1 choice was already lost. Even Yuan Shen did not anticipate that these 2 people would be so unlucky. Now, the paper bridge with a load of 1 has collapsed. There are 4 bridges left with loads of 0, 2, 3, and 4. The deaths of the first 2 clearly brought a more real sense of fear to the remaining 8 people. All 8 of them had serious expressions, staring fixedly at the remaining 4 paper bridges. Even though it wasn't their turn yet, they were already making their selections in advance. But the situation was constantly changing, and if there were more than 1 person on the bridge when it was their turn, the preconceived plans might have to be overturned. Next, number 3 stepped up. The 30-second countdown began immediately. For number 3, making a choice wasn't difficult. As long as they didn't happen to choose the bridge with a weight capacity of 0, they wouldn't die temporarily. A 1 in 4 chance. With little time to spare, they took a risk and stepped onto the first paper bridge on the right. The next second, they didn't fall. Safe. A rare smile appeared on number 3's face, one of the few fortunate moments today. Next, number 4 stepped up. Since the bridge with a weight capacity of 1 had already collapsed, and number 3 had stepped on, it definitely wasn't the bridge with a weight capacity of 0. The bridge under number 3's feet must have a weight capacity of 2, 3, or 4. So, number 4 had a 100% safe chance. As long as they followed behind number 3, they would definitely be safe. Number 4 naturally noticed this. As soon as they left the queue, they decisively headed towards where number 3 was and stepped onto the first paper bridge on the right. There was no suspense at this moment, the paper bridge would not collapse. Numbers 3 and 4 survived. But the next, number 5, didn't have such an easy choice. If they also chose to step on the same bridge as numbers 3 and 4, the probability of everyone falling together would be 1 in 3. Similarly, if they chose a different bridge alone, the probability of falling directly would also be 1 in 3. The same probability, but learning from the experiences of numbers 1 and 2, he felt inexplicably afraid when he saw many people on a bridge. His intuition told him that the first paper bridge on the right was very dangerous from now on. Since he had very limited time to think, he couldn't hesitate for too long. After calculating the basic probabilities, he relied on his instincts and made a decisive choice. So, he went to the second bridge on the right and bravely stepped on it. Everyone watched his actions intently, nervously awaiting the outcome. And the next second, the result appeared. The second paper bridge on the right also did not collapse. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Number 5 breathed a sigh of relief. Then, for number 6 next, his choice became easy again. He just needed to follow behind number 4, and he would be temporarily 100% safe. Number 6's choice was not surprising. He decisively chose the second paper bridge on the right. At this moment, there were 2 people standing on this bridge, numbers 5 and 6. The scale was the same as the first paper bridge on the right. The unknown crisis that might happen next was also the same. Next, it was number 7's turn. The current situation was that there were 2 empty paper bridges on the left, one of which had a weight capacity of 0. If he chose from there, the probability of falling directly would be 1 in 2. It was raised again. But if he didn't choose from the 2 paper bridges on the left, he turned his gaze to the 2 paper bridges on the right. The weight capacity of these 2 bridges could be 2, 3, or 4. There were 3 possibilities, and only one would result in death. I shouldn't be that unlucky to choose the one with a weight capacity of 2. He comforted himself in this way. So, he walked straight to the right. Even though the 4 people on the bridge tried to dissuade him, my goodness, don't come here. Someone will die. Use your brain, this side already has 2 people, if one more comes, the likelihood of collapse is very high. Hearing this, number 7 coldly smiled and disdainfully said, I did use my brain to calculate, that's why I know the survival probability is higher on this side. I think you're the one with a bad brain. After finishing speaking, number 7 had already arrived in front of the 2 bridges. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he lifted his foot, seemingly preparing to step onto the second bridge on the right side. Success or failure hinged on this one move, life and death hung in the balance. Some of the audience members were so nervous that they dared not look. They covered their eyes, peeking through the gaps with their fingers. Oh my, so tense. So thrilling. Heavens, there are already 2 people up there, and they're still squeezing on, how terrifying.
Under the gaze of the crowd, amidst the terrified looks of numbers 5 and 6, number 7 lifted his leg and slowly brought it down. In the next moment, the result was revealed. The second bridge on the right side did not collapse, standing firm as a rock. Yes. Phew. Phew. That scared me. Damn. I really thought I was a goner just now. Tears welled up in the eyes of numbers 5 and 6, their hearts still racing. Number 7, along with numbers 5 and 6 who were already on the bridge, all breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought to themselves, now that there are already 3 people on this bridge, there shouldn't be any more fools coming up, right? After all, if anyone else comes up, only the bridge with a weight capacity of 4 can bear it. The probability of that is quite low. Next, number 8 took the stage. He first analyzed the situation. The second bridge on the right side can bear a weight of 3 or 4. The first bridge on the right side can bear a weight of 2 or 3 or 4. And one of the 2 bridges on the left side has a weight capacity of 0. If he chooses the left side, the probability of instant death is still 1 in 2. But if he chooses the right side, the probability is too complex. Number 8 couldn't understand it at all. How do I choose, damn it? His mind was a mess, and number 8 was forced to curse out of frustration. So annoying. Why do I have to do math even when facing torture? Seeing number 8 looking impatient, many of the audience members laughed and joked. It seems that mastering math and science will make you fearless wherever you go. Now it seems that in critical moments, math and science can save lives. Damn, let's go all out. Finally, number 8, tired of thinking and wasting time, couldn't come up with any ideas, and might even end up being eaten by the hat monster. If I die, we all die together. Here I come. Shouting this crazy slogan, he charged straight towards the 2 bridges on the right side. In the terrified eyes of numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, number 8, like a reckless pig, rushed forward without regard for his life. No, 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 no. Please. Think it over again. Don't be reckless. Don't come over here. The 5 people on the 2 bridges on the right side shouted with all their might. But number 8 was completely obstinate and paid no attention. He just kept charging forward. It was like he had gone mad. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, numbers 5, 6, and 7 on the second bridge on the right side tried to entice him. There are already 3 of us here. If you come up, the probability of all of us dying together is high. Listen to me. Go to the bridge next to us. For number 8, who was already unclear about the probabilities, having someone calculate for him would be great. Number 8 immediately turned his attention to the first bridge on the right side. Seeing this, numbers 3 and 4 were once again terrified and quickly tried to dissuade him. No, no, no. You should go to the bridge next to ours, it's very stable. But anyone with common sense would know that he should go to the bridge with fewer people. Going to the bridge with more people would be seeking death, right? Although number 8 originally held the mentality of, if I die, everyone dies together, as long as someone accompanies me, this was also a last resort. After all, not understanding the probabilities, he could only act recklessly. But deep down, he actually wanted to survive. So, number 8 arrived at the first bridge on the right side. Amidst the terrified looks of numbers 3 and 4, he stepped heavily onto it. In the next second, boom! Another loud noise rang out, and the 3 of them plummeted rapidly amidst screams, then were all pierced through haphazardly. Wow! Everything happened so suddenly. The audience was in an uproar, not expecting number 8 to be so reckless. They were shouting to die together, and in the end, they really did die together. Seeing this, numbers 5, 6, and 7 nearby all felt lingering fear, thinking it was fortunate that they managed to persuade number 8 to go to the next bridge. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, another card bridge collapsed, and it was the one with a load-bearing capacity of 2. Among the 5 bridges, only the last 3 bridges remain. Their load-bearing capacities are as follows. The bridge on the right, with 3 people standing, the load-bearing capacity is 3 or 4. The bridge in the middle and the one on the left, with 0 people standing, the load-bearing capacity is 0 or 3 or 4. And the 2 remaining sinners who have not yet appeared. Numbers 9 and 10. Now, it's number 9's turn to appear. Number 9 is a middle-aged man with gray temples, wearing glasses, and looking quite gentle, resembling a professor in a university. After coming out of the queue, he walked straight to the leftmost bridge but did not step on it. Instead, he lowered his head and carefully observed the structure of the cards under the bridge. Then, he went from left to right, observing the structures of the remaining 2 bridges. After that, he thoughtfully analyzed. In theory, a triangular structure is the most stable. So, the bridge on the right should be the one with a load-bearing capacity of 4. The current situation, to some extent, also indirectly proved his conjecture. Because the bridge on the right already had 3 people standing on it, and it had not collapsed. However, these card bridges were created by the bloody magician's magic, and his magic was as magical as magic.
So, it may not necessarily follow basic scientific principles. What should be the choice? Before Mr. Number 9, there are two choices.
1. Believe in science and stand on the bridge on the right where 3 people are already standing.
2. Gamble on metaphysics and choose from the other 2 card bridges, with a 50% chance of survival.
The former, even without the triangular theory, the probability of survival or death is still 50%.
Because the load-bearing capacity of this bridge is either 3 or 4.
So, in a situation where the probabilities are equal, Mr.
Number 9 decided to choose the side supported by scientific theory.
Therefore, he quickly walked towards the bridge on the right. For the 3 people already on the bridge, seeing Mr.
Number 9 still coming here scared them, and they quickly advised loudly, "What are you doing? There are already 3 people here, why come here? Are you seeking death? Go to the 2 empty bridges next to it."
At the same time, the last sinner, number 10, was also tempting Mr.
Number 9, saying, "Sir, just choose one of the 2 empty bridges.
This way, if you don't die, then I'll follow your choice, and we won't die.
The 3 people on the bridge won't die either. Everyone can survive, and all will be happy." A despicable trick. Let the person in front explore the path? Expose all the traps?
The 2 empty card bridges, one with a load-bearing capacity of 0 and the other with a load-bearing capacity of 3 or 4.
Regardless of whether Mr.
Number 9's choice is correct or not, number 10 behind him has a way to ensure his 100% survival. The audience also saw through number 10's plan, mocking one after another, such cunning. Why don't you say, in case number 9 dies directly, you can also choose the other card bridge and be 100% sure to survive?
Sir number 9, you must not be deceived, don't be tempted by them. Don't let them take all the benefits. I support your choice of the bridge on the right. Also, it would be best to kill the 3 people on the bridge together.
It can be seen that the audience is not sympathizing with number 9 or helping him.
They simply do not want number 10 to benefit.
All these people are sinners, and the audience have witnessed their cruel crimes with their own eyes. Therefore, for the audience, the death of this group of people is the real happy ending.
And Mr. No.
9 did not pay attention to what others said, he just responded with one sentence, "This time, I choose to believe in science."
After that, he continued to walk to the right.
Like a stubborn donkey, no matter how you call him, he won't budge. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the 3 people on the bridge completely collapsed, thinking that they could only leave it to fate and helplessly wait for the judgment of destiny. I was lucky to survive the previous 2 rounds of hat tricks.
Could it be that my luck is running out now? I hope the goddess of luck will favor me again.
Please, this bridge under my feet must be able to support 4 people. At this moment, suddenly, with a swoosh sound, the hat monster behind him woke up again. It leaped into the air and aimed at Mr.
No. 9's position, descending rapidly. It seems that Mr. No.
9 spent too much time observing the bridge structure, and he was a bit old, not as agile as the young people when running. Even though he burst out with unprecedented speed, he still couldn't match the speed of the monster's arrival.
The next second,
only a bang sound was heard, the hat monster fell heavily to the ground, and Mr.
No.
9 was crushed underneath, disappearing without a trace. Then, the creaking chewing sound, quite harsh, rang out.
After waiting for so long, the hat monster finally ate one person.
It contentedly retreated 10 meters back, its single eye slowly turning, locking onto the last person, no.
10.
At the same time, the 3 people on the bridge, no. 5, 6, and 7, saw Mr.
No.
9 being eaten by the monster, and a genuine smile appeared on their faces, saying, "Thank goodness.
He didn't make it up here." Another round of safety. Only one person left, there is hope to survive. The audience, on the other hand, all felt regretful that they couldn't see the final outcome of Mr. No. 9 stepping on that bridge. How many people can the bridge on the right hold? If Mr. No. 9 had time to step on it, would all 4 people have died? Or would all 4 people have survived? The puzzle remains unsolved, and people's curiosity grows stronger. Next, it's time for the last person to appear. 4 no.
10, the choice he faced was the same as that of no.
9 before. Choose the left or middle bridge with no one on it.
A 50-50 chance of death.
Or choose the bridge on the right with 3 people already on it.
The same 50-50 chance of death. At this moment, the expression on no.
10's face was extremely complex. Excitement, fear, anticipation, nervousness.
Various emotions converged. As the final act, the outcome of this stage was solely in his hands. He could choose the left or middle bridge, bearing the 50-50 chance of death alone. Or choose the bridge on the right,
putting the other 3 people under the same 50-50 chance of death. As a psychologically twisted criminal, no. 10's evil smile, at this crossroads of life and death, he chose the latter without hesitation, putting the other 3 people in danger. Moreover, no. 10 also heard no. 9's scientific theory analysis. Deep down, he also had a glimmer of hope, wanting to take a gamble. What if he guessed right and survived? What if he didn't guess right? He wouldn't die alone, but would have 3 people to accompany him. What a profitable deal! In the terrified eyes of the other 3 people. No. 10, step by step, quickly approached his side. Seeing the terrifying smile on his face, it was estimated that he had made up his mind, and an evil idea was budding in his heart. Seeing this, the 3 people, no, 5, 6, and 7, were not lightly scared, still trying to dissuade him. Don't come. Do you want to harm everyone? In this kind of talk, it's completely insignificant to no. 10. Finally, when no. 10's legs are about to step onto the bridge of cards, his eyes light up, seeming to be even more eager for what will happen next than the global audience. The next second, his feet land solidly on the bridge. Immediately, a sense of weightlessness suddenly strikes. No. 10 and the other 3 are all falling down. As a result, in the chaotic pit, 4 more bodies pierced through. Oh, collapsed. Look, it collapsed. Ha ha ha, thanks to no. 10. What a great person. The audience was both shocked and delighted, not expecting that no. 10's one step would directly lead to the annihilation of all. It seems that 3 more names can be added to no. 10's hit list. After going through 3 stages, all 30 sinners have died. And the global audience is also satisfied with this live broadcast. Comfortable, enjoyed watching. This group of criminals, who previously treated others' lives as playthings, have now become playthings in the hands of others. They deserve it. The Bloody Magician host has so many tricks. Much more interesting than the electronic hacker host. Hope he stays longer. Feeling the psychological activities of everyone in front of the screen, Yuan Shen smiled satisfactorily, thinking that this live broadcast was successful again. Since that's the case, there's no time to waste, it's time to say goodbye. Inside the live broadcast room, the camera once again focused on the handsome face of the Bloody Magician. He smiled faintly, took back the hat that would turn him into a man-eating monster, and placed it on his chest. At the same time, he slightly bowed, giving a gentleman's salute to the global audience. As usual, this live broadcast is over. Everyone, let's meet again if fate allows. As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast room suddenly closed. All electronic devices around the world returned to normal at the same time. Another Judgement live broadcast came to an end, and many people felt empty inside, as if they were not satisfied. And for those with guilty consciences, the cruel methods of the Judgement live broadcast room cast a shadow in their hearts. What goes around comes around. One day, the Judgement live broadcast room will come for them and bring down the righteous punishment. After the incident, there were no more imitators appearing anywhere in the world. It seems that intimidation and deterrence are very effective. System rewards followed suit. Congratulations, host, the live broadcast has successfully ended. Currently evaluating this live broadcast, please wait. Evaluation completed. The host has successfully achieved the goal of punishing imitators and effectively curbing this behavior in this live broadcast. Therefore, the live broadcast evaluation is excellent. Implementing rewards, please wait. A moment later, a sense of enlightenment came over him again. A new power was injected into Yuan Chen's body. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3 new abilities of the Bloody Magician. Ability 1, Hat Magic. Ability description, can create illusions with any style of hat. For example, make the hat expand and split into multiple illusions, and manipulate these illusions. Ability limitation, illusions have no substance and will dissipate when hit by an attack. Ability 2, Hat Monster. Ability description, enlarge any style of hat to become a monstrous entity. Ability limitation, after being hit by a strong attack, the hat monster will shatter and die. The strength of the hat monster's body depends on the material of the hat. These limitations are ineffective in the magic space. Ability 3, Card Magic. Ability description, manipulate cards, or combine cards to construct objects of any form. Ability limitation, must have cards or card nearby to activate. These limitations are ineffective in the magic space. Yuan Shen took out a box of playing cards from the drawer at home, and with a thought, the cards inside burst out of the box and turned into butterflies, fluttering freely in the air. Although it was another flashy magic ability, it was very practical. A diversion, a monster summoning, card manipulation. All very useful. Of course, this time, Yuan Shen did not forget to deal with the 4 security personnel, or rather the former mercenaries. Due to an agreement reached between the 2 sides,
and their exceptional performance, the live judgment was made more enjoyable. So, according to the agreement, at the moment the live judgment closed, they had already been released. However, when they returned, the private estate had already changed drastically. With the owner of the estate dead, there was no one to pay the large security team, so they had already left. The four of them looked at the empty mansion, feeling nostalgic. The former owner of this place, despite having immense power, still met an untimely death. And behind all this, it was likely the manipulation of the live judgment room. The four who had experienced the horror of the live judgment room no longer dared to work as mercenaries. They all thought about finding a stable job in the future, even if the pay was not high, at least they wouldn't have to worry about fear and anxiety. The four, who had already torn apart their relationships, went their separate ways to make a living. Since the last live judgment ended, the world had been calm for a while. Under the influence of the live judgment room, few dared to commit crimes openly. People's lives returned to the monotonous daily routine. But humans, with strong desires and emotions, would occasionally create some big news that would shock everyone. And today, a documentary called Whale Bay suddenly appeared, shocking the world. As one of the billions of people in the world, Yuan Chen naturally saw this explosive documentary. At first, just by the name, he thought it was a documentary praising the beauty of whales, like Into Nature or Into the Ocean. But as soon as he clicked on it, the cover of the documentary was shocking. Instead of the deep blue sea, there was a sea of blood flowing in the narrow bay. The blood seemed to cover every inch of the bay, and upon closer inspection, many large marine animal corpses were floating in the blood pool. The whole cover was truly shocking. Yuan Chen frowned, feeling uneasy, and started watching the documentary. The general content of the documentary was, a former dolphin trainer, who spent days and nights with dolphins, discovered their high intelligence. Perhaps among all living beings in the world, apart from humans, dolphins were the most intelligent creatures. They had sufficient self-awareness, to the extent that a dolphin, unhappy with long-term captivity, committed suicide in front of the trainer. From that moment on, this trainer, who deeply loved the dolphins, awakened and began to work towards dolphin protection. However, capturing dolphins for performances was a multi-billion-dollar industry. Even eating dolphin meat, in the eyes of some high-end individuals, was a symbol of status, with prices soaring to exorbitant levels. Like shark fins, dolphin meat did not have any special nutritional value, but the price was inflated through hype. Dolphins were also a type of whale, and almost all whales were treated the same. Humans seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with the meat of these large animals. Under the guise of profit, with only the strength of a small dolphin trainer, it was impossible to shake these businessmen and capitalists. After a struggle lasting 20 years, this dolphin trainer unexpectedly found a like-minded director and his filming team. The team happened to be shooting something in Sakura country, and they hit it off, deciding to do their best to expose the cruelty of whaling. However, their filming process was very rocky. Because it touched on the interests of many people, they were chased, beaten, and even faced numerous death threats from the whaling company's people. Direct filming was impossible. They had to find another way, disguising the camera as a rock and placing it by the sea, sending members to dive underwater in advance, waiting for the prey. Despite facing life-threatening danger, they resolutely threw themselves into it, full of passion, only for a more beautiful world and future in their hearts. As a result, the whaling scene was completely captured. Whales use echolocation, similar to bats, emitting sound at a certain frequency to detect objects at a distance. So, the whaling company's people used this characteristic of whales, using specially developed high-tech equipment to mimic whale sounds, luring thousands of whales into this narrow whale bay to catch them all in one fell swoop. It was completely different from ordinary fishing. After trapping the whales in fishing nets, they began to slaughter them. Dozens of people from the whaling company, each with a metal harpoon spear, held it like a javelin, with 2 or 3 people in a small boat floating on the surface of the whale bay waiting for their prey. As soon as they saw a whale lured in, they struck fiercely. Of course, a single blow could not completely kill such a large marine creature. The whales were trapped in the fishing nets, struggling in pain, then they were hit again and again until they couldn't move, dead. Blood flowed in the seawater, dyeing a large area red. As more whales were lured in, more lives continued to pass away. The more whale bodies piled up, the more the seawater turned red. The people from the whaling company all waved their harpoon spears tirelessly, not feeling cruel at all, but laughing uncontrollably. In their eyes, this was not the death of life, but a stack of banknotes going into their pockets. In the end of the documentary, it specifically stated, this film is not advocating for the prohibition of fishing, but for legal fishing without excessive killing. For example, various countries have established fishing bans to protect marine ecology. However, whales are not fish at all, they are mammals like humans, they have emotions. Moreover, whales, sharks, and other creatures have weak reproductive abilities and are not suitable for human consumption.
Their numbers have been decreasing year by year due to environmental destruction. Under such overfishing and overkilling, their numbers continue to decline.
Currently, some whale species are already endangered, on the brink of extinction. The ocean is the cradle of life. Once the marine ecology is destroyed, the consequences are unimaginable. Please do not kill whales for your own selfish desires. In short, this documentary has become popular worldwide. The scene of the whale bay it revealed is truly heartbreaking, even reaching a terrifying level. The hellish scene, just the realistic images alone, made countless people shed tears. Of course, Yuan Shan was also one of them.
Being targeted by Yuan Shan is like being targeted by the legendary Judgement live room. I warned all of humanity before, not to wantonly destroy the ecology. Otherwise, disaster will strike.
Yuan Shan muttered with a fierce look. System, since such a sensational global event has occurred,
shouldn't we make an appearance? As soon as the words fell, the system's prompt sound instantly rang out. Ding! Mission triggered.
Family, don't forget where to find me on the bookshelf.
Remember to look for the book title, hee.
Task content, to judge the relevant individuals of the Whale Bay incident, in order to alert all of humanity.
Got it. Yuan Shan replied with a smile. Right on target.
Please confirm the live broadcast range, host.
Yuan Shan, everyone in the world.
Please confirm the live broadcast image, host. Or let the system randomly provide 4 options.
Yuan Shan planned to continue drawing inspiration from the system's options and said, let's hear it. Image 1, Shark Tyrant.
A fish-headed humanoid fish monster with serrated teeth, huge and muscular, 3 meters tall. Not only possessing the ability to swim quickly in water and run on land, but also skilled in both. Hearing this, Yuan Shen pondered, fish monster.
Not bad.
But it feels like a little lackey, or maybe the squad leader of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not high-class enough.
Hovering on the edge of selection and rejection. Image 2, Mermaid Sorceress.
A sorceress with a human body and fishtail, able to use water-controlling magic.
Wow! Magic!
Upon hearing these words, Yuan Shen's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat excited. Moreover, if the live broadcast effect is good, then Yuan Shen himself will also gain magical abilities in the end. Pretty good.
Let's keep this as an option for now. Image 3, Octopus Sea Monster.
A giant octopus with 8 tentacles, living for thousands of years, highly intelligent.
Another monster. Yuan Shan really didn't want to become this kind of non-humanoid monster. And 8 tentacles, with many suckers. Slightly disgusting. If he had to become a monster, Yuan Shan wanted something terrifying and domineering.
Image 4, Poseidon, God of the Sea. The mythical god of the sea, wielding a golden trident, ruling over everything in the ocean.
A god?
Seeing this option, Yuan Shan was surprised.
It's only the 5th time hosting the Judgement live broadcast, and they're already bringing out a god? Isn't that a bit too much?
However, the image of Poseidon provided by the system in Yuan Shan's mind gave him new inspiration.
I have an idea.
Yuan Shan smirked mischievously, his mind calculating something unknown.
System, start the live broadcast.
Received. Live broadcast range confirmed. Live broadcast image confirmed. Currently broadcasting the Judgement live room to the entire world. Please wait.
The next second, all electronic devices worldwide once again fell into paralysis, and a new screen window popped up forcibly.
Everyone knew that this was a sign of the Judgement live room descending once again.
The Judgement live room is back. What will happen this time? Excited. Scared.
Under the gaze of the public, a familiar figure slowly appeared in the live room. Hip-hop style clothes, a black mask, large colored lights at the eyes. It was the electronic hacker anchor who hadn't been seen for many days. Instantly, people were both surprised and delighted.
The electronic hacker anchor? Long time no see. What wind blew you here again? It seems like you'll be hosting this broadcast again?
Faced with the warm greetings, the electronic hacker's X-shaped mouth curved into a smile, responding with a joyful expression, long time no see, viewers from around the world.
Missed me? To this question, many people spoke frankly without reservation. Not really. The bloody magician anchor is more interesting, and he's handsome, with a gentlemanly demeanor. Hearing this, the electronic hacker's expression didn't change much.
After all, the truth is that whether it's the electronic hacker or the bloody magician, they are both played by Yuan Shen alone. Naturally, there's no jealousy involved. The electronic hacker smiled, unfazed, and continued, alright, you guys.
Easily swayed by new things and quickly bored of the old, right? Well, today, you guys are in for a treat. Because you will get to know a new major character. With these words, the world was filled with curiosity. New big shot? New anchor? Wasn't it you who was the anchor today? If the newcomer is not the anchor, then what is their identity? To be introduced in the trial live broadcast room. If it's for advertising, the advertising fee must be sky high. Feeling the curiosity of the audience around the world being ignited, Yuan Chen secretly smiled and continued, "First, before introducing this big shot, let's watch a short film. I believe many of you have already seen it, but some may not be informed and have not seen it, so I will repeat it." With that, the colorful lights in the electronic hacker's eyes began to flicker incessantly, and there were changes on the screen in the live broadcast room. The content of the short film was an excerpt from the Whale Bay documentary. The background introduction and character introductions from the documentary were all removed, leaving only the scene of humans slaughtering hundreds of whales. After the short film finished playing, discussions erupted among people worldwide. The barrage on the screen also filled the sky. Oh my! So the trial live broadcast today was for this? Then I support it. Strongly support it. I was so angry when I saw this documentary today. How can they be so cruel? Am I out of touch? From the tone of the anchor, am I the only one who knows? Oh my goodness, I've always heard that people from the Sakura country hunt many whales every year, have been warned many times, but never changed. I didn't expect the director of this documentary to be so brave, exposing everything. After the discussions, the electronic hacker anchor continued, "Since everyone is enthusiastic about this incident, let's start with a vote. If you think they did nothing wrong, click option A on the screen. If you think they are wrong, but not severely, click option B on the screen. If you think they are seriously wrong, click option C on the screen." As soon as the words fell, the letters ABC appeared on the screen. The familiar online voting segment. Audiences worldwide actively participated, casting their valuable votes according to their own wishes. After a while, the voting results were out. A. No wrong. Percentage, 30%. B. Wrong but not severe. Percentage, 50%. C. Seriously wrong. Percentage, 20%. Through the statistics, Yuan Chen found that those who chose A were mostly older, with weak environmental awareness. Either they were related to the whaling industry's interests, so they naturally had to stand up to defend their interests. Those who chose B thought that it was indeed a bit excessive, but they only killed a group of animals, so the crime was not very serious. As for those who chose C, they were mostly young people who had been influenced by environmental protection since childhood. There were also many scientists. With the gradual development of science, more and more research on ecology, people gradually realized that protecting the environment is not just about planting trees and greening. The entire planet, including all living beings such as animals, plants, and microorganisms, are interconnected and interdependent. If one link in the ecosystem collapses, it will be a disaster. When the voting results appeared on the screen, unexpectedly, the barrage started arguing. Camp A, what about the other 70% of you? Don't you eat meat? Chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb, aren't they all killed by humans with knives? Survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature, humans are stronger than them, so we can eat them. Camp C, hey, you in the front. The chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and lamb that are consumed are almost all raised, and can be reproduced on a large scale. Can you farm whales? Can they give birth to hundreds or thousands in one litter like fish? Can they reproduce rapidly? Wild animals not only carry various viruses, but the oceans have long exceeded the heavy metal standards. For animals like whales, which are at the top of the marine food chain, the accumulation of heavy metal pollution in their bodies is the highest. If you want to die sooner, eat more. And, how many species of whales are endangered so far? Look it up online yourself. Camp B, I think you both have valid points. Why not compromise? What do you think? Just like the snake catcher incident last time, the debate continues. The debate on the barrage cannot determine who is superior, and no one is convinced. For some stubborn people, Yuan Chen does not intend to persuade them. Some people's ideas are deeply rooted and cannot be changed overnight. Only deep-seated fear can compel them to stay away from wrongdoing. So, let's officially start today's live broadcast. Alright, stop arguing. The electronic hacker anchor said sternly, the big shot is about to arrive, let's hold our breath and wait. As soon as the words fell, the camera in the Judgement live room quickly rose, capturing everything below. The audience then realized that this was a seaside town. And not far away, there was a narrow bay, its shape exactly like the whale bay in the documentary. Without a doubt, this is the cherry blossom country town in the documentary. Next, a black figure opened the door and walked out of a small house. During the opening of the Judgement live room, almost everyone stayed indoors to watch, leaving the streets of the entire town empty.
And at this moment, this person traveling alone looks a bit strange. Sensing the curiosity of the audience, the camera in the live room quickly zoomed in, and the audience finally saw that figure.
It was the electronic hacker anchor. Was he hiding in that small house live streaming all along? Suddenly, all the residents of the town became nervous. When did the electronic hacker anchor come to our town? That house is a seaside detached house used for renting out. Could the recent guest be the legendary electronic hacker? Oh my god. With such a big shot appearing, how could no one notice? Could the electronic hacker usually disguise himself as an ordinary person? The heavy suspense made the residents of the town panic. After the electronic hacker came out of the house, he walked straight to the whale bay. Then, the camera rose again by several kilometers, presenting a bird's eye view. And next, the audience noticed a new movement appearing in the picture. At the other end of the town, dozens of people ran out of a factory, each boarding trucks, cars, motorcycles, etc., and speeding out of the town. Escaping? Such a guilty move instantly made the audience guess their identity. The group of people from the whaling company. Immediately, some anxious viewers reminded, "Hey, anchor, someone wants to escape. Look over here, they want to run." Unlike the snake catchers who ran on foot, this group of people was driving. With that speed, they could completely leave the town's range in just 10 minutes. At the same time, some viewers who had done wrong secretly cheered for them. Go! Run fast! You are pioneers. If you succeed in escaping, you will set an excellent example for others to follow. If successful, it proves that the Judgement live room is not omnipotent, there is still a chance to escape. They did not know that their sinister thoughts deep inside had already been read by Yuan Chen. In response, Yuan Chen sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "Really? Do you really think you can escape my clutches?" The next moment, a new movement appeared in the live room's picture again. Suddenly, a surging tsunami rose from the distant sea surface, and at a terrifying speed, it was approaching the town. In the blink of an eye, it had closed a considerable distance. A tsunami? The residents of the town, upon seeing the scene in the live room's picture, were instantly frightened. They all leaned out of the windows to confirm its authenticity. Sure enough, a surging tsunami was approaching on the distant sea surface. It's over. The tsunami is coming. Everyone has to play. Is it the work of an electronic hacker anchor? But we didn't do anything wrong. We are just innocent common people. The ones who made mistakes are those people from the whaling company. I was wrong. I won't catch fish anymore in the future. Please withdraw the tsunami. I beg you. At the same time, the high-level officials of the Sakura country, when they saw the scene, were sweating profusely. Several years ago, the tsunami triggered by the Great Earthquake caused countless casualties and economic losses reaching astronomical figures. And the tsunami in the picture, compared to the one from years ago, is even more terrifying. If the tsunami really hits land, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not only will this seaside town suffer, but many nearby towns will also be destroyed. At this moment, the live broadcast has just begun, and many fishermen from the Sakura country started to repent. I once caught a shark too. I admit my mistake, I repent. Please spare my family, they are innocent. I also. Indeed, fear is the most effective method. If the knife is not at the throat, one does not know how serious it is. But they misunderstood one thing. It is not yet time to punish the human population on a large scale. At this moment, the electronic hacker anchor suddenly cheered, "He's here." Attention all viewers, this tsunami is not an attack on land, but represents that person. He has arrived. With these words, the Sakura country people who were already hurriedly packing up to take shelter, suddenly stopped their movements. Their suspended hearts suddenly relaxed. At the same time, it also aroused people's greater curiosity. What kind of person, accompanied by such a huge tsunami, is making an appearance? What is the identity behind such a grand display? People once again focused their attention on the screen. Gradually, they saw. At the top of the tsunami, there was a man standing majestically. Behind him and on both sides, there were a large number of followers, like an army. An army? Am I seeing it wrong? Is it an army? An army on the sea. Who are they? Merfolk? I have a bad feeling, besides witchcraft, the world may be about to witness something that challenges our understanding again. Seeing the numerous figures riding on the tsunami, the audience discussed in amazement. Although it is not yet clear who these people are, turning a tsunami into a means of transportation. Even alien technology may not be able to achieve that, right? After all, a tsunami is a serious natural disaster. Although tsunamis appear large and cumbersome, they actually move very fast. So, within a few seconds, viewers around the world gradually saw the situation on the sea.
Riding on the tsunami, a man who stands out like a general, with his upper body exposed, muscular, with fish-like fins on his arms and legs. He looks young but exudes strength, holding a golden trident in his hand, adding to his domineering aura. And the army beside him and behind him are all sorts of strange beings. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals wielding cold weapons. Fierce and strong fish-headed men. Merfolk with human bodies and fish tails. Among the merfolk, it is obvious that there are both males and females. The male merfolk are handsome and strong, while the female merfolk are beautiful and enchanting. Am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Everything that people are seeing seems to exist only in fantasy. But at this moment, it is being displayed openly in front of everyone. Monsters? An unknown civilization in the ocean? Just as everyone was puzzled, the voice of the electronic hacker anchor sounded again. Let us welcome with 100% reverence the arrival of the new king of the lost city of Atlantis, the Sea Emperor. With these words, the whole world was shocked once again. The legendary Atlantis? Isn't it fake? Are you telling me that it really exists? Atlantis, the legendary city built by the offspring of the sea god Poseidon, had a highly advanced civilization in ancient times, even high technology, but was ultimately destroyed by earthquakes and a great flood. Ancient legends, even mythological stories becoming real things, this is really hard for people to accept. The electronic hacker continued to introduce, I once infiltrated the network system of Atlantis, checked their historical records, which are similar to your human mythological legends, but with many differences. Specifically, I dare not say too much otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sea. Then, a golden trident abruptly pierced the body of the electronic hacker in a dazzling manner, completely piercing through it. In an instant, the body of the electronic hacker began to disintegrate like damaged data. What the hell? What's going on? Scared me. The audience never expected that the electronic hacker in the Judgement live room was actually ambushed. And it hit the target. The hidden weapon was a golden trident, obviously. The culprit was the Sea Emperor from the sea. From such a distance, one hit, one kill. Such terrifying power and precision. What's going on? Aren't they friends? So they're enemies? Killing before even meeting. In the hearts of all mankind, the Sea Emperor instantly branded himself as ruthless. The body of the electronic hacker, after struggling for a while, could not reassemble at all, and completely shattered. And the golden trident, without support, fell heavily to the ground. With a loud clang, it shattered the rocks directly below. Damn! Is he really dead? Wow, the Sea Emperor is so powerful. Electronic hacker. You died so suddenly, rest in peace. We will miss you. You will definitely be recorded in history. Some people were relieved. It seems that this new Sea Emperor is not in cahoots with the Judgement live room. So by killing the electronic hacker, he is eliminating a threat to the people. Well done. Nicely executed. Just when everyone thought the electronic hacker was dead, the scene on the screen changed again. Those shattered virtual data-like things, after the golden trident landed, reassembled again, forming the figure of the electronic hacker in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the wound in his chest that had been pierced through was completely healed. The electronic hacker smiled at the camera again and said, "Oh my, I'm really sorry for embarrassing myself in front of all of you. You all saw it, the newly appointed Sea Emperor, young and aggressive, not very easy to get along with." Seeing him not only resurrected but also speaking and smiling, the audience exclaimed again, "He can also resurrect? How did you come out unscathed? You made me emotional. I almost shed a tear for you." Now it can be confirmed, the electronic hacker is not human, just having a humanoid appearance. What kind of creature is he, to have such terrifying regenerative power? Some people secretly cursed, "Damn it, how come he didn't die? What a pity. Wish he dies soon." Bringing peace to the world. Just as everyone focused on the resurrected electronic hacker, the Sea Emperor and his army had arrived at the seaside. The towering tsunami-like waves suddenly sank into the sea, and a whole army from Atlantis officially landed on this land. The Sea Emperor leaped forward, his powerful leg strength allowing him to land next to the electronic hacker from hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. He pulled out the golden trident beside him, firmly grasping it in his hand. And due to his tall stature, he looked down at the electronic hacker and said in a harsh tone, "It's you again, you little brat. It looks like you've been waiting here for a long time. How did you know we were going to conquer this land? Did you invade the network of our Atlantis again without authorization?" With that, he suddenly waved the golden trident and placed the trident blade in front of the electronic hacker's neck. The momentum was fierce, and there was a real killing intent in his eyes. In response, the electronic hacker shrugged indifferently and said, "Well, you know,
there is no electronic system in the world that I can't invade. Humph. The Sea King snorted coldly, then withdrew the golden trident abruptly, saying coldly, for the sake of my father, and the agreement we once made with the Judgement broadcasting room, I will let you go today. Go away! Don't disturb our conquest. Hearing this, the electronic hacker remained unfazed and instead said with a smile, well, I'm afraid I can't comply. Before he could finish his words, a golden sword light suddenly struck. The golden sword light flashed by, cutting the electronic hacker's head and body in half instantly. But the next second, they automatically reattached. Oh, Your Highness, I suggest you seek more advice from your father on how to deal with people. Even when attacked again, the electronic hacker remained unfazed, continuing to speak fearlessly, and his tone had changed from new king to prince. This seemed to imply that he was also angry. He believed that this immature brat was not worthy of being the new king of Atlantis. Hearing this, the Sea King visibly frowned and angrily asked, "What did you just call me?" The electronic hacker, flexible as ever, smiled and said, "Your Majesty, they say a new broom sweeps clean. You've just taken office. Are you in such a hurry to tear up the agreement with our Judgement broadcasting room? I can't guarantee that it won't be Atlantis who will suffer losses." As he spoke, the colorful lights in his eyes continued to flicker, seemingly ready to take action. How long had they met? The atmosphere was already tense. In just a few words and actions, many hidden messages were revealed. The audience was fully focused, listening attentively, afraid of missing any information. Especially the security agencies of various countries, who recorded their conversation in detail, ready to study it later. After all, this concerned the country hidden in the ocean for thousands of years, the legendary Atlantis. Upon hearing the electronic hacker's words, the Sea King retracted his poised golden trident but still said indifferently, "Why are you here at the Judgement broadcasting room today?" Without waiting for the electronic hacker's response, he added, "I must declare in advance, I am not like my father. I will overturn his conservative policies one by one. If the Judgement broadcasting room is here to stop me from conquering this land, I can firmly tell you, it's impossible. Even if I have to confront the Judgement broadcasting room, I will not hesitate. Humans on land have been acting recklessly in the ocean for hundreds of years. My father turned a blind eye, but I will not tolerate it." As he spoke, his anger stirred, causing the sea behind him to surge. With these words, people in coastal areas around the world were sweating in fear. According to the Sea King, this was about settling scores with humans on land. Could it be that the war between humans and the legendary Atlantis was about to break out? From the current situation, Atlantis possessed the terrifying power to manipulate tsunamis. Just this alone could destroy all coastal areas. Not to mention, there were definitely more unknown powers yet to be revealed. It's hard to say how much chance humans have. Probably close to zero. After all, Atlantis is a force to be reckoned with against the Judgement broadcasting room. In the Trial Live broadcast room, that is a challenge that all mankind cannot overcome. By comparison, people have a rough idea in their hearts. Defeat is certain. At this time, an electronic hacker asked on behalf of all mankind, "What does the war mentioned by the Sea Emperor specifically refer to? Colonize this land? Destroy this land? Or incite a full-scale battle? Or, colonize?" The Sea Emperor sneered and said, "We, Atlantis, with vast and boundless oceans, need to colonize such a small island? Besides, colonization and war are atrocities born in low civilizations. We, Atlantis, as a high civilization that has existed for tens of thousands of years, naturally will not go to war for such ridiculous reasons. But we are not cowards either. The actions of land humans have seriously affected the ecology of our oceans, threatening the life and death of the oceans. We can no longer sit idly by and must go to war. You can understand this campaign as a law enforcement against sinners. All those who offend the oceans will be punished." With these words, many humans in front of the screen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, scared me. I thought humanity was done for. Fortunately, it seems that only those who do evil will be targeted by the army of Atlantis. Is this a high civilization? Rational, not blaming innocent people, and at the same time full of courage, handsome. Then I'm safe. I'll continue watching the show." Hearing the Sea Emperor's response, the electronic hacker host smiled knowingly, and then explained his purpose. "As for the purpose of our Trial Live broadcast room coming here today, it is naturally to conduct a live broadcast on the spot. You don't mind, right? After all, I can help you Atlantis promote it well. Let all mankind see your strength." Intimidated humans naturally dare not act recklessly again, which saves Your Majesty the Sea Emperor a lot of trouble. Hearing this, the Sea Emperor pondered for a moment, then agreed, "You better film it well. The heroic posture of my soldiers.
Now that the entanglement between the Sea Emperor and the trial live broadcast room has been resolved, the Sea Emperor is ready to get down to business. Just as the Sea Emperor raised the golden trident, preparing to command the entire army to attack, the electronic hacker suddenly spoke up again, interrupting, "By the way, Your Majesty the Sea Emperor, I have a reminder. I have monitored that those sinners who slaughtered whales are using various means of transportation and are about to escape from the town." Hearing this, the Sea Emperor sneered and said, "Escape? Where are they going to escape to?" With that, he raised the golden trident again and issued a majestic command: "Mermaid wizards, block the area where the town is located." As soon as the command was given, a group of merfolk in the sea waved their hands and began to cast spells. Immediately, the sea surged and waves rose again. Vaguely, it seemed that a new tsunami was forming. A few seconds later, the tsunami rushed ashore like a raging flood, but instead of directly sweeping through the town, it circled the edge of the town, forming a large circle. Then, the sea rose, turning into a water curtain 10 meters high, completely sealing off the town. The people from the whaling company who were fleeing suddenly saw the water curtain rising in front of them and had to stop all their cars. They got out of the cars and carefully inspected, wondering, "What is this? Sea water? Is this another trick by the trial live broadcast room? Damn it!" Then, among the panicked crowd, someone stood up and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Throw something hard in and see if it can penetrate through. If it works, just drive straight through." Hearing this, some of them picked up wrenches from the trunk and threw them into the water curtain, while others used their phones as bricks to throw. And then, a terrible scene unfolded. The wrenches and phones entered the water curtain and were instantly torn into countless pieces. Just like the flowing water curtain, it is sprayed by a high-pressure water gun that can penetrate steel plates in industry. I'm afraid even the car shell can be destroyed on the spot. Seeing the process of the mermaid wizards casting spells, the global audience all stared at the screen in the live broadcast room with astonishment, unable to speak for a long time. Magic. Magic? The people of Atlantis still know magic? Isn't that a mistake? The power of this water magic is too terrifying. If it directly affects a person, wouldn't it instantly crush them into minced meat? Atlantis. With high technology and magic, what kind of place is it? As for the people of the whaling company, they were immediately shocked by the high-pressure water wall in front of them. It seems impossible to pass through. It seems impossible to pass through now, unless you don't care about your life. What should we do? Are we doomed? The people who were blocked on the way were at a loss, suddenly panicked. At this moment, the boss of the whaling company took the initiative to stand up and said, "Everyone, spread out and look for other ways out separately. It's impossible for every place to be blocked by such water walls. But if we find a way out, how do we inform others?" Someone asked. The boss's face sank and said, "We definitely can't use our phones. Just try shouting a few times. Those who hear it will come over, and those who don't will have to rely on their luck." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. The boss's intention was clear: let everyone escape for their lives, leave it to fate, and rely on their own luck. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Spread out, spread out. The boss waved his hand to disperse everyone, then returned to the car and drove along the water wall, trying to find a gap in the water wall to escape. As he passed by the houses, residents would occasionally peek out of the windows to sneak a look at him. It felt like not only being monitored in the live broadcast room but also being watched by the townspeople. "A bunch of country bumpkins, what are you looking at? What's so interesting?" Forced into a corner, the boss's emotions became very unstable. When he was annoyed by being stared at, he rolled down the car window and cursed at the people inside the house. "Don't think you can gloat over my misfortune. Sooner or later, you will face the same calamity as me." He cursed at many people along the way, showing his bad temper, and he often scolded his employees. But the residents of the town were not his employees, and he couldn't just curse at them as he pleased. Some bold residents even exchanged curses with him at the window, making for a comical scene. "Humph. Serves you right. Serves you right. Serves you right. This is all retribution. It's what bad people like you deserve." After a while, the people of the whaling company searched everywhere but couldn't find a gap in the water wall at all. Like fish in a barrel, with nowhere to escape. Since they couldn't get out, in the minds of ordinary people, where is the safest place in the town? Home. Home is a warm harbor, the last refuge. So, some people no longer seek a way to escape, but head straight back home to hide, while others didn't consider going home. Because their families are still there, they don't want to involve their families, they don't want their families to be affected by this trial. They could only wander around the town to avoid being hunted down by the live broadcast room, or look for other shelters. Several people independently thought of the same place, the whale processing factory of the whaling company. They planned to make a desperate last stand using various cutting tools and knives in the factory. Meanwhile, the army of the Sea Emperor was not idle. The Sea Emperor raised the golden trident high and shouted angrily, "Whale riders, shark people, advance with your two forces." The whale riders and shark people who received the order stepped forward one after another. The two types of troops seemed to be elite forces, with much fewer numbers compared to the surrounding miscellaneous soldiers and shrimp soldiers. But each of them was an extraordinary individual. The shark people were 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, fierce eyes, jagged teeth all over their mouths, giving off an oppressive feeling like a small hill. The whale riders were closer to humans in comparison. They were visibly strong, but only about 2 meters tall, covered in deep blue scales, with fins on their hands and feet, wielding a long spear as a weapon. They did not exude the same level of oppression as the shark people, but that was only when they were alone. When the whale riders mounted their whale mounts in the sea, the two merged into one, displaying a brave and skilled posture that automatically appeared in the minds of all onlookers. And now, as the whale riders left the familiar ocean and set foot on land, how much of their strength could they demonstrate? At this moment, the electronic hacker broadcaster took the initiative to suggest, "Your Majesty of the Sea, do you need me to provide surveillance function? Right now, I know the whereabouts of all sinners like the back of my hand." The Sea Emperor waved his hand, firmly rejecting, "No need. We, Atlantis, do not need external help." Hearing this, the electronic hacker lamented, "That's a pity, humans are cunning and good at hiding." "Your Majesty, your soldiers may have a hard time finding their hiding places for a while." To this, the Sea Emperor coldly smiled and said, "Electronic hacker, you invaded the network system of our Atlantis, peeked at our internal intelligence. Don't you know about the special abilities of the shark people? Their sense of smell is hundreds of times stronger than that of canines." With that, the Sea Emperor issued the attack order. "Shark people, whale riders, find all the sinners and execute them on the spot. Do not let the filthy blood of sinners flow into the sea. If it's not resolved within 20 minutes, I will personally take action. And by then, all members of your two teams will be ready to face punishment." "Yes, sir." The whale riders and shark people shouted loudly with high morale and in unison. Subsequently, a team of about 50 whale riders and shark people ran at full speed towards the town. Soon, the heavyweight figure of the shark people made an exceptionally loud sound on the town's concrete streets. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a giant was passing by. The movement was extremely noticeable. Many residents were lying by the windows, cautiously peeking outside. As they peeked, they couldn't help but think, what terrifying creatures. Following the lingering scent of whale blood in the air, the shark people quickly locked onto the target location. Then, in a pattern of whale riders paired with shark people, they dispersed and moved out. Because in the air, the scent of whale blood was coming from more than one direction, and the strongest scent of blood was coming from the whale butchering factory. At this moment, 6 people had gathered inside the factory. "Why are you all back? It seems we all had the same idea." They were both surprised and delighted to have companions with them, which eased the tension of the 6 people. At this moment, one of them suddenly took out a phone, and the sound from the exclusive Judgement live room on the phone scared the other 5, making them dodge backwards repeatedly. Why do you still have a phone? Didn't the boss tell us to wrap the phone tightly, put it in the car's trunk, or stuff it deep into the bag?" The boss said, "We must not let any sound from the Judgement live room affect our determination to escape." Hearing this, the person with the phone shook his head and said, "The situation has already come to this, there's no escape. Why not use the footage from the Judgement live room to our advantage? Observe the opponent's actions. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you shall be victorious." As soon as this was said, the other 5 people thought for a moment and all felt it made sense, so they cautiously approached the mobile phone. "Look, the trial broadcast room has sent dozens of fishmen to kill us. If you want to survive, you must fight back." The 6 people gathered here originally had the mentality of using various tools in the factory to fight to the death. The proposal for a counterattack was quickly approved. All 6 people began to collect weapons and prepare for the counterattack. Spears to stab whales to death, shiny big knives, fishing nets and net launchers, devices to lure whales with sound waves. Although they didn't know what kind of fishmen were coming, they decided to use all available items. There was also someone standing next to the mechanical equipment for cutting large fish, planning to lure the enemy over and activate the device to slaughter them. It must be said that they could barely be considered brave and strategic. Their preparations were also quite sufficient. Even a small part of the audience in the broadcast room ignited a glimmer of hope for them. They thought they could at least sacrifice themselves to take out 1 or 2 of the opponents, right? But the truth will only be revealed in the fight. Soon, the 6 people heard a huge banging sound coming from outside the factory.
It was obvious that several huge creatures were approaching. Through the screen of the mobile phone, they saw the number of enemies coming. Sharkmen, 2 of them. Whale riders, 3 of them. Only 5 people, not many. A glimmer of hope for a desperate counterattack ignited in the hearts of the 6 people. Moreover, every move of the enemy could be monitored through the broadcast room's screen. This was very advantageous for their side. 3 are coming from the front door, 2 from the back door. Estimated contact in about 10 seconds. The person holding the phone informed everyone. So, all 6 people took a deep breath, staring nervously at the front and back doors. The person with the phone also temporarily put it aside, gripping the weapon tightly with both hands, ready to fully engage in the battle. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. They counted down in their minds. But before they could count to 1, when they reached 6, the steel gate of the factory was forcefully pushed open with a great force. Bang! A deafening sound echoed throughout the entire factory. 2 huge shark figures, pushing the door with their heads, rushed directly into the factory. They even crossed over everyone and came behind them. The humans' plan was suddenly disrupted. Just as they reflexively turned around to prepare to attack the 2 sharkmen who had broken in, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from behind. And the next moment, sizzle! 3 silver-white long spears pierced through the chests of 3 people, blood splattering, killing them on the spot. At the same time, the 2 humans with the fishing net launchers also activated them, entangling the 2 sharkmen with spiked nets. At least we'll take one of you with us. One person holding a spear shouted and rushed forward, showing a courageous intent to fight to the death. But before he could reach the sharkmen, he saw the sharkmen easily tear the nets apart. Even though his skin was covered in blood from the spikes on the net, the sharkmen seemed to feel no pain at all, their expressions unchanged. Their formidable strength, terrifying willpower. The oppressive feeling of horror suddenly struck the humans. The person who rashly charged forward tried to break at the last moment, but he was too excited earlier, too forceful, and couldn't stop, so he had to go through with it. As a result, the spear that had once slaughtered whales stabbed in front of the sharkman, but was easily grasped by the sharkman with one hand. With a powerful force, he simply bent and broke the metal spear with one hand. Then, the person was not spared either. The other sharkman stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the person up. Then both hands went up, and amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the person was torn alive into 2 halves. In just a moment, 4 humans were killed or injured by the whale cavalry. The last 2 remaining naturally could not escape the pursuit of the whale cavalry. The 2 of them were so scared that they ran for their lives, disregarding the plan to lure the enemy to the cutting machine. But in the next second, 2 silver-white long spears cut through the air, gracefully landing in an arc, piercing through the top of their heads, instantly killing the 2. It seemed that even if the 2 stood next to the cutting machine, using themselves as bait, the enemy would not fall for it. In a stationary position, the whale cavalry's spears were even more likely to hit. Seeing this, the audience in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. So strong! What terrifying accuracy is this? So powerful! I didn't expect the whale cavalry to be so strong despite looking much weaker than the shark people. On the contrary, the shark people seem much more cumbersome, while the whale cavalry is extremely agile. From breaking into the factory head-on to ending the battle, the entire process took less than half a minute. Moreover, it was even under the circumstances prepared by the 6 humans in advance. But in the face of absolute strength difference, any trickery is futile. The elite soldiers of the Sea Emperor have demonstrated their strength to the fullest. The smell here. The air is filled with the scent of marine blood. The shark people were driven to madness by these scents, their eyes gradually turning bloodshot. The whale cavalry also said with a solemn expression, "This extremely strong smell of blood, even I can smell it." The shark people, with a look of disgust, said again, "I will destroy this place of sin." Whale cavalry, do you want to help? The whale cavalry glanced at the device on their wrist, similar to a watch, and nodded. There are about 15 minutes left until the time set by His Majesty the Sea Emperor. It should be enough. We'll help you. So, they immediately took action again. The shark people were responsible for finding the load-bearing walls and other parts of the factory, using pure strength to punch them down one by one. The whale cavalry found flammable and explosive materials such as gasoline, opened all the electrical equipment in the factory, and then ignited them. Boom! Explosions and collapses occurred one after another in this factory that had once made a fortune. Next, the camera in the Judgement broadcast room shifted to other parts of the town. From a bird's-eye view, the shark people and the whale cavalry, who were divided into different groups, were tracking different targets. The shark people sniffed the invisible scent of blood in the air with their noses, running wildly all the way, without stopping or showing any signs of confusion. The audience couldn't help but feel puzzled and disgust on the barrage, this sense of smell is too abnormal. But are these people from the whaling company not bathing or changing clothes? How could they still have the lingering smell of blood from the previous whale slaughter? It feels a bit unreasonable. Yes, I'm also thinking about this issue. It just doesn't make sense. It seems that many people have this doubt in their minds. Soon, some speculations appeared on the barrage. I guess it's because they slaughter fish every day, so the fishy and bloody smell on their bodies is very strong. Didn't the shark people in the factory say that the smell of blood there is very strong? These people from the whaling company all ran out of the factory, so they must have picked up a lot of sense. With collective wisdom, without the need for the anchor to answer, people figured out the question themselves. Soon, the camera in the broadcast room shifted to a narrow alley. Two people from the whaling company were fleeing and dodging in this area. Suddenly, the loud footsteps of thump 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 echoed nearby. The two knew that the enemy had arrived. They suddenly became nervous, adrenaline surging, exerting all their strength to accelerate and run frantically, trying to escape the pursuit of death. But their footsteps, faster, exposed their location even more. This time, without the shark man's sense of smell tracking, the whale cavalry knew the target's location through sound positioning. Then, the whale cavalry leaped up and easily jumped onto the roof, which was only 2 floors high. Then, looking down, he saw the target's figure. There was no need to wait for the shark man to arrive. The whale cavalry directly threw a silver-white long spear towards the diagonal direction, while also leaping in the same direction. The long spear pierced through the back of the head, killing one person on the spot. He didn't even have time to react, let alone scream in pain. Instant kill. However, the person next to him saw this terrifying scene and immediately screamed for him. But the next second, his scream also abruptly stopped. A deep blue figure descended from the sky and kicked him from behind. The powerful force directly bent the man's body, probably breaking his spine. Then, the man fell face down, hitting the cement ground hard enough to create cracks. Although he passed out, he did not die on the spot. His injuries were probably similar to a serious car accident, with only a breath left, maybe lasting 1 or 2 more minutes. However, the whale cavalry did not intend to let him go like this, letting him die naturally. Instead, he immediately stepped forward, raised his exceptionally developed right leg, and stomped heavily on the man's head. Bang! Instantly, his head burst open, brain matter splattering everywhere. Throughout the process, the whale cavalry remained expressionless, skillfully and efficiently, like a well-trained ruthless killer. After dealing with 2 targets, the shark man finally arrived. The whale cavalry said to the shark man, "Let's go, find other targets. The Sea Emperor only gave us 20 minutes, we must not exceed the time." With that, the two ran off, launching another attack, continuing to search for sinners in the town. The camera then switched to the boss of the whaling company. In the end, he couldn't resist and drove back to his own home, hiding in the basement and securely locking the entrance. Besides the iron lock at the entrance, a large sofa was also placed to cover it. His wife and child were sitting upright on the sofa, trembling all over, showing signs of nervousness. At the same time, the TV in front was on, broadcasting the scene from the courtroom live. Suddenly, a loud noise of thump 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 was heard. Whether it was the boss hiding in the basement or his wife and daughter, the family of 3 knew that the sound meant the shark man leading the whale cavalry had arrived. Bang! The tightly locked mansion door was smashed open by the shark man with a punch, ignoring the presence of the mother and daughter, continuing to explore the mansion. The shark man could smell it. A sinner was here. "Don't come over," the boss's wife shouted in fear. Her daughter also burst into tears. Woo woo woo. But any sound they made had no effect on the shark man and the whale cavalry. It was as if they were automatically blocked, completely unheard. Following the scent of blood, amidst the fearful gazes of the mother and daughter, the shark man walked straight to the sofa where the two were sitting. But even so, the mother and daughter still stood their ground, refusing to move, seemingly trying to force the other party to leave by threatening with death. Seeing this scene, viewers around the world began to curse the boss of the whaling company. "What kind of man are you? Hiding yourself and using your wife and child as shields? Coward! Useless!" Some people anxiously shouted, "What are you two doing? Why don't you run? Do you have to sacrifice yourselves for a stinking man? Don't think that these soldiers, who have killed many, will show mercy just because you are women and children. Don't hold on to this kind of wishful thinking." Sure enough, the next second, the shark man ignored the presence of the mother and daughter, directly pushed aside the sofa with one hand, revealing the entrance to the basement below. However, it's fortunate that he did not launch an attack on the mother and daughter. He just pushed the sofa, causing them to fall to the ground. Bang! Following the loud noise, the door to the basement was smashed. However, the shark man's body was too wide to squeeze through.
So, the shark man started tearing up the ground around him with his bare hands, intending to dismantle the entire floor.
Brother, you're wasting time like this, let me go.
The whale rider behind patted the shark man's shoulder, stopping his violent actions of tearing the house apart, and then swiftly slid into the basement. In the dim yellow light, a middle-aged man with sweat all over his face and a look of fear was trembling, holding a handgun with the barrel pointed at the entrance to the basement. And the moment a figure entered the entrance, he immediately pulled the trigger and fired.
Bang bang bang.
He screamed in panic, firing several shots in a frenzy, and most of the bullets hit the unexpected guest in front. The handgun's magazine was very limited, and he fired all the bullets in one breath. Any creature on Earth hit by such gunfire would be riddled with bullet holes and barely survive. But the deep blue figure in the dim light not only remained motionless, showing no signs of falling, but also stepped forward, approaching the boss step by step.
Don't come any closer.
The terrified boss picked up the handgun again, frantically pulling the trigger. However, with no ammunition in the handgun, it could only make a pitiful squeak 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 sound like a rusty machine.
When the whale rider reached the boss, he swiftly snatched the handgun from the boss's hand, observing it with interest, and murmured, "Is this your human weapon?"
I remember the intelligence in Atlantis' database recorded something like a handgun, which has significant lethality against living beings, with fast bullet speed that is hard to dodge. Although he praised weapons like handguns verbally, the fact was that all the bullets in the gun had just been fired, yet they had not caused any substantial harm to him. The audience curiously and carefully observed the whale rider's body, hoping to find even a scratch. Did the fish scales all over his body block the bullets?
Or is he wearing invisible body armor?
Clearly, in the factory earlier, the shark man would be scratched by the barbs on the fishing net, but now bullets are flying at him, and you, the whale rider, are unscathed?
What's going on?
However, the audience then noticed that the whale rider didn't even have any scratches on his fish scales.
At that moment,
while the whale rider was examining the structure of the handgun, the boss somehow pulled out a knife and desperately stabbed it towards the whale rider's chest.
And then, a scene that left everyone stunned occurred.
The tip of the knife stopped about a centimeter from the whale rider's skin. No matter how hard the boss tried, he couldn't stab it. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a layer of light blue semi-transparent film there, softly blocking external attacks. It seemed that this was what had blocked the bullets earlier.
It's indeed an invisible body armor.
A viewer exclaimed on the spot, thinking they had guessed correctly. Meanwhile, on the scales all over the whale rider's body, there were numerous shining blue runes. These mysterious runes were not visible before. It seemed that they only functioned when under attack, resisting it. It was like the energy shields commonly seen in alien-themed movies. However, it appeared that this might not be a technological energy shield, but a supernatural magic shield.
The audience expressed their doubts one after another. Could this be a magic shield? If drawing runes can provide defense, why doesn't the shark man have it? Because the shark man has tough skin and doesn't need it? Or is it a matter of differential treatment? The status of shark people is not as good as that of whale riders? Just when everyone was full of doubts, the voice of the electronic hacker anchor suddenly came. Shoo, don't spread the word.
I'll quietly tell you the secret about the Guardian runes, but this is the secret of Atlantis. I usually wouldn't reveal it. But since you are loyal viewers of the Judgement live room, I'll make an exception today.
Hearing this, viewers around the world became excited and cheered. Yes, as a commoner, to actually know the secret of legendary Atlantis. Worth it. Quick, tell us, what's the secret?
The voice of the electronic hacker anchor continued. Actually, this is not just magic, it also involves the field of science. The people of Atlantis chosen as whale riders, from a very young age, showed physical abilities different from ordinary people. Then, at just 5 years old, they have to implant a substance containing magical energy under the skin tissue all over their body, using knowledge of biology and genetics to undergo human body modification. Moreover, the implant coverage must reach over 95% of the total body skin area in order to finally form a full-body magic shield.
During the implantation of magical substances, there is unbearable pain and itching every day.
Because almost all the skin on the body has this substance implanted, the discomfort is like ants gnawing at the heart, and it can last for several years. Upon hearing this, viewers around the world were stunned.
So they're being modified. No wonder they're so powerful. To have this painful magical substance implanted all over the body at just 5 years old? Oh my, what kind of strong willpower is needed to endure this?
So cruel, to do this to children.
Is this really something that advanced civilizations can do? Isn't this too extreme? Atlantis should be invincible on Earth, right? Is it necessary to train and modify soldiers so crazily?
People began to have intense discussions about why Atlantis needed to train and modify soldiers in such an inhuman way. However, the truth is, all of this is Yuan Chen's design. It is the manifestation of his wild imagination. As for whether there will be enemies that even Atlantis cannot deal with in the future, all of humanity is waiting to see. Finally, the mystery of how the whale riders can emerge unscathed in the midst of gunfire and bullets has been solved. And the boss who is showing off in front of the whale riders is about to face retribution. Faced with the opponent who is impervious to weapons, the fear in the boss's heart deepens once again. Facing the deep blue figure, he cried out with a trembling voice, "Please, spare me, please. As you saw just now, I have a wife and children, and I also have an 80-year-old mother in my hometown. They can't be without me." Seeing his pathetic appearance, the whale rider sneered, "Like to use women and children as shields, huh? Let me tell you, after you die, your wife, children, and mother will miss you even more than they do now." As soon as the words fell, the sword flashed, the silver spear thrust forward, precisely piercing the heart, a fatal blow. The camera then switched to another household. Faced with the intrusion of shark people and whale riders, the man in the house retreated while shouting in fear, "Don't come near me." But who would listen to his orders? In the next second, the whale rider raised the silver spear, ready to throw it. The man was so scared that he hid in the closet, while his wife beside him gathered courage and stepped forward to question, "Aren't you an advanced civilization? Is this how you conduct yourselves? An eye for an eye, when will it end? Don't you understand this principle?" Hearing this, the whale rider remained expressionless and decisively threw the poised silver spear. The spear weaved through the woman's hair, looking extremely thrilling. Following that, the audience saw a large amount of bright red liquid flowing out from the crack in the cabinet. Just as the whale rider was about to retrieve the spear, the shark man came to the crying woman and said with a smile, "I remember you humans saying survival of the fittest is the law of nature, right? Killing whales is also justifiable. Then, conversely, now that we dominate the oceans, according to the law of survival of the fittest, killing you humans is also justifiable. Hee hee." With this smile, he revealed a row of fierce sharp teeth, making his smile particularly chilling. According to the law of survival of the fittest, hunting humans is also justifiable. With these words, the shark man left many people speechless, unable to come up with any rebuttal for a while. After all, at the beginning of the live broadcast, they were emphasizing the phrase survival of the fittest. Now, being used against them by Atlantis, the tables have turned. Those viewers who were already against whaling were all smiling and mocking in the barrage. Well said. Ha ha ha. Some people are digging their own graves. Don't be hypocritical now. You have to stand by your words. Then, the camera in the live broadcast slowly switched to another location in the town. On the main road of the town, an exciting chase was taking place. The executive of the whaling company was driving a sports car recklessly on the main road. Behind him, the whale rider and the shark man were sprinting, chasing at full speed. The speed of the sports car goes without saying, under full throttle, even the agile whale rider couldn't catch up. Soon, the large shark man's stamina waned, slowing down. However, the whale rider continued to chase closely, determined to reach the target. Riding a whale on the ocean, the speed of the whale rider is incomparable. But at this moment, on land, with only 2 legs, it's hard to outrun a sports car with 4 wheels. Nevertheless, the whale rider didn't fall far behind, always staying within the rearview mirror range of the sports car, relentlessly pursuing. The executive occasionally checked the rearview mirror, but always found that he couldn't shake off the pursuers. He continued to step on the gas pedal, the speed becoming uncontrollable, to the point where a casual turn could flip the car. This chase lasted for more than 5 minutes, until the executive neared the edge of the town, where a 10-meter-high water wall forced him to release the gas pedal and slow down. But as his speed decreased, the deep blue figure in the rearview mirror quickly closed in. Moreover, the silver spear in the hands of the whale rider, shining in the sunlight, sent chills from head to toe. Seeing that he was about to enter the spear's attack range, the executive had to accelerate again, stepping on the gas pedal to move forward. Swish! Seizing the brief opportunity, the whale rider vigorously threw the silver spear. Like a bright new star, the silver spear streaked across the sky and swiftly descended. The target was the man in the speeding car, a moving target that even bullets would find hard to hit, let alone a cold weapon. But the whale rider was no ordinary warrior. They had grown up with pain since childhood. Perhaps they could create miracles and turn the impossible into possible. All the viewers were focused on the screen, curious to see if the silver spear would hit. And the next moment, boom! The spear pierced the rear of the car, causing a small explosion. Next, the sports car went out of control and crashed straight ahead uncontrollably. And ahead, there was a high-pressure water wall that could crush steel. The The executive screamed in fear, frantically stepping on the malfunctioning brakes, while also covering his hands in front of his eyes to protect his head. He didn't have much time to react, he didn't even have time to jump out of the car. Moments later, the sports car crashed into the water wall, along with the man in the driver's seat, both mercilessly crushed by the high-pressure water. All the blood in their bodies was squeezed out, even dyeing part of the water wall red. And the silver-white long spear inserted in the back of the car passed through the water wall unscathed, its hardness seemingly far surpassing human steel. Later, the whale cavalry arrived, also passing through the high-pressure water wall unscathed, retrieving their silver-white long spear. As he passed through the water wall, the light blue runes on his body shone again, providing all-round protection for him. At this point, all the culprits of the Whale Bay incident were caught. After the whale cavalry and shark people's troops regrouped, they headed back to the coast to return to the Sea Emperor. The captain of the elite whale cavalry squad reporting to the Sea Emperor. The mission is complete. Target humans, 25, all eliminated. No casualties, except for some building damage. Hearing this, the Sea Emperor nodded in satisfaction and said, "It took a total of 15 minutes, not bad. I hope to be faster next time." "Yes, Sea Emperor." The enthusiastic shouts of the whale cavalry and shark people responded. Then, the Sea Emperor turned to the electronic hacker beside him and said, "Electronic hacker, can we borrow the live broadcast room camera for a moment? I have a few words to say." The electronic hacker smiled faintly and agreed, "Of course, please." The Sea Emperor then faced the camera, with a fierce expression, saying, "Remember, this is just a warning by example. If there is a next time, it won't be so easy for you humans to escape." With that, the Sea Emperor arrogantly turned around, waved his hand, and led the entire army to retreat. As the group of merfolk mages stopped, the high-pressure water walls that had imprisoned the entire town also receded like a tide. As the Sea Emperor and his army sank into the sea, everything returned to calm. The electronic hacker host of the live broadcast room also said goodbye to the camera in front of the audience around the world. "What you saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Atlantis. Don't think that Atlantis only has such a small force. So, you better take the Sea Emperor's warning to heart. Otherwise, if action is taken, I'll have to broadcast the complete defeat of you humans again. Ha ha ha." The screen in the live broadcast room gradually turned black amidst the eerie laughter of the electronic hacker, and finally quietly closed. Although the live broadcast room had left, all humans still sat blankly in front of their screens, unable to come to their senses for a long time. The legendary Atlantis? The fusion of magic and technology? The so-called advanced civilization? The unknown depths of the sea? The terrifying army? The threat of the Sea Emperor? Are there still more unknown things on Earth? That night, apart from the overwhelming discussions online, the military forces of various countries held meetings all night long, discussing how to deal with the potential threat that Atlantis might bring. The electronic hacker said that the military they saw today was just the tip of the iceberg of Atlantis. What is the overall strength of Atlantis? Many countries with coastal territories plan to deploy multiple detectors into the sea to find out. Although so far, humans have launched multiple expeditions to the deep sea and have not discovered the existence of Atlantis. But that doesn't mean it will never be discovered in the future. Human technology is constantly advancing, and one day it will catch up with the legendary Atlantis. This is the confidence of the human race. The live broadcast ended. Yuan Shan returned home comfortably and prepared to receive the upcoming rewards. "System, how was the live broadcast this time? Evaluate it and then give me the rewards." Yuan Shan asked eagerly. Evaluating the effect of the host's live broadcast this time. Evaluation completed. The host used a very innovative approach for this live broadcast, having an electronic hacker host the show but as an observer, with the main characters being the army of Atlantis. The unknown kingdom of Atlantis, existing in the deep sea, keeps humanity on constant alert, not daring to act recklessly. Furthermore, the relationship fabricated by the host between the Judgement broadcasting room and Atlantis elevates the mystery of Atlantis to a level comparable to that of the Judgement broadcasting room, instilling a deep fear of Atlantis in humanity. In conclusion, the evaluation result of the host's live broadcast this time is highly successful. Reward implementation in progress. The familiar feeling of enlightenment once again swept through his body. Yuan Shan gained new powers again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the following various abilities. Ability 1, King of the Lost Kingdom of Atlantis, under construction. Ability Overview. Currently, the Atlantis present in today's live broadcast only includes the army that appeared, including the Sea Emperor. The host can command the entire army, including controlling the Sea Emperor. They can also transform into the Sea Emperor and lead the entire army. Ability Restrictions. Can only be activated near the sea or in the sea.
Ability 2, Sharkman's Power. Ability Overview, ability to breathe underwater, enhanced sense of smell, increased strength, with abilities doubled in water. Ability Restrictions, when using Sharkman's Power, it can last permanently underwater. However, on land, it can only last for 10 minutes. Ability 3, Whale Cavalry's Power. Ability Overview, ability to breathe underwater, enhanced physical strength, mastery of whale riding skills, full body protective runes, proficiency in spear-type weapons. Ability Restrictions, same as Sharkman's Power. Ability 4, Water Magic. Ability Overview, ability to manipulate water at will. Ability Restrictions, magic is stronger the closer one is to the ocean, and weaker the farther away. This is so cool. Am I now the king of Atlantis directly? Yuan Shen exclaimed in surprise. I should take the opportunity to develop Atlantis more in the future, find more opportunities for live broadcasts. As a king, of course, he had to develop the country well. In addition, regarding the powers of Sharkman and Whale Cavalry, Yuan Shen planned to test them out. Yuan Shen took a fruit knife from the kitchen and directly grabbed the blade with his hand. Sharkman's Power, Whale Cavalry's Power, double overlay. Yuan Shen effortlessly deformed the fruit knife with just one hand's strength. And on Yuan Shen's palm, faint blue protective runes appeared, the power of magic leaving his hand unharmed. Now, Yuan Shen could be said to be at full capacity in terms of strength, physical strength, defense, and sensory perception. If he added clairvoyance and keen hearing, he could truly be considered all-powerful. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Shen nodded in satisfaction, finding the powers of Sharkman and Whale Cavalry very practical. Let's try water magic next. Yuan Shen turned on the kitchen faucet, focused on the flowing water, and then waved his hands. The water indeed floated in midair as Yuan Shen had imagined, flowing like a dancing dragon. As for the stronger power, that of the king of Atlantis, he would need to be near the sea to activate it. Yuan Shen, currently in an inland city, couldn't test it for now. But as the system said, once he reached the seaside, he could summon the entire army, including the mighty Sea Emperor, whom he could also command. In the previous live broadcast, Yuan Shen had set the Sea Emperor's lineage as descendants of the sea god Poseidon, possessing divine blood. So, the Sea Emperor could be considered a demigod. His power was self-evident. The next morning, Yuan Shen boarded a plane to the seaside city. Itchy in his heart, he must personally experience the feeling of being the master of the sea. As soon as he arrived at the seaside, he jumped into the sea and sank completely under the sea for a long time without showing his head. The tourists on the beach occasionally noticed his whereabouts, thinking that someone had just swum into the sea. Why hasn't he come up for air for so long? Could he have drowned? Or did they see it wrong? In fact, others had long since come ashore. After using the power of the shark people and the whale cavalry, he could breathe freely in the water and did not need to come to the surface to breathe. After Yuan Shen swam to a place far away from the crowd, he used water magic to push his body deeper into the sea. Like a human-shaped submarine, shuttling quickly in the sea. It wasn't until he encountered a group of killer whales that Yuan Shen stopped. Free transportation has arrived. Yuan Shen's eyes lit up when he saw the whales. He rode on a killer whale and, surrounded by the entire group of killer whales, swiftly traveled in the sea. I don't know how long had passed until Yuan Shen heard a huge commotion coming from the surface of the water, sounding like some kind of explosion. When he swam up to the surface, he saw two groups of people fighting on a cargo ship. Explosions continued to occur on the cargo ship, and even a lot of black liquid flowed into the ocean. Oil? Looks like pirates are looting. Yuan Shen analyzed the situation and said slowly. There had been accidents of oil spills on offshore oil drilling platforms, causing the entire sea area to be contaminated with oil and turning dark. Although the amount of oil on a cargo ship was far less than that of an offshore drilling platform, Yuan Shen couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Especially after possessing powerful abilities, he could act as he pleased. Transformation, Sea Emperor. Yuan Shen activated his ability, and the sea surface immediately surged with waves, forming a huge vortex. Yuan Shen was in the center of the vortex, gradually changing his appearance under the high-speed washing of the seawater, transforming into the new king of Atlantis, His Majesty the Sea Emperor. Feeling the power of the demigod filling his body, Yuan Shen once again felt invincible. He confidently raised the golden trident in his hand and issued a call to assemble the Atlantis army in the deep sea. Come to me, the great army of Atlantis. The Atlantis army that received the order immediately rushed to Yuan Shen's location at full speed. A few minutes later, the whale cavalry arrived first, followed by the shark people and mermaid wizards. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals and the fish army were still behind. But there was no need to wait for them. Yuan Shen immediately gave orders, overturn the pirate ship.
then return the cargo ship and the leaked oil in the sea back to human land. A few minutes ago, on the cargo ship, the pirates had already boarded and were fighting with the security forces on the cargo ship. Gunfire broke out, accidentally causing several explosions, and a small part of the ship's hull was already on fire. "Stop shooting! We're carrying oil. Everyone on the ship will die later," shouted the staff on the ship. The pirates, however, were indifferent, saying, "If you don't want everyone to die together, surrender and hand over all the goods being transported. Otherwise, you'll lose both people and money." The crazy pirates, with a fearless attitude, firmly suppressed the other side. But the value of the goods being transported was immense, and they certainly couldn't easily hand them over. The two sides continued to struggle, falling into a stalemate for a while. But in the long run, the pirates would surely win. And then, suddenly, a huge vortex rose in the nearby waters, causing the entire ship to sway uncontrollably. Everyone on the ship couldn't stand still, clinging to the hull, seeking balance. Such a huge vortex? Oh no, we have to get out of here quickly. If we get sucked in, we're done for. But the captain in the cockpit was not at his post, but playing hide-and-seek and tag with the pirates. Just as everyone was desperate, the huge vortex suddenly disappeared. It came suddenly, and it went away suddenly. Strange natural phenomenon, although it aroused people's suspicion, but since the danger has been resolved, there is no need to pay too much attention. After all, there are more important things to do for both sides at the moment. Drive away the pirates. Seize the goods. So, both sides are back in the fight. And a few minutes later, at this moment, the elite forces of Atlantis summoned by the Sea Emperor Yuan Shen have arrived. It's time to launch an attack. His order is, sink the pirate ship, and send back the huge cargo ship and the leaked oil in the sea to the land. The three elite forces have clear division of labor. Without Yuan Shen's command, they know their own expertise and start executing. The shark people go straight to several pirate ships, intending to use brute force to cause internal damage. In the eyes of the shark people with infinite strength, the pirate ships made of metal are as fragile as plastic. When the shark people jump from the sea onto the pirate ship, the remaining pirates on the ship are all shocked, because they all know the origin of the creatures with fish heads. The elite forces of Atlantis, the shark people, who appeared in the Judgement live broadcast room. Fire! The pirates, who have always been reckless, did not hesitate too much, but immediately opened fire on the shark people. In the rain of bullets, the shark people were full of bullet holes and covered in blood. The pirates thought they had won. But for the tough-skinned shark people, the bullet holes were shallow, at most like being pricked by thorns. A little pain, but they need the stimulation of pain to activate their bloodthirsty state. Suddenly, the eyes of the shark people turned crimson, and they rushed madly towards the surrounding pirates, knocking one down in an instant, or directly opening their bloodthirsty mouths to bite off their heads. In just a few moves, all the remaining pirates on a pirate ship were wiped out. Then, the shark people entered the interior of the ship and began a frenzy of destruction. The focus shifts to the whale riders. They are agile and flexible, causing minimal impact on surrounding objects during combat. Therefore, on this cargo ship that feels like it's about to explode, they are the most suitable candidates for action. On the cargo ship, the battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage. Suddenly, many dark blue figures leap from the sea onto the ship, surrounding the entire ship. Who are they? The pirates were surprised at how a third party suddenly intervened in the battle and immediately turned to look around. What caught their eyes was the legendary whale riders. Fear suddenly rose in their hearts. And when faced with something frightening, humans have only two instant reactions. One is to run away. The other is to attack. And for the pirates, shooting and attacking has long been a habit ingrained in their DNA. So, all the pirates reflexively pulled the trigger and crazily shot at the whale riders all around. Unfortunately, human bullets couldn't even scratch the whale riders. All the bullets were blocked by the protective runes on the whale riders' bodies, and then fell to the ground. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the pirates turned and ran. With the entire ship surrounded by whale riders, the escape route by jumping into the sea was completely blocked, so the pirates had no choice but to flee into the interior of the ship. In the eyes of the whale riders, human running speed is like a turtle's pace. Even a speeding car can hit them, let alone humans crawling at a slow pace. The whale riders threw out silver-white long spears one after another, like a sharp arrow rain, instantly killing all the pirates. Several silver-white long spears even pierced through one and into another. Seeing that the pirates were all killed, the few remaining employees and security personnel on the ship immediately regarded the whale riders as heroes. A maritime disaster, bravely launched by the whale riders of Atlantis, reversed the situation of certain defeat and saved everyone. Is this an advanced civilization? So cool! Acting bravely for justice is indeed a good quality. Just as they were coming out of their hiding places, intending to thank the whale riders, the entire whale rider unit jumped into the sea without any hesitation.
Do good deeds without leaving a name. The people on the ship watched the whale riders leave, moved and murmured. Little did they know. They were wrong from start to finish. The whale riders killed the pirates simply because the pirates' rampant behavior could potentially detonate the ship completely, making the aftermath extremely troublesome. It was not to save humans. The whale riders ignored the remaining people on the ship because these people posed no threat to the ship. But next, they would experience the wrath of Atlantis. Just a few seconds after the whale riders left, the ship suddenly began to sway again. They went to the side of the ship to observe the situation, only to see a mermaid magician casting a spell. A bad idea came to mind. They quickly put on life jackets, threw down lifeboats, and jumped into the sea to escape. And then, the mermaid magician finished casting the spell. Tsunami magic, activate.
The waves surged, gradually forming a giant tsunami that engulfed all the ships here. Then, the Sea Emperor Yuan Shen took action again, using the bloodline power of the sea god Poseidon to precisely manipulate the seawater. They extracted all the leaked oil and other substances from the sea, kneaded them into a ball, and stuffed it back into the ship's cabin. Then, together with the mermaid magician, they pushed the giant tsunami towards the nearest land at high speed. On the lifeboat, the terrified crew members, with fearful faces, watched the giant tsunami gradually moving away, murmuring, "What a terrifying power!
This is the true ruler of the ocean."
On a beach, under a clear sky, many people were playing here. Suddenly, the beach administrator observed a disturbance on the horizon in the distance.
The experienced administrator knew that it looked like a precursor to a tsunami.
So, he quickly sounded the alarm, and the broadcast sounded long.
Notice:
emergency situation. Please all visitors leave the beach at full speed.
Suspected tsunami approaching.
Repeat, suspected tsunami approaching, not a joke. Please all visitors leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the visitors panicked and ran. In just a few minutes, the crowded coastline was empty. Soon, the visitors who had not yet moved far saw at least dozens of meters high towering tsunami approaching. Oh my god! How did a tsunami suddenly occur?
Quick, get in the car and run.
Ah! Someone stepped on my shoe, it hurts to run on the road. The tsunami was approaching very fast, there were too many cars of the visitors, everyone wanted to run first, no one let anyone, so they all got stuck on the road, unable to move. They couldn't even push through, completely blocking the way. So, many people got out of the car and ran. In this process, people saw that among the tsunami, there were several dilapidated ships. There was a large ship, and a dozen small ships. Thick doubts surged in their minds. This illogical situation made people wonder if they were dreaming.
No! Could it be? Is it Atlantis playing tricks?
In the ocean, besides Atlantis, people could not think of any other possibility for such incredible events. And after a while, the tsunami reached the shore, rudely throwing several ships onto the shore, and then receded on its own, without continuing to attack the land. People had just seen this kind of situation in yesterday's live trial broadcast.
Indeed, it's Atlantis.
People were almost certain that this was the work of Atlantis. Many people, seeing that there was no further danger, quickly took out their phones, took photos or videos, and uploaded them online to be the first-hand news. The text has been translated to English. Attachments such as, "I was lucky enough to witness the tsunami caused by Atlantis. Let's guess, what is inside these ships? Why did Atlantis throw these ships onto the shore?" This topic immediately gained popularity and became the top trending topic on global social media. People around the world are full of curiosity about Atlantis's actions. As time passed, oil continued to leak from the large cargo ship, staining a large area of the beach black. Looking at the dark stuff in the photos, netizens curiously asked, "What is the black liquid flowing out of the ships?" I suspect that this liquid is the reason behind Atlantis's actions. Later, relevant departments arrived, inspected the scene, and announced the situation. The large ship was a cargo ship carrying oil. Several small ships were pirate ships that had been smashed to pieces. The bodies of the pirates were also sent back together by the tsunami. Through autopsies, it was found that some of the pirates had fatal injuries such as limbs torn apart, heavy object impacts, irregular cuts on the neck. All signs indicating that the culprit was a monster with the following characteristics: huge size, immense strength, large mouth, sharp teeth. All the information matched the shark people. Another group of pirates had wounds that were hollow in the chest or head, as if pierced by some kind of long spear weapon, which also matched the silver long spears of the whale riders. Combined with the strange tsunami witnessed by many, it can be confirmed that all of this was done by Atlantis. Netizens quickly reached a consensus, speculating that the cargo ship was attacked by pirates, accidentally causing an oil spill, polluting the ocean, which alarmed Atlantis.
How terrifying, Atlantis seems to be everywhere. Just a little oil leaked on the sea surface, and it was discovered? Atlantis's detection technology is too strong. It seems that in the future, no matter who is on the sea, they must be very careful. Even if it's pirates hijacking ships, they dare not shoot guns or throw bombs randomly. This pirate incident once again deepened the awe of all humanity towards Atlantis. Although this was not a systematic task, Yuan Shen had a lot of fun playing it himself. The king's status, coupled with the power of the ocean demigod, was quite enjoyable to use. After a few days of leisure, a piece of news from the neighboring elephant country once again surged to the top of the trending list. A certain brand factory, the children in the nearby community, were collectively having nosebleeds. And the symptoms had not lasted for just a day or two, but for a while. When parents realized that this was not an isolated incident, they raised banners and signs to protest, demanding a thorough investigation and rectification. Just such an incident, surprisingly, sparked arguments in the comments section. One side felt that this kind of threat to public safety, especially to children's health, must be severely punished. The other side felt that this was a frame-up. Because the brand's sales had recently skyrocketed, it was mostly a plot by competitors. The two sides were deadlocked until the relevant authorities intervened in the investigation. The final result can be summed up in 4 words: suspension for rectification. It was not considered a severe punishment, there were no fines, and no compensation was given to the victims. But at the same time, it indirectly indicated that the incident was true. The factory did indeed engage in the illegal discharge of harmful gases. Obviously, this punishment was completely inadequate. Many locals in Elephant Country were unhappy. After hearing about this incident, the netizens of Dragon Country also clamored, "There's a conspiracy." Yuan Shen, of course, also saw this top trending news. Just as he was typing to make some comments, suddenly, the system's alert sounded in his mind. Ding! New mission. Mission content: punish those who pose a threat to human public safety. Hearing this, Yuan Shen smirked devilishly, thinking, looks like I don't need to make any irrelevant comments. After all, a few comments can't change anything. Let me use the power of judgment to change this sad world. System, explain the task details. Yuan Chen shouted excitedly. Because there have been too many people in history who have endangered public safety. So this live trial will only select a few of them. Selection criteria: severity, timeliness. Punishment target 1, the person responsible for the Agent Orange disaster after World War II. Punishment target 2, the person responsible for the melamine-tainted milk incident. Punishment target 3, the person responsible for the improper discharge of toxic gases leading to children collectively having nosebleeds. The 3 events mentioned by the system all occurred in modern times. The Agent Orange disaster happened 60 years ago, during a turbulent wartime era when Yuan Shen was not yet born. Many of the parties involved are probably in their 70s or 80s. The melamine incident occurred more than a decade ago when Yuan Shen was still young, at a time when smartphones were just beginning to enter the era of intelligence. And the third event, the incident of toxic gas being improperly discharged, happened just a few days ago. If 3 different cases are to be judged in a live broadcast, a good plan must be made. The 3 cases have one thing in common: they are all closely related to chemical poisoning. So, Yuan Shen already has a preliminary plan for this live broadcast. A bio-monster, a bio-doctor-like image. Please confirm the broadcast scope with the host. The whole world. Yuan Shen replied. Undoubtedly, this is a major issue that all countries around the world must pay special attention to. Please confirm the live broadcast image. Imagine in your mind, or let this system provide 4 random images for reference. Yuan Shen said, I plan to use the image of a bio-monster, a bio-doctor for the live broadcast. System, randomly provide me with 4 images to look at. Yes, sir. Then, 4 images appeared in Yuan Shen's mind. Image 1, the chemical maniac. With bright red eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if they hadn't closed for days and nights. The upright, charred hair strands, as if affected by a chemical explosion. The skin of the hands and arms still bears many hideous scars, as if corroded by chemical agents. Yuan Shen's evaluation of him is crazy enough, somewhat scary in appearance, not bad, as an alternative. Image 2, the desperate poisoner. Inspired by a certain human TV series, wearing a bright orange protective suit that securely protects the person inside. And beneath the protective suit is the image of an apparently harmless ordinary person. The protagonist of the TV series, although famous, has an ordinary appearance, not quite suitable for the Judgement broadcast. So, eliminated. Image 3, the bio-monster. A dual expert in biology and chemistry.
Due to having his genes modified by chemical substances, he has transcended the category of humans and is considered a half-human, half-monster existence. With deep green skin, covered with a thick layer of keratin, somewhat resembling a chameleon in the natural world.
In addition, the nose has been greatly shortened, there is a transparent membrane in the eyes, forming a double protection with the eyelids.
The special body structure allows the biomonster to be immune to pollution and poisoning from chemical agents and gases even without wearing protective clothing. Overall, it's okay, the only downside is that it's a bit ugly, like a lizard person.
Let's keep it as an alternative for now. Image 4, the Biodoctor. Also a dual expert in biology and chemistry.
Similarly, using biochemical knowledge, he has changed his own genes.
However, unlike the previous biomonster, the appearance has not changed, still resembling a middle-aged man. But in reality, the true age of the Biodoctor is 300 years old.
He has transformed all the cells in his body into a cancer-like existence, infinitely proliferating, maintaining eternal youth, almost immortal.
As long as not every cell in the body is destroyed, regeneration is possible. It is well known that most cancers are terminal illnesses.
It is almost a certain death disease, and the biochemist actually took the initiative to turn all the cells in his body into cancer cells. What a crazy move! And it also has the trait of immortality, very tempting.
At this moment, Yuan Chen flashed a strange thought in his mind. If the biochemist's cells were placed alone in a culture jar, could a new identical biochemist be replicated using cloning methods?
Even more than one, but a group.
Even an army.
An immortal army. The scene, just thinking about it, is terrifying.
Although the biochemist looks the same as an ordinary human, without any special features.
But Yuan Chen was attracted to his traits and decided to use that image.
System, select image 4, biochemist. Yuan Chen decided. Live image confirmed.
Live broadcast range confirmed. Initiating Judgement live broadcast worldwide, please wait.
Moments later, electronic devices worldwide once again fell into an abnormal state. A window of a live broadcast room popped up uncontrollably again. At this point, everyone in the world knew that it was the Judgement live broadcast room. For some reason, it's back.
Everyone sat in front of the screen, heartbeats accelerating, feeling nervous. Most people could only relax after the broadcaster announced the target of this judgment. After all, even environmental destruction is now considered a crime by the Judgement live broadcast room. Most people on Earth have more or less damaged the environment, it's just a matter of degree.
In the current situation, everyone is in danger. Besides the target of Judgement, who will be the broadcaster of this live broadcast? Electronic hackers? Bloody magicians? Or the ocean army of Atlantis? Or a new broadcaster never seen before?
Amidst the tense and curious gazes of everyone, a figure in a white coat slowly appeared on the screen.
A face I've never seen before. Another newcomer? New broadcaster? Doctor?
Amidst the audience's questioning voices, the newcomer in the Judgement live broadcast room stood in front of the camera, smiled casually, and introduced himself. Audience from around the world, hello. I am the broadcaster responsible for this Judgement live broadcast, known as Biochemist. Also, I have to remind everyone, just like you in front of the screen, I am 100% human.
With these words, the world boiled. Wow, there's actually a human broadcaster in the Judgement live broadcast room? Biochemist, it seems quite accomplished in biochemistry. Otherwise, how could he qualify as the broadcaster of the Judgement live broadcast room? Some felt a sense of closeness. Finally, a human broadcaster.
It shouldn't be too cruel, after all, we are all humans, and we should empathize with each other.
Some didn't believe it. Human? Are they trying to deceive us? Just humans, how could they qualify as the broadcaster of the Judgement live broadcast room? If they are human, they must have relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, right? Does anyone in the barrage know him? Speak up.
Billions of barrage messages floated by, but not a single person claimed to know the biochemist.
It does seem strange. If he is truly human and holds a doctorate, then he must have studied in human institutions, with relationships like classmates, teachers, etc. But there are none. The more you think about it, the stranger it gets.
Under the overwhelming questioning in the barrage, more and more people began to doubt the identity of the biochemist. The system's warning sound followed. Warning, the continuous rise of doubts from all humanity will affect the live broadcast effect. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen not only did not panic, but instead exclaimed, people nowadays are getting smarter and smarter.
But as the saying goes, the higher the climb, the harder the fall. Yuan Chen was prepared for this. With Yuan Chen's understanding of human psychology, he had already anticipated that the audience would have doubts about the human identity of the biochemist.
So, Yuan Chen prepared some materials. intending to prove himself while also inadvertently shaking the fragile hearts of all humanity. Facing the camera, the biochemist said, "I know, there must be many people who don't believe I am human. Well, here I have some photos as evidence of my existence in human society, please take a look." After that, he took out a stack of photos, one after another presented in front of the camera. The first few photos were quite normal, scissorhands scenery photos, food shop check-in photos. In the photos, the biochemist took off the white coat, dressed in casual clothes, an image of an ordinary middle-aged man, inconspicuous in the crowd. Just like extras in a TV drama, responsible for the background, no one would notice. These photos confirmed the traces of the biochemist's activities in human society. However, many viewers still didn't buy it. Is it photoshopped? The electronic hacker anchor is so powerful, manipulating photos to look real is a piece of cake. This still doesn't explain why no one in the world knows you. To this, the biochemist smiled faintly and said, "Audience, don't be impatient. You've only seen the first few photos, there are many more to come, and after seeing them, you will understand." With that, he continued to present the following photos. The material of the photos gradually aged and turned yellow to the naked eye. There was even a photo filled with a sense of history. It had the texture of black and white photos from 2 centuries ago. In the photo, the middle-aged biochemist, wearing a white coat, stood in front of a medieval building, taking a group photo with others also wearing white coats. The total number of people in the photo was close to 100, giving the impression of a group of doctors, medical students, or doctors and the like. Some viewers recognized the building and commented in the barrage, "Isn't this the notorious psychiatric hospital from the 19th century? An accidental fire destroyed the entire psychiatric hospital, and all paper records were lost." But there were many rumors about this psychiatric hospital. Origin of electroshock therapy, human experiments, human modifications, exploration of superpowers. Because the patients inside were lunatics, mentally ill patients, vagrants, etc. In that ignorant era, no one believed what they said. They kept saying they were subjected to inhuman torture inside, but no one cared. It wasn't until some family members of the mentally ill patients discovered anomalies and joined forces with journalists to expose these secrets. The final accidental fire was said to have been deliberately set by the hospital to destroy all evidence. But in the photo, the building still looked abandoned, as it was before the fire. This indicated that this photo was definitely taken 200 years ago. Looking at the old and yellowed appearance of this photo, this was something that computer photoshopping technology couldn't achieve. Only through 200 years of natural weathering could it look like this now. And people noticed in the top right corner of this photo, the date of the photo, June 10, 1839. XXX Hospital's entire research staff commemorative photo. This time, the whole world was shocked. Various signs indicated that the biochemist in the live broadcast room had been active in the cutting-edge medical field in Europe over 180 years ago. And his appearance hadn't changed much. He looked like a middle-aged man over 100 years ago, and he still does now. And the series of photos he provided, the timeline starting from the early 19th century when the camera was just invented, could be traced all the way to the 21st century, proving that he had been living discreetly in human society all along. It's even possible that he had been like this even before that. Only later did the camera come into existence, and only then did recording begin. What's going on? Is there a mistake somewhere? How could he be in a photo from nearly 200 years ago? Instantly, speculations abound. Could it be that he's a vampire? Vampires in movies and TV shows are long-lived, with eternal youth and beauty, often mingling among humans. And he still dares to claim he's human? Which human can live for 200 years? He must be deceiving us. You're definitely not human. At this moment, the system's warning sound rang out again. Warning, global skepticism is rapidly rising. Yet Yuan Chen remained unfazed, with a confident expression, as if everything was under control. The big reveal is still to come. The biochemist spoke again. For those in front of the screen, have you heard of HeLa cells? HeLa cells are quite a famous term. Many news media or marketing accounts like to use it, leading many non-medical people to have some understanding of it. HeLa cells belong to a woman named Henrietta Lacks, the tumor cells in her body, which are cancer cells. Although Henrietta herself passed away nearly 200 years ago, her cancer cells have been continuously cultivated and reproduced in laboratories. HeLa cells do not age or die and can divide indefinitely. Compared to other types of cancer cells, they proliferate more rapidly. Some even claim that HeLa cells contain the secret of immortality. We know about HeLa cells, so what's the point? The audience responded to the biochemist's earlier question. The biochemist continued, since you all know, it's easy. If I say that Hela's cells contain the secret of immortality, how do you think I, as a 100% human, have stayed forever young and lived for so long? With these words, the world fell silent. All of humanity fell into contemplation. The secret of immortality. Why bring this up? After a while, someone exclaimed, "No way? Could it be that you're immortal? Are you saying you found the secret of immortality in cancer cells? Seriously? Are you now telling us that you're an immortal human? An immortal human, can they still be called human?" In response, the biochemist said, "Well, if a late-stage cancer patient, with cancer cells spread throughout their body, do you think they're still human?" People honestly replied, "No. Of course not. They're still human, just someone on the brink of death, a dying person." There you have it. The biochemist chuckled and said, "Similarly, all the cells in my body have turned into cancer cells, so I'm still a human being." This statement, like a thunderous shock, resounded in people's ears. What? All the cells in your body are cancer cells? Are you kidding me? And you're still alive? Damn! How is this possible? For experts in the field of biomedical science, upon hearing this statement, besides being shocked, they were also filled with boundless excitement. Oh my God! Heavens! Someone has actually discovered the secret of cancer cell immortality. Someone has actually achieved immortality. For modern biomedical science, this is a huge impact akin to a comet hitting the Earth. The immortal biochemist appeared in the Judgement live broadcast, undoubtedly delivering a blow to the rationality of all humanity. Who could have imagined that among the vast sea of people, there exists someone who has lived for who knows how long, witnessing changes, participating in history. Now, audiences around the world finally understand why, as a doctor in the field of biochemistry, no one knows him. Because the people who once knew him are all dead. All have vanished in the long river of time. If it weren't for the Judgement live room, we wouldn't even know that there is such an incredible person among humans. The Judgement live room is really amazing. It can find such characters for you. People once again marveled at the magic of the Judgement live room. After the mystery of the biochemist was unraveled, global audiences became greatly interested in him. As a human being with cancer cells all over his body, what will he do as the host of the Judgement live room today? I can't wait. The system also prompts, "Congratulations, host," all doubts from global audiences have disappeared. On the contrary, their interest in today's Judgement live room has surged. It's just as expected. Yuan Shen, who is proficient in psychology, really knows how to grasp people's thoughts tightly. Now, let's get to the point. The biochemist said to the camera, "Well, we scientists really hate it when leaders talk nonsense. Therefore, I won't talk nonsense either. Let's officially start today's Judgement live." After that, he led the camera in the live room and walked in a certain direction. Soon, he arrived in front of a heavy metal door, pressed his face against the access control, the retinal scan started, and the door opened. What came into view was a luxurious scientific laboratory. Various cutting-edge equipment on Earth can be seen here. "Welcome to my exclusive laboratory." The biochemist smiled kindly and introduced to the camera. Seeing this scene, the scientific workers in front of the screen exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is simply heaven. Equipment worth millions, there are even several. Too luxurious. The working environment that all scientific workers dream of. With such research conditions, I feel like I can also discover the secret of immortality in cancer cells." Hearing some people's thoughts, Yuan Shen secretly sneered, "Where does the confidence come from? You're just dreaming." In addition to the known cutting-edge research equipment on Earth, in the biochemist's laboratory, there are also some new technologies never seen before. Although they cannot be named, and their uses are unknown, they are definitely far ahead of the current human level. Suddenly, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed something unusual. Wait! In those 3 large glass jars, it seems like there are several figures. When the audience noticed the anomaly, the biochemist had already walked to the side of the 3 large glass jars. Although they indeed look like large glass jars, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. But their professional term is isolation chamber. At this moment, the camera in the live room was facing the several people locked inside. In the left first isolation chamber, there were 2 elderly people, one of them was even in a wheelchair. In the middle second isolation chamber, there were 2 middle-aged people around 50 years old, 1 man and 1 woman. In the right third isolation chamber, there were also 2 middle-aged people, around 40 years old, both men. A total of 6 people. When the audience saw them for the first time, they knew that they must be the subjects of this live broadcast. What is their identity? How come there are such old folks? They look at least 90 years old. They are so old, with inconvenient legs and feet, what crimes can they commit? The faces of these 6 people were relatively unfamiliar to most viewers, but they all have families. Great-grandfather?
How come you are in the Judgement live room? Dad, what crime did you commit? Mom, weren't you in prison serving your sentence? How did you get targeted by the Judgement live room?
For some viewers in Manhwa, they also found the faces in the second isolation chamber a bit familiar.
I seem to have seen them in the news before. I remember it was a very bad incident.
Next, the biochemist did not play tricks, and immediately exposed their crimes on the spot. These 6 individuals are all the main culprits who seriously endanger public safety by using chemical substances. Let us proceed from light to heavy, step by step, and try them one by one. The biochemist first walked to the side of isolation chamber 3 and introduced, the 2 individuals in the isolation chamber are the identities of a certain brand owner and factory manager.
As for what they did,
this is a recent incident that some of the audience in front of the screen may have heard of. The factory of this brand illegally emitted toxic fumes, causing many children in the nearby community to collectively have nosebleeds, with symptoms persisting for over 2 weeks. The relevant law enforcement agencies have intervened, but the results are not very ideal. Just a lukewarm suspension of business for rectification, without even a fine, let alone compensation for the victim's medical expenses. Suddenly, the biochemist stared menacingly at the camera and said, "As someone who has lived in human society for hundreds of years, I understand the complexity of human society, where money, power, and relationships intersect. But please remember, the problem of law enforcement is not that I can't handle it, but that I can't be bothered. After all, it's not within my area of expertise." The words of the biochemist were unquestionably believed by all of humanity,
because he is the anchor of the trial live broadcast.
Not to mention the biochemical disaster that the biochemist may cause. In the trial live broadcast room, there are 2 other terrifying beings, the electronic hacker and the bloody magician, neither of whom is a good character. The local law enforcement agencies where the incident occurred, upon hearing the biochemist's threat, suddenly became extremely panicked.
What should we do? What should we do? We were wrong. We will never dare to do it again. Please spare us.
It seems that in the upcoming live broadcast, they will have to live in fear and trepidation throughout. The topic returned to the criminals themselves. The biochemist once again listed out the crimes of the 2 individuals in detail. For the boss, he knowingly illegally emitted toxic fumes, which is a criminal act. But driven by greed, he conspired with the factory manager to save on the cost of handling the fumes, committing a grave mistake together.
In addition, the factory's wastewater was not properly treated, not purified, and directly discharged into the river.
Although this action was not the cause of the collective nosebleeds in children, it left hidden dangers in the environment that could endanger more people. Upon hearing this, the global audience cast disdainful glances at the 2 of them.
So disgusting.
How can there be such people who harm others' lives and health for money? Disgusting. This is totally despicable. But at the same time, there were some opposing voices. You don't know how high the cost of treating wastewater in fumes is. Let me tell you, many factories are actually secretly discharging pollutants because treating wastewater in fumes is really expensive.
If they were to comply with environmental regulations, how would the entire factory, the entire company make any money? They would all go hungry.
They were quite self-righteous.
One excuse and reason after another.
But the next moment, voices of rebuttal appeared in the barrage of the live broadcast room. Once again, humans started arguing on the barrage.
Ha ha, aren't you capitalists earning enough already?
Even after deducting the cost of treating wastewater and fumes, you still earn many times more than ordinary people.
You always find it never enough. Greed can never be satisfied.
So, is the high cost just an excuse for you capitalists to seek wealth, harm lives, and endanger public safety? Laughable, listen to yourselves, how absurd and ridiculous your excuses are. Humans always look at problems from their own perspective, so there are 1,000 faces to 1,000 people, and everyone's thoughts will be different.
But this does not affect Yuan Chen's judgment on the criminals.
The disguised biochemical Dr. Yuan Chen came to the experimental table, put on protective gloves and goggles, and began to tinker with the bottles and jars of chemical reagents. The audience's attention was drawn to the sudden action of the biochemical doctor, and they stopped arguing, wondering what he was doing.
I guess he's making poison. Let the criminals taste it. I also think it's poison. But what kind of poison could it be?
Although the children collectively had nosebleeds, fortunately they were discovered early and did not show more symptoms.
Will this result in leniency for these 2 people? After all, the biochemical doctor is also human. Will he be a bit kinder to humans? Soon, the biochemical doctor's chemical reagents were prepared and stored in a glass test tube.
What level of poison is in this tube of reagent? Everyone is eagerly waiting to find out. The biochemical doctor approached the side of isolation chamber number 3 and slowly poured the reagent into the gas exchange port of the isolation chamber. The two inside the isolation chamber could only watch helplessly as the biochemical doctor outside was up to mischief, completely powerless. Bang bang bang! The two of them desperately pounded on the isolation chamber, even using both hands and feet, kicking and hitting hard, but to no avail. Both of them were in their 30s or 40s, in their prime, and quite strong. Even with all their strength, they couldn't break through, let alone the other four, who had no chance of breaking free from the isolation chamber's confinement. Seeing the two of them restless like fleas, futilely struggling, the biochemical doctor advised, "Save your energy, stop the useless resistance. This is a special material that not even a bomb can break open. Even if you two crash into it to death, it won't produce a crack." With these words, the two immediately deflated like a balloon, despairingly collapsing to the ground. After the biochemical doctor poured out every drop of the chemical reagent in his hand, he closed the gas exchange port, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Then, the reagent came into contact with the air on a large scale, immediately causing a strong chemical reaction. The liquid slowly vaporized into wisps of white smoke, gradually filling the entire isolation chamber. Cough cough cough. The two inhaled a small amount of white gas and immediately began to cough violently. The two who were originally lying on the ground suddenly felt the threat of death approaching. Adrenaline surged in their bodies, and the exhausted two stood up again, leaning against the chamber wall, continuously pounding and making noise, trying to attract the attention of the biochemical doctor. At the same time, they kept begging, "We know we were wrong. Please, spare us. We didn't kill anyone. The most serious thing was just a nosebleed. Cough cough cough. Please, we'll do anything you ask. I'll donate all my savings to environmental and children's protection organizations. Would that be okay? Say something. What do you want?" Cough cough cough. In the end, the two were almost desperate and about to curse. Originally, Yuan Shin planned to casually reply, "I want your lives." But when the words reached his lips, he changed his mind at the last moment. Yuan Shen's brain suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a new punishment plan. The biochemical doctor leisurely stood in front of isolation chamber number 3, watching as the increasing white smoke gradually enveloped the two. At the same time, some red liquid began to flow from the nostrils of the two. It was nosebleed. Indeed, it's a tit-for-tat move. Using the same method against them, a familiar routine in the live judgment room. Seeing the criminals start to bleed from their noses, the audience immediately cheered. At the same time, some audience members were pondering, what gas is that? What components make it up? If used as a chemical weapon. Initially, only a little nosebleed seeped out. But within 10 seconds, the flow of nosebleed suddenly increased. It couldn't be stopped from flowing out. The two people in the isolation chamber all raised their heads, pinching their noses with their hands in an attempt to stop the bleeding, but they couldn't prevent the nosebleeds from flowing out. As the amount of blood flow increased, tilting their heads back would actually cause the blood to flow into the trachea, posing a risk of suffocation. Cough, cough, cough. Sure enough, the next second, the two of them started coughing violently, choked by the blood, their faces turning red, almost suffocating. Ha ha, how silly. Seeing their foolish appearance, the audience mocked. In the common perception, nosebleeds should be treated by tilting the head back. But this is actually wrong. You should lower your head. Don't you even have this common sense? But it's not entirely their fault. After all, the amount of blood flow has reached a level where it's no longer just a normal symptom of a nosebleed. If they don't find a way to stop the bleeding, they may die from excessive blood loss in a few minutes. As a last resort, due to the poor conditions on the scene, they could only think of pinching their noses and tilting their heads. At this point, the two of them were already showing symptoms of excessive blood loss, pale faces, weakness all over, dizziness, and even bleeding from other parts besides the nose. Corners of the eyes, ears, corners of the mouth. A vivid example of bleeding from all 7 orifices. If this continues, in another 2 or 3 minutes, they will face real death. Seeing this, some of the more compassionate audience members have already called for a stop. That's probably enough. Their crime doesn't deserve the death penalty, right? Even according to the law, at most they should be fined and imprisoned for a few years. But the biochemist immediately stepped forward to correct their mistake. I know some of you think that they don't deserve to die. Bumping the nose, leaving a small wound by pinching the nose, damage to the nasal mucosa, all of these can cause nosebleeds, and they are all minor issues, nothing serious. But medicine needs to look at the essence through the phenomenon. Have you ever thought that those persecuted children, although the apparent symptom is just a nosebleed, seems like a minor issue, but in reality, the clotting system inside the body is already in big trouble, right? Even some cell genes have been altered.
The risk of cancer in the future is greatly increased, even developing cancer before the age of 20. Upon hearing this, many audience members immediately became nervous. Cancer? Could it be that serious? Especially the parents of the children involved. As soon as they heard the word cancer, they went crazy. They left messages on the barrage as if they had gone mad. Must be severely punished. No mercy. My child's life must be compensated for. Although most of the audience were quite shocked by the biochemist's speech just now, there was still a small group of people who doubted, is it true? Why do I feel it's not that serious? Have you examined the bodies of these children? If not, you're just fear-mongering. In terms of debates in the field of biomedicine, the biochemist would never be at a disadvantage. He said, although I haven't personally examined the bodies of those children involved, but based on the symptoms I've heard described, from my professional perspective, my speculation is likely to happen. As a godlike figure who has already uncovered the secret of immortal cancer cells, the biochemist's authority in the field of biomedicine is unmatched in the world. If even he says so, who else can continue to question? Suddenly, almost everyone changed their attitude and leaned towards punishing those two people severely. After all, the health and future of dozens of children were at stake, and they must pay the price. And at this moment, Yuan Chen put into action the plan that had just flashed in his mind. He voluntarily admitted, after all, I have not physically examined the bodies of those victimized children. All diagnostic results are based on hundreds of years of rich medical experience and speculation. Therefore, I will provide the two criminals with a chance to live. Having said that, he took out a gas mask and sent it into the isolation cabin. The gas mask lay lonely on the floor of the isolation cabin, and when the two inside caught sight of the gas mask, in an instant, the two turned into wild beasts, pouncing down to fight over the only gas mask. The boss roared, "This is mine. I'm the boss, I get to use it first." The supervisor also shouted back, "Get lost. Who cares if you're the boss at a time like this? The gas mask belongs to me." The two first pulled and then started punching and kicking, gradually turning into a brawl. In order to fight for the only chance of survival, the once conspiring superior and subordinate tore off their masks and engaged in a physical fight. It's hard to imagine that both of them, poison and bleeding from all 7 orifices, could suddenly burst with such energy to fight. At a critical moment of life and death, truly incredible potential can be unleashed. But the poison was still taking effect. Soon, just 30 seconds later, one of them couldn't hold on any longer, collapsed on the floor, motionless. It was the boss with a beer belly. The more robust supervisor managed to crawl to the gas mask and, with eyes full of hope, put it on. At that moment, he seemed to breathe the sweetest air in the world, his face filled with joy. Ah, so comfortable. The relief of surviving a disaster elevated his entire being. Even with blood in his eyes, nose, and ears, he enjoyed the victory as if nothing had happened. The biochemist who witnessed this scene revealed a smile of unknown meaning and said, "Good. I keep my word. I will spare this person." This statement shocked the world. Are you really going to let him go? Is this the first time a criminal has been spared in the live trial room? Unbelievable, the first time in history. I thought it was another trick to make them fight each other in desperation, but it turned out to be real? Then, the biochemist really opened the door of isolation cabin 3 and let the factory supervisor out, and said to him, "Go to the next room and let the bloody magician broadcaster use instant teleportation to send you back." Really? You're letting me go? The supervisor looked incredulous, confirming repeatedly, "You're not going to have the bloody magician broadcaster punish me, right?" The biochemist glanced playfully at him and said, "I'm very serious, I never joke." Then, the factory supervisor quickly ran to the next room as directed by the biochemist. And moments later, the factory supervisor's family was pleasantly surprised to find that he had really returned. He made it back home safely. At the same time, to show the world audience, the camera from the live trial room followed. "Dad, honey, thank goodness, you're back alive." Just as his family was celebrating. In the next moment, he suddenly felt his brain heavy, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. "Dad, what's wrong? Honey, wake up." His family rushed to him, checked his condition, and found that he was still breathing. Perhaps it was the aftereffects of losing too much blood, combined with the exhaustion from fighting, that caused him to collapse. But was that all? Seeing him faint, the audience suddenly realized that he had inhaled a large amount of unknown chemical gas. Although it seemed like just a faint, what kind of unpredictable damage might occur inside his body? As the biochemist had said, would there be major clotting issues? Or would his cell genes be altered, greatly increasing the risk of cancer? It's unknown. In any case, visibly, it was many times more severe than the suffering of those children.
After realizing this, the audience belatedly exclaimed, "It seems that the biochemist broadcaster, by saying he would spare him, had already delivered the punishment.
I wonder how long this factory manager can live.
Maybe only a year or so. I suggest his family to arrange the funeral in advance."
Ha! Go to the funeral home and reserve a coffin.
Once again, it proves that once targeted by the trial live broadcast room, no one can escape.
Then, the camera of the trial live broadcast room cuts back to the cutting-edge laboratory of the biochemist.
At this moment, the biochemist is already standing in front of isolation chamber number 2. Seeing the scene in isolation chamber number 3 before, the man and woman in isolation chamber number 2 immediately kneel down weakly, begging the biochemist on the other side of the wall in front of them, "We have already been punished by the law, one with life imprisonment and the other with 20 years of imprisonment. Please let us go back to continue serving our sentence, okay? We have already received the deserved punishment, please show mercy and let us go this time." Faced with their tearful pleas, the biochemist remains unmoved. Hundreds of years of life experience, countless life and death separations, have long turned him into a heart of stone. A few kind-hearted viewers, however, are soft-hearted. They have already received life imprisonment and 20 years of imprisonment. Isn't that enough? Spending a lifetime and half a lifetime in prison. No, the law has already imposed punishment. Biochemist, are you not satisfied? Of course not. 300,000 children harmed. Not enough to die 10,000 times. The biochemist said, "Next, let me tell you about the story of the man and woman in isolation chamber number 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in the live broadcast room began to change, showing some photos of the affected babies. The voice of the biochemist became a voiceover, explaining. At first, they were just some seemingly ordinary baby photos, with no major issues visible on the surface. But then, some doctors' diagnosis reports and x-rays appeared. As you can see, this group of seemingly healthy babies actually suffer from kidney stones. This statement shocked the world. Wait, seriously? Kidney stones in such young babies? What's going on? Isn't kidney stones a condition that occurs when the kidneys weaken with age? So many babies all suffering from kidney stones. Oh my god, what on earth happened? Babies suffering from kidney stones, it's unbelievable. But it really happened. The biochemist continued, as we all know, the kidneys are organs for detoxification. It must be that a large amount of a toxic substance has been ingested, causing the babies to develop kidney stones in such a short time. So what is this toxic substance? After a deliberate pause, he threw out 4 big words. Melamine. This is an industrial raw material. It has a characteristic that when added to dairy products, it increases the detected protein content. So, some unscrupulous businesses try every means to cut corners, adding different doses of melamine to dairy products to reduce the consumption of real milk and thus reduce costs. Dairy products include yogurt, yogurt candy, milk, milk candy, milk powder, etc. If a small amount of melamine is ingested, it won't be too serious for human health. At most there will be some mild macrocephaly. With that said, several photos of macrocephalic dolls appeared on the screen, making people's hearts ache. Is this not serious? Who would like to have a big head in the future? The second half of life is almost ruined. It may not have much impact on health, but it has a huge impact on appearance. People are visual animals. In this case, they will probably face rejection and criticism in the future. There are also viewers who come forward to speak. Just because my head is a bit big, I am often ridiculed. Big head, not worried about rain. The taste is really unbearable. It seems that even the mildest form of macrocephaly is already unacceptable to people. But the horror is yet to come. The biochemistry doctor continued to explain, so for infants and young children who are only 2 or 3 years old, their main food is milk powder. Therefore, the inevitable high content of melamine they ingest. One of the resulting symptoms, kidney stones, you have just seen. Milder urinary system abnormalities. More severe, kidney stones leading to kidney failure, and ultimately death. Hearing the word death, the audience erupted once again, angrily cursing. It's simply inhuman. Businesses that belong in the 18th level of hell. The voice of the biochemistry doctor continued. Symptom number 2, various complications leading to atrophy of the limbs and body. Without further ado, he directly threw up a few pictures. In the pictures, the infants and young children not only had macrocephaly, their limbs were shriveled like dry branches, wrinkled. Even dying elderly people would not reach this extent. It's hard to believe your own eyes. The images were so shocking that humanity was left speechless for a long time. Is such an outrageous thing actually happening? Murderer. Extremely cruel. Heavens. It's hard to imagine, a precious new life, a family's hope, being lost in vain because of this absurd reason.
Then, the biochemistry doctor added, the victims of the melamine incident, in total, 300,000. Upon hearing this horrifying number, almost all of humanity went berserk. All these unscrupulous businesses should die. Life imprisonment? 20 years in prison? Not enough. Even the death penalty is not enough. They must taste endless suffering. 300,000. Our small country only has a few million people, directly accounting for 1/10 of the population. Terrifying. These unscrupulous businesses and cold-blooded capitalists who do not value even the lives of infants and young children have enraged all of humanity. They wish to personally take action and tear them apart. Seeing that the emotions of all humanity have been ignited, the biochemistry doctor took advantage of the situation and began the execution. The biochemistry doctor was still tinkering with various chemical reagents on the experimental table, preparing some kind of terrifying chemical weapon. But this time, people were not afraid. Instead, they fully supported and eagerly anticipated it. Some even cheered him on, saying, "Biochemistry doctor, please make it more ruthless. It's best to make them endure great pain. Let them slowly die in agony." They didn't need to say it. Yuan Chen's specialty was tit for tat. System, create a chemical reagent like this. It should achieve this effect. Yuan Chen instructed the system. Although it appeared that the biochemistry doctor was preparing the chemical reagents himself, in reality, Yuan Chen's knowledge of chemistry was only at the level of high school graduation. He couldn't possibly concoct miraculous potions. But with the help of the system, it was a different story. As long as it was during the live broadcast, the system was almost omnipotent. Therefore, Yuan Chen only needed to make requests. 1 minute later, 2 identical chemical reagents were prepared, one for each person, ready to go. He then placed the 2 reagents on the mechanical device in isolation chamber number 2, and pressed a switch. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. 4 mechanical arms suddenly extended from the floor of isolation chamber number 2. They firmly clamped the 2 sinners, suspending them in mid-air, unable to move. Then, 2 more mechanical arms extended, each with a needle at the end. The liquid in the syringe is exactly the same color and viscosity as the chemical reagent just prepared by the biochemist. This isolation chamber actually hides such a mechanism? Awesome! Well hidden! I'm getting more and more envious of your laboratory, such advanced technology. The audience sighed. Next, the syringe mechanical arms moved to the sides of the 2 targets. The eyes of the 2 were filled with horror as they stared at the syringe attacking from the side, their expressions extremely fierce. Their bodies kept struggling, moving weakly like fish on a chopping board. No! Please! Don't! In the 2's fearful screams, the syringe suddenly pierced under their necks, and injected all the unknown dangerous liquid inside. After the chemical reagent injection, multiple mechanical arms retracted and placed the 2 back on the floor. The 2 covered the needle-stabbed areas on their necks with their hands, still feeling some residual stinging. At this moment, the biochemist stood in front of the isolation chamber like a caring doctor and asked, "How do you feel? Any adverse reactions?" The biochemist seemed to be preparing this kind of medicine for the first time, and the 2 in the isolation chamber were his test subjects, testing the medicine for him. Global audiences also stared at the screen curiously, afraid of missing the 2's upcoming painful expressions. When will this medicine take effect? Can't wait to see them suffer. Pay the price for the health problems of 300,000 victims. Faced with the biochemist's inquiry, the 2 frowned and carefully felt various sensations in their bodies. Then, with a look of doubt, they said, "It seems like there's no special feeling." Perhaps even they were thinking in their hearts, "Why is this medicine not working? Could it be that the biochemist made a mistake in preparing the medicine?" But then, in the next moment, the 2 suddenly bent over, clutching both sides of their abdomen. A sudden sharp pain struck. Hiss! The pain originated from the waist, where the 2 kidneys were located. It felt like needles were continuously piercing them. The 2's faces immediately changed, pale and sweating profusely. It's starting! It's starting! The audience's eyes lit up, excitedly staring at the screen. The 2 endured this uncomfortable state for about 10 seconds. And then, the pain intensified, and the 2 collapsed on the floor, curled up, pressing their waists hard, trying to alleviate the pain as much as possible. The 2's painful groans continued. Seeing this, the biochemist explained, "It should be the stage of rapid kidney failure now." Soon, the lower limbs of the 2 visibly swelled, as if the body had been soaking in water for days and nights. This was one of the symptoms of acute kidney failure. If not treated promptly, there was only one way to go. And the 2 vials of medicine from the biochemist did not only cause kidney failure. After kidney failure, there would be a chain reaction throughout the body. Rapid damage to various organs. Initially, the two's skin showed some large patches of discoloration. This phenomenon indicated that without the kidney's obstruction, toxins had spread throughout the body. Subsequently, the two began to vomit, followed by coughing up blood. The continuous damage to various organs made the two suffer unbearably. "Help! Please inject me with an antidote. It's too painful. I can't take it anymore." The two weakly pleaded with the biochemist, hoping he would show mercy. But the biochemist remained unmoved, continuing to observe the two's plight and taking notes. And then, the two began to convulse violently, as if having a sudden seizure, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back. This indicated that the internal damage had spread to the brain. The mind is already unclear. At this time, the biochemical doctor arranged 2 new doses of medicine again, and injected them into the bodies of the two with mechanical arms. Under the effect of the medicine, the two quickly regained consciousness. It seems that the biochemical doctor is forcing the two to suffer in a state of wakefulness. Good. Well done. It should be like this. In response, the audience not only did not look away, but instead cheered loudly. Such villains should go to hell. After waking up, the two entered the final stage of their lives. Total collapse. Hair falling out. The skin and flesh all over the body, such as limbs, trunk, cheeks, etc., gradually shrank and withered like plants experiencing a drought, slowly withering. Just like undergoing hundreds of years of natural weathering, the body that was just full of flesh and blood gradually turned into an ugly dried corpse. The shriveled skin, like an old yellow paper, hung weakly. Before death, they still retained an expression of unbearable pain, with mouths wide open and eyes wide, resembling terrifying skulls. At this point, the two finally faced death. Global audiences also cheered at this moment. Great! Justice served. Deserved punishment. The 300,000 unfortunate victims and their families shed tears of excitement, their eyes shining with light, shouting indignantly, "Justice has finally come." Justice may be delayed, but it arrives. Heavens have eyes. Thanks to the Judgement live room. Thanks to the anchors in the live room. Special thanks to the biochemical doctor here. Thank you. Yuan Chen heard people's thanks and smiled with relief. In this case, the Judgement at the time only sentenced the dairy farmers at the bottom of society, who were directly involved in the production of toxic dairy products, to death. The top executives who actually controlled the entire company all escaped death. One person received life imprisonment, while the rest received only a few years of fixed-term imprisonment. Isn't this ridiculous? And this is the rule of the human world. The upper-class people always have privileges. And now, Yuan Chen, who controls the power of the Judgement live room, will surpass all privileges and judge all of humanity without discrimination. After a while, the biochemical doctor came to the front of isolation chamber No. 1. The last isolation chamber currently remaining. According to the biochemical doctor's own words, the order of judgment is from light to heavy. This is enough to indicate that the sins committed by the 2 old men in isolation chamber No. 1 are even more serious than those of the 2 in isolation chamber No. 2 just now. It involved a large-scale public safety incident affecting 300,000 victims. What could be more exaggerated than this event? It's hard to imagine. The biochemical doctor's face turned serious as he slowly spoke. The criminals held in isolation chamber No. 1 have committed sins that can be described in 4 words: biochemical weapons. As soon as the words biochemical weapons were spoken, all of humanity became interested. So serious? The number of biochemical weapons incidents in human history is few. Is this one of them? Then, the biochemical doctor provided a keyword. Some older viewers in front of the screen should be very familiar with the term Agent Orange. In that era of war and chaos, the name of Agent Orange was even more terrifying than the demons of hell. With this said, many people exclaimed, "So that's what it is?" It's an event from the last century, 5 or 6 decades ago. But it was indeed extremely heinous, and its aftermath even lingers to this day. At the same time, many people who had never heard of it before were puzzled, asking, "Agent Orange? What is it? It sounds like something related to freshly squeezed orange juice. Is it very serious?" Next, the biochemical doctor detailed the extremely heinous event in human history to all of humanity. Over 50 years ago, a war broke out on the land of the Moon Nan Kingdom. Due to the abundant vegetation and rich forest resources of the Moon Nan Kingdom, the invaders at that time, from the beautiful country, were at a disadvantage. Familiar with the terrain and hiding in the dense forests, the Moon Nan Kingdom warriors caught the invaders off guard in multiple clashes. It made the enemy very headache. So, the beautiful countryside wanted to eradicate these annoying vegetation. But cutting down trees is time-consuming and laborious. Setting fire, if not careful, can spread to an uncontrollable extent. None of these methods are realistic. In the end, they came up with a solution.
sending planes to spray herbicides, also known as Agent Orange, from high altitude to make these annoying plants wither and disappear. The operation was very successful, but at a very high cost. Agent Orange contains a large amount of a chemical called dioxin, which was classified as a Class 1 carcinogen as early as the last century, and it cannot degrade naturally in the environment. From the moment Agent Orange was sprayed, it seeped into the soil, water sources. Like nuclear radiation, it contaminated the land for a long time. After explaining the background, the biochemist explained the dangers of dioxin: inducing cancer, damaging the immune system, fetal deformities, skin diseases, and various potential illnesses. Even its harm is similar to nuclear radiation. Its name is naturally resounding: the poison of the century, the most toxic chemical raw material that humans can produce. After that, he slapped out numerous photo evidence, presenting them on the screen in the live broadcast. In the photos, a large number of babies were born burdened with terrible conditions. The upper half of their heads swelled like aliens in movies, shocking to see. And as they grew, their symptoms did not diminish, but became more severe. Their total lifespan was only a few short years. Some babies were slightly luckier and could live to several decades, but they were born with deformities: severely atrophied legs, or both legs; severely atrophied hands, or both hands; congenital hemiplegia, partial paralysis. They would struggle to live independently for a lifetime. And there are as many as 500,000 such deformed children. This terrifying number left all of humanity speechless. Heavens! This is horrifying. How could such a thing happen? It's simply unforgivable. But that's not all. The biochemist host continued: in addition, there are millions of victims suffering from cancer and various other diseases. Even more exaggerated numbers, 10 times the total. Hearing this, the anger of all humanity was ignited. This atrocity is simply shocking and outrageous. Outrageous to both man and God. Unforgivable. The biochemist suddenly sneered and said, "What's ridiculous is that because the company producing Agent Orange concealed this fact, even the beautiful country warriors who actively used Agent Orange were affected by it. However, compared to the locals, the harm they suffered was much smaller, and the number of victims was far fewer than 1,000,000. Hearing this, viewers from around the world also sneered together. Ha! Those who harm others will ultimately harm themselves, reaping what they sow. Who would have thought that karma would come so quickly? But some viewers from the beautiful country were somewhat dissatisfied and retorted, the warriors were just following orders. They were deceived, treated as tools, treated as expendable. With their low status, what could they do? Rebel against military orders? Therefore, the two criminals captured by Yuan Shen today, one is the general who ordered the spraying of Agent Orange, and the other is the person in charge of developing and selling Agent Orange. They are responsible for both sides. After the biochemist introduced their identities to the audience, they returned to the lab table for another round of tinkering. This time, the preparation of chemical reagents took much longer than the previous 2 times. Even after 5 minutes had passed, they had not stopped. Some doubts and speculations floated across the barrage in the live broadcast room. It feels like something big is about to happen this time. The punishment targets are 2 old men who look like they are halfway to the grave. Could it be that the time taken is due to this consideration? If the chemical reagents are too strong, the 2 old bones definitely won't be able to handle it. They might collapse in a few seconds. And if the effect is too weak, the punishment won't be strong enough. After all, they have committed sins that are significant in human history. What will the biochemist do in the end? So looking forward to it. Hurry up! Can't wait any longer. Solve the mystery. And after a while, the biochemist finally finished their actions and returned to isolation chamber number 1. However, unlike the previous 2 times, they didn't have any test tubes in their hands, completely empty-handed. Ha! Where are the things? Everyone was puzzled at this moment. The biochemist smiled and replied, "The things are already prepared. I have prepared a small bottle of samples, which have been handed over to the artificial intelligence in the laboratory for mass replication. Just wait patiently." With these words, the whirlpool of doubts and speculations once again swept through the crowd. Artificial intelligence. What level of artificial intelligence? Was it created by electronic hackers? Your laboratory is amazing, having artificial intelligence to help. So envious. Do you really need mass replication? What are you planning to do? Do you need a large amount of chemical reagents? Are you going to recreate the scene of the plane spraying orange agent like before? Are you planning to spray it on the land of the beautiful country? Let them taste it too? Oh my, is this for real? Yuan Shen thought to himself, your imagination is really running wild.
However, what Yuan Chen did not anticipate was that these two barrage comments immediately caused panic among the people, especially the residents of the beautiful country. They were terrified. They quickly went to close all doors and windows, leaving no gaps. Some even went to the extent of sealing the gaps of doors and windows with tape, fearing that even a drop of the orange agent might drift into the house. Some went even further, taking supplies and hiding in the basement for refuge. Rumors are frightening. Just a few rumors can turn the world upside down. Yuan Chen was a bit speechless, but suddenly the system's prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, host. Human fear is rising on a large scale. How should I put it? A pleasant surprise? Should I thank those who were just talking nonsense? Anyway, due to a twist of fate, the live broadcast effect was greatly enhanced. Ding! Mass production is complete. In the biochemist's laboratory, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. The audience immediately became alert. It's about to start. What will happen exactly? Will the beautiful country suffer as a result? Under the gaze of the public, the biochemist approached isolation chamber number 1 and pressed some buttons on the isolation chamber. The next moment, at the top of the isolation chamber, a thick pipe suddenly opened, and a large amount of strange-colored liquid gushed out. In just a few seconds, the unknown liquid submerged the feet of the two people in the isolation chamber, and the water level was still rising. At this moment, the audience suddenly realized. So the chemical reagents produced in mass are used here. Are they going to drown those two old men? With such a large dosage, what effect will it produce? Due to the confined space in the isolation chamber, the two individuals had nowhere to hide, and could only let the unknown chemical liquid gradually cover their bodies. Soon, most of their bodies were submerged. Chemical substances are about to react. The biochemist looked at the two people in the isolation chamber and asked, "Do you want to live forever like me?" Before the two old men could answer, the global audience exploded. Wait, what does that mean? Not only are they not punished, but they are also granted eternal life? Is this some kind of joke? However, there is still a small part of the audience who maintain their belief in the Judgement live broadcast, speculating, "I'm sure it's not that simple. This is definitely a conspiracy." With the nature of the Judgement live broadcast, they would never let evil go unpunished. Faced with the biochemist's question, the two old men immediately lit up, nodding repeatedly and replying, "Yes, of course." The two elderly men, nearing the end of their lives, feared death the most. Extending their lifespan was their greatest pursuit in their later years. Not to mention eternal life? It's a dream come true. Moreover, they had already become wealthy in their younger years, accumulating wealth year by year, and now they were extremely rich. Rich people don't lack money, what they lack is time and lifespan to enjoy spending it. However, although the two old men's intelligence was declining year by year, they had not developed senile dementia and could still distinguish between truth and falsehood. Immediately, they asked with a suspicious look, "But will you really give us eternal life?" The biochemist nodded solemnly and gave a definite answer, "Of course, as a meticulous scientist, I keep my word." Upon hearing this, the two men immediately smiled with joy, their wrinkled faces forming a smile. However, the biochemist suddenly added, "Once you obtain eternal life, you can no longer request death. You two must think carefully." Before he could finish his sentence, the two old men hurriedly said, "No problem. It's okay. We want eternal life." Their eager appearance made it seem like a long-awaited dream. Hearing this, the biochemist nodded, a hint of a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. "Good. Then I grant you eternal life." The timing was just right. As soon as he finished speaking, the potion in the isolation chamber completely submerged the two old men's bodies. The biochemical reaction began. "Don't worry, there will be a slight suffocating feeling at the beginning, but it won't suffocate you to death, relax," the biochemist kindly reassured. After enduring the brief suffocating sensation, the two men miraculously discovered that they could actually breathe in the liquid. It was exactly as the biochemist had described. The two men immediately felt delighted. This might be the first step to eternal life. Immortal from drowning. Then, the two suddenly felt itchy all over their bodies and couldn't help but scratch vigorously. After scratching a few times, their skin was easily torn open, revealing blood vessels and flesh inside. Even the dermis was peeled back, exposing the blood vessels and flesh inside. The two men were immediately panicked. "Biochemist, what is happening?" they asked anxiously. Seeing this, the biochemist calmly said, "Don't be alarmed. It's just part of the process towards eternal life." Following the scratches, tumor-like human tissues suddenly swelled out, and it was visible to the naked eye, growing bit by bit at a visible speed. Subsequently, the same phenomenon occurred in other areas that were not scratched. A series of tumors sprouted like tender shoots breaking through the shackles of flesh and skin,
growing vigorously outward. The whole scene was extremely terrifying and disgusting. Layers of flesh and blood clots covered their bodies, expanding and growing continuously, pulsating slightly like a heart, full of vitality and vigor.
Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Who can lend me a pair of eyes that haven't seen this scene? This is so disgusting. What is this? Ah, I can't watch this anymore. It's making me nauseous.
Most of the audience immediately started to retch. But there are still some audiences with more extreme tastes, carefully observing the live broadcast screen, half guessing and half analyzing. I remember that the premise for Dr. Biochemist to achieve immortality is that every cell in his body has turned into cancer cells. If these two old men, now their whole bodies are tumors, then they are also cancer cells. It seems that they are really on the path to immortality. Could it be that they are really going to become immortal like Dr. Biochemist? But with this appearance, can they still restore their human form? Because the Judgement live broadcast room is too mysterious, so in general, until the last moment, the audience cannot guess what the ultimate goal of the broadcaster is. Just like at this moment, is Dr. Biochemist really granting immortality to the two? Or is he torturing them into monstrous beings that are neither human nor ghost? It's hard to say. How do you two feel? Dr. Biochemist looked at the two in the isolation chamber with a disgusting appearance, asking calmly. Because their whole bodies, inside and out, are growing tumors, their vocal cords are also compressed by the tumors, making their voices sound strange. I feel very uncomfortable. I'm in pain all over my body. Although their speech is unclear, you can still hear the sorrow in their words. But in the next moment, their tone changed. But I feel more energetic. The feeling of aging is rapidly disappearing. I even feel more energetic than when I was young. It turns out that the reason the two are not complaining endlessly is that besides the pain, they are also actually tasting the sweetness. And this sweetness, it is the rejuvenation that both of them have pursued for decades. It's just pain, endure it and it will pass. After all, what they are gaining is immortality. As time passed, the two immersed in a large amount of chemical agents, their bodies became larger and larger. Tumors all over their bodies kept expanding and growing, with new tumors constantly emerging, not leaving any gaps. This scene truly conforms to the nature of cancer cells. Infinite replication. At this point, the two finally realized that something was wrong, tentatively asking, Dr. Biochemist, how long will this situation last? I'm starting to feel that my body is gradually losing sensation. It doesn't seem like my own body anymore. To this, Dr. Biochemist just smiled faintly, did not answer, but continued to stare at the scene in the isolation chamber, observing everything. Gradually, the expanding body tissues of the two touched the walls of the isolation chamber, being physically constrained, unable to continue expanding horizontally. But if horizontally doesn't work, then vertically. Those two disgusting masses of tumor flesh continued to expand upwards, until they filled the entire isolation chamber. And they also squeezed each other, fiercely competing for survival space, causing some tumors to burst, oozing out disgusting pus. At this moment, the bodies of the two have completely lost their human form. They look like a pile of disgusting blisters and putrid flesh, combined into a large monster. It's impossible to tell who is who. The two are entwined together, as if they have completely merged. Only 2 mouths and 4 eyes, still representing that they are still alive. The mouths opened again, trembling voices, painfully asking, Dr. Biochemist, what is this situation? When can we recover? How long will the pain continue? Can we still restore our human form, right? At this point, the two still naively thought that all they had endured so far was just a price to pay for achieving immortality. As a result, the next second, Dr. Biochemist spoke again to answer their questions. It's a pity. It seems that the final stage of the transformation process has failed. Unable to restore human form anymore. But the good news is, you have gained eternal life. Happy, right? With these words, the 4 eyeballs in the isolation chamber suddenly widened, staring in disbelief at the biochemist in front of them. Happy? How could they be happy? How could? You must have a way to remedy this, right? Doctor, save us. Please. The 2 mouths kept pleading. But the biochemist just shook his head, sighed and said, as you know, even the safest surgery has a certain chance of going wrong. Unfortunately, you have encountered that probability. Now, even I have no solution. With these words, the two fell into complete despair. This meant that they would never be able to turn back into human form. They would remain in this disgusting monster form forever. And upon hearing this, the global audience burst into laughter. Ha ha, I knew the biochemist was planning something, I was right. Wow, the biochemist gives them hope first, then makes them despair. Well done. I worried for nothing.
The sweet promises given before were all for this moment. The desperate duo, enduring the pain all over their bodies, once again begged, "Then please kill us. We would rather die than continue like this." But the biochemist shook his head again and refused, saying, "I warned you in advance. Once you gain eternal life, you can no longer die." You both agreed to it, and the whole world's audience can testify to it. With these words, the nearly 100 billion viewers in front of the screen all nodded repeatedly, saying, "I testify. I also testify." Just 10 minutes ago, you both accepted this series of conditions. No denying it. Countless eyes are watching you. It was only at this moment that the two fully realized. All of this was a trap set by the biochemist. A conspiracy. Ah! The two roared in anger, making sounds befitting their monster identities. But being tightly imprisoned in the isolation chamber, their futile rage seemed particularly ridiculous. Ha ha! Futile rage. Feels good. It's karma. The audience laughed and mocked. Then, the thick pipes above the isolation chamber opened again, and a large amount of transparent liquid flowed down. The monsters greedily absorbed this transparent liquid, and became even more energetic. What is this? Special food for monsters? Is the biochemist trying to cultivate this monster? The audience voiced their doubts. The biochemist just smiled and explained, "It's not that complicated. This is just ordinary glucose solution. Glucose is the most basic nutrient for human cells. You all know that, right?" Hearing this, the global audience suddenly realized and felt a wave of horror. The biochemist, in order to prevent the two from turning into monsters, even provided them with energy supplements. What a cruel heart! However, this punishment was justly deserved. Then, another viewer asked, "So, biochemist, do you plan to keep cultivating the monsters in the isolation chamber like this? Keeping them forever imprisoned, experiencing endless pain and suffering?" Hearing this, the biochemist faced the camera and said, "Since you asked, I have an idea for dealing with the two sinners. How about placing them in a museum for your human species? For visitors to see, as a warning? Is there any museum interested?" With these words, museum owners around the world shook their heads in panic, shouting, "No, please don't. We don't want such a disgusting monster around us. You'd better keep it yourself, host. We don't want any part of it." However, there were some daring researchers who actively requested, "If they don't want it, then give it to us. Please, Dr. Biochemist host, give it to us. Our XXX biological laboratory is currently the top laboratory on Earth. Giving it to us will definitely elevate human medical standards to a higher level." Dr. Biochemist host, you have enjoyed the secret of immortality for hundreds of years. Why not share it? If not, then give us the monster. Let us study the cancer cell genes on its body. At this stage, humans simply do not have the ability to research the gene of immortality. Handing this monster over to humans will likely only lead to trouble. For example, mad researchers conducting illegal human experiments, transplanting the cancer cells from the monster onto test subjects, resulting in the deaths of many experimental subjects. It may even lead to the cultivation of new monsters. It is also possible that humans are not capable of keeping this monster secure, and if the monster is accidentally released, it could lead to a disaster. After all, as long as there is a single cell left, it can regenerate, making it difficult to kill completely. Furthermore, the innocent may be blamed for the guilty. No matter who this monster is handed over to, which faction or country, it will attract covetous eyes from all sides. This will then lead to various conflicts, big and small, breaking the rare peace. Therefore, after much consideration, Yuan Chen decided to continue sealing the monster in the biochemist's laboratory. Let those who commit such unforgivable crimes be unable to live or die. Yuan Chen could even transform it into a monster soldier, as a weapon. However, although Yuan Chen had made up his mind, he was still curious about how people around the world viewed the monster. So, he initiated a vote. Everyone in front of the screen, it's time for the familiar voting segment. There are 4 options for dealing with the cancer cell monster in the isolation chamber. A. Let it live and keep it in the biochemist's laboratory. B. Kill it completely now. C. Hand it over to a human scientific laboratory. D. Divide it into multiple parts and distribute it fairly to every country on Earth. 1 minute to think. Please click the screen and make your choice. As soon as the words fell, people quickly started thinking. Yuan Chen could hear the voices of the people, realizing that each person had different thoughts and concerns based on their own identities. Those who chose a thought, "It's best to let the monster be unable to live or die. This is the retribution for the 2 sinners who caused millions to suffer. Besides, they dare not hand the monster over to any human faction. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. Human nature is not trustworthy."
Therefore, letting the extremely powerful Judgement live room imprison the monster is the safest option. Those who chose B thought, keeping the monster feels like a disaster waiting to happen. It's better to just kill it completely before it causes any catastrophe. Those who chose C were naturally the daring researchers who were eager to explore the secret of immortality within the cancer cells. Those who chose D were naturally the various authorities, hoping to consolidate their power and gain more strength. And 1 minute later, the voting results were revealed. A, 78.9%, B, 20%, C, 1%, D, 0.1%. This wave is a victory for the vast masses of the people. With an absolute numerical advantage, they rejected the selfish desires of the various authorities. The biochemist host then announced, following the will of the people, "The cancer cell monster will stay in my laboratory." With this decision made, some were happy while others were worried. Great! But host, you must keep it safe, don't let it escape accidentally, as it could be a danger to us. Alas, the secret of eternal life is now one step further away. When the time was right, the biochemist faced the camera, waved casually, and bid farewell, saying, "Today's live broadcast ends here. Goodbye, everyone." As the words fell, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly went dark. The world returned to its original state. But the hearts of all humanity still burned with passion, especially the researchers in the field of biochemistry, as well as journalists from all walks of life. Many people flocked to the entrance of the mental hospital where the biochemist had once worked. Even though it had been completely destroyed by fire 200 years ago, many people still rushed in, trying to find the slightest clue. The biochemist broadcaster is, so far, the most closely related broadcaster to humanity. Finding his trail might lead to unraveling the mystery of the Judgement live broadcast room. This is the closest humanity has ever been to the mysterious Judgement live broadcast room. We must seize the opportunity. Even the newspapers from that time were dug out and scrutinized word by word for clues. While all of humanity was busy investigating the biochemist, Yuan Shen lay comfortably in bed, ready to embrace the baptism of new power. System, evaluate this broadcast and then distribute rewards, Yuan Shen said expectantly. Evaluating this live broadcast for the host, please wait. Evaluation complete. The host's live broadcast this time appropriately punished 3 pairs of sinners, giving each person their just desserts. Whether heavy or light, the punishment was well balanced. There were also some twists and scares during the process, greatly enhancing the live broadcast effect. Therefore, the evaluation result is excellent. Reward implementation in progress, please wait. The next moment, a sense of enlightenment swept through his whole body once again. Congratulations to the host, you have gained ability 1, all knowledge of the biochemist. Suddenly, Yuan Chen's brain was filled with a wealth of scientific knowledge in the field of biochemistry. Each piece of knowledge, taken individually, was enough to dominate the scientific world. Congratulations to the host, you have gained ability 2, eternal body. Ability description, immortality, eternal youth. Wounds heal rapidly, immune to any disease. Ability limitation, if all of the host's cells are completely killed, they will not be able to regenerate. Oh my! Yuan Chen exclaimed, am I immortal now? But I didn't know about the self-healing part. He lightly cut his palm with a knife, and a small amount of blood oozed out. The blood immediately stopped flowing. The wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace, and eventually, it returned to its original state, without leaving a single scar. Great stuff! Yuan Chen said with a smile. Congratulations to the host, you have gained ability 3, biochemical laboratory space. The biochemist's laboratory, like the blood magician's magical space, is a space independent in the universe, and the host can travel to and from it at any time. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the knowledge of the biochemist, plus the cutting-edge laboratory of the biochemist, Yuan Chen could create any chemical agent with ease. Even biochemical weapons were a breeze. Changing the entire human race's species and genes was even possible. Yuan Chen never expected that not long after, the power of the biochemist would come in handy. A marine arthropod called the horseshoe crab was being devastated by humans and was on the brink of extinction. It resembled a beetle and a batfish. It had existed on Earth 450 million years ago, even earlier than the dinosaur era, and had survived up to 5 major species extinctions, living until the 21st century, but was now facing destruction at the hands of humans. Horseshoe crabs have extremely rare blue blood flowing through their bodies, with highly valuable medicinal properties. The most common use is in the research of bacteria and anti-cancer drugs. The market price of their blood can reach up to $100,000 per liter. As their numbers decrease, the price continues to soar.
Similar to bears being confined and bile extracted, extracting the blood of horseshoe crabs involves imprisoning them, immobilizing them, and then inserting a needle into their bodies for continuous extraction.
According to regulations, after extracting a certain percentage of blood, they must be released back into the sea. Once their blood regenerates after a period of time, they are captured again for blood extraction. This is to achieve the goal of recycling. It seems that their entire existence is meant to provide blood for humans. However, in reality, many blood extraction facilities do not follow regulations due to human greed. They will extract every drop of blue blood from the horseshoe crabs and then process the remaining shells into industrial raw materials and food. This has led to the tragic downfall of ancient creatures capable of surviving for 450 million years, now falling into the hands of humans. If Yuan Shan wants to address this issue, there are two options: to borrow the power of the ocean, specifically the army of Atlantis, or to utilize the power of a biochemical doctor. After careful consideration, Yuan Shen decides to create chaos to instill fear of blue blood in all humans. No trade, no killing. Solve the problem at its root. This requires the knowledge and power of a biochemical doctor. Yuan Shen first uses his super hacker abilities to investigate which factory sells the most blue blood each year. He also identifies which research institutions and medical facilities purchase the most blue blood. Coincidentally, the qualifying factory and hospital are located in the same city, a city on the west coast of beautiful country. Yuan Shen immediately boards a plane to a city and first visits the blood extraction factory. Due to the high cost of labor, factories in beautiful country tend to be automated, providing Yuan Shen with a perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Placing his hand lightly on the electronic lock of the factory's back door, the iron gate opens with a click 3 seconds later. The back door is where the factory management usually enters and exits, leading upstairs to the management offices. While he could find many pieces of evidence of their crimes here, this is not Yuan Shen's purpose for coming. Human laws, no matter how strict, cannot prevent the extinction of horseshoe crabs. Only more ruthless measures can achieve that. Yuan Shen then goes to the blood extraction area, where rows of horseshoe crabs are clamped between two metal plates, unable to move. One end of a needle is inserted into their bodies, while the other end continuously drips blue blood into a container. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of blood dripping echoes layer by layer, sounding eerie in the silent night. It seems like blood extraction is non-stop day and night. After this batch of horseshoe crabs, another batch will be replaced. How many are they extracting every day? Yuan Shen shakes his head regretfully, his eyes gradually turning cold. It's time to take action. With a thought, Yuan Shen disappears instantly and heads to the laboratory space of the biochemical doctor. His hands immediately start working, mixing various chemicals in bottles and jars to prepare a special potion, a substance that can alter human genes. After a while, the potion is ready. With another thought, Yuan Shen returns to the blood extraction factory. He then sprinkles the potion on the backs of about 20 horseshoe crabs, all of which are now contaminated with this special potion. However, this potion will not have any effect on horseshoe crabs, it only targets human DNA. So, by tomorrow, when the workers come to work, once they start moving the horseshoe crabs, they will come into contact with the potion on their bodies, and be influenced without knowing it. Done. Yuan Shen clapped his hands, full of confidence. In a few days, everything will be clear. Next, to the hospital. Then, Yuan Shen hurried to the largest hospital in City A. A hospital affiliated with a certain famous medical university, is a comprehensive hospital that combines research and medical care. Unlike the factory, there are people on duty at night in the hospital. So, Yuan Shen pretended to be an emergency patient and sneaked in, then went to the nurse's restroom. Big hospitals have money, even the door of the nurse's restroom is electric, requiring an ID card to enter. But for Yuan Shen, the more high-tech it is, the easier it is to invade. He put his hand on it, and 5 seconds later, the door opened with a sound. And even the monitoring equipment of the whole floor was under his control. Changing into a nurse's uniform, Yuan Shen went to the medicine storage room. The new anti-cancer drug made from the blue blood of horseshoe crabs is stored here. Alpha anti-cancer injection. Yuan Shen muttered the name of the drug, searching for the target in the rows of medicine cabinets. Alpha anti-cancer injection is a powerful drug that was just released by the medical university a few days ago. Due to the short time, clinical data is lacking, and the specific side effects and efficacy are unclear. Normally, a drug in this situation would not be made public. But why can this alpha anti-cancer injection stand out? Because a famous tycoon, in the late stage of cancer, stayed in this hospital for several months. Even one of the best hospitals in the world, faced with a terminal illness like late-stage cancer, could not do anything. But the tycoon was generous, donating 70% of his life assets to this hospital for cancer drug research. And he signed a consent form, willing to be a guinea pig to test the new drug's effectiveness. After all, there wasn't much time left to live. If he didn't take the medicine quickly, he would only die. Die from cancer, or die from testing the drug? Either way, it's death. Might as well take a chance. The former is 100% death. The latter has a certain probability of survival. So, the tycoon's story made headlines in major media outlets. And when the hospital announced the latest anti-cancer drug has been developed, the world's attention focused on it. Alpha anti-cancer injection. Found it. Yuan Shen's eyes lit up, locking onto the new drug. It's really troublesome. It would be great if there were electronic archives. He, accustomed to the convenience of electronic technology, felt a bit tired of this old storage method. His eyes were tired. With hundreds of medicine cabinets, if it weren't for those who worked here regularly, they wouldn't know where each medicine was usually placed. However, hard work pays off, and Yuan Shen eventually found it. Next is the time to act. Yuan Shen held all the vials of potion in his hand, then with a thought, went to the biochemical laboratory space. After some tinkering, Yuan Shen tampered with each vial of alpha anti-cancer injection. Then, with another thought, he returned to the hospital's medicine storage room and put all the alpha anti-cancer injections back in place. All set. After that, let's wait for the changes. The next day, inside the blood extraction factory, 10 workers are moving the bled horseshoe crabs. They replaced the dead horseshoe crabs that were no longer of any value with new ones filled with blood. And in this process, 2 of the workers' skin came into contact with the special potion. Since the potion is colorless and tasteless, the 2 of them did not notice anything unusual. But little did they know, unknown chemicals have invaded the body, beginning to alter human DNA. Meanwhile, in the hospital, early in the morning, many reporters arrived to interview the researchers who developed the alpha anti-cancer injection and the wealthy individuals who volunteered to be guinea pigs. Today is the day when the wealthy individual will use the alpha anti-cancer injection for the first time, naturally attracting widespread attention. Although the wealthy individual volunteered to be a guinea pig, in reality, this new drug has already undergone preliminary testing, animal experiments, and small-scale human trials. Currently, the alpha anti-cancer injection shows a certain effect in eliminating cancer cells, while not being toxic to the human body and posing no obvious harm. At least during the relatively short testing period, this is the case. Without the patient's permission, reporters are naturally not allowed to enter and film. Therefore, the first to break this news to the world was the wealthy individual himself. He recorded the entire process of injecting the alpha anti-cancer injection with his phone and immediately posted it on social media, attracting countless views. Then, the reporters stationed outside the hospital only got second-hand information from doctors and nurses. The wealthy individual had received the latest anti-cancer drug injection. The wealthy individual even provided real-time updates on his feelings after the injection. Within the first minute of injection, the injection site is a bit painful, but otherwise, there is no special feeling. 10 minutes after injection, the injection site feels a bit sore. 1 hour after injection, feeling a bit dizzy. I'll take a nap first. Many people left comments below this post. Dizzy? Are you going to die? Can you wake up after taking a nap? Are you going to sleep forever? Internet users, there are quite a few malicious comments. However, there are also some well-meaning comments. I heard that you will have to receive the second dose, the third dose, the fourth dose. I hope you can truly recover after the treatment. If cancer can be overcome, it will be a great progress for all mankind. That night, in the homes of 2 workers, although they live in different places, they both experienced the same strange symptoms. They first had some fever symptoms, then weakness in their limbs, sweating all over, and a great thirst for water. They drank water from the tap continuously for several minutes. And even after drinking, they did not go to the bathroom much. All the fluids were excreted through sweat. Their appearance was as if the fluids in their bodies were undergoing a complete blood transfusion. The human body is made up of 70% water. Such an exaggerated replacement, the situation is definitely not simple. Meanwhile, in the hospital, in the VIP ward, the situation that occurred with the wealthy individual was almost the same. Feeling hot all over, sweating profusely, drinking water excessively. But not urinating, only sweating. The doctors had never seen such symptoms, and no disease or complication matched the current situation. So they suspected it was a side effect of the alpha anti-cancer injection. However, during the testing of this new drug, whether in animal experiments or human trials, such a situation had never occurred. What on earth is going on? Due to unknown reasons, the high fever and sweating continued throughout the night. At a loss, the doctors decided to temporarily stop using this new drug. But early the next morning, the terminally ill wealthy individual unexpectedly sat up energetically from the bed, took a selfie with his phone, and updated his social media with the latest news.
Second day of medication, 7 a.m.
I feel much better physically, and my mood has inexplicably improved a lot. I'm sure it's the effect of this new drug. Amazing.
I donated $5 billion, it was really worth it. The power of money is amazing. Oh yeah.
His smug look in the selfie made people want to punch him.
What's the point of showing off the power of money? As a result, a flood of negative reviews poured in.
But his symptoms have improved somewhat, and the terminal illness has turned a corner. He was so happy that he was not affected by any malicious comments. Since he was hospitalized, the doctors have never seen him in such a good mood.
So they were in a dilemma: should they continue to use the new drug alpha anti-cancer injection? What if there is another situation of high fever that does not go away? That could be fatal. It could burn the brain lightly, or even lead to death. Just as the doctors were in a dilemma, the tycoon asked in confusion, "It's already 8 o'clock, why haven't you given me the injection yet? Didn't you say to inject the new drug at 7:30 every day, continuously for 5 days? Why are you still standing there? Everyone, get moving. Hurry up."
The doctors reluctantly described the situation from last night and expressed their concerns.
Hearing this, the tycoon found it ridiculous and said, "Huh? Are you kidding me? Can't you see that I'm feeling much better? You think a fever leading to death is scarier than cancer, right?"
The doctors shook their heads.
"Then hurry up and get moving. Let me tell you, I'm already gambling with my life. After this, no matter if I have a fever or a seizure, as long as I don't call it off, you are not allowed to stop the medication without my permission."
So, the second injection of the alpha anti-cancer injection, which had been tampered with, was injected into the tycoon's body again.
The unknown changes in DNA intensified further.
On the first day of exposure to the special chemical substance, it ended with a long period of high fever and sweating. Early the next day, not only was the tycoon full of energy, but the two workers also felt completely refreshed. Even the monotonous work in the factory seemed to have a bit more fun today.
However, new symptoms appeared the next night.
While taking a shower, the two workers noticed a small amount of blood coming out of their nostrils.
At first, they didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a normal nosebleed.
The only unusual thing was that the nosebleed was hard to stop. On the other hand, the tycoon who had received 2 injections of the alpha anti-cancer injection at the hospital had much stronger reactions. He, who was originally asleep, suddenly felt uncomfortable. A large amount of liquid flowed out of his nose. When he wiped it with his hand and took a closer look, it turned out to be blood. He quickly called the on-duty doctors and nurses and got up to go to the private bathroom in the VIP ward to clean up.
When he looked in the mirror at the sink, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. A person bleeding from all 7 orifices was reflected in the mirror. It was then that he realized that not only his nasal cavity was bleeding, but his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all losing blood.
"Nurse! Doctor!"
He was terrified and shouted as loud as he could.
When the doctors and nurses arrived, they were also shocked by his appearance. It seemed that after the second injection of the alpha anti-cancer injection, new unknown complications had emerged. Last time it was continuous high fever and sweating, this time it was continuous bleeding from all 7 orifices.
What is going on?
The doctors and nurses quickly helped the tycoon onto a wheelchair and took him to various departments for urgent examinations.
X-rays, MRIs, blood tests, cell sampling.
Almost every inch of his body was scrutinized by state-of-the-art medical equipment. When all the test results came out, several of the world's top doctors and researchers gathered together, but they couldn't figure out the cause of the illness.
But one thing,
the spread of cancer cells in the tycoon's body had decreased. Although the cause of the bleeding from all 7 orifices could not be found, there was still some good news. The cancer cells were decreasing.
Upon hearing this news, the tycoon's worries also lessened.
He thought to himself, if bleeding from all 7 orifices is the price of curing cancer, then it's worth it. As the tycoon's vital signs did not weaken much, all indicators were still close to normal. So, doctors and researchers decided to continue step by step. Early on the 3rd day, the 3rd dose of alpha anti-cancer injection was injected into the tycoon as scheduled.
That night, a more intense reaction occurred in his body.
The tycoon began to vomit frantically. After vomiting food and bile, he started vomiting blood. To put it bluntly, he was vomiting in large amounts. The sheets and pillows were all stained red. The trash can by the bed was filled to the brim. It even overflowed, spilling all over the floor. The amount of blood loss was probably at least 10 liters. Now, the tycoon really passed out due to excessive blood loss. He didn't even have the strength to call the duty nurse, he just collapsed after vomiting.
At the same time, that night, in the homes of two workers,
their symptoms were also deepening step by step. The previous day was a small amount of nosebleed, tonight it was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Although it was still a small amount, it was undeniable that they seemed to be following in the tycoon's footsteps. Because the amount of special chemicals ingested by the tycoon was too large, the changes were happening much faster than in the two workers. Early the next day, doctors and nurses arrived at the VIP ward where the tycoon was, intending to check the situation and administer a new dose of alpha anti-cancer injection. But as soon as they opened the door, the scene in front of them stunned them. What they saw was large patches of bloodstains. The bed, the floor, everywhere. The amount of bleeding was much more exaggerated than a murder scene. Mr. Mark. Although they didn't know what had happened in this ward last night, the medical staff rushed up to check on the tycoon's condition. Breathing, still there, but very weak. Heart rate has also slowed down a lot. Notify all departments to start emergency treatment. After speaking, the doctor quickly started emergency CPR. But just as he pressed on the chest a few times, a miracle happened. The tycoon woke up directly. Why are you pressing so hard? It hurts a lot. The tycoon dodged to the side, reprimanding in a blaming tone. The tycoon seemed completely unaware that he had just been at death's door, and the doctor was performing CPR on him. Mr. Mark, you. The medical staff present were all dumbfounded, hesitant, not knowing what to say. What's wrong with you? Just say it. The tycoon acted completely normal, except for his pale lips and face. His condition was no different from an ordinary person. The medical staff looked at the bloodstains all over the floor, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? What happened here last night? Did someone break in?" The tycoon also glanced at the floor and saw the bloodstains all over. Then he remembered his embarrassing situation from yesterday, vomiting blood until he passed out. And before he could call the nurse, in the few seconds before losing consciousness, he even thought his life was over. Everything was over. But who knew, after waking up from fainting, the current him, although feeling very thirsty and hungry, felt very good both mentally and physically. It seemed like he had returned to the days before cancer, healthy and well. The tycoon, puzzled and happy, said, "I suddenly vomited blood last night, couldn't stop. But for some reason, I feel great now." Vomiting blood? The medical staff's pupils dilated, shocked to see the bloodstains all over the room. How much blood could a person vomit out? Is this another side effect of the alpha anti-cancer injection? Next, the doctors and researchers conducted another comprehensive examination of the tycoon's physical condition. Another miracle happened. The number of cancer cells in the tycoon's body had almost reached 0. This was only after using 3 doses of alpha anti-cancer injection. Just 3 days. Could this be a miracle drug? The billionaire heard the news and immediately smiled with joy, praising the doctors and researchers. "Well done. My 5 billion funding was not in vain." But the researchers were not happy. The same medicine, whether in previous human trials or animal experiments, was impossible to clear most of the cancer cells in the body with just 3 doses. At least a course of 5 doses is needed to see initial results. But at this moment, what was happening to the billionaire was a fact witnessed by everyone. Not only did the first 2 doses show results, the third dose was close to a cure. How could this be described by just the word miracle? It was simply unbelievable. Impossible. The researchers thought, could it be that the billionaire's body has some unknown special characteristics? Is the DNA of his cells different from that of ordinary people? So, the researchers took a little of the billionaire's blood and brought it to the laboratory for research. After a tedious examination, the billionaire felt extremely thirsty and hungry, but when water and food were placed in front of him, he couldn't muster any interest. He even vomited shortly after forcing himself to swallow the food. "It tastes terrible. Who hired this chef? Get me a replacement." The billionaire thought it was because the food didn't suit his taste. But no matter what flavor of food was offered, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, he couldn't swallow it. He didn't even want to drink water. But even if he didn't eat or drink all day, the billionaire's condition did not deteriorate significantly. He still had full of energy, but the feeling of hunger and thirst grew stronger. After spending a whole day consuming various flavors of food, the billionaire didn't even feel sleepy. He stayed awake all night. And during this time, he kept updating social media, informing the world of this great news. "My cancer is almost cured, didn't expect that. Ha ha ha. The examination today showed that there are very few cancer cells left in my body. I feel that after completing a course of 5 doses, I will bid farewell to cancer for good. Feels great. It's like being reborn." Until early on the 4th day, he received the 4th dose of alpha anti-cancer injection. And after the injection, he fell asleep on the spot. Another strange phenomenon. but compared to the high fever, bleeding, and vomiting from before, deep sleep was like a godsend.
At least it wouldn't pose any threat to the billionaire's life.
The content the billionaire posted on social media last night naturally sparked heated discussions worldwide.
A late-stage cancer patient getting better in 3 days of treatment? Are you kidding me? Is this a scam? Are capitalists colluding with medical institutions to deceive people of their money? I don't believe it.
So today, many reporters gathered at the hospital entrance, trying to gather some information.
Some even disguised themselves and sneaked into the hospital. But just sneaking into the hospital wasn't enough.
To enter the VIP ward where the billionaire was, you needed an electromagnetic identity card just to access that floor. Even ordinary doctors and nurses didn't have the qualifications to enter. And when all the media reporters were blocked outside,
everyone's phones started acting strangely.
A third-party window, neither big nor small, suddenly appeared on the phone screen, occupying half of the screen and couldn't be closed no matter what. Shutting down, disconnecting from the internet, removing the battery.
All in vain.
Whether you were following this matter or not, everyone was affected in the same way.
Undoubtedly, besides the Judgement Live Room, what else could possess such incredible abilities?
The Judgement Live Room has returned once again.
And this time, it has even adopted a new mode.
Instead of completely taking over the entire phone, it only occupied half of the screen. The rest of the functions of the mobile phone can still be used as usual, only the field of vision is restricted.
Oh, trying a new style? Why did the mode suddenly change? Is there going to be another big move? Deliberately allowing electronic devices to function as usual. What is the intention? For some reason, there is an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Faced with the reappearance of the Judgement Live broadcast room, people are still filled with awe. Who will be punished this time? Who has become the target of the Judgement Live broadcast room? Will it be a certain anchor? Electronic hacker? Bloody magician? Biochemical doctor?
Amidst the curious gazes of everyone, a familiar black figure slowly appears in the live broadcast room.
Electronic hacker. But it's not over yet. Following closely behind is a white figure. The biochemical doctor in a white coat. The two are actually in the same frame. Wow! The first time two anchors are in the same frame. It must be a big move to involve two anchors.
The appearance of the electronic hacker and the biochemical doctor in the same frame has aroused even greater curiosity and anticipation among the people.
People are speculating one after another. What serious sins will be judged today?
But the next words of the electronic hacker anchor leave everyone speechless.
Today, we will not handle any judgment matters. What does that mean? All the viewers furrowed their brows and asked in confusion, then why are you broadcasting? And why are the two anchors making a big move together?
At this, the biochemical doctor takes a step forward, faces the camera, and with a mysterious smile, says, "A few days ago, a famous wealthy man from a beautiful country, Mark, spent $50 billion on cancer treatment."
You must have heard about it, right?
Many people in front of the screen nodded and echoed, "Indeed, it has been trending for several days." Under the guise of donating $50 billion, he actually had the hospital's research team develop a special drug for his own cancer treatment.
He even claimed to voluntarily act as a guinea pig for the drug.
Someone must have tried it before he dared to use it.
Today is the 4th day of the wealthy man's medication. Last night, he posted several content on social media, boasting that his cancer is almost cured. I don't believe it anyway. Is there really such a miraculous drug? If it was developed by the biochemical doctor anchor, I would believe it, but by others? Wishful thinking. Well, it seems like it was indeed developed by the biochemical doctor. At least he was involved in some part of it.
Seeing that many people know the ins and outs of the matter, the biochemical doctor continues, "The reason I bring up this matter is because among the new drug they developed, there is a component of the blood of an ancient blue-blooded creature. And in my recent research, I found that the blue blood of this creature contains a special substance that can have an unusual effect on the human body." As soon as this was said, most of the global audience felt puzzled.
An ancient blue-blooded creature? What is that? Are there species on Earth with blue blood? Is it an ancient alien?
With heavy doubts, many people opened their browsers and searched for ancient blue-blooded creature. The basic information of the horseshoe crab, a marine creature, appeared before their eyes.
Oh, so it's a species that has been around for a long time.
It looks ordinary, but the blood has high medicinal value. In addition, the biochemical doctor also mentioned that it would have an unusual effect on the human body. The 4 words "unusual effect" are quite ambiguous.
Biochemical doctor anchor, what kind of effect does it have? Is it serious? Is it a good effect or a bad effect? People asked in a flurry of questions. Facing people's answers, the biochemist smirked and said, "Let's explore the truth directly with our eyes. The answer is right here in this VIP ward." As the words fell, the live broadcast camera turned to focus on a hospital ward. It was the ward where the wealthy Mark, who no journalist could get into, was staying. A few minutes ago, in the VIP ward where the wealthy Mark was, he had finished his 4th injection early in the morning and had been asleep for a while. His son, carrying fruits and meals, came to visit today but unfortunately found his father still asleep. "Dad?" The wealthy man's son tried to wake him up, but received no response. Helpless, he sat by the bed, playing with his phone while waiting. During his sleep, although the wealthy Mark seemed calm on the surface, something unknown was happening inside his body. 2 hours later, the wealthy man suddenly woke up. He slowly sat up from the bed, looking puzzled, feeling that something was different in his body. A strange feeling. "Dad, you're awake." At this moment, his son's voice came from the side. "The nurse said you didn't eat anything yesterday. Here, I brought the food from your favorite restaurant and your favorite fruits," the son offered, trying to be attentive. Seeing his son, the wealthy man did not look very happy, instead showing a hint of disdain between his brows, saying, "What are you here for? Didn't you oppose me donating most of the assets to the hospital? Now that you know my cancer is almost cured, you come to flatter me? Ha, you heartless guy who only cares about the inheritance. I bet you can't wait for me to die soon. Get out." Hearing this, the son could only respond with an embarrassed smile and said, "There's no overnight grudge between father and son. Dad, eat while it's hot, or the food will get cold later." The son quickly changed the subject, set up the small table on the bed, arranged the packed food, and then put his hand on the wealthy man's back, intending to help him up. However, during this process, the wealthy man's expression suddenly changed. The son's approach. No, to be precise, the approach of a human being. It suddenly awakened a factor inside him. The corner of the wealthy man's eye glanced at his son's arm. He seemed to see the pulsating veins through the skin. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic and energetic sound made the wealthy man's heart beat passionately. At that moment, he felt a great desire for the veins in the arm beside him. The thirst and hunger he had endured for a day and night made him unable to restrain his inner impulse, and he fiercely bit into his son's arm. Ah! In an instant, the son screamed in pain and reflexively moved back. But to his surprise, the wealthy man did not let go at all, and he was pulled off the bed. The son panicked. The instinct to escape danger made him fight back against the wealthy man, who was biting like a mad dog, hitting and kicking. But the wealthy man was like a fierce dog, firmly holding on and not letting go. The son tried his best, even hitting the wealthy man's head with a hard object, finally managing to break free. But a large piece of flesh was torn off his own arm, causing excruciating pain. "You crazy old man, what's gotten into you?" The son stopped pretending and cursed at the wealthy man, panting heavily. It was only then that he noticed the eerie blue blood flowing from the injured head of the wealthy man. "What's going on?" Before he could think further, the wealthy man, who he had pushed back, rallied again and charged towards him, crazily biting at the major artery in his neck. The son quickly dodged, but the wealthy man pursued relentlessly. The son once again kicked the tycoon hard, but the next second the tycoon pounced back. "Help! Help!" While trying to fight the crazy tycoon, the son shouted loudly outside the ward. In broad daylight, shouting like this should have immediately brought medical staff rushing in. But just now, the live broadcast of the trial suddenly started worldwide. All medical staff were focused on the content of the trial live broadcast, so no one noticed the situation in the ward. As a result, the son of the tycoon fought with the tycoon in the ward for a long time. And when the trial live broadcast turned the camera to this ward, upon entering the room, what came into view was the son lying in the corner, unable to get up, and the tycoon on top of him, crazily tearing and sucking blood. What's going on? How come it's such an intense scene as soon as we enter? Murder! The tycoon is killing! As soon as they entered, they were shocked and exclaimed repeatedly by the global audience. At this moment, the medical staff on this floor, through the live broadcast of the trial, learned about the emergency situation in the VIP ward. They hurriedly ran over, opened the door, and saw the scene that was exactly the same as in the trial live broadcast. The son lying in a pool of blood, and the tycoon sucking blood greedily. Ah! A nurse who had never seen such a scene screamed and ran away. The remaining few relatively calm medical staff looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Call security first. Let's not get too close for now, try to communicate from a distance." They thought that perhaps it was the side effect of the alpha anti-cancer injection that caused the tycoon's mental breakdown and serious violent tendencies. The tycoon was still their patient, their VIP, and they had a responsibility to handle it. Unfortunately, they didn't know the truth. Otherwise, they would definitely have run as fast as those nurses before. At this moment, The audience in the live broadcast room sweated for the medical staff, so dedicated. If it were me, I would have run away. This is clearly not right. It really looks like zombies. Although I know zombies are very unrealistic science fiction works. Before the security arrived, the medical staff retreated to the corridor, shouting loudly from a distance of about 10 meters from the ward, "Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark! Can you hear my voice? Can you respond?" The tycoon, who was feasting, seemed to hear the voices from outside, paused noticeably, then continued to drink heartily. Seeing that the calling was effective, the medical staff knew that the tycoon Mark was still conscious. He hadn't completely lost his mind. There was still hope. So, in order to better convey the sound, they took a few steps forward and continued to call out, "Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark!" The effect became more and more obvious, and eventually, the tycoon Mark even glanced at them from the corner of his eye. And the audience in the live broadcast room, seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, a bad feeling suddenly surged. "Don't get any closer. I have a bad feeling about this. Don't be reckless." As the two sides got close enough, the medical staff finally noticed that besides being covered in red blood, the tycoon had some blue liquid on his forehead, and it was slowly oozing from the many wounds on his head. At the same time, as the camera zoomed in, viewers around the world also noticed this. "Is this blue blood? I remember Dr. Bio just said that hagfish, this rare blue-blooded marine creature, has a component in its blood that has an unusual effect on the human body. Could this be the effect? Driving people crazy? Becoming a zombie with blue blood flowing in the body?" A lot of suspicion lingered in people's hearts. No one dared to be sure what exactly happened to the tycoon. And moments later, a sudden change occurred. The tycoon suddenly stopped the action of feasting on flesh and blood, slowly stood up from the ground. His behavior startled the nearby medical staff. All reflexively took a few steps back. Once the situation was not right, they would run away. Everyone nervously watched the tycoon's every move, not knowing what he would do next. Would he pounce on a new target like a zombie? Or what? Even though the tycoon's face was covered in his son's blood, it could still be seen from his facial expression that he was in a relaxed and content state. It seemed that the recent hearty meal had left him extremely satisfied. He even took a deep breath, licked his lips, and savored the wonderful feeling he had just experienced. This scene made people wonder if he was not crazy at all. Instead, was he a psychological pervert who enjoyed feasting on flesh and blood? At this moment, a doctor bravely spoke up, "Mr. Mark, are you okay?" As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly caught the attention of the tycoon Mark. The tycoon turned his head, his blood-stained face facing the medical staff. Such a sight was extremely terrifying for those present at the scene. Immediately, several medical staff members were scared and fled. Only 2 male doctors remained in place. However, their legs were also trembling. "Oh no! It feels like he's about to pounce any second now." Just when all the spectators thought that the 2 male doctors would be in trouble, the tycoon Mark suddenly spoke up. What's wrong?" His voice was like waking up from a deep sleep, groggy, and his facial expression suddenly changed to a bewildered look. It was as if he had no idea what had just happened. The 2 male doctors were also dumbfounded by the tycoon's words. But after all, they were doctors, and immediately thought of possibilities such as schizophrenia and multiple personalities. So, one of the male doctors pointed to the corner of the ward and said, "Mr. Mark, you may need to see what's over there." Upon hearing this, the tycoon glanced to the side. In an instant, his pupils dilated. His gaze changed from confusion to horror. Son? He immediately knelt down, looking at his son, who had been bitten beyond recognition, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. At the same time, following his gaze, the camera in the live broadcast also zoomed in. Global viewers finally saw the tragic state of the tycoon's son up close. The person he killed was actually his son? How ruthless, not even sparing his own flesh and blood. Some professional forensic viewers even noticed, although the body looks battered, it seems like not much flesh has been eaten. Instead of blood that should have been all over the place, there isn't much. Could it be that the tycoon is not eating flesh, but simply drinking blood? Tearing people apart is not for eating meat, but to let the blood out? When these forensic viewers posted their speculations in the barrage, many people followed their guesses and carefully observed the tycoon's son's body. And then they found out it was true. It seems he's not a zombie. He's a vampire. A blood-sucking zombie. However, why did this happen? Why did the tycoon do such a heinous thing to his own son and then forget everything? The heavy doubts have yet to be unraveled. Many viewers turned to the biochemist Anchor and asked, "Anchor, do you know the reason behind this? Reveal the mystery. I'm so curious." The biochemist did not directly answer, but said,
Based on my previous research on blue blood, I have a theoretical conjecture that may be close to the truth. After all, to pretend to be unrelated to this matter, the tone cannot be too certain, everything has to be speculation. But I'm not very sure, I need to observe for a while.
Even the biochemist couldn't be sure, the global audience was even more amazed.
And at this moment, in the live broadcast, the tycoon knelt beside his son's body, his expression changing from grief to shock. He seemed to slowly recall the reason why his son ended up like this. He stood up, ran to the bathroom, approached the mirror, gritted his teeth, wanting to carefully observe the situation in his mouth. And he saw a red patch in his mouth,
and many pieces of flesh in between his teeth.
Immediately, all memories rushed up, making him recall the whole process. At this point, logically speaking, he, who had discovered the truth, should immediately start vomiting uncontrollably. Even if he couldn't vomit anything out, he should at least retch a few times. After all, he had bitten someone to death and drank a lot of human blood. And this person was his own son. Although he didn't like this son very much, but if possible, he would be very willing to let any passerby replace his son's death as a scapegoat. But the fact was, he didn't even have the slightest desire to vomit. Even though he had just experienced such a bloody and disgusting event firsthand, he didn't feel nauseous at all. In fact, at this moment, he felt great. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as being at the peak of his life. Feeling comfortable all over, in a good mood, full of energy. Throughout his whole life, even in his youth, he had never been so happy. Ha ha. Facing the mirror, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter became more and more obvious, more and more wild, and the smile was so full of pride and genuine joy. The death of his son seemed to have been completely forgotten by him. Now he was reborn, once again becoming the master of his own life. Without the need for further examination, the tycoon Mark knew that the cancer in his body had definitely been cured. His condition had never been better. Immediately, he wanted to fulfill countless dreams in his heart. Those fantasies that only existed in his mind during his illness. Various extreme sports, bungee jumping, skydiving, wingsuit flying, as well as all kinds of indulgence. Even in his 60s or 70s, he still had the heart of a gamer. The tycoon walked straight out of the ward, and two male doctors stood at the door, not daring to stop him, only carefully persuading, "Mr. Mark, we suggest you stay in the hospital for a few more days until your condition stabilizes." With a hearty smile, the tycoon said, "No need. I know my own physical condition best." With that, he walked away without looking back. But after just a few steps, fully armed hospital security guards appeared at the elevator entrance. "Mr. Mark, please stop and stay where you are, don't make any sudden moves." The security guard's hand was on the gun at his waist, alertly saying. Through the live broadcast of the trial room, they had all seen with their own eyes that the tycoon had just killed someone, and his mental state was unstable, making him very dangerous. Looking at the security guards blocking his way, the tycoon sneered, taunting, "What? I spent 5 billion, can't I leave the hospital?" The security guards shook their heads. "Mr. Mark, it's not just a medical issue now. It's a criminal case, and the whole world knows you killed someone. Law enforcement is on their way." This time, the tycoon finally felt panicked. Due to just having a full meal, his mental state reached its peak, so he was filled with an unparalleled feeling all over his body, making him have the illusion, "Everything is under my control." But reality gave him a slap in the face, waking him up. "What do you want to do?" The tycoon looked vigilantly at the many security guards and questioned. "Mr. Mark, please stay where you are and wait for the law enforcement personnel to arrive," the security guards repeated. The tycoon did not want to be arrested and sent to prison immediately after regaining his freedom. He shouted, "I want to call a lawyer. Don't come near me." The entire standoff between the two sides was very civilized, with no violence occurring. The audience was stunned. Before this, everyone thought that the tycoon Mark would charge through like a zombie. Along the way, he would also bite and infect a few security guards, causing a biochemical crisis to quietly spread. But the reality was that there was no sign of development in that direction at all. Even if the tycoon felt full of energy, he could not possibly contend with several strong security guards at the same time. The final result was that the law enforcement personnel arrived and apprehended him. As for the follow-up, no one could say for sure what his fate would be. Would he escape legal sanctions and regain his freedom? Or would he be locked up by the military for human research? The audience did not expect that this live broadcast would come to such a bland conclusion. Many people regretted and said, "Ah, what a pity. I thought there would be a biochemical crisis level event. Is this it? So boring." Some people felt that the whole event was very unreasonable and strange. No, how did Tycoon Mark suddenly regain his sanity? Why didn't he have his wits about him when he killed his own son? At this point, the biochemical doctor finally came forward and stated his theoretical conjecture. Through the entire observation, I have come to the following conclusions. A certain component in the blue blood of horseshoe crabs has a significant impact on human genes, mutating humans into a blue-blooded creature.
Let's call them blue-blooded humans. However, this change is not perfect. Blue-blooded humans, due to the lack of functions like red blood cells in their blood, should not be able to survive. But horseshoe crabs have been living on Earth for 450 million years, and their characteristic is super-adaptability and survival ability. Therefore, these two characteristics have also been inherited by blue-blooded humans. Blue-blooded humans, who should not be able to survive, miraculously live on like this. They can even self-heal from terminal illnesses like cancer, but the condition is that they need to regularly replenish human red blood. As a result, they develop a bloodthirsty craving, just like humans feel hungry. When lacking red blood, blue-blooded humans gradually lose their sanity, revert to their primal instincts, and become bloodthirsty monsters. And when an adequate amount of red blood is replenished, they regain their sanity and become normal people. Applying the biochemical doctor's theory to Tycoon Mark perfectly explains his bizarre behavior. Everything makes sense. The audience suddenly realized, so that's how it is. To be able to live for 450 million years is truly extraordinary. There's actually something like this? Unbelievable. The power of nature is truly miraculous. I've learned something new. At the same time, some audience members suffering from terminal illnesses expressed a longing for the identity of blue-blooded humans. If I could also become a blue-blooded human, then all my terminal illnesses would be cured. The cost is to regularly drink human blood. It doesn't seem too bad, not as serious as I thought. There are many poor people selling blood on the black market, so there's no need to kill anyone. Some elderly audience members also expressed a desire for the identity of blue-blooded humans. Tycoon Mark is 70 years old and can rejuvenate. I want that too. I have so much money that I can't spend it all, even in another 100 years. If I were given the drug that can turn me into a blue-blooded human, then I could enjoy decades of glory and wealth. I need to find a way to get the formula for the alpha anti-cancer injection from this hospital. Or just get the real medicine. At this moment, although the world seems calm on the surface, in secret, there are already undercurrents. Various forces, many people, are having evil thoughts. Blue-blooded humans, although come with a certain cost, are truly a panacea for all diseases. Health and longevity. How many people desire these 4 words? Where there is desire, darkness will breed. But Yuan Chen has hidden one point. A very crucial point. Blue-blooded humans are actually contagious. Although it was not reflected in the live broadcast just now. After all, the wealthy son who was bitten too badly and had long been dead. Even the blue blood of the horseshoe crab does not have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It is not that miraculous. So, most of the global population are kept in the dark, unaware of the impending crisis. But Yuan Chen has read the minds of all humanity. He knows that the event has not ended boringly. Many people are restless. Everything is just beginning. Even though the hospital's related drugs, the laboratory's related research, including the wealthy Mark himself, everything related to blue-blooded humans has been tightly sealed and carefully protected. But there are 2 workers at the blood extraction factory who are in the process of transformation. In a place unknown to others, the prelude to disaster is quietly fermenting. An inevitable blue-blooded biochemical crisis is about to come. After the special trial live broadcast, it still caused a great stir on the internet. The most intense discussion is whether blue blood can continue to be used in medical treatment. According to the professional research of the biochemist, it is now certain that the blue blood of the horseshoe crab contains components that can mutate humans. But whether this blue blood mutation is a good thing or a bad thing, everyone has different opinions. Many elderly people and those suffering from terminal illnesses are eager to use this medicine and become blue-blooded humans as soon as possible. But for most ordinary people, they hold opposing views. If we really use this method to treat patients and extend their lives, there will definitely be many accidental deaths. No one knows what unreasonable things they will do when they lose their minds. Like the wealthy Mark, who even killed his own son. And, the idea of regularly drinking human blood is really absurd. Hospitals all over the world are already short of blood supplies. If another demand is added, and it is a huge demand like food, the world will definitely be in chaos. Killing for blood. Illegal blood collection. Selling blood at high prices. It is even said that, like the plots in those vampire movies, humans become beasts, raised in factories, blood is taken regularly, just like how humans treat many animals. Unimaginable. By then, the top of the food chain may be blue-blooded humans. And ordinary humans will become food, become livestock to be raised. People's imagination is very rich,
although the above situations are all possible.
but the actual probability of them happening is very low, because blue-blooded humans do not possess superhuman physical abilities like vampires in legends.
They are not even as crazy as zombies.
When Yuan Chen was formulating the chemical agents that can alter human genes, he had already considered this.
This mutation will not bring about overly powerful strength, to the point of becoming a superhuman existence.
Compared to ordinary humans, the advantage of blue-blooded humans is only one: health and longevity. And because of health, in terms of physical fitness, blue-blooded humans will be slightly better than ordinary peers. Especially in the middle-aged and elderly population, this difference will be more pronounced.
Take the 70-year-old tycoon Mark, who can still fight barehanded with his 30-something son, eventually biting him beyond recognition. But even so, Tycoon Mark was still helpless when facing several strong security guards. Therefore, if blue-blooded humans want to overthrow the position at the top of the food chain of ordinary humans, it is not an ordinary difficulty.
Unless most of the world's rulers become blue-blooded humans, or blue-blooded humans find ways to become the new rulers.
In this way, they can control the world,
create a world that is favorable to them. But because blue-blooded humans can be easily distinguished, for them, the starting point is extremely difficult. Just test their blood casually, and you can find that their blood is blue. Give them ordinary human food, they can't swallow it at all.
The cost of distinguishing them is even much lower than detecting some infectious diseases.
Therefore, it is destined that blue-blooded humans will not cause much of a stir. Although it will not shake the foundation of human society, it can still leave a colorful stroke in human history. After the incident of Tycoon Mark, on the 10th day,
due to the fact that the hunting of horseshoe crabs has not been explicitly prohibited due to just this one individual case of Tycoon Mark, humans need to experience deeper pain to truly learn their lesson. And in the blood extraction factory that has always been illegal, an emergency situation is unfolding. The two workers who are in the process of transformation have completed their mutation. At this time, during working hours, dozens of workers are working at their respective positions. For the two newly mutated blue-blooded humans, just completing the mutation, they must be extremely thirsty. The two irrational individuals looked around and saw dozens of fresh sources of food in their field of vision. Unlike the time with Tycoon Mark, when there was only one person beside him, he had to dig deep to reach his target in order to drink the blood hidden deep in the body. Just like when eating crabs, it takes a lot of effort to crack the shell. But if a large amount of peeled crab roe was right in front of you, would you still bother to crack the shell? Therefore, for the two individuals, the major arteries on each person's neck are the best source of food. A gentle bite gives a mouthful of satisfaction. When tired of one, they move on to another food source. With so many food sources on the scene, they have nothing to worry about. So, following the wild call in their hearts, they sneak up from behind, pounce and bite the neck. After drinking for a while, the amount of blood loss decreases significantly, and they move on to the next target. And the bitten person, due to having wounds and coming into contact with a large amount of saliva from the blue-blooded humans, also gets infected with this special chemical substance. Yuan Chen gave it a fitting name, blue blood factor. Since the two workers are the first generation of infected individuals, the blue blood factor has matured in their bodies, adapting to the human body environment. Therefore, once in a new host body, it can immediately have a profound impact. The new host falls into a deep sleep, high fever with sweating, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and vomiting a large amount of blood, all happening simultaneously. In just half an hour, he will wake up again, becoming a new blue-blooded human. As a result, 90% of the workers in the factory were bitten and infected, becoming blue-blooded humans. The remaining 10%, only a few managed to escape, hiding in a safe place and calling the police. Hello? Someone here suddenly went crazy and started biting people. The bitten people later joined the biting ranks. I was almost bitten, but I stabbed the other person's belly with a metal rod. The leaked blood turned out to be blue. Could it be related to the blue-blooded humans in the hospital a few days ago? Hearing this, the police dispatcher initially thought it was a prank. After all, there was only one wealthy man, Mark, who had received the alpha anti-cancer injection, and he had already been imprisoned. And the bitten person also joined the ranks of biting people? Isn't that funny? Blue-blooded humans are not contagious. The wealthy man's son who was bitten didn't turn into a blue-blooded human. But the dispatcher still asked with professional patience, "So, where are you located?" When the location was mentioned on the phone, the dispatcher's heart trembled, as if struck by lightning, and his brain buzzed. The location is the blood extraction factory on XXX Street in XXX District, specializing in blood extraction and processing of horseshoe crabs. So I suspect it may be related to the blue-blooded humans in the hospital.
Horseshoe crabs. Blood extraction. The biochemist Anchor said that there is a special component in the blue blood of horseshoe crabs that can affect human genes. Could it be that even just coming into contact with it, without turning it into a drug and injecting it into the body, would still have an impact? After realizing that something was wrong, the police dispatcher quickly notified the superiors and dispatched officers to the scene for investigation. However, when they arrived at the blood extraction factory, they only saw many bloodstains on the ground. There was no sign of anyone. If what the caller said was true, then these bitten people had already turned into blue-blooded humans and gone out to hunt for food. So, the officers decided to spread out, using the blood extraction factory as the center, to conduct a thorough search. During the search, they once again found some bloodstains on the ground. It seemed that more people had been bitten and transformed into blue-blooded humans. Once the blue-blooded humans had enough blood to drink, they would return to their normal human appearance and hide among the vast sea of people. It was impossible to distinguish them just by their appearance. Sensing the danger, the officers requested permission from their superiors to close off the area and conduct a comprehensive search. But the superiors were not willing to impose a large-scale blockade due to uncertain factors. They needed convincing evidence at least. But this moment of hesitation and delay led to the rapid spread of the symptoms of the blue-blooded humans. In the crowded subways and buses, as soon as one person fell ill, the whole car was in chaos. Many of them had only been bitten once, with minor injuries, and as soon as the doors opened, they fled. When they returned home, the real nightmare was just beginning. The blue blood factor slowly took effect, causing them to mutate at home. And there were only 1 or 2 family members at home as a food source. In the absence of a food source, the worst-case scenario would occur. After mutating, the blue-blooded humans would clean their targets inside and out, sucking every drop of blood. As a result, numerous emergency calls flooded the police stations across the city. There were many cases of biting and killing. The whole city was in chaos. It was only then that the police station in the area where the blood extraction factory was located realized that everything was true. But it was too late. The blue-blooded epidemic had already spread throughout the city. At the same time, many people in City A on the beautiful West Coast were spreading related messages on the internet. Oh my God, what's going on? What happened? Zombie crisis outbreak? Many people have gone crazy. It's the blue-blooded humans. Symptoms similar to Wealthy Mark. What are the law enforcement agencies doing? Wasn't the related drugs supposed to be sealed off? I saw with my own eyes that the person who was bitten also mutated after a while. Is it contagious? Meanwhile, many television media outlets were also reporting on the chaos in City A. Car accidents were rampant, roads were blocked. There were numerous homicides, and the injured were everywhere. The more injured, the more mutated blue-blooded humans there will be. With the power of the internet, the situation here was known worldwide within minutes. People anxiously discussed it, calling it the dreadful blue-blooded plague. And the mutated individuals were called blue-blooded vampires. This is even more terrifying than the global epidemic that ravaged the world some time ago. People can't trust each other, let alone help each other get through this crisis together. Without knowing what color blood flows in the other person's body, they dare not approach that person at all. Such a panic situation not only made the beautiful country chaotic but also caused panic all over the world. Leaders of various countries called the leader of the beautiful country, strongly demanding that he control the situation. The beautiful country also realized that the blue-blooded plague must be contained within the city of A and not allowed to spread any further. Otherwise, they would be the first to be destroyed. Following the orders of the leaders, all public transportation out of a city was suspended. Even the roads out of the city were blocked by the military. Since a city is by the sea, more troops had to be dispatched to block the vast sea area. A rapid and urgent deployment. Half an hour later, the city was sealed off, not even a bird could fly out. But before the city was sealed off, whether anyone had already slipped away beforehand was unknown. But that was already an uncontrollable situation. Currently, the military is doing its best. After controlling the blue-blooded plague within a city, the next actions are crucial. First is rescuing survivors. They set up checkpoints and isolation points at various exits of the city. For those who want to leave the city, they take turns entering the isolation points for inspection. They have to remove all their clothes, confirm no wounds on their bodies, and undergo blood tests. If there are no wounds and the blood is red, they are confirmed as normal humans and can be released. If there are wounds but the blood is red, they are isolated for at least an hour, and if no mutation occurs, they are released. Blue blood, on the other hand, is immediately detained. Initially, the military planned to use these blue-blooded vampires for human experiments, which would definitely advance medical progress. But as more and more blue-blooded vampires were detained,
a riot broke out in one of the detention points.
The temporary detention point was not stable at all. With the efforts of many blue-blooded vampires, the fence was forcibly overturned, and everyone rushed out. They knew that if they didn't fight desperately at this moment, then what awaited them in the second half of their lives would be a cruel life in concentration camps, or a life in dark prison cells and laboratories. The sudden riot left the station's soldiers and military personnel at a loss. "Commander, what should we do?" They quickly sought instructions from their superiors. But even the superiors had never dealt with such a situation. They didn't know what to do. Until the rioting blue-blooded vampires launched an attack on the soldiers stationed at the border of a city, trying to break through the blockade and escape outside. At this moment, a frightened soldier fired the first shot. Bang! The piercing sound of the gunshot cut through the sky, frightening all the nearby ordinary people, including these blue-blooded vampires who had come to the border. As they had already consumed blood, they were in a normal human state at this time. Normal people would be afraid of deadly firearms, and they were no exception. Some people immediately retreated, but others were instead stimulated, thinking that since their fate was not in their hands anyway, they might as well take a desperate chance and escape at this unique opportunity. Otherwise, once caught, their fate would be many times worse than being shot. So, some of the blue-blooded vampires unleashed powers beyond ordinary people and launched a full-on charge against the station's soldiers. Seeing the situation turning bad, the soldiers who were afraid of being bitten and turning into monsters all raised their firearms, aiming at the crowd rushing towards them. And at this moment, in the Judgement live broadcast room, an unexpected arrival happened. This time, the Judgement live broadcast room was still in a state of semi-occupation. All electronic devices were forced to play the footage of the Judgement live broadcast room, but at the same time, they could still be used normally. Now, the world's attention is focused on a certain blockade line in City A. Faced with the violent rush of the crowd, will the soldiers pull the trigger? At this moment, the higher-ups of the military suddenly discovered that the footage of the Judgement live broadcast room was actually broadcasting the scene here. He muttered that it was not good, quickly contacted the frontline soldiers through radio, and ordered, "Wait, not allowed to fire." Before the word gun could be said, the sound of gunfire rang out at the scene. Bang 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 bang. The crowd trying to forcefully break through the blockade fell in groups. The dazzling blue blood splattered into the air. Bodies fell one after another, piling up into mountains. Faced with firearms, even humans considered as blue-blooded vampires were completely defenseless. After a while, the blue blood flowed all over the ground. From a distance or from above, it looked like a pool of paint, filled with a horrifying artistic sense. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room all swallowed nervously, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although the people shot had non-human blue blood flowing in their bodies, their appearance was exactly the same as ordinary people. This collective scene of shooting was truly difficult to accept for a moment. Moreover, most of the time, those called blue-blooded vampires maintained a normal human state. If they drank blood regularly, they would never show the side of bloodthirsty monsters. This indiscriminate massacre was no different from a genocide. The actions of the military of the beautiful country were openly tarnishing the two words they always spoke of, human rights. In response, people from all over the world had different opinions. Well done. These blue-blooded freaks are monsters. Keeping them will only harm others. They are a source of infection. It's not necessary to be so ruthless. Put yourself in their shoes. If your family or loved ones became a member of the blue-blooded humans, would you be willing to send them to die? Clearly, as long as they drink blood, they can be no different from normal people. It's so conflicting. I'm afraid of being infected by the blue blood plague, but I don't want to see them being brutally slaughtered like this. Can't we develop artificial blood? Then there would be no ethical or moral issues. The higher-ups of the military, with a grim expression, stared at the barrage in the Judgement live broadcast room, where many insulting words were floating around. Many of the people cursing were actually residents of the beautiful country, especially the residents of City A, and those who had relatives and friends in City A. Soon, the leader of the beautiful country also called in, questioning the military superiors. Why did you open fire? Firing at the people, are you crazy? By doing this, how can I secure votes in the next election? This is a huge handle in the eyes of competitors. The superior could only explain, I did not order the shooting. They acted on their own. The leader scolded again, so what you mean is, you are incapable of managing the military? Letting them act on their own. I think you should give up that black hat of yours. The military superior said again, Sir, you are not at the scene, you do not know how bad the situation is. If these bloodthirsty vampires rush out, the consequences will be unimaginable, the damage will be even greater. So, rather than what? The leader asked. Wipe them out. once and for all," the military superior said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the leader's pupils constricted, angrily shouting, "Are you insane? We cannot do this." The military superior thought to himself that his position was probably already lost, so he sneered and asked, "Then tell me, esteemed leader, if under your weak policy, the blue blood plague truly spreads and affects the entire country, what should we do? Allow humans to coexist with blue blood vampires? Make all ordinary people live in fear, worrying that one day they might become someone else's food? At that time, you will truly become a criminal for the ages, forever shamed in history. If sacrificing City A is the only way, then you can still claim to the outside world, this was a necessary strategy to protect the nation and the world." Hearing this, the leader on the phone fell silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly replied, "In any case, I leave the situation on the ground to your judgment. The basic strategy remains unchanged, but only in special and desperate situations, I allow you to show no mercy, as you just did." "Understood." The military superior hung up the phone, feeling a sudden heaviness in his heart. A huge burden lay on his shoulders, and he knew that since the mistake had been made, no matter what he did from now on, his own fate would not be good. So, he decided to be even more ruthless. He then issued orders to all soldiers through the radio, when necessary, permission is granted to shoot any blue blood vampire. The blue blood plague must be firmly contained within City A. There is no room for error. Although the statement added a restriction when necessary, the definition of when it was necessary was unclear. Basically, in the eyes of the military, the blue blood humans in City A were already seen as monstrous beings with no human rights. After that, the resolute National Army, even with the Judgement broadcast watching, continued their brutal actions. All blue blood vampires held in temporary detention centers were executed. And afterwards, any blue blood vampire daring to approach the border blockade was shot in the head. Since the internet was still accessible, the live broadcast of the Judgement continued to show the situation on the ground. So many blue blood humans knew about the situation beyond the blockade and dared not approach. They could only hide indoors, anxiously awaiting their unknown fate. Many even sought help online and accused the military of their inhumane actions. Gradually, this attracted sympathy from many, but no one could provide assistance. After several days and nights without rest, the crowded conditions at the border blockade finally eased. Those gathered here were classified accordingly. Ordinary people allowed to pass. Those suspected of possible mutation isolated. Blue blood vampires, no mercy. Next, the military advanced towards the city center from all directions, forming an encirclement. Along the way, every building, every hidden door, every compartment was thoroughly inspected inside and out. If someone was found, blood was drawn. If they were human, they were saved. If they were blue blood vampires, they were killed. The shocking blue blood cleansing operation, which shook the world, was proceeding methodically under everyone's watchful eyes. In the blue cleansing operation of the beautiful country, the cameras of the Judgement broadcast room kept focusing on them, exposing their atrocities to the public. But in the eyes of many viewers, this was not considered an atrocity, just the elimination of a menace. Therefore, the barrage of comments in the live chat room was constantly debating and arguing, as if a debate competition was being held every day. The balance between human rights and the survival of the human race is a difficult issue. Without precedent or reference cases, no one can provide a perfect answer. The blue cleanup operation lasted for over a month. During this time, with few ordinary people left in the city, food sources were scarce. Consequently, starving and irrational blue blood vampires emerged, recklessly charging at the soldiers. This self-sacrificing behavior made the military's operation much easier. However, it also resulted in some soldiers being injured or killed. But that was not the biggest threat to the military, it was the rational blue blood humans who posed the greatest danger. They understood the military's attitude towards them and realized they had been abandoned by the world. So, they fought for survival, organized themselves, and formed a resistance army. In the beautiful country, owning firearms was legal. Therefore, this resistance army also had weapons, especially when some of the police officers in City A mutated into blue blood humans. The threat they posed was even greater. Under their leadership, the Blue Blood Human Resistance Army not only looted all the firearms from the police stations but also acquired communication equipment such as radios. In the streets and alleys of City A, they engaged in guerrilla warfare and underground battles with the military. Being familiar with the terrain, they initially had the upper hand. But as time passed, all the blue blood vampires ran out of food sources, gradually going mad, losing their minds, and recklessly offering themselves up. Even the ammunition supply began to dwindle. In this back-and-forth struggle, the ultimate outcome was defeat. Throughout this long month,
audiences from around the world had become accustomed to watching the live trials. Amidst their studies and work, they would steal moments to see how far this shocking event, which had captivated the world, had progressed. It was only when the beautiful country officially announced, "The blue blood plague has been completely eradicated, and the world has once again returned to peace and tranquility," that the live broadcasts finally ceased, and the sense of surveillance abruptly disappeared. After the event ended, media and online discussions reached a peak once again. According to incomplete statistics, this blue blood plague incident directly led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in City A of the beautiful country. Some of the deceased were victims of the blue blood vampires, while others were ordinary people who had mutated into blue blood vampires and were mercilessly killed. The exaggerated death toll was a rare occurrence in all of human history. Many couldn't help but ask, what exactly led to the current dire situation? Was it because the beautiful country failed to manage the relevant drugs and research materials properly? Or failed to properly detain the wealthy mark? None of these. Subsequent investigations traced the root cause back to a blood extraction factory of horseshoe crabs. It was only then that people worldwide learned the truth. Merely coming into contact with the blue blood of horseshoe crabs had a chance of infection, turning individuals into blue blood vampires who were targeted for persecution and killing. From that moment on, the fear of horseshoe crabs escalated among all of humanity. Blood extraction factories worldwide were urgently shut down. All industries related to horseshoe crabs came to a halt. It was as if horseshoe crabs themselves were synonymous with the blue blood plague. Countries swiftly implemented strict policies to prohibit all hunting of horseshoe crabs. After all, the painful case of the beautiful country was a vivid and bloody lesson. Finally, from that moment on, the fate of horseshoe crab's extinction was completely reversed. This resilient creature, which had survived on Earth for 450 million years, would continue to thrive on this beautiful blue planet. Afterwards, many people came to the outskirts of City A to erect simple tombstones for their loved ones and friends, then offered a few bunches of flowers to express their inner thoughts of remembrance. The global atmosphere became heavy for half a month. But even immersed in grief, the mysterious live judgment room still had no intention of letting humanity off the hook. Ding! Host, new mission. Mission content: strike while the iron is hot, punish these criminals who hunt wild animals recklessly. Here is a list of alternative sinners. Many people on the list were not known to Yuan Chen, but through the introductions next to the names, Yuan Chen understood their identities. Some were just greedy hunters and poachers taking risks. Some were traders specializing in illegal trafficking of wild animals. And some were bosses of factories or companies, whose companies or factories operated like blood-sucking factories of horseshoe crabs, completely profiting from various resources on wild animals: shark fins, bear bile, ivory, rhino horns, and so on. From capture, to processing and production, to selling, everyone on the entire industry chain and profit chain had their names on the list of sinners. System: how many people should be punished at once? Looking at the dizzying list in his mind, Yuan Chen couldn't help but ask. After all, stuffing him with a whole list at once, with thousands of names, would confuse anyone. The system replied, it depends on the host's preference. The host can decide freely. After thinking for a while, Yuan Chen decided to be ruthless and go big. Then let's choose 100 people. Punish them all at once. With a basic plan in mind, Yuan Chen began to select specific candidates. Let's be fair. Select around 30 poachers, also around 30 traders, and around 30 big bosses. Since he didn't know any of them, whoever was randomly selected would be the deserved lucky one. Selection completed. After a moment, Yuan Chen had randomly determined the list of sinners to be punished. Please confirm the live broadcast range, host. Worldwide. Please confirm the live broadcast image. Use the previous live broadcast image, or create a new one. Create a new image. Host, imagine a new live broadcast image in your mind. Or let this system provide 4 random images for reference. As usual, Yuan Chen said, provide 4 random images. 4 random live broadcast images have been provided to the host's mind. At this moment, the appearances of the 4 images, as well as their respective descriptions, were presented in Yuan Chen's mind. Image 1, Giant of Cannibals. Inspiration, human manga work Attack on Titan. Several times larger than humans, living by eating people. Just like the food chain in nature, the relationship between natural enemies and prey. Yuan Chen understood the system's meaning. Humans, relying on their ability to use various modern tools, were much stronger than any wild animal and hunted them recklessly. The giants of cannibals were the natural enemies of humans. Giants who saw humans as food were truly the nightmare of humanity. Moreover, the giants of cannibals not only had the advantage of being huge in size, the elites among them also possessed various skills, such as skin hardening, even hard enough to withstand missile impacts, precise throwing, able to throw any object in their hands at the speed and impact force of a bullet, the strength to move mountains, possessing the terrifying power to move mountains, and so on and so forth. Of course, as the king of the giant race, this live broadcast image possessed all the power of the elites. So, it is to use this kind of power gap, let humans also taste the taste of being hunted and killed as prey. The intention is very good, but there is a big drawback. Only in Yuan Chen's mind, the size of the giant is many times higher than the other three images next to it. I don't know if the screen can accommodate him during the live broadcast, but there is a way to solve it. Raise the camera, zoom out, there should be no problem. The huge giant, the tiny humans. In contrast, it is a new visual feast. Image 2, Lizard Man. Legend has it that this race hidden deep underground sometimes comes to the surface, disguised as humans, infiltrates the crowd, even enters positions of power, attempting to subvert the world order. The special ability is shapeshifting, able to take on the appearance of anyone. Shapeshifting, a very functional ability. There are many clever uses, very practical, but always feels inadequate. On the verge of elimination, let's look at other live broadcast images first. Image 3, King of Beasts. Combining the characteristics of powerful animals such as lions, tigers, elephants, etc., is the true king of beasts, possessing great strength, agility, speed, etc. At the same time, can command all animals in nature by roaring. Not bad, but not stunning enough. This is Yuan Chen's evaluation of it. Image 4, Night Stalker. The whole body seems to have no substance, like smoke, could disperse at any time, can turn into a shadow, move swiftly in the shadows. Various weapons can be manifested all over the body, shadow blades, shadow cleavers, shadow chains. Belonging to a supernatural creature, a natural-born assassin. This one is pretty good too, Yuan Chen said excitedly. This cool assassin setting is quite impressive. Used as a live broadcast image, it can also bring a strong sense of mystery and fear. Now, Yuan Chen is completely entangled. The giant king of cannibals, majestic and imposing, gives enemies infinite pressure from the front. The Night Stalker, silent as a shadow, extremely deadly, brings infinite chills to enemies from behind. One positive, one negative, neither can be abandoned. How about? Yuan Chen suddenly had an idea and consulted the system, doing 2 live broadcasts? I want both the image of the giant king and the image of the Night Stalker. After all, there are thousands of sinners on the list of sinners. I have only selected a mere 100 here. I can select another 100, do a second live broadcast with another live image. If both live broadcasts are successful in the end, then Yuan Chen will have both the identity of the giant king and the assassin stalker. And with it, various magical powers and abilities will follow. The system was silent for a moment, then replied, feasible. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Yuan Chen immediately jumped up excitedly and eagerly said, let's start with an assassination show using the Night Stalker image. Then, for the second live broadcast, unleash the giant tribe. Understood. The broadcast range has been determined. The live image has been determined. Currently broadcasting the Judgement live room worldwide, please wait. So, a moment later, the entire human race, who was still immersed in the blue blood plague incident, suddenly found that their electronic devices were malfunctioning again. And this time, it was a complete paralysis. The familiar Judgement live room screen slowly reappeared. Why did it revert to the previous format this time? I thought the one from last time, occupying only half the screen, was quite good. I guess they don't want anyone to be distracted, forcing everyone to focus their attention on the Judgement live room. It's only been a few days. Last time, the blue blood plague killed tens of thousands of people. Many are still immersed in sadness. Can't we have a chance to catch our breath? Alright. It's been boring for half a month, finally waiting for the live trial. What event is it this time? Who is going to be punished? Let's go. Another good show to watch. People held different thoughts. The trial live room, acting independently, is not influenced by humans. So, once it starts, no matter what humans say or do, they cannot change the impending judgment and divine punishment. Hello, suddenly, a gloomy and faint voice entered everyone's ears. A voice I haven't heard before. Could there be a new anchor? Just as people were curious and puzzled, a dark figure slowly appeared on the screen in front of them. At a glance, one could see that it was a strange life form with a human form. The flesh all over its body was composed of ethereal black smoke, even its eyes, mouth, and other facial features seemed to be cut out temporarily. In its hollow eyes, eerie black smoke emanated.
Its mouth opened and closed, changing size continuously, especially when it squeezed out an evil smile facing the camera. Its mouth widened, stretching to the ears. The exaggerated smile looked both eerie and chilling. What is this? Looks so evil. This smile gives me chills. This is definitely not human, you can tell at a glance.
A new face appeared in the trial live room, making all humans observe carefully. At first glance, it was clear that he was not a good person. The new face in the live room lazily spoke. Although it's troublesome, according to the predecessors, I should introduce myself first. Everyone calls me the Night Stalker. My expertise is assassination. Speaking in the most lazy tone, he uttered extremely terrifying words. Expertise in assassination. This is too direct. I have a feeling that this Night Stalker is probably the most evil being in the history of the trial live room. Looks like a demon. Appearance reflects the heart, no wonder. People discussed one after another. The Night Stalker anchor continued, I don't talk much, so. Next, I will get straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in the live room suddenly displayed 100 names. Chinese, English, German, French, Japanese. Representing people from various countries. These people are the subjects to be judged in this live broadcast, the Night Stalker anchor said. Hearing this, viewers from all over the world widened their eyes, anxiously searching for their names on the screen, while also praying in their hearts, please don't let my name be there. Please. After a while, most people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but those 100 people stood there as if facing a great enemy, with fear written all over their faces. How could this be? I haven't harmed anyone. I just smuggled some ivory. They never expected that as mere middlemen, they would one day be targeted by the trial live room. After everyone confirmed the list, the Night Stalker anchor spoke again, the 100 people on the list, please prepare yourselves, I will personally come to arrest you soon. Don't get scared to death before reaching the execution ground. Personally come to arrest them? This statement shocked all humans. Could it be some kind of magical instant teleportation ability again? At the moment when everyone was puzzled, the Dark Knight Hunter anchor in the picture had already started to act. His body seemed to melt and slipped into a shadowy corner of the wall. The next moment, the camera in the live broadcast room suddenly switched and locked onto a certain residence on Earth. Inside the residence, there was a computer turned on, displaying the scene of the Judgement live room on the screen. However, the gaming chair in front of the computer desk was empty, but the chair was slowly rotating, indicating that the owner had just left in a hurry. Following that, the camera of the Judgement live room moved down and gradually reached under the bed. In the dim light under the bed, a middle-aged man shivering with fear was cautiously watching around, afraid of someone approaching. But would this low-end hiding method really work? The answer was no. In the next moment, a figure darker than the dim environment under the bed quietly appeared. In front of the man, a pitch-black skull slowly rose from the dark floor, revealing a sinister demonic smile. It was the face of the Dark Knight Hunter anchor. The terrifying face that suddenly appeared in front of him immediately scared the man out of his wits. He screamed and reflexively tried to escape, but he forgot that he was under the bed, and in his panic, he tried to stand up, hitting the back of his head on the bedboard with a bang. Intense pain struck, making him immediately hold his head and groan. Don't resist in vain, I still have 99 people to catch, so I'll save some time for you, okay? The Dark Knight Hunter anchor said mercilessly. In the next instant, he transformed into a pitch-black curtain and enveloped the man. Visibly, the man wrapped in the curtain was struggling hard, trying to break free from the dark substance covering him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the dark material enveloping him. Then, the pitch-black curtain took him and plunged into the darkness, disappearing completely. What is this? Such a miraculous ability. The audience witnessing this scene felt amazed. At the same time, they also noticed some clues. The Dark Knight Hunter anchor's special ability seems to be related to darkness. From what we can see now, it can be confirmed that he can enter the darkness and reappear from somewhere in the dark, but the distance limit is unknown. In the live broadcast, the Dark Knight Hunter anchor's actions were still ongoing. Next, he suddenly appeared in another residence. Still emerging from the shadows, transforming into a dark curtain, he dragged the target human into the darkness in the same way, making them disappear. The whole process was smooth and swift, leaving no time or chance for the target to react. From his skilled movements and agile actions, everyone believed that he was indeed a professional assassin. Subsequently, several more people were taken away in the same manner, and these people lived scattered around the globe. It seemed that the Dark Knight Hunter anchor's stealth distance was probably unlimited. As long as there were shadows and darkness, he could freely jump between them, unrestricted by distance, at least on Earth. In just a few minutes, about 20 to 30 criminals were captured.
The terrifying efficiency of the Dark Knight Hunter made the remaining 70 to 80 people feel threatened. Compared to those who had been caught earlier, they had more time to react and escape. Moreover, they had observed the Dark Knight Hunter's ability characteristics and devised a method to counter it, avoiding darkness and shadows. Therefore, many criminals immediately fled outdoors, basking in the brilliant sunlight. The dark's natural enemy, the radiant light of the sun. Can they save their lives? The answer is about to be revealed. Even if bathed in sunlight without any dead angles, shadows will still be cast by people. After all, people have substance, and substance will block sunlight, thus creating shadows. And shadows are a form of darkness. In the shadow of the sinner, a dark figure slowly emerges. The next moment, a pair of dark hands grab the sinner's legs and pull them down fiercely. Like falling into an abyss, the sinner and the Night Stalker both disappear. Due to the time difference, some places on Earth are sunny, while others are in darkness. In the darkness, shadows abound. Everywhere can be a hiding place for the Night Stalker, even seemingly omnipresent. But in the dark, there is still light. Electricity. Some sinners head to the brightest spot indoors, hoping to evade pursuit. But as long as there is light, whether natural sunlight or artificial light, when it encounters a solid object, it will create a shadow. So, those sinners hiding in the bright light are still grabbed by dark hands reaching out from the shadows, pulling them into the depths of darkness. The current situation is that hiding in the dark makes it easy for the Night Stalker to capture them, and being exposed in the light will still get them caught. So, there is simply nowhere they can't reach. In the world, there is no safe place, but it's hard for humans to give up the desire to survive. Some sinners think, since there is no safe place, just keep moving. Don't stay in one place waiting to die. So, they drive or sail away at full speed. However, in the car, the Night Stalker can still appear from any shadow. Stretching out dark claws, they grab the driver into the darkness, making them disappear, leaving only the car on the road, crashing into nearby buildings and exploding due to no one driving it. The sinners who escape by boat also receive the same treatment. Light and shadow coexist. Where there is light, there is shadow. And in the absence of light, shadows are everywhere. Therefore, all 100 sinners were easily captured by the Night Stalker. Impressive. Amazing. Such a powerful ability. Feels like it's not much different from teleportation. The audience praised the Night Stalker's abilities one after another. But, where did the people you caught go? You've caught 100 of them, did you eat them all? People only saw the sinners being dragged into the darkness, but didn't know where they were imprisoned. Could it be that there is a space in the darkness where objects or living beings can be stored? The Night Stalker who completed the capture operation went to a new location, the Amazon rainforest. As the world's largest forest, it is home to a wide variety of flora and fauna, known as the Kingdom of Flora and Fauna. At the same time, because of the many poisonous creatures within, it is also known as the Forbidden Zone. The Night Stalker emerged slowly from a tree shade and once again transformed into a large black curtain, spreading on the ground. One after another, figures were spit out by the curtain and fell to the ground. The number was exactly 100, the same sinners who had been captured before. At this moment, the audience's doubts were answered. The sinners were not locked in some storage space in the darkness. Instead, they were swallowed by the Night Stalker and now spit out again. What kind of body structure is this? So peculiar. Just like an electronic hacker broadcaster, a mysterious life form that defies logic. A mysterious existence. The sinners who were spit out gathered together, looking fearfully at the Dark Knight Hunter under the tree shade, not knowing what awaited them next. Similarly, the global audience could not guess either. The Dark Knight Hunter, skilled in assassination, only captured people instead of killing them. What was his intention? Next, the Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster said to the 100 people present, "Some of you are probably not unfamiliar with this place, right?" Hearing this, the crowd looked around, with most only seeing a dense primitive forest. But a few, as poachers, often visited such primitive forests. The Amazon rainforest was one of them. The Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster continued, "This is the Amazon rainforest, and some of you often poach here. Others are responsible for processing and selling the poached animals." In just a few sentences, the reasons why the sinners were there were explained clearly. It turns out they are a group of poachers and related individuals in the industry. People suddenly realized, you deserve to be targeted for judgment in the live broadcast. Look at the fate of the previous poacher. Half the city was destroyed, and tens of thousands died. After the previous blue blood plague incident, people harbored deep hatred towards poachers. Even farmed animals could be infected with diseases like avian flu. Not to mention these wild animals, it's better not to provoke nature carelessly. The Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster continued, "Today's broadcast has no rules. In this Amazon rainforest, you 100 people, each on your own, whoever can survive, will be spared death. As soon as he finished speaking, people exclaimed, "It's a wilderness survival show. Is it a great challenge to survive in the primitive forest? I remember there are many poisonous creatures in the Amazon rainforest. Various poison dart frogs, venomous spiders, snakes, insects. Surviving in the wilderness here is not easy. I estimate at least half will die."
The 100 sinners on the scene also thought it was a wilderness survival challenge and asked, "Br.
Broadcaster, how many days do we have to endure before it ends? How many days?" The Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster frowned and said, "You don't really think you can last for several days, do you? Oh, did I forget to mention?"
He quickly added, "In the Amazon rainforest, the threats you will face are not only from nature.
There is also me."
With that, he moved his finger. Each finger transformed into the shape of a shadow blade, looking particularly sharp. "So, if you can survive half a day, I will personally praise you and let you go free." This statement was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the ears of all the sinners.
"What? You, the broadcaster, are also participating in this?"
It was only then that they suddenly remembered, at the beginning of the live broadcast, the self-introduction of the Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster mentioned.
His area of expertise was assassination.
This was not just a wilderness survival, but also a game of assassination and escape.
According to your human time, it is currently 8 a.m. in the Amazon rainforest. I'll give you 1 hour to hide. After an hour, I will start moving. Until noon at 12 p.m.
Those who are still alive will receive a gold medal of exemption from death.
Start running. Run without looking back," the Dark Knight Hunter broadcaster shouted.
Hearing this, all 100 sinners present scattered and ran without stopping. They only needed to survive for a total of 4 hours to stay alive.
In the lushest forest on this planet, everything is obstructing the view, making it not easy to find someone there. For everyone, this is actually an opportunity. The Night Stalker streamer will only act after an hour.
And during this time, the farther one can escape from him, the greater the chance of survival. After all, according to conventional thinking, hunting prey is definitely done from close to far. Let the first 99 people attract the attention of the Night Stalker streamer. Use the deaths of the 99 people to delay enough time,
so the last 100th person will have a high probability of surviving.
At this moment, all sinners are thinking like this. After all, having witnessed the powerful abilities of the Night Stalker streamer, they do not think that hiding in a concealed place will solve the problem.
No matter where you hide on Earth, no matter where you escape to, he can find you.
So, the only way is to use other people's lives to delay time.
And the viewers in front of the screen, seeing the 100 sinners scattered and fleeing, said with some concern, 100 people, only 3 hours, is the time really enough? It should be. I believe in the Night Stalker streamer.
After all, when he brought 100 sinners to the Amazon rainforest, it only took about 10 minutes.
But before, it was definitely through electronic hackers' network positioning, knowing the locations of the sinners in advance.
But in the primeval forest, this condition does not exist.
Some viewers with strong logical thinking abilities analyzed in detail. However, all people can do is speculate. Can the Night Stalker streamer capture and kill all the sinners scattered in the primeval forest within just 3 hours? Everything is unknown.
But what people can be sure of is that to become the host of the Judgement live room, the Night Stalker must have something special, something powerful.
There must be secret moves that have not been revealed.
Looking forward to the new host's performance. I've opened my potato chips and cola, ready to watch a good show.
In the first hour,
100 sinners are doing their best to run away into the distance. The camera in the Judgement live room also turned into 100 small windows, locking in on each person's situation. And, once something happens somewhere, it will switch to that screen and show it on the big screen. The 100 sinners, who had been fleeing in the Amazon rainforest for less than 10 minutes, encountered frequent problems. One fat man, solely focused on running away, not paying attention to his feet, accidentally stepped into a swamp. As he struggled, he sank deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself.
"Help! Is there anyone nearby? Please help me!" he shouted loudly to the surroundings.
Indeed, if someone was nearby, just throwing a vine or a stick could help him out of the swamp.
But in the remote primeval forest, besides these 100 sinners, who else would be there?
Even if other sinners heard his cry for help, they would definitely not stop to help him.
This is a time to escape for life, every second counts.
In the end, this person could only be swallowed slowly and helplessly by the muddy swamp. The viewers in front of the screen also sighed one after another. "You eat so much, that's why you're so fat.
The oil and water must have been squeezed out of the flesh of wild animals, right?
Serves you right. I feel like he should lose some weight. He should be able to climb out by himself. It's a bit tragic, gradually suffocating in the soil, eventually becoming nutrients for the earth. But the ground is full of green vegetation. If it were me, I wouldn't see that it's a swamp ahead. You sinners, slow down a bit and pay more attention to the road conditions. Otherwise, you'll die on your own without the host's intervention. Please hold on a little longer. We want to see how you are hunted by the anchor. The audience came to watch the joke, all standing and talking without feeling the pain. For the sinners, how dare they slow down? Even in the crisis-ridden Amazon rainforest, they have to run desperately. Otherwise, 2 or 3 hours later, it's still death. What's the difference? Since the anchor of the Dark Knight Hunter announced that he was going to join, most people have ignored that this is not just a game of assassination and escape but also a wilderness survival. Among the 100 sinners, only 1/3 are hunters who have been lurking in the forest for years. For experienced ones, surviving in the Amazon rainforest is not difficult. But for the remaining 2/3, just moving in the Amazon rainforest is already very challenging. After the first fat man died, new casualties followed. Running for more than 10 minutes, for many people, it was already the limit. So, one person leaned against a tree, planning to rest for a while. Unbeknownst to him, a green snake that blended with the color of the leaves was quietly approaching. Ah! Suddenly, the sinner felt a strong stinging sensation on his neck, and he reflexively covered it with his hand. The touch of the skin made him clearly aware that there were 2 small holes on his neck. Bitten by a snake? Or a venomous insect? He panicked immediately, quickly stood up, and left the spot. If it's a venomous insect, due to its small size and low venom dosage, it usually won't be fatal, at most causing pain for a while and swelling for a few days. But if it's a venomous snake, it's a whole different story. His gaze scanned the tree he had just leaned on, and after a few seconds, he finally saw it, a green snake hanging in the dense foliage. Damn! He exclaimed, taking several steps back, quickly moving away from the green snake. He had no idea what species of snake it was or what level of toxicity it had. He could only silently pray not to lose his life because of this. But the subsequent dizziness that hit him made him instantly realize that this was most likely a highly venomous snake. The most lethal neurotoxin. Neurotoxins gradually make the victim lose consciousness, fall into paralysis, and ultimately become an easy meal for the venomous snake. It's over. The man ran away with a look of despair. It was evident that his body, swaying like he was drunk, had already begun to lose control. A few minutes later, he collapsed and could not get up. It seemed that the toxin had spread throughout his body, causing him to pass out completely. Although he had left the territory of the green snake, no matter where he fell in the Amazon rainforest, he would become a meal for other creatures. From carnivorous animals to scavenging insects, he would be devoured completely. Perhaps his final stubbornness was not to leave his flesh to that despicable green snake. Among the 100 windows in the live judgment room, he was not the only one killed by poison. Some accidentally tripped over the dry wood and vines on the ground, their hands and skin forced against the colorful frogs on the ground. Poison dart frogs, one of the most toxic creatures in the world. Their toxins are spread on the skin, and people from primitive tribes would lightly rub their backs with arrows to make them poisonous. Since humans have a skin barrier, mere contact would only cause some rashes, swelling, allergies, and other symptoms, not fatal. But once there is a wound, or being shot by a poison arrow, the toxin of the poison dart frog enters the body, leading to certain death. And when running at full speed in the primitive forest, no matter what, there will be some wounds on the body. And at this moment, coming into contact with the poison dart frog, ding! The death knell has sounded. The festering and swollen skin is just the surface, the turmoil inside the body is even more intense. In the end, this person is also on the run for his life, alas. Seeing a small frog can lead to death, the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying frog!" Indeed, in the natural world, most brightly colored creatures are warning predators, "I am highly poisonous, don't provoke me." But many people do not know that the toxicity of poison dart frogs is not produced by themselves. It comes from the poisonous insects and spiders they eat. This also indirectly indicates that the poisonous insects in the Amazon rainforest are extremely powerful. Out of 100 sinners, someone is bitten by poisonous insects from time to time, emitting painful screams. Although not fatal, the hard-to-ignore pain continues to affect their condition, especially if bitten on the foot. Even walking becomes difficult. In a live broadcast room, a man was bitten by ants on the ground, took a few steps, then fell to the ground, holding his leg and crying in pain. A big man actually sat on the ground crying because of the fall. This scene immediately attracted countless viewers' ridicule. Ha ha, so pathetic. Does it hurt that much from falling? A big man, why cry? Wait, it seems not that simple. Look carefully, there are several large ants on his instep, biting hard. The bullet ant is rated as one of the top 10 most poisonous creatures in the world. It is named for the intense pain caused by its bite, similar to being shot by a bullet. A celebrity who is good at wilderness survival once described it as, "The feeling is like a rusty nail piercing the heel, then walking barefoot on burning charcoal." The sinner bitten by the bullet ant realized that he could not waste any more time. He had to get up quickly and continue to escape. But his right leg, bitten by the ant, was too painful, so painful that it felt numb, completely immobile. "Move! My right leg! Move for me!" Helpless and angry, he slapped his right leg, looking resentful. But unfortunately, even enduring the intense pain, his right leg remained motionless. Being bitten by multiple bullet ants, even if not fatal, this leg would definitely be useless for several hours. Stop struggling in vain. Accept your fate. Seeing him desperately trying to struggle but to no avail, it was both funny and sad. After an hour, various embarrassing scenes of the sinners quietly flowed. Out of 100 people, nearly 70% died, injured, or disabled. The current statistics are as follows: deaths, 10, injured or disabled, 60, unharmed, 30. Among the injured, some dragged their swollen ankles, limping like a cripple, pitiful and tragic. Some were physically exhausted, sweating profusely, feeling too weak to move on. Some fainted from poisoning, not knowing when they would wake up. In just 1 hour of wilderness survival, this group of sinners was almost pushed to the brink. The Amazon rainforest, known as a forbidden zone for humans, truly lives up to its reputation. And at this moment, the real show is just beginning. The time has come. The camera in the live broadcast room suddenly focused on the starting point, the Dark Knight Hunter anchor. His eyes seemed to ignite with evil black flames. His mouth curled into a devilish smile once again. "It's time." As soon as he spoke, he turned into a black shadow and rushed into the dense forest from a certain direction. At the same time, as if sensing the approach of something terrifying, the birds and beasts in the Amazon rainforest collectively flew into the sky, circling anxiously above the forest, with continuous and frantic bird calls. Has an hour passed already? It seems that the Night Stalker streamer has officially started. At this moment, an experienced hunter was standing on a tree branch, looking at the place where the birds were startled in the distance. Since the Night Stalker entered the forest from that position, I will run in the opposite direction to buy myself some time. After observing the movements of the Night Stalker with his own eyes, this person determined the escape route for the next. Other hunters, hearing the commotion of the startled birds from behind, also understood that this was a sign of the Night Stalker streamer's action. They could keenly discern the direction from which the sound came and took similar measures, moving away from the source of the sound. As for the rest of the ordinary people, they were not deaf, of course, they could hear the sudden commotion. But this commotion did not bring them a new escape strategy, instead, it brought endless panic. What sound? Is the Night Stalker streamer on the move? It's over. Has an hour passed so quickly? I feel like I haven't run far at all. I need to speed up. Explode, my cosmos. So, like startled birds, they scrambled even more frantically in an unknown direction. Some even completely lost their way, confused about the direction, and ended up heading in the direction where the Night Stalker was coming. In response, the audience had only one thing to say: a true warrior dares to face deadly danger. In the vast Amazon rainforest, 90 people were running in different directions, exhausted, and a shadowy monster, completely black, was hunting them down. The first encounter between the Night Stalker streamer and the sinner took place in a tree hollow. There lay a man with his right foot swollen like a ball. The audience still had some impression of him. He was the man who had been bitten by bullet ants before. Unexpectedly, he used his hands and his remaining leg to endure the intense pain, crawling all the way and finding a hidden tree hollow. At this moment, sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and kept making a painful hissing sound. Unable to continue fleeing, all he could do was hide. But is it really useful to hide in the dark tree hollow? Suddenly, the shadow above his head seemed to move. In the shadow, there seemed to be some kind of creature wriggling. Completely absorbed by the pain in his feet, he did not notice at all that a black monstrous hand was slowly reaching out above his head. The black hand moved quietly, circled around to the back of the man's head, and then transformed into a sharp spike. In the next moment, the spike suddenly thrust forward. Sizzle! Accompanied by the sound of blood spurting, the other end of the black spike astonishingly extended out from the man's mouth. Brain destroyed, instant death. Then, the deadly black spike, incredibly smooth, was pulled out from the dead man's head, still covered in fresh blood. Until the moment of death arrived, the man never realized that the deadly threat was already close. In a window of the Judgement live broadcast room, a man was walking cautiously in the forest. Because he had stumbled many times, and even almost stepped on a fat python, he was now walking extremely carefully. In the primitive forest, the trees were too lush, so there were shadows everywhere. And suddenly, on the ground he had just walked over, the shadow wriggled, and a dark figure quickly appeared. It was the shadow hunter. The movement of the shadow was silent, so the man walking forward did not notice the abnormality behind him at all. The shadow hunter, like a black cobra, launched a sudden attack on the man's back. His arm turned into a blade, aimed at the man's neck, and swiftly slashed horizontally. In the next moment, the head fell to the ground. At the broken neck, blood gushed up like a spring. Another person died instantly, dying unknowingly. Following the actions of the Dark Night Stalker anchor, the camera turned to another window. A man running wildly, panting, looking around from time to time, looking exceptionally vigilant. Since a few minutes ago, when he heard the commotion of a large group of startled birds, he suddenly panicked. He even ran in the wrong direction in a panic, running towards the direction where the Dark Night Stalker was. For such a target who foolishly walked into his trap, the Dark Night Stalker had an unusually unique assassination method. On the ground in front of this person, shadows gathered. A sharp and extremely thin black blade suddenly rose from the ground, standing at an extremely close distance in front of him. Just as his eyes noticed the black object in front of him, a tragedy occurred in an instant. The impact force of the body running, combined with the sharpness of the thin black blade, the body was immediately cut in half. As blood splattered, the two halves of the body fell to the sides. In just a few minutes, the assassination ability of the Dark Night Stalker anchor was fully demonstrated. Damn! Truly deserving of the top assassin. 3 victims, almost unaware of the imminent danger, suddenly lost their lives. Dying in a sudden accident, without dying in intense fear, can be considered their blessing. The body of the Dark Night Stalker anchor seems to be able to transform into any form of cold weapon. How can there be such a bizarre creature? Afterwards, the assassination actions of the Dark Night Stalker anchor continued incessantly. Beheading, slashing necks, cutting off at the waist, vertically splitting in two, piercing the heart, and so on. Various assassination methods, each move taking a life in an instant. Another hour passed. Current survival status, total number of deaths, 70. New number of deaths, 60. Among them, 3 people died from the power of the Amazon rainforest itself. Currently surviving, 30. In just 1 hour of assassination time, nearly 60 people were eliminated, taking a life on average every minute. Such efficiency is truly astonishing. If it were a human special forces team, even the most elite, it would not necessarily be able to capture 3 people in an hour in the complex conditions of the primitive forest. Wow! Killing 1 person every minute. With 30 sinners left, wouldn't half an hour be enough? No need to wait until noon. However, the remaining 30 people seem to be experienced hunters, who have traveled the farthest in the Amazon rainforest. I wonder how long they can hold out under the clutches of the Dark Night Stalker anchor. The audience is looking forward to the developments. And in the live broadcast, the actions of the Dark Night Stalker have not stopped. By a river. A former hunter is drinking water here. After all, it has been a full 2 hours since the live broadcast started. Coupled with intense exercise, anyone would be extremely thirsty. Finding a relatively clean water source already indicates that this person's wilderness survival skills are relatively strong. But it is also possible that he stumbled upon a river in the direction of his escape. And just as he knelt by the shore, bowing his head to drink water with his hands, a sudden change occurred. In his reflection on the water, an extremely dark shadow suddenly appeared. The hunter immediately sensed the danger, his pupils dilated instantly, and subconsciously tried to pull his body back. Although his eyes saw it, his body's reaction was still a step too slow. From the reflection on the water, a long sharp spike suddenly pierced out, piercing from the forehead, exiting from the back of the head, instantly causing this person's death. Then, his body collapsed weakly, his body lying on the shore, while his pierced head was immersed in the water, dyeing a large area of water red. It seems that even a capable hunter cannot survive a brief encounter. The assassination ability of the Night Stalker is not only unexpected, but simply extraordinary. Next, several experienced hunters also died from assassination. Some were completely unaware. Some only caught a glimpse. From seeing something unusual with the naked eye to reacting physically, even though it only takes a fraction of a second, it is still too late. From the moment you see the shadow with your naked eye, within the next half second, you are undoubtedly doomed. 20 minutes have passed. Current total death toll, 90, number of survivors, 10. The terrifying efficiency of taking a life every minute continues. It seems that even facing experienced hunters, the assassination speed of the Night Stalker broadcaster remains undiminished. No matter how strong the hunter is, they are just a member of the human race. In front of such a peculiar life form as the Night Stalker, the difference in race is enough to scorn everything.
Whether you are an agile hunter or a sluggish ordinary person, everyone is treated the same. So far, the remaining last 10 people should be the strongest group among the 100 sinners. Not only are they physically fit and able to escape far, they are also very familiar with the situation in the Amazon rainforest, being frequent poachers here. Among the 10 people, the most peculiar one is a man rowing a boat. All the audience felt puzzled. A boat? Where did you get the boat from? Found by accident? Or have you been here before and placed this wooden boat yourself? Relying solely on the flow speed of the river itself, his escape progress is much faster than anyone else. The flat water surface has no obstacles at all, and the ferocious creatures underwater like piranhas will not attack the wooden boat on the water surface. After all, they are not deep-sea monsters, and even crocodiles will not attack boats on the water surface without reason. This person rows the boat for a while, then rests for a while, bends down to scoop water and drink when thirsty. It seems he is living quite comfortably. Now, I should be the safest one, right? Ha ha, he exclaimed in self-congratulation, even laughing out loud in the face of adversity. Rocking to Grandma's bridge when he lay on the bed, basking in the sun and resting, he even hummed a tune. It seems that in his mind, he is very confident. If someone survives today, it must be himself. But the audience doesn't buy it, commenting one after another, "Isn't this cheating? Can you play like this? Unfair. Broadcaster, please punish him. Look at his smug look. Can't we wipe that smile off his face?" After hearing the audience's calls, Yuan Chen also discovered the situation of this person. He actually got on a small wooden boat. He. Yuan Chen smirked mischievously, muttering with ill intentions, "I won't let you be too complacent. In that case, just wait, I'll come over first." Indeed, in terms of physical distance, the person on the boat is the farthest from Yuan Chen's current position. But Yuan Chen never said that the assassination was determined by the distance. Why not start with the farthest one first? Then, the Night Stalker disguised by Yuan Chen disappeared into the shadows. When he reappeared, he was behind the small wooden boat, with the part of the boat submerged underwater. Because it was facing away from the sunlight, there was a large shadow here, providing an excellent environment for the Night Stalker to lurk. This person was still lying on the boat, basking in the sun, humming a song contentedly, unaware that danger had already descended beneath him. And through the lens of the trial live broadcast room, the audience also saw the arrival of the Night Stalker anchor. So, cheers erupted. Yeah. Well done. Cheaters like this should be eliminated as soon as possible. Relying on a boat, blending in perfectly in the dangerous Amazon rainforest, his true wilderness survival skills are completely invisible. This kind of person should be eliminated early. The audience was still excitedly typing and sending barrage. Little did they know, the Night Stalker anchor was extremely efficient. The assassination operation was over in the blink of an eye. When the audience finished typing and looked at the live broadcast room again, they saw countless black thorns suddenly emerging from under the boat, piercing through every inch of the person lying on the boat. Perhaps the Night Stalker anchor was under the boat, blocked by the wooden planks, unable to see the situation on the boat. So he used this wide-ranging attack method to ensure a 100% kill of the sinner. The sinner lying on the boat, who was celebrating his cleverness just a moment ago, anticipating being the last one alive, was suddenly engulfed in intense pain the next second. The faint smile on his face abruptly stopped, turning into horror. His facial expression had just reacted when he breathed his last. His entire death scene, including his expression, was extremely terrifying. Covered in blood, with only one eye wide open, the small boat gradually sank in a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, people exclaimed, "My God, such a wide range of destructive power? Not just assassination, it feels like even on the front lines, he could wipe out a large area with one move." This person probably never expected to die so early, doing nothing and expecting to sit back and become the last one alive. Dream on. Next, the Night Stalker anchor even started playing an unknown game. There was a dark shadow behind another sinner, always following closely. Since the ground was covered with tree shadows, there was no way to be on guard. But this hunter still took a few steps and stopped, looking around vigilantly. Even if he couldn't guard against the Night Stalker, he could still defend against surprise attacks from wild animals. The Night Stalker followed him all the way, for a full 3 minutes. The person, oblivious to the shadow following him all the way. But through the lens of the live broadcast room, viewers around the world noticed the anomaly in the tree shadows. It was like a dark shadow snake, silently shuttling inside. Every time the sinner turned around, it remained motionless, showing no signs of abnormality. And this time, the Night Stalker anchor broke his habit of efficiency. If it were before, he would have emerged from the shadows and caught the enemy off guard. What is the Night Stalker anchor planning to do? I really don't understand him. Following this person all the way, what does he want to do? Or in the end, did the anchor find that he had plenty of time and decided to play around? Teasing these sinners? No one could guess what the Night Stalker anchor was thinking. But one thing, everyone was certain of. That is, the person he was following was also close to death. The Night Stalker anchor tracked this person for 3 minutes, and finally there were signs of action. Just as this person was about to turn around to observe the surroundings, the black shadow in the tree suddenly sprinted forward. In the next moment, the shadow transformed into a giant black python, with a gaping mouth big enough to swallow 2 or 3 people. And as the person turned his head, he just saw the giant python's gaping mouth rushing towards him. Ah! The sudden appearance of the python monster scared him half to death, and he screamed on the spot. Moreover, due to the heavy shock, his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly backward, falling heavily on the ground. The next second, he recovered from the shock, kicked desperately, trying to dodge backward. But it was too late. In his terrified eyes, the python bit down, swallowing him whole, then chewed with a creaking sound in its mouth. Even the bones were completely crushed. No remains. At this moment, the audience suddenly realized. It turned out that the Night Stalker streamer had been following him for so long just to scare him when he turned around. Streamer, you're so naughty. Such a twisted sense of humor. So even professional assassins have their moments of teasing their prey. With only the last 10 people left, under the Night Stalker's teasing and hunting, they each died a tragic death. Until the last one. This person found an open space and collected many dry branches. He lit them with the lighter he carried and burned a vigorous ring of fire around himself. The fire could dispel darkness and wild beasts, a useful method for wilderness survival. It seemed that this person wanted to use the flames to block the Night Stalker's attack. Although it was unknown if the flames would be effective, he had to try his best. I hope the flames can drive it away. He held a torch tightly in his hand, vigilantly watching around. At this moment, the audience was also curious whether the flames would harm the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker was of the dark attribute, as well as brutal like a wild beast. In theory, fire should be deterrent to him. But he was the judge of the live stream room. If mere flames could drive him away, humans would not have fallen into the current situation. Under the gaze of the public, the Night Stalker finally approached the last survivor. Yuan Shen, in the dark, looked at the sinner surrounded by the ring of fire, coldly smiled and said, "Overestimating your abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a huge black bat that covered the sky and swooped down. The sinner in the ring of fire was still vigilant in all directions, but suddenly, he found that the place he was standing was shrouded in a sudden shadow. Even the sunlight is blocked. Is it a dark cloud? Why does a dark cloud come at this time? Time waits for no one. He thought to himself, immediately looked up. Instead of a dark cloud, he saw a huge black bat spreading its wings like a giant eagle. Oh no! He immediately wanted to run, but the blazing ring of fire around him became a prison that bound him. Unless he threw himself into the fire and broke through the flames. After hesitating for a moment, he still made up his mind to rush through the fire at the cost of his life. But this moment of hesitation, just 1 or 2 seconds, made it too late for him to escape. Just as he took a step forward, the huge black bat in the sky suddenly plummeted. It engulfed him and the blazing fire completely. The flames were extinguished instantly, and the Night Stalker, in contact with the fire, seemed completely unharmed. It seemed that the flames were not his weakness. They were not even a threat. Then, the huge black bat stood up, releasing the last survivor trapped beneath it, and said to him, "I'll spare your life for now, just to tell you. Surrounding yourself with a ring of fire is very foolish. It's just being clever and binding yourself." Hearing this, the sinner's face was filled with regret. If he hadn't created the ring of fire, he could have run without hesitation. Maybe there would have been a faint glimmer of hope. The Night Stalker streamer did not give him much time to repent. The next second, the giant black bat's huge mouth bit down, bisecting his body. Thus, the last survivor also met his death. The total time spent was nearly 3 hours, and 100 sinners, none survived. Clap, clap, clap. Cheers erupted from all over the world. Many people applauded the excellent performance of the Night Stalker streamer. Decisive, elusive, diverse. It was simply a feast of slaughter. The assassinations by the Night Stalker could even be considered works of art. I love this streamer. He's on par with the Bloody Magician. As someone with a dark taste, I like streamers like the Bloody Magician and the Night Stalker. I hope to see more of them. A visual feast. So cool, streamer. Coming and going without a trace, able to transform, amazing. People spared no praise. With the punishment of 100 sinners completed, the live broadcast was coming to an end. The camera returned to the Night Stalker streamer, waiting for his closing remarks. Goodbye, see you next time.
But facing the camera, he said, "Next, let's welcome the next group of victims."
What? There's more?
People were so surprised that they couldn't react for a moment, and then the barrage of comments filled the screen.
Does this mean there are more sinners waiting to be judged? The next group. If they're categorized, will it be another 100 people? Wow!
What's going on with today's Judgment livestream, punishing so many people? Just when I thought it wasn't enough, continue, increase the firepower.
But the surprises didn't end there.
Next, the Night Stalker streamer added, and a new streamer.
A new streamer?
People never expected that besides the Night Stalker, there would be another new person hosting this Judgment livestream. Oh my, what a day, such good news. 2 new streamers coming out at once, interesting.
What identity will the new streamer have? Punishing a full 100 people at once, what incredible ability will he possess?
Just as everyone was mentally prepared to welcome the appearance of another new streamer, the Night Stalker suddenly said, "Stay calm. I will arrest all the next batch of sinners, and then he will make a grand entrance."
With these words from the Night Stalker, a wave of panic swept through the world once again.
After the list of the previous 100 people was announced, those not on the list breathed a sigh of relief,
thinking they had escaped.
But suddenly it was announced that another 100 people were waiting to be captured.
People became nervous again.
Next, announced the list of the next batch of sinners. With a wave of his hand, the Night Stalker streamer, the screen in the live broadcast room displayed the names of 100 people in different languages once again. As soon as the list was announced, everyone widened their eyes, nervously staring at the screen. While looking at the list, they prayed in their hearts, "Please, don't let my name be on it." And after confirming once again, most people around the world still breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests and saying thankfully, "Thank goodness.
Not me.
I knew it, as a law-abiding citizen like me, I couldn't possibly be targeted by the Judgment livestream." But some people were celebrating too early.
Retribution will come, it's just a matter of time.
The list of sinners related to poaching is not just 200 people,
it's tens of thousands.
They may not have been chosen today, but who knows about the future?
Yuan Chan made some changes to the selection of the 100 people this time. Among the 100 people, 70% are hunters. The remaining 30% are businessmen or factory owners.
The reason for significantly increasing the number of hunters is naturally because the King of Giants who will appear next is even more difficult to deal with than the Night Stalker. Next, the capture of these 100 chosen sinners begins. In the live broadcast room, as the Night Stalker streamer stealthily entered the shadows.
At that moment, everyone knew he was on the move. In the next second, he could appear in any corner of the earth. Elusive, unstoppable.
And the 100 people on the list had seen firsthand the fate of the previous batch of criminals trying to escape.
All easily captured.
There was no way to escape. The only known method of escape at the moment was to hide in a place of light without shadows or darkness.
But that was impossible. Unless you were a ghost, you could have no shadow.
Therefore, most of the people on the list planned to surrender without a fight, not to struggle in vain.
It was better to save energy for the escape later.
But surrendering did not mean they would just sit still in front of the computer or phone screen. Through the previous live broadcasts, they all knew that although electronic devices could not be taken to the scene, small items like lighters could still be carried. As a result, these people rummaged through their homes, trying to bring along any useful items. Folding knives, small pistols, lighters, flashlights, compressed biscuits, and so on. Even when the Night Stalker broadcaster arrived at the scene to capture people, some had already prepared a large box filled with various items that might be useful for wilderness survival. Insect repellent, mineral water, tents, rifles, and more were all there.
It seemed like there was a hunter online.
Since he often had to enter the forest for poaching, he always had a treasure trove ready. And there was not just one of these people.
After all, hunters made up 70%, so it was a normal phenomenon.
Wow, blatant cheating. When the box is opened, there will probably be several rifles.
Maybe even a sniper rifle with a scope. Broadcaster, can he bring these items? Isn't that unfair?
Seeing this, the audience complained indignantly. And when the Night Stalker dragged them into the darkness, some people were so scared that they let go of their hands, and the box could not be taken away smoothly. In the end, all their efforts were in vain.
Ha ha, so stupid. Hilarious, trying to be clever. The audience mocked.
Some people sat in their chairs, eyes closed the whole time, holding onto or hugging their treasure chests tightly, waiting obediently for the arrival of the Night Stalker.
Congratulations! This group of people successfully dragged their boxes into the darkness.
And some others who only carried one or two small items with them, in their pockets or tied to their belts, also managed to leave smoothly. With the example of the previous batch of criminals, these 100 people had naturally learned their lesson. As the criminals were being captured one by one, a sudden change occurred. In the home of a certain criminal, when the Night Stalker broadcaster arrived, what lay before them was a fresh corpse. The criminal had committed suicide out of fear. This was a first in the history of the live Judgment Room. After seeing this, the audience discussed in a flurry of voices, courage to commit suicide, but not the courage to survive in the wilderness? Coward! Heavens! It probably takes even more courage to kill oneself, right? Being assassinated by the broadcaster, most of the time, they don't even realize it, and it's a relatively peaceful way to go. What now? We haven't even started, and we're already one person short. And the solution offered by the Night Stalker broadcaster was, he faced the camera, once again revealing an exaggerated devilish smile, and jokingly said, in that case, we'll just have to catch someone else at the last minute. Let me see, who will be the next lucky one? With that, humanity was once again plunged into extreme tension. Here we go again? Is this the third time today? Can't we stop this? It's too much for the heart. Just one person short. Even if there are 100 fewer, Yuan Chen can still pick another 100 from the list. Then, in the live broadcast room, an English name slowly appears stroke by stroke. Zach. Due to the high rate of homonymy, there are many people called Zach. At this moment, all the Zachs feel their hearts in their throats. It's over. It's over. Please, not me. Then, the surname of the name slowly appears. Smith. The mystery is revealed. The lucky person's name is Zach Smith. In the next second, the shadow of the Night Stalker suddenly disappears from the live broadcast room. When it reappears, it is already behind the lucky Zach Smith. Because it happened suddenly, he didn't have any supplies prepared at all. He was devoured by the Night Stalker, caught off guard and disappeared from home. The number is complete, the scene changes. The camera in the live broadcast room focuses on an abandoned military fortress. This military base seems to have been abandoned for decades. Although most of the facilities are still intact, they are covered in dust and rusted. The military base is backed by a mountain, with towering walls in front and on both sides, and a series of barbed wire fences further away. It can be said to be well protected. On the wall, the figure of the Night Stalker slowly appears, and he spits out 100 captured sinners from his body. Then, without saying a word, he disappears into the darkness again, leaving the sinners in disarray on the towering walls. Hey! The sinners try to call out to the broadcaster. What do you want us to do? Are you leaving us here to die? When is the new broadcaster you mentioned coming? But the Night Stalker has already left completely, without waiting for any response. The audience looks at this fortress-like military base and speculates on what might happen next. It seems like it's not just wilderness survival. Could it be a big escape in this enclosed military base? Hide and seek? Ghost hunting? At this moment, everyone's attention is focused inside the military base. But no one has ever thought that the threat would come from outside the base. Just as everyone was speculating. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise suddenly appears. Then, the ground shakes, as if there is an earthquake of magnitude 8 or higher. But the violent shaking of the earth only lasts for about a second, very brief. What's happening? What's going on? The sound was too loud, and the shaking lasted only for a moment, making people suspect that this was not a natural disaster earthquake. It seems more like an explosion somewhere. This is a military base. Could it be an explosion of bombs inside? This military base, which has been abandoned for decades, still contains explosives inside, and if they can still be detonated, then this place is extremely dangerous. What should we do? Should we escape from this military base? Some suggest escaping from here. Let's escape. It's better than being blown up for no reason. Just as some were planning to find a way out to escape, someone among the sinners questioned aloud, haven't you all realized that the loud noise did not come from the military base behind us, but from the front in the distance? With that, he raised his hand and pointed to the front. Over there was an endless expanse of yellow soil. Immediately, there were echoes of agreement. Yes, I also heard it, the loud noise came from the front, not from behind. Yes, that's how I feel too. Exactly. Hearing this, those who were just about to escape suddenly stopped in their tracks. If the loud noise really didn't come from inside the military base, but from the front, leaving hastily would only put oneself in danger. At least being in this fortress-like military base gives a sense of security. I really don't know where the loud noise came from. Honestly, I was completely scared just now. I couldn't even tell the direction of the sound. Among the group of people blindly fleeing, someone honestly expressed their thoughts. For the audience in the Judgment live broadcast room, the only sound they heard came from one source: electronic devices. So, they couldn't tell the direction of the sound, they could only watch as the criminals split into two groups, hesitating and entangled. So, where did the loud noise come from? Listening to them, it's most likely coming from outside the military base.
This commotion is definitely not simple. It's definitely not an earthquake.
It must be a sign of impending danger from the Judgement live broadcast room.
The audience speculated and discussed. Coincidentally, the criminals were thinking the same.
Those who planned to escape stopped in their tracks, standing nervously on the city wall, looking into the distance ahead. Since the loud noise came from that direction, it means that something is likely to happen over there.
And a moment later, boom! The deafening loud noise resounded through the sky once again. This time, everyone could clearly tell that the source of the sound was right ahead. And this time, not only was there a loud noise, but following closely behind, there was also a tearing of space. In the distance, in the empty half of the sky, it seemed as if a huge mirror had shattered. A huge spatial crack from top to bottom divided that area into two. What is that? Did the air just split open? Could it be the legendary spatial crack? The audience exclaimed loudly at the scene before their eyes. The spatial crack that existed only in fantasies had actually occurred on Earth. It's getting more and more magical. What on earth is happening in this world? The criminals on the scene were even more shocked than the audience in front of the screen. What is that thing? Could it be a spatial crack connecting to another time and space? I feel like something terrifying is about to come out.
Even though separated by tens of thousands of meters, they could still feel the restless wind blowing from the distant front. From that huge spatial crack, it seemed that dangerous turbulence was brewing.
And next, in full view of everyone,
suddenly, from the spatial crack leading to an unknown destination, two rough human hands stretched out. Even though separated by thousands of meters, the appearance of those two hands could still be clearly seen, indicating
the size of those two hands was incredibly huge.
The large hands grabbed the two sides of the spatial crack and pushed forcefully.
Boom!
An even more deafening noise echoed through this vast land. Even the earth trembled violently in response.
Ah, my ears! Many of the criminals present reflexively covered their ears, the huge sound causing pain in their eardrums.
At the same time, the violent shaking of the earth caused the city wall to shake violently as well, and the criminals fell down in droves, creating a large commotion.
Even humans from all over the world seemed to sense a faint tremor.
The barrage of shocking words flooded the screen.
Wait, did you feel that?
I'm in Asia, and I felt a slight tremor.
Oh my god, did you feel it too? I'm in America, and I felt the same.
I'm in Europe, and the tremor is quite noticeable.
Oh my god, it seems that abandoned military bases on the European side. Oh my god,
this is so terrifying, this power, forcibly tearing open space, causing the entire surface of the earth to shake.
Who is on the other side of the spatial crack? At this moment, using human to describe the audience is not entirely wrong.
Because, after the spatial rift was torn open, what was exposed to everyone's eyes was a humanoid creature. It looked almost identical to humans, but dressed like a primitive man, wearing only the necessary clothing to cover private parts. The rest of the body exuded a strong sense of wildness. As the sinners on the scene recovered from the intense earthquake, they were astonished to find a huge humanoid creature in the distance. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel the terrifying aura of that colossal being, like a majestic mountain towering into the clouds, standing there straight and motionless, overlooking everything.
Its dominating and tyrannical aura made some sinners weak in the legs and even wet their pants. The oppressive feeling was too strong.
Even though separated by thousands of meters, they still felt like the creature was right there, ready to crush them underfoot. Just one glance, and the sinners realized the huge gap between them, like a huge barrier. And the audience in the live broadcast room still had no idea how terrifying the primitive man exposed from the spatial rift was. They were still mocking the sinners, saying, they were scared to wet their pants, so pathetic.
Until
the camera in the live broadcast room suddenly rose. It kept rising and rising, when it reached a height of thousands of meters.
Looking down from a bird's eye view, people were astonished to see.
The military base looked tiny like a mound.
The sinners on the walls seemed even smaller than ants. Without careful observation, their presence couldn't even be noticed. But even so,
in the distance, the primitive man who slowly emerged from the spatial rift, his figure was still clearly visible. Compared to the massive military base, his body size was even larger, taller. With a reference for comparison, people finally realized the terrifying aspect of the primitive man. Suddenly, cries of astonishment spread throughout the world.
Heavens! What on earth is that? How can it be so huge? So it's a giant. No wonder the sinners were scared to wet themselves. I estimate it's over 100 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Is there really such a colossal giant creature coming out from the spatial rift in the other end? What kind of world is it in the other space? And how did the spatial rift open? Could it have been smashed open by him with a punch?
That loud noise before, now that I think about it, sounded like a fist hitting something. I think, since he had the strength to tear open the spatial rift, he should have the power to break free from the constraints of space. The appearance of the supergiant giant sparked endless speculation and wild guesses among people. Next, the camera in the Judgement live broadcast quickly moved back down to a position close to the ground, to better show the situation on the scene. The camera first gave a close-up of the giant. It could be seen that there were several wild scars on his face, and some large and small wounds on his body, which seemed very old. People couldn't help but wonder, heavens, even with your size and strength, you still get injured? Who hurt you? Isn't the other party equally terrifying? At this moment, the giant suddenly stared at the camera, his kingly and domineering eyes instantly silencing the whole world. Under the gaze of those terrifying eyes, everyone in front of the screen had an illusion, as if they were facing a fierce king, trembling and kneeling before him, fearful and waiting for his judgment. As long as he was unhappy, their lives were at stake. Everyone tensed their bodies, not daring to move at all. In this extremely tense atmosphere, the giant finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Oof." A hint of disdain was first snorted from his nostrils. Then he said in a deep voice, "I am the new anchor of the Judgement live room, king of the giants." Truly deserving of the king's demeanor. He is unwilling to even say hello to people, his tone filled with extreme disdain. The initial impression he gives, the king of the giants, definitely not a kind monarch. Normally, when a new anchor appears and reveals their identity, there would be a lot of discussions and barrage in the live room. But at this moment, the whole world fell silent, afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting the king of the giants, who might just smash the earth with a punch, although no one knows if he really has the power to destroy a planet. Anyway, he is definitely a being that humans cannot afford to provoke. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, human fear is rising sharply. However, although many people remained silent on the surface, their hearts were in turmoil. Constant psychological activities, oh my god, scared me. I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. Can I leave for a while? Is this the first anchor in the Judgement live room who didn't greet the audience? Acting all high and mighty. Everyone, don't act recklessly, don't say anything you shouldn't. Silence is golden. If the earth is destroyed later, it will be on you. Yuan Chen could eavesdrop on people's thoughts through the Judgement live room. So, in the current situation, Yuan Chen was secretly laughing in his heart. He almost couldn't hold back and reveal himself. After all, he is now the dignified king of the giants. He must hold back his laughter in front of the camera. When he felt it was almost enough, Yuan Chen decided to break the silence and make people relax. In front of the camera, the king of the giants slowly said, "Humans, no need to be restrained. Although I may look fierce, I am not a tyrant. Rest assured, you can speak freely in front of me." With these words, a few scattered people finally started talking and sending barrage. After some bold individuals tested the waters and found no issues, more and more people joined in and started chatting. Inside the Judgement live room, the lively atmosphere was gradually returning. I almost suffocated. I need to go pee first. Those few minutes just now were so quiet, it was a bit scary. It felt like the whole world lost its internet connection. It's good that we can speak freely. I have so many questions to ask. As people chatted, they became bolder and bolder. Some even started checking their household registers. Anchor king of the giants, since you claim to be a king, how many supersized giants like you are there in your kingdom? How tall are you? How much do you weigh? How old are you? How long are you? Where are you from? Is the other end of the spatial crack the world you live in? What kind of world is that? Can you take us to see it? The spatial crack is still open. Why not take a look? Hee. Yes. I also want to see the world where the giants live. Me too. As the calls grew louder, the king of the giants also gradually took notice. He revealed a meaningful smile, with a hint of playfulness and a touch of eeriness in it. Then, breaking all precedents, he agreed, "Sure. Shall we go now? Really?" Upon hearing the king of the giants' invitation, all of humanity instantly became excited. "Are you really willing to take us to see your world? That's amazing. Can't wait." The king of the giants nodded, "Follow the camera in the live room." With that, he turned and stepped back into the spatial crack, with the camera in the live room following him in. In the next second, the scene suddenly changed. A brand new world appeared before everyone's eyes. On the vast plain, many wild giants were energetically moving around. Although their sizes were not as big as the king of the giants, not even one-third of the king of the giants, but their every move still creates a huge commotion on the ground. Dust flying, noise constantly. Just see every giant, from time to time, bend down and use their huge palms to scrape something on the ground, then put it into their mouths. Some chew a few times, some swallow directly. It's like picking wild berries. So primitive, so natural, such a healthy way of life. Although primitive, maybe they don't need technology. With such powerful self-strength, they don't need to rely on external forces. At this time, the audience was still talking and laughing, carefully observing and analyzing the situation of the giant's alien world. In terms of natural environment, it looks very similar to Earth. Could it be that the humans in this alien world are all giants? Wow! The world is vast and full of wonders. How big are the beasts in this alien world? Are they also as big as the giants? Monsters! At least it can be seen that the flowers, grass, and trees on the plains are very small compared to the giants, indicating that plants have not been enlarged. But so far, no other animals besides giants have been found. Can you take us to see other species? Hearing this, the king of the giants faced the camera, smiled slightly, and said, "You want to see other species?" The audience nodded one after another. In fact, there are many on this plain. The audience looked puzzled again. Where are they? I didn't see it. In order to fully present the life of the giants, the camera in the live broadcast room was raised very high. This resulted in the fact that normal-sized animals could not be seen at all. But then, the camera in the live broadcast room began to lower, gradually descending to the height of the giants' heads. Now, the field of vision finally became clear. People gradually saw other animals running on the ground. Humans! Wait, are those two-legged running animals ordinary humans? 2 legs, 2 hands, 1 head, walking and running upright, no extra hair on the body, indicating that they are not apes, they are humans. After confirming repeatedly, all the audience around the world came to the same conclusion: those seemingly small animals on the ground are all normal-sized humans. And they are being chased by the giants, all running frantically for their lives. But how can they outrun the giants? After all, the distance of 1 step for the giants is hundreds or thousands of steps for them. It can be said that it is very easy for the giants to catch the humans, and then hold them in the palm of their hands, and swallow them in one breath like eating peas. Crunch, crunch, gulp, gulp, chewing, or swallowing whole. However, this is still considered good. The more terrifying scenes of cannibalism are yet to come. Some small-sized giants, less than 10 meters tall, about the height of 2 or 3 floors. For them, an adult is enough to fill their entire mouth. Can't swallow directly. Can't put multiple pieces in their mouths and chew them all at once. The way they eat is like gnawing on a chicken leg, biting with their teeth on one end, tearing with their hands on the other end. In this way, a living person is bitten off piece by piece, and gnawed on forcibly. Even during this process, there are continuous heart-wrenching screams, making all the audience in front of the screen scalp tingling. Those with a bit of luck have their heads bitten off first, and they die directly, losing consciousness, and won't feel any pain afterwards. Those with a bit less luck have their legs sent into the mouth first, slowly nibbled, with screams one after another. It's simply unbearable to watch. At this moment, all of humanity is stunned. The truth of the alien world where the giant race lives turns out to be this terrifying appearance. Oh my god, it's so terrifying. Please, move the camera away quickly. The sound of chewing makes me want to vomit. What's going on? Why in this world do the giants hunt humans and eat them? Everything is in chaos. For the people on Earth, what they see and feel in front of them is completely against common sense, completely contrary to their basic understanding. Oof. At this moment, the giant king suddenly snorted coldly. What's so surprising? It's just the law of nature. Each world has its own different food chain rules. Just like you humans, raising other animals, hunting other animals for food, have you ever been soft-hearted? In the world of giants, we also raise humans, and occasionally release them into the wild, let them escape, let the giant brethren chase them, to add fun and exercise the physical fitness of the giant brethren. You humans also have special hunting grounds, pay money, and you can go hunting at will. It's just that you are so weak that you need guns, while we only rely on our own bodies. What's wrong with that? The phrase "what's wrong with that" left all of humanity dumbfounded. Indeed, what the giant king said is not wrong. It's just the food chain of nature. When the pangolin sticks its tongue into the ant nest and besieges the ant colony, does it consider the feelings of the ants? When humans slaughter pigs and hear them squeal, do they consider the feelings of the pigs? As long as it's a living being on Earth, even the highly poisonous pufferfish, humans will catch and eat them. In comparison, the giants and humans, who are at the top of the food chain in their respective worlds, seem not so different. If you are cruel to other beings, don't blame them for being cruel to you. At this moment, all of humanity deeply understands this truth. But will humans change? Not necessarily.
Because in any case, humans are still the masters of this world. Unless your giant race migrates to Earth and takes over the position of human dominance. To prevent this possibility from happening. From this moment on, the military forces of various countries are mentally prepared for battle. Just a slightly larger humanoid creature? I'll nuke the hell out of you. If you dare, come and try it. Currently, humans have only witnessed the strength of the Giant King, the terrifying power that can tear through space. But they have not yet witnessed the other abilities of the Giant King, as well as the strength of the entire giant race. Plus, the fact that the Giant King has many scars indicates that he can be harmed. So, it was only then that the military had the courage to say, if you dare, come and try it. And the upcoming live broadcast will make people realize that even the nuclear weapons that humans are most proud of are useless. The Giant King spoke again, still watching? Over there are breeding grounds for humans. There are corresponding barbecue stalls, skewer stalls, etc. Upon hearing this, people quickly waved their hands and said, I'm not watching anymore. I'm out of here. Let's go, I dare not watch anymore. So, the Giant King disdainfully snorted and, with the camera from the live broadcast, passed through the crack in space and returned to Earth. Meanwhile, in the distant military base, 100 criminals were still in a very confused state. Since they had no electronic devices around them, they could not see the live broadcast of the trial, and naturally did not know what had just happened. Why did the supergiant suddenly go back? And now suddenly come back? What does it mean? And the game that belongs to them is now officially beginning. The Giant King said, as the host of the trial live broadcast, my assigned task is to capture the distant military base and execute all 100 criminals inside without exception. He looked ahead and assessed the scale of the military base. After pondering for a moment, an extremely arrogant and self-important statement came out of his mouth. I estimate it will be done in less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes? It's really outrageous. But at this moment, no one thinks he's joking. Because that seemingly impregnable military base, in front of the Giant King, is like a small sand dune. Just a kick, it can be kicked apart. In an instant, it can be breached. There is absolutely no exaggeration. The 3 minutes are mainly spent running from here, and stepping on 100 ants without missing one, which takes a little time. The audience has no objections to the confidence of the Giant King, just can't help but sigh, too unfair. The gap is too big. I'm afraid the Giant King can throw a giant rock from here and kill a lot of people, right? Of course, Yuan Chan also knows that if the Giant King personally takes action, breaking the military base is just a thought away. In this way, there is no suspense or fun. At least you have to see the sinners desperately resist and then fall into despair. Fortunately, the Giant Clan is not just the Giant King. From weak to strong, there are many people at each stage. The Giant King said to the camera, if I personally take action, it will end this live broadcast in just 3 minutes, which would be no fun. So, today's live broadcast will be done by the people of my Giant Clan. Let's see what kind of good show the two sides can put on together. With that, he reached into the space crack with his huge hands, and then clapped 3 times. Each clap produced a deafening volume, and even sound waves and winds spread out, blowing the vegetation on the plane swaying. The 3 claps should be some kind of signal to the people of the Giant Clan. Then, the Giant King withdrew his hand from the space crack and stood aside, waiting quietly. Global audiences, as well as the 100 sinners on the scene, all stared breathlessly, their eyes fixed on the space crack, not knowing what kind of giant would come out next. Soon, the first figure appeared. A silly-looking giant, with a bit of stupidity. With a long line of drool at the corner of his mouth, not even bothering to wipe it off, paying attention to his appearance. His size is only about 1/10 of the Giant King's, about 8 or 9 meters. Compared to the Giant King standing next to him, he looks as thin as a baby. But compared to the military base in the distance, his momentum is not much weaker. At least he is about the same height as the walls of the military base. Following him, the second giant appeared. Tall and thin, like a bamboo pole. Looking a bit fragile, as if a push would break his bones. Next, the third giant. A fat one lying down. Walking with a sway to the left and a sway to the right, who knows how much meat he ate to grow like this. And then, the fourth, the fifth, the 10th giant. The first 10 giants are all like this crooked melon and split date, either with intelligence problems or abnormal body shapes. Too fat, too thin, macrocephaly, long legs, long arms. Not one looks normal. The audience in front of the screen shook their heads repeatedly, with black lines on their faces, saying, "Huh? Are you serious? Are you underestimating us humans too much? This group of disabled giants probably can't even break through the walls of the military base, right? They are a bit weak. Bring out some stronger ones. Let us see how powerful you are." Talking big.
If they were on the scene, they wouldn't dare to make such a suicidal request. For the sinners in the military base, when they saw the giants coming out of the space crack in such a disabled state, they suddenly looked happy and hopeful.
Looks like we can handle them. Go inside and find a few cannons, that should take care of them. There is hope.
However, the smiles on the sinners' faces did not last long. As if in response to some viewers' requests, the next giant to emerge from the spatial rift was completely different. He was muscular and looked very strong. And his height was a bit taller than the previous 10 giants. About 15 meters tall. And his eyes were shining, sharp, giving off an elite military vibe. His appearance immediately stirred up cheers from the audience. Woohoo! The strong one is here. Finally, a giant elite. The sinners, on the other hand, all looked uneasy and anxious. What should we do? He looks very difficult to deal with. But that's not all. Immediately after, a new figure appeared from the spatial rift. A giant walking on all fours on the ground. His walking movement was like a lizard. Even the shape of his skull resembled a lizard's flat mouth. Though strange, it exuded a strong beastly threat. So far, 12 giants have appeared. Among them, 10 were odd and mismatched, and 2 were elites. Yuan Chen felt that it should be more than enough to deal with the 100 sinners in the military base. If a few more giants were called in, the sinners would probably be defeated too quickly. That would be no fun. That's about it. The Giant King said in a deep voice. I will send out these troops. Hearing this, the audience nodded thoughtfully, thinking, 12 giants. I wonder how long the military base can hold out. It should be quite a show. Can't wait. Let's get started. On the sinners' side, when they realized that no more giants were coming out of the spatial rift, they understood these 12 giants were their opponents. There was no time to lose. The siege began. Charge! Leave no one behind. The Giant King commanded his 12 subordinates. The next moment, all 12 giants advanced forward together. With a formidable momentum, they trampled the ground with a muffled sound. Steel giant, lizard giant. The Giant King added, you two wait on the periphery. If the other 10 giants can't break through the city walls, then you can make your move. Upon hearing this, the 2 elite giants turned around, saluted the Giant King, and respectfully responded, yes, sir. Watching the approaching giants in the distance, the sinners in the military base were all in a panic. What should we do now? I thought it was another wilderness survival situation, so my backpack is full of mosquito repellent, insecticides. Will they be effective against giants? Do you even need to ask? Of course, they won't be effective. With such a huge size, things that are ineffective against humans, can they be effective against giants? I brought a handgun. I have a shotgun. I have a sniper rifle. I have a katana. I have a fruit knife and a kitchen knife. There were quite a few firearms and knives on the scene. These weapons, for humans, are highly lethal, but how effective they are against giants, no one knows for sure. Only through first-hand experience will they find out. However, judging by the size difference, ordinary firearms and knives are likely not very useful. At this moment, a sinner suddenly suggested, this is a military base, even if it has been abandoned for decades, there may still be some weapons and explosives stored inside. Let's all search together, maybe there are still some usable ones. But someone made a sarcastic remark, abandoned for decades, everything must be damp, where would there be anything useful? In desperate times, a casual remark can extinguish the hopes of many people. We have to try, right? Many people make great strength. At a critical moment, only by uniting can we have a glimmer of hope, the person who proposed earlier said. Indeed, as he said, their only hope at this stage is to search for more powerful weapons and ammunition inside the military base in order to defeat the giants. About 70% of the hunters on the scene almost all agreed with this proposal. As for the other 30% of merchants and big bosses, they may have never touched a gun in their lives, let alone military weapons and explosives. They couldn't even recognize them, so how could they find them? So, the person who had just made a sarcastic remark said again, don't let the giants go undefeated, and accidentally get killed by a long-abandoned bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly there was a gunshot. Everyone present was shocked, thinking who was so careless that the gun went off, what if friendly fire was hit. But the next second, with several screams, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They found that one person had fallen in a pool of blood. It was the person who had just made the sarcastic remark. And the shooter, unexpectedly, took the initiative to step forward, standing in front of everyone's gaze, and said fiercely, anyone else not willing to contribute? Come forward now. If you don't fight, you'll all die. Instead of being killed by the giants later, it's better to let me end your lives now, I happen to be itching for a fight. With these words, the scene fell silent. No one dared to provoke such a ruthless character. The person continued, no one, huh?
It seems everyone is willing to contribute. So why are you still standing there? Go, go, go. Everyone, get moving. With that, he fired a shot into the sky. The bang startled everyone out of their shock. So, under the violence and intimidation, regardless of willingness, everyone participated in the search for weapons and explosives. The audience watching in front of the screen also exclaimed, "Wow, what a ruthless character. That's how humans are, sometimes only fear can drive them to act. I think a team needs such a ruthless person. Otherwise, some despicable things do nothing and just wait to reap the benefits. Disgusting." It seems that most of the audience supported him firing that shot. It will take about 30 minutes for the Giants to reach the military base from tens of thousands of meters away. Fortunately, the Giants walk, not run. Otherwise, this buffer time would probably only be a few minutes. Within half an hour, the remaining 99 sinners gradually found some old weapons and ammunition. Rocket launchers, anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, hand grenades, and so on. But whether they can still be used, no one knows. But there is a way to test it. You, and you, come over here. The ruthless person who shot and killed someone selected 4 well-dressed men and called them over. The anti-aircraft guns and rocket launchers are already loaded. You 4 will be responsible for firing. His meaning was clear, to let these 4 take the risk to confirm if the weapons could still function. Because if they were rusty or damp, explosions could occur, and the person responsible for firing would definitely be severely affected and unable to escape. So, he chose 4 well-dressed men who look like the kind of people who give orders in the office on a regular basis. As a hunter who risks his life on the front lines all year round, he harbored deep hatred for these financial tycoons. Why should they be able to sit comfortably in their offices and enjoy wealth and glory? The extreme sense of unfairness in his heart made him want to take revenge. The 4 named men looked terrified and politely refused. "Please, we don't know how to fire." The ruthless person smiled and said, "It's simple, I'll teach you." Later, he pointed to several buttons and mechanisms on the mortar and rocket launchers, saying, "Just press here, you don't need to aim, just press it." At this point, the 4 men could no longer find any excuses and had to beg for mercy. "Please, I can't do it. Choose someone else. Don't choose me." Seeing the 4 men looking reluctant, with a bang, the sound of a gunshot rang out again. The ruthless man fired another shot into the sky, his tone suddenly becoming fierce, saying, "Fire, or I'll shoot you, choose one." With these words, the 4 men were immediately scared stiff. There was no choice, firing at least had a chance of survival. But being shot by him meant certain death. Fine. We'll do it. So, the 4 men stood beside the 4 mortars and rocket launchers, aimed the barrels forward, and waited for the moment to fire. The rest of the people, including the ruthless man, quickly moved far away, fearing an accident might happen and they would be affected. The ruthless man shouted from afar, "All right, fire." With the command given, the 4 men hesitated to put their fingers on the fire buttons, reluctant to press them. It wasn't until a gunshot was heard in the distance. Bang! This gunshot was a signal to hurry up. If they didn't do as he said, he would definitely shoot. There was no choice, the 4 men had to muster up their courage, close their eyes, and quickly press the fire button. Bang! 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 4 different sounds of explosions rang out. Some were the sound of shells being successfully fired, while others were caused by ammunition blockages, exploding inside the weapons. One of the rocket launchers exploded on the spot, tearing the nearby man in a suit to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Good. It seems 3 cannons can still be used. The ruthless man walked up again and said to everyone, "Get 3 strong men to operate the cannons. The rest of you, use firearms and grenades to attack." In a very short time, the criminals had almost made the best arrangements possible. And this was all thanks to the decisive and ruthless man. Although I don't like his way of bullying the weak, in such extreme moments, he did make a contribution. Although I hate to admit it, he must have performed the best in this situation. The audience also praised him greatly. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the deafening sound of footsteps rang out. 12 giants were approaching. They had flattened the outermost electric fence and were only a few hundred meters away from the city walls. The 2 sides were about to make contact in a matter of minutes. The ruthless man quickly commanded, "Mortars, rocket launchers, load the ammunition. Ammunition is limited, we have to wait for the giants to get closer before firing. Stay calm, 3, 2, 1, fire." With the command given, the 3 cannons fired simultaneously. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The first battle was a success, all 3 shots hit their targets. However, the giants in the black smoke, although their bodies shook violently, did not fall. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious that the giants hit were injured and bleeding, but their actions seemed unaffected. Even the foolish giant, with blood flowing from his forehead, continued to greedily stare at the humans on the city walls, laughing foolishly. He. Don't panic. Don't be chaotic. Reload, fire again. I don't believe we can't kill them. The ruthless man quickly stabilized the troops and said. And so, the sound of continuous gunfire rang out again. More giants were hit, and 2 giants fell to the ground. This was a huge success for the criminals. Hooray! Suddenly, many criminals seemed to see the hope of victory. Press on and pursue them. So, they hastened their actions, continued to load ammunition, and fired. But suddenly, another mortar unexpectedly exploded. And it killed a gunner. What's going on? The sinners all looked panic-stricken. They thought the tested weapons were fine. But now it seems not. The long-unused weapons, when used frequently, still have the possibility of self-destruction. Immediately, the other 2 gunners also fled in fear, not daring to fire again, afraid of following the footsteps of the former. Bang! The ruthless person still used the method of firing into the sky, trying to intimidate everyone and make the gunners return to their positions. But the strong gunners were not to be trifled with. The 2 of them quickly picked up their shotguns and aimed at the ruthless person, and the atmosphere between the 2 sides became tense, making the situation even more chaotic. If you want to fire, then you go ahead. Anyway, we don't want to be blown up. The ruthless person's threatening moves, which usually work on ordinary people, had little effect on other hunters. Fight! Fight! Internal strife. The show is on. Some audience members who were afraid that the world would not be in chaos excitedly cheered on. The situation remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds, until the others at the scene all joined in and persuaded both sides. Stop arguing, it's already so late, the giants are approaching soon. Some shamelessly requested, can't you 2 sacrifice yourselves? Everyone will thank you. The 2 gunners were almost infuriated by this. They almost pulled the trigger on their shotguns. Get lost. Whoever wants to sacrifice can go. Seeing the giants approaching unhindered, a brave person stood up, came between the 2 sides' guns, and shouted loudly, how about this, since everyone is afraid of death, let's not use rockets and mortars. Let's use firearms and grenades instead. For those who dare, the rockets and mortars are there, just go ahead. What do you say? The 2 gunners nodded, I'm fine with that. Although the ruthless person was reluctant, the situation was already beyond his control. If peace was not restored quickly, everyone would meet their demise in a ridiculous internal conflict. That would be too absurd. Poof! The ruthless person put away his shotgun, snorted coldly, and reluctantly compromised. So, everyone refocused their attention on dealing with the giants. Because everyone was afraid of death, no one dared to touch the 2 cannons placed there. They could only use firearms and grenades with less power to attack. Dad Ada. A series of bullets hit the giants at close range, but only caused some superficial scratches on their skin. The grenades were similar, causing them to bleed, but not inflicting any serious wounds. Unknowingly, 2 giants had already reached the city wall and were constantly using their bodies to hit the wall, trying to break through. With more and more giants arriving, the strength in numbers was evident, and the city wall had begun to visibly shake. There were even giants with long legs and arms planning to climb the wall. The crowd quickly concentrated their firepower on these 2, throwing grenades recklessly. Including the 2 giants who had just been knocked down by the artillery fire, they had already stood up again and were about to reach the edge of the city wall. The situation was on the brink of disaster. Boom boom boom. 10 giants repeatedly struck the city wall, and the humans on the wall were all exerting their full strength to attack the giants. The audience noticed that, unconsciously, there seemed to be fewer humans participating in the battle. Just now, a few people saw that the ammunition was running out, so they volunteered to go to the military base to find more, but they never returned. Yuan Chen was also curious why these people had been gone for so long and hadn't come back, so he had the cameras in the Judgement live broadcast room focus on them. As a result, to their astonishment, they were hiding in a room located in a corner, all silent and motionless, as if they intended to stay hidden like this until the end of the live broadcast. Coward! Coward! Such comments floated across the barrage screen. During their timid hiding period, the humans on the city wall were still fighting hard. The giants gradually cracked the city wall, and if it continued, the city wall would collapse in less than 10 minutes. Seeing the danger, a warrior suddenly rushed out, ran to the location of the mortar, turned the barrel, aimed at the giant close at hand. Ah! The man shouted loudly from his throat, gathered tenfold courage, and suddenly fired. Boom! The cannon hit a giant's eye at close range, causing it to retreat in pain, covering its eyes and screaming loudly. Woo woo woo!
A large amount of blood was visible flowing from between his fingers. Such an injury would probably cause blindness. Seeing this, the man pursued his advantage and aimed the cannon at another giant, firing suddenly. Boom! The giant's head was hit, its hair fell to the ground, and blood followed. Come on! I'll fight you! The man fought more bravely, roaring in anger. This greatly boosted the morale of the sinners, and everyone seemed to be more motivated to engage in attacking the giants. At one point, there were signs that nearly 10 giants near the city wall were being forced to retreat. The sinners showed a long-lost smile, as if victory was within reach. What about those who went to get ammunition? Why haven't they come back yet? The ammunition was running out, and someone asked loudly. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't find it? Someone speculated. They never imagined that those few people had already hidden and had no intention of going out again. Without ammunition supply, the only remaining advantage would be lost. However, all the above situation predictions were based on the presence of only 10 giants. The sinners were fully engaged in the battle, completely ignoring the fact that there were 2 elite giants further away who had not yet taken action. And then, suddenly, the 2 elite giants, the lizard giant and the steel giant, suddenly made a move. Seeing that the 10 disabled giants were not attacking the city smoothly and one of them even got blinded, they were somewhat displeased. The robust steel giant said in a deep voice, I didn't expect these insignificant humans to have some strength. The lizard giant licked its lips with its long tongue in a sinister manner and said maliciously, they can only deal with this group of disabled people. I really don't know why the king sent them out to battle, embarrassing the giant race. Shall we take action now? We can't let this group of disabled people be killed by humans. Although they are disabled, they are still giants, and losing face is a big deal. The steel giant agreed with the lizard giant's view and nodded, let's go. I'll charge head-on, and you ambush from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel giant suddenly charged forward. Skin hardening, he grunted, and his originally deep brown skin gradually turned into a color of steel layer by layer. Boom boom boom. The sound of the steel giant running was more noticeable than all the other giants' movements. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. The sinners saw a giant like a raging flood beast charging towards them from hundreds of meters away. Everyone, be aware that there is a giant attacking from a distance. It feels unusual, prioritize attacking him. The audience cheered. Finally, we can see the true strength of the giants. Go! Charge! The sinners' bullets and artillery fell on the steel giant, only producing a series of crisp ding-ding sounds, without causing any damage at all. Not even a scratch was left. Wait until he gets closer, then attack. The sinners thought that the distance was too far, and the power of bullets and artillery had decreased. As the giant made of steel approached, the result was still the same. None of the attacks were effective, it was like an impenetrable defense. Seeing the steel giant about to crash into the city wall, the sinners quickly scattered to the sides, afraid of being hit directly and killed on the spot. Spread out! Spread out! And a few seconds later, boom! A deafening sound echoed through the area. The sturdy city wall that had previously blocked 10 giants was now smashed into a huge gap. Oh my god! What terrifying destructive power is this? The sinners and spectators were all shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. And just as people were immersed in shock, suddenly, screams from companions were heard behind them. Ah! The sinners quickly turned around to see a giant clinging to the wall like a gecko, using its tongue to snatch a person, happily chewing on them in its mouth. After chewing a few times, it swallowed. Then it extended its tongue, launching the next round of attacks. Some sinners screamed and ran away, while others fired back. But bullets, which had little effect on disabled giants, were equally ineffective against elite giants. Even though the lizard giant's skin was not as hardened as the steel giant's, ordinary bullets hitting it still had no effect. So, another person was snatched by the tongue and chewed up in the blink of an eye. And when the sinners tried to throw grenades at it, it moved agilely like a lizard, quickly crawling away and launching another attack. Apart from bullets with high speed, slow attacks like throwing grenades had no chance of hitting. The sinners who were ambushed by the lizard giant quickly became chaotic, dispersing and fleeing for their lives. On the other side, the steel giant climbed out of the rubble, shook off the debris, and joined the pursuit of humans. With a swift punch, one person was instantly smashed into a pulp. The remaining 10 disabled giants also crawled through the gap in the city wall and headed inside. With that, the military base was officially breached, and the sinners' situation was dire. Oh my god, is this the power of elite giants? So strong. They broke in with just a simple attack, instantly dispersing the united sinners. It feels like we didn't even need the previous 10 disabled giants. I really don't know what they were there for. Just for laughs. The audience sighed one after another. Although the 10 disabled giants did not contribute much during the siege, they were quite efficient in tracking food. After all, they were giants, with a much greater advantage over puny humans. The sinners ran desperately, but the giants only needed to walk to catch up. Once caught up, they would grab them with their hands, chew them up in their mouths. The scenes witnessed in the giant world were replayed once again. Humans became food, being gnawed on by giants to their heart's content. With the city wall breached, this place had become a hunting ground for the giants. The outcome was already decided. What remained was the one-sided slaughter by the giants. Soon, under the giants' sweep, the number of sinners rapidly decreased. In the end, only a few sinners remained hiding in corner rooms. Those few cowards actually became the individuals who survived until the end. But it was only a matter of living a few more minutes. To ensure no one was left, the giants adopted a carpet-style destruction of the entire military base. Every corner, every room, every crevice was destroyed. In the end, it was forcibly leveled to the ground. It was even more terrifying than a level 10 earthquake. As far as the eye could see, there was only rubble everywhere. With that, 100 sinners all died. The mission was over, and the 12 giants turned back to the side of the Giant King. Long time no see, the spatial rift next to the Giant King had actually healed on its own. Does the world have self-healing capabilities after all? The mystery of space. Humanity still has a long way to go. The audience sighed. How will the giants go back? Someone questioned. Isn't it simple? Just go back the way you came. The Giant King clenched his fist. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he suddenly punched into the void. This punch seemed to contain a terrifying power, not only causing the surrounding air to become unusually chaotic but also creating some spiderweb-like cracks in the air. That is the tearing of space. At this moment, all of humanity could confirm that the Giant King could indeed open up space fissures with his bare hands, connecting one world to another. Such power is truly unbelievable. Then, the Giant King tore open the space fissure with his bare hands, expanding it enough to accommodate his 100-meter-tall figure. After that, he led 12 giants into it and left without looking back. There were no words like goodbye or see you later facing the camera. Still so proud. With the departure of the Giant King, the live broadcast room suddenly closed. And the world did not calm down because of this. Instead, social networks worldwide exploded. Conspiracy theories emerged. The Giant King, as well as the existence of the giant race, is a huge threat to humanity. If they suddenly have the idea, they could turn Earth into another hunting ground for them. There are nearly 10 billion humans here. They are all their food. We must prepare in advance. Parallel world theories emerged. The existence of the giant race in another world indicates the existence of a multi-universe or parallel worlds. We humans on Earth also need to accelerate scientific research, especially in space technology. Otherwise, if a multi-universe war breaks out, we will definitely lose. The attitudes of various countries' military forces, from now on, develop specialized weapons against giants. Establish a new department for giants and train a giant force. For Yuan Chen, a live broadcast with 2 images, judging 200 criminals, was really exhausting. And in the case of the Night Stalker, almost all the criminals were caught by him personally. So when he returned home, he quickly lay down on the bed, motionless like a corpse. It wasn't until the system's prompt sounded in his mind that he suddenly became alert. Congratulations, host. The live broadcast is successfully concluded. Currently evaluating this live broadcast, please wait. Evaluation completed, rated as excellent. Corresponding rewards are being implemented, please wait. Reward 1, all abilities of the Night Stalker. Ability 1, Shadow Stealth. Ability description, the host can blend into the shadows and appear from any known shadow on Earth. Ability 2, Shadow Transformation. Ability description, any part of the host's body can transform and change shape. Ability 3, Shadow Sensing. Ability description, can sense all life forms in the shadows, including those in contact with shadows like shadows. Reward 2, abilities currently displayed by the Giant King. Ability 1, Super Strength. Ability description, pure strength capable of breaking spatial constraints. Ability 2, Giant Size Enhancement. Ability description, can grow to a size comparable to that of the Giant King. Ability 3, Commanding Power. Ability description, absolute dominion over the subjects of the giant race. Ability 4, Giant Otherworld, under construction. Ability description, the host has opened up a separate otherworld, much larger in size than the magical space and biochemical laboratory space. In this otherworld, there are already subjects of the giant race waiting for the host's command. Ability limitation, referring to the people of Atlantis, the giants, the specific number, and their respective abilities are still under construction.
Need further improvement in future live broadcasts. Reward 3, Ability of the Steel Giant. Ability 1, Skin Hardening. Ability description, can transform the skin all over the body into a substance harder than steel. Ability 2, Strong Physique. Ability description, another ability to enhance the host's physical fitness after the strength of the shark people and the whale cavalry. Reward 4, Ability of the Lizard Giant. Ability 1, Wall Crawling. Ability description, can move like a lizard and gecko, climbing walls, agile, etc. Ability 2, Long Tongue Monster. Ability description, can turn the tongue into a weapon and control it freely. All these abilities make Yuan Chen very satisfied. Except the last Long Tongue Monster. Yuan Chen is probably never going to use it in his lifetime. With various abilities added to him, Yuan Chen even feels invincible. But strangely, not only Yuan Chen himself has a high self-esteem. Several days later, the sudden appearance of the term superhuman on the top of the hot search attracted worldwide attention. The general content of the hot searches, a top biotechnology company in beautiful country suddenly announced the birth of a superhuman 5-person team a few days ago. As the name suggests, it is a team of 5 superpowered individuals. Then, as soon as this superhuman team appeared, they cooperated with the military and police of beautiful country. They participated in several operations to combat criminals and international terrorist forces. Each mission was successfully completed, and in an extremely short time. They didn't even need any preparation in advance, nor did they need to set up an ambush. They could go and come back on the same day. At first glance, it's really amazing. Could it be that they are really superhumans? After all, if they are more efficient than well-trained soldiers and police, they are definitely not ordinary humans. Then, with just a simple search, the internet is flooded with videos of the superhuman 5-person team. They are seen in short videos showing off their abilities in front of the camera. The Captain, Powerman. In the short video, he had a bright smile on his face and punched through a steel plate 10 centimeters thick in one punch. Then someone picked up an iron rod and hit him hard, but he remained motionless while the iron rod bent on its own. The other 4 members. 1. Wingman, male. He has a pair of angelic pure white wings on his back that cannot be retracted and are always exposed. However, it looks like he can spread his wings and fly high anytime, anywhere. In the short video, his flying speed is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he flew from the left side of the screen to the right side. Apart from this, there were no other abilities introduced, presumably none. 2. Thorny Lady, female. She has many plant thorns on her skin, including her face, which seems impossible to retract into her body. This makes her look somewhat ugly and scary. However, some people think that this is a kind of alternative beauty of wildness. In the short video, she inserted her hands into the soil and could then manipulate the nearby plants, making them grow wildly and entwine towards the target she locked onto. 3. Clayman, male. He is white and fat, able to soften his body tissues to a certain extent. In the short video, he could catch bullets and blades with this ability, and he could also stick objects he touched, making them unable to break free. 4. Sonic Man, male. His ability is very simple, just one word: fast. In the short video, a normal person might take 5 or 6 minutes to run a kilometer. He only took 10 seconds, equivalent to moving a distance of 100 meters in 1 second. Yuan Chen quickly browsed through these videos. At first glance, he knew that they were official introduction videos, like advertisements. However, if the video is not fake, then the superpowers of these 5 people are real. Humans can actually research this kind of thing. Yuan Chen's tone sounded somewhat incredulous. If using the power of a biochemical doctor, it is not difficult to create superhumans. After all, the previous blue-blooded vampires were easily created. But it is obviously created by humans themselves, without Yuan Chen's help. Did I underestimate the intelligence of humans? Yuan Chen shook his head, unable to understand his random thoughts. However, there is one thing that Yuan Chen is more concerned about. The 5 people in the short video look more like showy actors, showing off their charm in front of the camera. Even if they really have superpowers, Yuan Chen doubts whether they can effectively carry out military tasks. Except for the captain and the clayman, the other 3 feel fragile and would shatter at a touch. In the midst of gunfire, they wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, international terrorist organizations, which even professional personnel find difficult to handle, have more means than just gunfire. Landmines, large-scale explosives, poisonous gas. They use everything to the extreme. Even superhumans cannot easily solve battles and complete missions as the authorities claim. However, all of the above are Yuan Chen's speculations. The truth may only be clear to relevant personnel. Like Yuan Shen, there are also some savvy people online who are skeptical. They think that this group of showy novices cannot possibly go to a real battlefield to fight. They demand that the authorities release the video of their battles. But the authorities turn a blind eye. Instead, they are busy with the fan circle routine. Attending press conferences, holding fan meetings, selling tickets for fan meetings, selling merchandise of the 5 superhumans. Autographed photos, t-shirts, water bottles, backpacks, keychains, and so on. Completely mimicking the actions of celebrities. They even go beyond that. Their popularity spread worldwide in just 2 or 3 days. It is almost safe to say that they are known to everyone. It's almost as popular as the Judgement live room. The company's profits are soaring. Many financial media predict that all shareholders of the company will dominate the global rich list soon. Because the biotechnology company also solemnly declares, more heroes are about to emerge. Just 5 superhumans have brought such huge profits. What if a few more come? From this sentence, Yuan Shen read more intelligence. The company probably knows the secret of creating superhumans. This is why they dare to solemnly promise that more superhumans will be born. The mystery is deep, making Yuan Shen eager to find out the truth. The Judgement live room has always thrown mysteries to all mankind. And this time, there is a company that can bring Yuan Shen this suspenseful feeling. Exciting! Yuan Shen eagerly opened the computer, placed his hands on the keyboard, and instead of typing, he activated the power of electronic hackers. Super hacker. Launch. Through the intricate internet, Yuan Shen tried to invade the biotechnology company to find some information. But their security measures were good, and he could only find some irrelevant information, unable to find the core content. It seems to be stored in the internal server. In that case, the only way to explore the truth is to infiltrate the company. For today's Yuan Shen, covert action is as simple as can be. First, Yuan Shen opened a certain map app, searched for the specific address of the company. Stellar Biotechnology Company. Located in beautiful country, XX State, XX Street. After successfully locating it, Yuan Shen smirked and smiled faintly. The ability of the Night Stalker, Shadow Stealth, activate. The next second, he merged into his own shadow, and suddenly disappeared. Yuan Shen locked onto the shadow area where the Star Biotech Company was located. Moments later, inside the company's janitorial room. In the dim environment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Yuan Shen. It's really convenient, the ability of the Night Stalker. Yuan Shen smiled happily. From now on, he didn't need any means of transportation when traveling. As long as he knew the address, he could appear in the shadow area of the destination. Regardless of the distance, Yuan Shen could arrive in a short time. Ignoring the physical distance. Due to the time difference, it was night where Yuan Shen was in the Dragon Kingdom, while it was still daytime in the beautiful country. So, Yuan Shen could hear occasional footsteps passing by outside the janitorial room. It seemed to be during working hours, and there were probably many people in the company. It was inconvenient to act. Yuan Shen pondered, I need to find a way to get everyone out. Yuan Shen looked up and saw a surveillance camera device in the janitorial room. That made things simple. The surveillance camera was most likely directly connected to the internal network. Yuan Shen didn't need to take any extra action. Through the surveillance camera, he could see inside and outside the company clearly. Activate ability, Shadow Illusion. Yuan Shen's arm turned into a black smoky object and moved towards the surveillance camera on the ceiling. Upon contact, Yuan Shen also activated the ability of Super Hacker. It was the first time Yuan Shen had tried to activate both abilities simultaneously, and he wasn't sure if it would work. But since they were his own abilities, there shouldn't be any reason for it not to work. And the next second, indeed, Yuan Shen could feel that he had invaded the internal network. The electronic information data of the biotech company was particularly abundant, especially many research data, which dominated a large part. It took Yuan Shen a full 10 minutes to go through the entire internal network, but the result was still no information on the Superpower 5. There wasn't even any research data related to them. It was like a blank. It must be stored somewhere else. Or was it destroyed? Unlikely. Or maybe there was another internal server, a hidden laboratory within the intranet. It seems like they have very tight security measures. Yuan Shen encountered a barrier for the first time in his actions. However, this not only didn't discourage him, but instead sparked his interest. That's what makes it interesting. Yuan Shen hadn't experienced such a challenging event in a long time. This trip was worth it. Unexpectedly, a small biotech company brought Yuan Shen an unexpected surprise. Next, Yuan Shen slowly outlined a meticulous plan in his mind. After a while, a full-scale alarm suddenly sounded in the Star Biotech Company. Ding! 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 Red alert! Red alert! Dangerous biochemical substance leakage, everyone please evacuate the building immediately. The terrifying alarm rang in everyone's ears. The red alert, the highest level of alert, meant the most dangerous thing had happened. All employees ran out without stopping. Including the security personnel in the security room, they reflexively stood up and fled. If they had checked the surveillance before fleeing, they would have found that there was no biochemical substance leakage anywhere. Every room, every laboratory, was safe. Except for a very hidden laboratory. Even they didn't have permission to monitor that place. They only knew that on the underground -3rd floor, except for a few people, no one was allowed to go there. So, subconsciously, they knew that even if no problems were found in the monitoring, it was still possible that something went wrong in that hidden laboratory. They couldn't risk their lives. Yuan Shen, who was in the cleaning room, heard a lot of urgent footsteps outside the door, and knew that the first step of the plan was successful. Then, he seized the opportunity, quickly opened the door, and dragged in an unlucky passerby from outside. With his enhanced physique, Yuan Shen could easily control this person with just one hand. Ah! Let me go! As the person screamed and struggled, Yuan Shen's other hand, at some point, was already holding a syringe filled with an unknown drug, and injected it into the person's body in a swift motion. This was the truth serum that Yuan Shen had made in the biochemical laboratory space a few minutes ago. It had a similar effect to intoxication. It could numb the brain nerves of a person, making them blurt out their true feelings without thinking. After injecting the truth serum, it immediately took effect. Yuan Shen asked the person, "Which is the laboratory related to the Superpower 5? The person, in a daze, replied, "At the end of the corridor, there is a VIP elevator that ordinary employees are not allowed to use." Many employees have seen the Superpower 5 often using the VIP elevator. Presumably, this elevator can lead to the related laboratory. After getting the answer, Yuan Shen injected another antidote to neutralize the effect of the truth serum on the brain nerves. He then blurred the person's memory of the past minute and let him go. Afterwards, through the hacked monitoring devices, Yuan Shen confirmed that there was no one in the company building. He swaggered out of the cleaning room and headed towards the VIP elevator at the end of the corridor. Ding! When the elevator opened, Yuan Shen stepped inside. In that moment, numerous miniature infrared devices in the elevator began scanning his entire body. Fortunately, Yuan Shen was quick to place his palm on the elevator button, activating his super hacker ability to control all electronic devices inside the elevator. Otherwise, if he had been a bit slower and the scan results didn't match, an alarm would have been sent to the relevant personnel's phones. Then Yuan Shen's actions would have been exposed. Such advanced technology. Yuan Shen marveled at the devices in the elevator. Isn't this a company that researches biotechnology? Why is their electronic technology so advanced? Yes, not just advanced, but ahead of its time. Yuan Shen was certain that even the heads of various countries wouldn't have such advanced security measures. Yet a biotechnology company that was previously unheard of managed to use such things, and even researched superhumans. Something's fishy. Yuan Shen felt that things were suspicious and wanted to investigate further. Unfortunately, no matter how advanced the technology was, it fell within the scope of electronic hacking abilities. After taking control of the VIP elevator, all the information inside fell into Yuan Shen's hands. The elevator stored detailed physical features of the Superpower 5, several researchers, and a senior company executive. The infrared scanning device could even confirm the internal conditions of the body through the skin, comparable to a hospital's X-ray. Only when there were no abnormalities inside and out could the elevator operate normally. And this elevator had only one destination: the 3rd underground floor. Found you! Yuan Shen smirked devilishly, not needing to press any floor buttons. The elevator descended on its own. StarTech Company, 3rd underground floor. Yuan Shen wasn't sure if the danger alarm that had sounded throughout the company had deterred those located underground. After all, from the current situation, this was almost an isolated secret location. So, before the elevator opened, Yuan Shen once again hid in the shadows, concealing his identity and acting cautiously. It wasn't because he was afraid of anyone, but because he didn't want to casually expose his identity. After all, his superpowers were known to almost everyone in the world. At a glance, it can be seen that this is the superpower of the anchors in the trial live broadcast room. Light and shadow go hand in hand. Where there is light, there is shadow. Yuan Shen freely roamed in the shadows here, exploring the entire secret laboratory. Finally confirmed the situation, there were 4 researchers in white coats, busy at work. Now it can be confirmed that the alarm upstairs cannot be transmitted at all. However, none of the members of the Super 5 are present. They must still be busy making money at the celebrity meet and greet. Enter the space of the biochemical laboratory. Yuan Shen had a thought and teleported to the space of the biochemical laboratory, intending to prepare a colorless and odorless smoke. By stunning the 4 researchers here, Yuan Shen could easily carry out exploration actions. Smoke is a simple chemical substance. In less than 10 seconds, Yuan Shen held a tube of transparent liquid in his hand. Then, he returned to the Earth, the underground 3rd floor of the Star Biotechnology Company, and gently poured the transparent liquid in a corner. The liquid came into contact with a large amount of air, began to evaporate rapidly, entered the air, and flowed throughout the area. In terms of drug effects, those who inhale the smoke will fall into a deep sleep within 30 seconds. Yuan Shen estimated the time, then suddenly appeared from the shadows. Because the smoke was harmful, Yuan Shen's body naturally lit up with a light blue protective rune. The protective magic of Atlantis. The magical power of the protective rune blocked the intrusion of the smoke. Yuan Shen didn't even need to wear a gas mask and walked around the secret laboratory swaggeringly. But when he arrogantly walked halfway, he was astonished to find that the 4 figures at the experimental table had not fallen down at all, and they were all staring at him in amazement. Yuan Shen was shocked, and his first thought was, how is this possible? I am the one who has mastered all the knowledge of the biochemist. It's impossible to make a mistake in preparing the potion. But the fact in front of him constantly reminded Yuan Shen none of the 4 targets had fallen. Could I have made a mistake? Did I slip up when preparing the potion? Yuan Shen didn't think in other directions, only sighed in his heart. Science really doesn't tolerate any carelessness. A slight difference in dosage could make a huge difference in effect. Who are you? The 4 researchers looked at Yuan Shen vigilantly and suspiciously, questioning. At the same time, they put their hands in the pockets of their white coats, as if they were holding something. However, although the current situation was somewhat unexpected, Yuan Shen was not in a panic at all. Now, with all his skills, even if he faced 1,000 troops, he would not be afraid. Not to mention 4 researchers who were powerless? Since the plan to gently stun the opponent had failed, it was time to get tough. Sorry, I can only hurt you a little. The next moment, Yuan Shen rushed forward with great force. With his strengthened physique, he burst out terrifying power with 1 foot, smashing the floor. And with the help of the impact, he reached the side of the 4 researchers in the blink of an eye. Then, he aimed at the nearest person's neck and struck heavily. Pass out. The person fell to the ground. Next, Yuan Shen turned his attention to the other 3, intending to knock them all out. The researchers were not without resistance. They all took out pistols from the pockets of their white coats and fired several shots at Yuan Shen. But all the fierce bullets were blocked by a layer of light blue magical energy on Yuan Shen's body, unable to harm him at all. Don't shoot randomly in the laboratory. It's not good to break any chemical containers. Don't you understand this basic principle? Yuan Shen grabbed one person's pistol, gently exerted force, and crushed it into pieces. Then he struck this person down. Next, Yuan Shen turned his gaze to the next victim. Just as Yuan Shen was about to make a move, there was a sudden sizzle sound behind him, followed by a slight burning sensation on his back. Ha! Yuan Shen was surprised, thinking to himself, something can actually hurt me? I have magical runes protecting me. Yuan Shen reflexively turned around, only to see the research personnel who should have been knocked out first, standing up, holding an unfamiliar gun in both hands, aiming at him. What kind of gun is this? In this secret laboratory, not only are mutant humans and advanced high technology produced, but even military weapons are also involved? Just as Yuan Shen was suspicious, the researcher fired again. Sizzle! The sound of electricity rang out. What was shot out from the gun barrel was a red beam, which almost instantly hit Yuan Shen, without even giving him time to react. Although the red beam passed through the protective runes, most of its power was still eroded by magical energy. When it landed on Yuan Shen's skin, it only left a slight burn and a faint burning sensation. Laser gun? Yuan Shen was shocked. Isn't this a weapon from a sci-fi movie? Similar to a laser gun, the laser beam is also a form of light energy. It is extremely powerful, fast in trajectory, and has strong penetration. But obviously, current humans are still far from this level of technology. Yet the researchers in this secret laboratory have weapons of this caliber? And each person has one. Yes, that's right. After finding that regular handguns were ineffective against the intruder, all 4 researchers switched to laser guns with a sci-fi feel. Yuan Shen couldn't help but wonder, where did they get these from? The next second, all 4 of them decisively fired. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Multiple laser beams hit Yuan Shen, causing multiple minor burns. But due to Yuan Shen's immortality trait, his cells rapidly regenerated, filling in the dead cells. The minor burns healed themselves in an instant. The speed of the 4 attackers was even faster than Yuan Shen's recovery. This situation also shocked the 4 of them. The 4 researchers were all stunned. The intruder in front of them not only had a mysterious energy shield protecting him. Even if the attacks penetrated the shield, causing minor injuries, they quickly healed at a visible speed. What kind of monster is this? Realizing they were no match, the 4 researchers exchanged glances and decided to cover each other's retreat. They fired while retreating towards the elevator. They didn't care about the property in the laboratory at all, and the laser beams left everything in ruins. Hey, that's enough. Seeing a computer explode and catch fire, Yuan Shen, even as the strongest hacker in the world, couldn't retrieve anything from the melted hard drive. Originally, Yuan Shen intended to be gentle with the 4 of them, but now they were asking for it themselves. I advise you to stop all actions and surrender obediently. Otherwise, I may not be able to control my strength. The threatening words slipped out, but were completely ignored by the other party. In that case, the next second, Yuan Shen moved at an astonishing speed towards the direction of the elevator. With a strong gust of wind rising, in the blink of an eye, Yuan Shen sprinted to the 4 people. Yuan Shen wasn't joking with them. The power of the Giant King was a terrifying force that could shatter space. If things got serious, Yuan Shen couldn't guarantee what would happen. In an instant, Yuan Shen threw a punch in the air in front of the 4 people, seemingly hitting nothing, but the subsequent strong gust of wind formed a terrible storm that instantly spread in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. All 4 people were sent flying backwards, then embedded into the wall, sinking in at least a meter. This is still the case when Yuan Shen has tried his best to control the force. Otherwise, there would be spatial cracks on the spot. With the body hitting the wall, a 1-meter deep pit was smashed out hard. Such an impact force is no different from being hit and thrown by a fully loaded truck driving at full speed. For ordinary people, their bones would definitely shatter and die on the spot. I told you not to move. Don't listen to good advice, suffer losses right in front of you. Yuan Shen sarcastically commented without a good temper, then walked forward to observe the situation of the 4 people, only to see the 4 of them half dead embedded in the wall, continuously spitting out green liquid from their mouths. Moreover, they had multiple wounds on their skin. Under the ruptured skin, there was another skin color hidden. Dark green rough skin. Yuan Shen tore open that layer of fake human skin, and the non-human monsters under the disguise were instantly exposed to view. And all 4 of them were exactly the same, belonging to the same race of non-human monsters. However, at this moment, Yuan Shen did not show too much surprise. As expected, he muttered thoughtfully. The various signs before had already made him suspect that these 4 people were not human. Because the biochemical smoke of the biochemist did not work, even the current Yuan Shen had to be cautious of that biochemical smoke. Even if these 4 people were like the superhuman 5 superhumans, it should not be completely ineffective. Moreover, they took out radium guns that were not found on Earth. This made Yuan Shen have to suspect that these 4 people were not from Earth. Perhaps they were aliens or something. It's possible that they came from a parallel universe, or from another dimension of beings. Therefore, Yuan Shen dared to use the power of the Giant King, not afraid of accidentally killing them. Yuan Shen believed in his intuition, and the scene in front of him also confirmed his guess. These 4 green-skinned creatures obviously had much stronger resistance to attacks than humans. They had suffered injuries as if their bones were crushed, but they still had a breath left. However, they had no strength to resist anymore. Yuan Shen searched on them, trying to find some communication devices or something similar, to see if they had any reinforcements. Soon, Yuan Shen found a mechanical round box. Not knowing how to open it, and not intending to act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy, but Yuan Shen had a bolder idea. The power of electronic hacking. Although he didn't know if it would work, but trying it out would tell. Activate. Super Hacker. Yuan Shen's palm touched the mechanical box, and the ability was suddenly activated. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the device, and what appeared in front of him was still a virtual data world. Although it was far different from the human data model, at first glance, it was completely incomprehensible. All were unfamiliar civilization texts. But since Yuan Shen could invade, it meant the power of electronic hacking was effective. System, can you understand these texts? Who are these 4 people? Yuan Shen's last resort, seeking help from the mysterious system. The system said, scanning the 4 bodies, please wait. After a while, the system finally replied, reporting to the host, these are a notorious race in the universe, the Green Demon Star people. They love to conduct biochemical experiments on other creatures, not only various animals, plants, and microorganisms on their own planet,
but also creatures on other planets are within their target range.
Out of hobby? Yuan Shan asked in confusion, so that's why they cultivated 5 superhumans? At first glance, it doesn't seem to pose any threat to humans, right?
Just changing the genes of humans, turning some humans into more powerful individuals. The system replied, the goals of the Green Demon Star people are various. Some are out of interest, some out of curiosity, some want to cultivate the strongest interstellar warriors, some want to research drugs to cure diseases, and some are aiming to develop biochemical weapons.
I'm going. How do I know whether these green demon aliens coming to Earth are friendly or hostile? Yuan Shan did not expect these green demon aliens to be so complex.
If they are friendly, maybe they can communicate friendly, help Earth develop. As a person from the Dragon Kingdom, he has learned history since he was young. He knows the outcome of isolating oneself and not communicating with the outside world.
That is, falling behind and getting beaten. In a dilemma, the system suddenly added, but in the end, the land where the green demon aliens set foot will not end well.
When they conduct experiments, they have no restraint at all, completely disregarding the impact on the local ecology.
Many planets have been completely changed by them. Even some planets that were once full of life have become dead planets completely unsuitable for life. Hearing this, Yuan Shen understood that these green demon aliens must not be allowed to stay. How dare they come to Earth and cause trouble? Who gave them the courage? These 4 green demon aliens, half dead, how should they be dealt with? Yuan Shen thought for a moment and decided to throw them into the magic space for imprisonment.
If they can heal from such serious injuries, then Yuan Shen, as the strongest genius in the field of biochemistry on Earth, can also conduct experiments on them and research even more miraculous potions.
If they die naturally, then let them be. Just put them in a magic box as a specimen. That's it.
Yuan Shen touched each of the 4 green demon aliens with his hand, and activated his ability to transfer them all to the magic space. Then, in this secret underground laboratory, no one would disturb him anymore. Yuan Shen wanted to see if he could find out the true purpose of the green demon aliens turning humans into superhumans from the research data in the laboratory. Activate, Super Hacker. Yuan Shen touched the computer in the laboratory with his hand, and all the data inside appeared in Yuan Shen's mind. With a browsing speed of over 100 million data per second, Yuan Shen quickly checked all the data. The Superpower 5 group, they were trained from infancy. Yuan Shen was amazed. According to the data, the Superpower 5 group were born between 1994 and 1999. In other words, more than 20 years ago, this secret experiment led by the Green Demon aliens had already begun. And they disguised themselves as humans, living in society for so long without ever being exposed. It is enough to prove that the Green Demon aliens are powerful. Currently, only 4 Green Demon aliens have been seen, and it is unknown how strong the complete Green Demon aliens are. Even if Yuan Shen is confident, he does not think he can single-handedly take on the entire planet. Fortunately, I acted quickly to beat these 4 green demon aliens half to death and imprison them. The news should not have leaked. However, Yuan Shen also knew, if these 4 people have no news for too long, the Green Demon Star side will definitely notice. But during this period, it also gave Yuan Shen some time to prepare. The giant tribe's army and the army of Atlantis still need to be perfected. We must quickly find an opportunity to broadcast and strengthen them. Only then can we have the confidence to resist enemies from beyond the stars. During the experiment, Yuan Shen continued to browse the research data. The number of dead infants, 10,000? Yuan Shen was shocked by this astonishing number. So many young lives were killed. The description of the Green Demon aliens by the system was indeed correct. They simply do not consider the feelings of the local people. They only care about their own biochemical experiments. Genetic modification, various radiation to energize the human body. Among tens of thousands of babies, only 5 babies successfully mastered superpowers. Currently, a method has been mastered to mutate specific genes into superpower genes. However, not everyone on Earth carries this special gene, accounting for about 1% of the global population. Yuan Shen also saw some documents proving that this star biotechnology company has been buying abandoned babies from around the world, or sending people to kidnap and replace babies with special gene sequences, similar to the story of the prince and the pauper. If this evidence were made public, the crimes committed by this company would be enough to sentence those involved to life imprisonment. Then, Yuan Shen also found some psychological studies by the Green Demon aliens on the 5 superpower individuals. The appearance of superpower genes will have an impact on human brain hormone levels, etc. The study found that superpower genes not only change the body's own strength but also tamper with some aspects of the brain. All members of the Superpower 5 have dopamine secretion far exceeding that of ordinary people.
This means that they are often in a highly excited state. The green demon aliens concluded that emotions are easily overexcited, often leading to uncontrollable impulsive behavior. And, accompanied by their immense power, this overexcitement will be further amplified. The reason the green demon aliens reached these conclusions was not only through studies of hormone levels, but also through real-life examples. Several confidential documents recorded the Superpower 5 in action. Missions in collaboration with the military and police. The files contain multiple videos, filmed from the perspective of law enforcement officers or soldiers wearing body cameras. Although not very high definition, the basic situation can be discerned. The scenes in the videos left Yuan Chen astonished. In a remote village in Africa, terrorists were hiding. Subsequently, the military, informed of the situation, arrived with the Superpower 5 for a capture operation. However, the terrorists were hiding among the villagers and could not be distinguished. So, they first surrounded the village, not allowing anyone in or out. Next, they could search house by house. Due to the language barrier between the two sides, communication was difficult, so a translator from the team stepped in to facilitate communication. However, the military's encirclement and heavily armed appearance frightened all the villagers. Many villagers gathered around the translator, chattering and making it difficult to convince them. The villagers just wanted these soldiers armed with deadly weapons to leave their homes quickly. But the military would not leave without capturing the terrorists. The process of communication and negotiation took a lot of time. By this time, the impatience of the Superpower 5 was becoming evident. Finally, the village chief reluctantly called all the villagers together for inspection. The soldiers had already searched all the rooms and hidden doors, and no one was left inside the houses. Therefore, a conclusion could be drawn: the terrorists were among the crowd. The subsequent screening became even more difficult. Nearly 100 people were panicking, saying, "I'm not a terrorist, don't arrest me." And the real terrorists would not admit it voluntarily. Moreover, it seemed that someone among the villagers was sheltering the terrorists. Could it be a relative of a certain household? Or perhaps they received some benefits? Anyway, for a while, there was no progress at all. The noise of the villagers arguing, defending themselves, chattering, created chaos and continuous noise on the scene. And at that moment, the leader of the Superpower 5, Powerman, suddenly walked into the crowd of villagers, picked up a strong male villager. "I've been observing for a long time, I think it's him," Powerman impatiently said. Then, without a word, he turned the man's head down and slammed it hard on the ground. Thud! After a muffled sound, it was the death of the unfortunate villager and the complete eruption of the crowd. Ah ah ah! The villagers panicked and shouted as they ran away. The soldiers couldn't stop them at all. Unless they shoot. But even the decisive soldiers understood that most of these villagers were innocent people. There was no need to kill them indiscriminately. So they wouldn't shoot. But the Superpower 5-man team was different. As the crowd scattered and fled, as if they were walking into a trap, it activated a bloodthirsty switch in their hearts. The strongman exclaimed excitedly, "They are fleeing in fear of guilt, don't let any of them escape." So, the Superpower 5-man team actively mobilized, using their respective abilities to launch deadly attacks on all the fleeing villagers within sight. Thorny Woman inserted her hands into the soil, and the tree roots around her swelled into thick vines, rushing out of the soil to grab the fleeing villagers. But whether it was due to lack of control or intentional, the vines were not meant to bind the villagers, but to pierce through their chests, brutally killing them. The strongman leaped fiercely in place, rushing in a certain direction like a cannonball. The next second, he knocked a villager flying, sending them rolling on the ground for tens of meters, blood and flesh blurred. The internal injuries were probably much more severe than the surface wounds. The impact was no different from a car accident. Clayman used his massive body to firmly press down on the villagers. When there was no movement below, he got up. However, the pressed villager had already suffocated to death. Winged Avenger descended from the sky like an eagle catching prey, grabbed a villager, and then soared into the air. When the altitude was sufficient, he dropped the villager. Thud! Falling to their death. If Speedster wanted to harm someone, it was even simpler. As is well known, from a physics perspective, the faster an object moves, the stronger its kinetic energy, and the more powerful the impact. He just needed to aim firmly, charge straight at the villager's body. And then, the target was pierced through. In addition, Speedster had a cruel move, grabbing a villager with his hand and not letting go. Then he ran at full speed. Villagers without superpowers could only be dragged on the rough ground, their flesh and blood gradually worn away by high-speed friction. Stop! Stop! The soldiers on the side had been shouting loudly. The situation in front of them was completely out of control. But the arrogant Superpower 5-man team remained unmoved, still enjoying this terrible massacre. Until the end, not one was left. This tragic farce finally came to an end. After it was over, the five looked at the bodies strewn all over the ground, at the blood-stained village, and at the soldiers around them looking at them as if they were monsters. It was only then that they belatedly realized that their actions seemed to have gone too far. But at that time, they couldn't control their emotions, couldn't restrain their actions, couldn't suppress the impulse deep in their hearts. After all, the five were young people around 25 years old, with shallow social experience, never having experienced such a serious matter. They suddenly panicked, quickly called the company's supervisor. Then the company's supervisor contacted the person in charge of this military operation. After some private interest trading, both sides reached an agreement. Beautify this operation of capturing terrorists, conceal the truth, deceive the public. Deeds like this actually happened more than once. In cooperation with the police, the suspect was fleeing. The Superpower 5-man team pursued him. But during the pursuit, the suspect tried to resist the Superpower 5-man team and was killed on the spot, leaving no survivors. The person in charge of StarTech had clearly reminded multiple times beforehand to capture alive. Because that is just a suspect, the truth has not been clarified, and no conviction has been made. Once again, the Superpower Group of 5 is out of control. After multiple incidents, the company's leader has realized that the mental state of the Superpower Group of 5 is not quite normal. He has repeatedly reacted in the laboratory, asking for reasons, and had the researchers conduct psychological tests, mental tests, etc., on the 5 people. But the 4 researchers concealed it from the leader, just telling the leader, "No big deal, take it slow." After all, they are all Green Demon Star people, only caring about their human experiments. They don't care at all about how much disaster the mentally unstable Superpower Group of 5 could cause to human society. However, even if the Green Demon Star people tell the company leader the truth, he will most likely choose to continue concealing it for the sake of the company's interests. The only difference is that he will strengthen the control over the Superpower Group of 5, even coaxing the 5 to take calming medication every day. Although not explicitly stated, after reviewing all the confidential information, Yuan Chen can also infer why the Green Demon Star people are modifying humans, cultivating powerful warriors. Currently, the goal of being powerful has been achieved, but the word warrior has encountered a major obstacle. How can uncontrollable, disobedient warriors go to the battlefield? Like a time bomb, just staying around is dangerous. Originally, the next goal of the Green Demon Star people was to research drugs that could stabilize the emotions of superpower individuals, or more directly repair at the genetic level, transforming superpower individuals into obedient war tools. Unfortunately, their secret experiments were disrupted, and that's where it ended. The Green Demon Star people never imagined that on Earth, there are mysterious and powerful forces guarding this planet. Their evil plan succeeded. The next stage's goal is to prepare for the interstellar war and improve our military strength, Yuan Chen muttered thoughtfully. That requires another live trial. Now, Yuan Chen has uncovered the crimes of the StarTech company and the Superpower Group of 5. He can actively initiate a live trial, but without a task issued by the system, there will be no reward. Just as Yuan Chen was planning to persuade the system to issue a task through coaxing and deceiving, he suddenly heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! New task available. Task content: trial of the relevant personnel of StarTech company and the slaughter of 5 superpower individuals in the village. It's just in time. Yuan Chen felt quite surprised, never expecting the system to understand his thoughts completely, like a tapeworm in his belly. And it was very cooperative. No time to lose, let's get started. Since he only knew a little about the Green Demon Star people, to avoid any unexpected incidents, the construction of the army had to be completed as soon as possible. Please confirm the broadcast range. Yuan Chen, worldwide. Please confirm the broadcast image. Use any previous broadcast image or create a new one. Yuan Chen, use the King of Atlantis, Sea Emperor, as the broadcast image. Understood. Broadcast range confirmed. Broadcast image confirmed. Initiating the live trial broadcast worldwide, please wait. In recent days, the world has been immersed in the hype of the Superpower Group of 5. Especially young people who harbor dreams of being superheroes are crazily following them. Many even predict the power to confront the live trial room has emerged. Humanity has hoped to overcome evil forces. The future of humanity is bright. Unfortunately, the savior in their dreams is actually an experiment of extraterrestrial forces. And this sad fact will soon be announced to all mankind by Yuan Chen. Ha ha ha. Yuan Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling a little happy just thinking about it. In a downtown event venue, the signing event of the Superpower Quintet is in full swing.
The enthusiastic fans have lined up in a long queue, eagerly waiting to meet the legendary superpower quintet.
And just then, the big screen on site suddenly went black. What's going on? What's going on? Power outage? Just as everyone on site was puzzled, a familiar cyberpunk figure suddenly appeared on the big screen. The famous electronic hacker. The untimely appearance of the electronic hacker made everyone on site feel helpless and annoyed. So annoying.
The slots are limited. I spent a lot of money to come to this signing event.
It's not going to be interrupted, is it? Why did the Judgement live room come at such an inappropriate time?
Speechless. The superpower quintet, on the other hand, showed a somewhat disdainful expression towards the electronic hacker on the screen. It seems that they have grown wings now, feeling confident, thinking that they have the power to compete with the Judgement live room. And through mind reading, Yuan Shan also sensed the thoughts of the superpower quintet at this moment. Only the electronic hacker who hides in the dark.
Apart from some crooked hacker methods, there is no combat power at all.
If you have the guts, come and face me in reality, watch me crush you.
So bold, arrogant to the extreme.
They have clearly seen so many Judgement Live broadcasts, with various broadcasters possessing all kinds of abilities, who among them is not stronger than the 5 of them, yet they still harbor such thoughts in their hearts, which Yuan Shan finds somewhat unbelievable.
Even at the signing event, the superpower quintet took the initiative to stand up and maintain order on site. Captain Dilly Xia shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, don't panic. We, the superpower quintet, will protect you. No one can harm you. After all, we are superheroes."
As soon as the words fell, the other 4 members of the superpower quintet also stood up, smiling and waving to everyone, fully demonstrating their confidence. Hearing this impassioned speech, the fans on site were all excited to the extreme. They cheered excitedly, "Yes, superheroes are the best. So cool." At this moment, in their hearts, the superpower quintet has completely replaced the authoritative position of the Judgement live room.
With world-saving heroes present, who would fear the evil Judgement live room? Yuan Shan witnessed everything in the dark, just sneering continuously. It's time to extinguish your spirit.
It's also time to make everyone realize that the position of the Judgement live room cannot be shaken. Today, I will invite all the broadcasters of the Judgement live room to come out. Next, only to see in the picture of the Judgement live room, the electronic hacker smirked and said, "As usual, once the Judgement live room appears, there will be evil waiting to be judged."
I'm sure many people are curious in their hearts, who's the unlucky one today? Well,
he deliberately paused for tens of seconds, keeping the suspense going, making people anxious.
Hurry up and say, "I'm so anxious. Please don't let it be me.
Please reveal it quickly. My heart can't take it anymore." In the tense wait of everyone, the electronic hacker broadcaster finally revealed some clues.
The sinners, there are 5 of them, they are a group.
Upon hearing this, some people immediately breathed a sigh of relief and speculated, a group of 5 people.
The boy group from Kimchi Country? Girl group? Is it a singing and dancing group?
The electronic hacker did not respond on the spot, but continued to provide more clues. These 5 people are very popular recently, a global sensation.
With this clue, the range of speculation suddenly narrowed down a lot.
Only those few 5-member groups that are popular worldwide are worthy of discussion.
5-member groups that are popular worldwide. There don't seem to be many. Wait a minute. Isn't there a rising superpower 5-person group recently? Could it be them?
Due to the limited scope, some people quickly pointed their fingers at the superpower 5-person group.
The way you put it, it makes sense. They have been so high profile recently, I have a feeling that something will happen. The superpower 5-person group fits the description of electronic hacker anchors. The more we talk about it, the more it seems like them.
As more and more people guessed the correct answer, the electronic hacker announced, "Yes,
that's right. The sinners to be judged today are none other than the superpower 5-person group."
With these words, the world was shocked.
Discussions were abound.
I initially thought that someone would envy and be jealous of them, and then try to mess with them.
But I didn't expect that the Judgement live broadcast room would be the one to go after them. Are they trying to suppress the power of the 5 of them? Are they afraid that the position of the Judgement live broadcast room will be shaken one day? It's a clever move to snuff out the forces that can rival oneself in the cradle.
At this point, most people thought that the Judgement live broadcast room feared the power of the superpower 5-person group. They feared that more superpowers would emerge in the future, breaking the invincible position of the Judgement live broadcast room in the world. It's quite a case of suspecting others' motives based on one's own mean intentions. And today's live broadcast will teach the whole world, mere superpowers are nothing in the eyes of the Judgement live broadcast room. The electronic hacker smiled and said, "Today is actually a significant day for the Judgement live broadcast room."
A significant day? This statement piqued the curiosity of the entire human race. The electronic hacker then explained, "Today, the King of Atlantis, the Sea Emperor, has signed a contract with our Judgement live broadcast room to become a new anchor." With these words, everyone was stunned. The last time they saw the Sea Emperor, he clearly had hostility towards the Judgement live broadcast room. But this time, he actually joined them, and even became a new anchor? Is it true? How did the Sea Emperor compromise? What happened? What kind of coercion did your Judgement live broadcast room use? The electronic hacker smirked and said, "Today, the anchors who have appeared in the Judgement live broadcast room will accompany me to Atlantis to participate in the celebration feast. And the judgment of the sinners will be a part of the celebration feast." Go to Atlantis to attend the celebration feast? Judging sinners has become part of the entertainment? When these two statements were made, everyone in the world had a feeling that the earth is just a plaything for the Judgement live broadcast room. Humans are just pawns and toys. The higher order beings play humans in the palm of their hands. The scene of the Judgement live broadcast room shifted. It had already arrived at a magnificent crystal palace. Like an underwater tunnel, there was not a drop of seawater inside the crystal palace. But outside the crystal glass, there were visible groups of various marine creatures swimming joyfully. Various jellyfish, fish, seahorses. Whether inside the crystal palace or outside, everything was extremely beautiful. In the center of the crystal palace, a dazzling crystal long table was neatly arranged. Many dignitaries sat at the table. Among them, there were several figures familiar to all humans. The cyberpunk-style electronic hacker, the all-black shadow stalker, the handsome and gentlemanly bloody magician, the strong and noble Sea Emperor, the low-key scientist in a white coat, the biochemist. Most of the faces that had appeared in the Judgement live broadcast room were present here. Only one person was missing, the King of Giants. The electronic hacker anchor explained, "The King of Giants is too large in size and is not suitable for such a delicate banquet, so he is not attending today." At the crystal long table, besides the anchor from the Judgement broadcasting room, there were many unfamiliar faces. They all shared a common feature, a body structure of half-human, half-sea creature. People thought to themselves, since they were qualified to sit at the table, they must all be important figures with heads and faces in Atlantis, right? Nobles, dignitaries, generals, and the like. Now, humanity finally got to see more aspects of Atlantis. The mysterious veil of Atlantis is slowly being lifted. And then, the banquet began. Today's banquet is to celebrate the alliance between Atlantis and the Judgement broadcasting room, as well as the Sea Emperor becoming the new anchor of the Judgement broadcasting room. This is a great honor for both parties. Let's raise our glasses in celebration. After a set of grandiose toasts, the electronic hacker anchor proposed, "The Judgement broadcasting room has prepared a program for entertainment. Are you interested in watching?" As soon as they heard that it was a program prepared by the Judgement broadcasting room, everyone at the table nodded with interest, saying, "Great! We can't wait." Following that, the Sea Emperor said, "This entertainment program will be jointly hosted by the Judgement broadcasting room and Atlantis. It is a dual-type program. Let's move to the Royal Arena of Atlantis." Then, everyone got up and headed to the unknown Royal Arena of Atlantis. Just from the name, the audience could guess some information. Is it like the Roman Colosseum? Only royal members and nobles can enter? When they arrived at the Royal Arena, the scene shocked everyone. The enormous arena could probably accommodate tens of thousands of people. Various underwater residents had already taken their seats. In the middle of the arena was the dueling ground. When the residents of Atlantis saw the arrival of the Sea Emperor, they all excitedly cheered, igniting the atmosphere to the extreme. Hoo hoo hoo! Sea Emperor! It was clear that the Sea Emperor had countless supporters in Atlantis. After the Sea Emperor and other dignitaries took their seats in the VIP section, the real show began. At that moment, the bloody magician stood up from his seat, politely smiled at the nobles around him, and then waved his magic wand. In the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the arena. In front of everyone, he bowed to all the residents of Atlantis around him like a gentleman, and then waved his wand. Instant teleportation. Immediately, the 5 superpowered individuals who were at the autograph session disappeared at the same moment. Their disappearance immediately caused a wave of exclamations among the fans at the scene. Seeing their beloved superheroes being taken away forcibly, there was an indescribable feeling of discomfort. The next moment, the 5 superpowered individuals all landed in the arena of Atlantis. For the Superpower 5, being transported away without any resistance brought a deep sense of powerlessness, which struck them for the first time. They all looked wary, facing the bloody magician anchor in front of them. Captain Powerman gathered his courage and asked, "What do you mean by this? Do you want the 5 of us to duel with you anchors?" This statement caused a global uproar. If that was the case, then it would be a great show to watch. The powers of the anchors from the Judgement broadcasting room were well known to everyone, eerie and powerful. The powers of the Superpower 5, as seen in the promotional videos, were also quite strong. Both sides possessed powers far beyond ordinary people, and the anticipation of who would emerge victorious immediately sparked in people's hearts. The fervent fans of the Superpower 5 cheered in the barrage, "Go, Superpower 5! You are the best! Believe in yourselves, don't be intimidated by the Judgement broadcasting room." On the other hand, non-fans in the audience were very disdainful, saying, "I'm laughing so hard. Where do you fans get your confidence from? Are you going to fight the anchors of the Judgement broadcasting room? It's probably going to be killed as soon as we meet. Do you really think you can challenge the Judgement live room with a superpower? Streamers, come on. Strive to kill them." Then the two sides started arguing as expected. "You little black fans. Just jealous of their superpowers. Ha, wait until the streamers in the Judgement live room kill them, then you'll see the difference." And just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, the bloody magician in the arena sneered at the camera, "Should our streamers come out to duel? Are they 5 matches?" With a light sentence, like a thunderbolt, it exploded in everyone's hearts. Woohoo! Bloody magician streamer. Handsome. Ha ha, see, they don't even bother to fight with your so-called superheroes, they're not worthy. Do you understand? And when the 5 superpower group heard this, a nameless anger surged in their hearts. We're not worthy? Who do you think you are? Emotions began to spiral out of control again. Even though they knew that the person in front of them was the legendary bloody magician, the 5 of them still had an impulse in their hearts to rush over and kill the person who made arrogant remarks. And the speedster, unable to hold back, was the first to act. The speedster burst out at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch, rushing towards the bloody magician ahead, intending to use his consistent move to destroy the opponent with super speed. In the next instant, the speedster pierced through the body of the bloody magician and landed further ahead. All of this just happened in a split second. Whether it was the Atlantean crowd at the Royal Arena or the global human audience in the Judgement live room, no one reacted to the situation that had just occurred. 2 seconds later, people stared in astonishment at the scene in the arena, watching the bloody magician's body being pierced. What just happened? That human, such a fast speed. The naked eye couldn't even see it. Wow, did the speedster actually manage to hurt the bloody magician? Did he just kill him? Oh my god. The audience who had underestimated the 5 superpowers before were suddenly speechless. No way. How could it be so weak? I don't believe it. And the fans of the 5 superpowers all cheered and rejoiced. Awesome. Speedster. So cool. So handsome. Let you underestimate our superheroes again. But their excitement didn't last long. Because as people gradually recovered from the shock of the bloody magician being killed, they noticed something strange. The body of the bloody magician, though pierced, had no blood flowing out. His body, like the electronic hacker attacked by the Sea Emperor, was illusory. But he didn't immediately start to reassemble like the electronic hacker, instead gradually dissipating like smoke. What does this mean? The bloody magician is not human either? He clearly looks so human. But is he really dead or not? Everyone was filled with this doubt. And soon, a new change in the scene on the arena revealed the answer. After the body of the bloody magician dissipated into smoke, a new complete bloody magician suddenly appeared on the other side of the arena. Shadow clone magic. These words slowly came out of the bloody magician's mouth. Now, everyone understood. The bloody magician's recent death was just an illusion. It was a kind of clone magic. Seeing the bloody magician use clone magic to avoid fatal attacks, people immediately started discussing. Ha, I knew it. How could the streamers in the Judgement live room be so weak? Feels like the bloody magician is like the electronic hacker, very difficult to kill. Both have means of self-preservation. What time did the bloody magician launch the shadow substitute technique? The attack of the speedster just now was so fast that he could react in time? Or is this something like a passive skill? As long as he receives a fatal attack, it can be triggered automatically? But the fans of the Superpower 5 were speechless. The emotions suddenly dropped sharply. The speedster on the scene also looked ugly. He clearly did not see any signs of the bloody magician casting magic. Whether it was snapping fingers or waving a wand, the 2 common magic casting actions, the bloody magician did not use. In that short moment, he broke through the bloody magician's body. In theory, only those with strong self-defense like the strongman and Clayman can resist such an attack. But the reality is that the bloody magician's shadow substitute technique was launched at some point, and played himself. The speedster's mood became increasingly worse, and his anger grew stronger. But the bloody magician's anger was no less than his. Dare to attack me by surprise? And once the bloody magician gets angry,
the consequences are far more serious than the speedster.
Everyone, the plan has changed.
The bloody magician suddenly said to the audience of Atlantis and the global human audience.
The first match of the entertainment program will be opened by the host himself. As soon as the words fell, he waved his big hand, and the wand in his hand also danced wildly in the air.
Suddenly, a large number of colorful playing cards appeared out of thin air. Thousands of playing cards spun and flew in the air, making a clattering sound.
Card magic blade dance. Go!
His wand pointed towards the direction where the speedster was. In the next moment, a large number of playing cards in the air, like a living tornado, fiercely swept towards the speedster. The clattering noise, like thousands of small knives colliding in the air, was particularly frightening. The speedster immediately ran away and activated his super speed, easily shaking off the group of playing cards. But the cards seemed to have locked onto him, tracking him relentlessly. In this arena, although large, the total area was limited. If it were on flat ground, the speedster might have been able to run far away. But in this enclosed arena, the speedster could only run in circles. He had once wanted to use the impact force of his full speed running to break out of the arena and escape. But the arena was surrounded by the unique water magic of Atlantis, with a transparent barrier that he couldn't break through. Helplessly, the speedster could only continue to run in circles. But as he turned, the speedster suddenly found that the playing cards had gradually formed a siege, trapping him inside.
Damn it!
The speedster was surrounded on all sides, with no way out.
And the execution began.
Swish, 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 swish. The playing cards flew like a series of sharp flying knives, continuously slashing towards the speedster. Through the gaps between the playing cards, one could barely see the figure inside, being cut and blood splattering. In the end, he was cut into a pile of pieces. The cross-section was smoother than the meat in a supermarket. People all over the world were speechless at this moment.
Bloody magician.
Is even the attack method so bloody? Such a terrifying card magic not only automatically locks the enemy, but also has strong destructive power. Inside the royal arena of Atlantis, there was a burst of warm applause and cheers.
Great! Beautiful! Wonderful! Amazing!
The residents of Atlantis applaud and cheer generously for the strong performers.